Chapter 1. 3 years in the Celestial Prison. The Prodigal Son's Release. Xie Weilou, the heir of the Marquis of Jinshi, has committed heinous acts, slaughtering 30 members of the Lin family, aiding the escape of a notorious criminal from Xiangqiu, and peering at the Grand Princess while she bathed. Given these offenses, he should be sentenced to death as a warning to others, according to the laws of the Great Xia. However, in a plea for leniency from the Marquis of Jinshi, His Majesty has shown mercy, commuting Xie Weilou's death sentence to imprisonment in the 18th layer of the Celestial Prison for 3 years without the possibility of release. Xie Weilou is utterly wicked, a complete wastrel unworthy of my Su Mushiwe. Today, I, Su Mushiwe, have come to the Xie family to annul our engagement and terminate the betrothal to Xie Weilou. 3 years later, in the Great Xia Empire, in the city of Tianqi, winter has arrived. Flakes of snow fall like goose feathers, enveloping the landscape in a frozen white blanket. The chill in the air is bone deep as the biting wind sweeps through the realm. In the Celestial Prison, in a dim, damp cell of the 18th layer, a disheveled young man, gaunt and pallid, reclines against the wall with an air of indolence. He rests his legs crossed, hands cradling his head, his demeanor languid. Beneath him lies a bed of straw, and lacking shoes, he has crafted a pair of sandals from the very straw itself. Nearby, several pairs of sandals lie ready for the other inmates, as he occasionally shares this modest warmth with his fellow prisoners. The 18th layer of the Celestial Prison is dark and humid, particularly frigid in winter. For an ordinary person, entering this place could lead to death or severe suffering, yet he appears untouched by the harshness surrounding him. His name is Xie Weilou, a gifted scholar and historian, who traversed into the Great Xia Empire 3 years prior, assuming the identity of the heir to the Marquis of Jinshi. Regrettably, the original owner of this body fell victim to treachery, and he has not experienced a single day of comfort before being cast into prison. Time has flown by, and 3 years have passed. During this span, he has not emerged empty-handed, for instance. He has mastered the art of crafting straw, sandals, a skill that ensures he will not starve should he ever regain his freedom. In this vast and boundless world, where the strong reign supreme, formidable cultivators can traverse the heavens, move mountains, and fill seas, while vicious, bloodthirsty beasts lurk. Only those endowed with great strength can command their destinies in this enigmatic realm. Xie Weilou closes his eyes. Within his dantian floats a scroll of black, celestial scripture inscribed with mysterious runes. This celestial scripture, acquired from a street vendor back on Earth, is the very catalyst for his transmigration. Upon entering the Black Water Prison, he meticulously examined this scroll and discovered its unique ability to deduce cultivation techniques. From it, he has gleaned a Nirvana Sutra and a method for mending the heavens. The Nirvana Sutra is a mental technique that can refine bones, veins, open the dantian, and forge divine reserves, enabling him to break through swiftly. The foundation of cultivation lies in the spiritual bones. Only with spiritual bones can one embark on the path of cultivation. The Great Xia categorizes the absorption of spiritual energy by spiritual bones into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary. Unfortunately, the original owner possessed only useless bones, thus hindering any progress in cultivation. However, the Nirvana Sutra precisely addresses this dilemma. As for the method for mending the heavens, it is a forbidden technique that allows him to unconditionally elevate his realm without any side effects. In the Great Xia Empire, the familiar classifications of cultivation realms are as follows: the 7 realms of Xian Huang, shackles, expanding territories, Taoist scriptures, mysterious appearances, transformation into dragons, and divine court, each further subdivided into initial, mid, late, and peak stages. Over the span of 3 years, devoid of any resources, he astonishingly elevated his cultivation to the late stage of the expanding territories realm, solely relying on the Nirvana Sutra. However, in comparison to those predecessors who traversed dimensions with fully leveled systems, he remained rather unremarkable. Xie Weilou, why did you annihilate my entire family? A woman clad in a long, azure dress approached with an icy demeanor. She was tall, her figure gracefully curvaceous, and her long, ebony hair cascaded down to her waist. Her fingers, delicate as fresh scallions, adorned with a resplendent gilded ring, exuded an air of elegance. With a heart-shaped face, her skin was as white and fine as snow, her brows like wisps of blue smoke, and her phoenix-like eyes shimmered with a captivating luster. She possessed an ethereal grace that gave off an aura of aloofness, resembling a pure lotus flower, utterly out of place amidst the filth of the dark water prison. Xie Weilou regarded the woman before him with a complex expression. Lin Qingwang, the deputy commander of the Heavenly Authority, the young mistress of the Lin family in Tianqi City, stood at the peak of the Shackles realm, on the verge of entering the expanding territories realm. The Lin family was not a lineage of officials, but rather a merchant family wielding immense financial power. However, 3 years prior, the Lin family had met its demise. Answer my question. Lin Qinghuang's gaze was frosty as it bore into Xie Weilou. All 30 members of the Lin family had been eradicated, and upon her return, she was met with the gruesome sight of blood and corpses. All of this, on the surface, implicated Xie Weilou. For prior to the Lin family's downfall, Xie Weilou had teased her, and she had retaliated, vowing to make him pay. There was a maid who had miraculously survived and pointed the finger at Xie Weilou as the culprit. Lin Qingwang had conducted her own investigation and discovered evidence that Xie Weilou and his guards were present at the scene, and even that he possessed some of the Lin family's assets. Was it merely because she had chastised him that he sought to annihilate her entire clan? Initially, she believed Xie Weilou to be a brutal and merciless individual. However, during her 3 years in the celestial prison, her perspective began to shift. Though he possessed a sharp tongue, he had yet to reach the depths of bloodthirstiness she had attributed to him. It was highly plausible that he was merely a scapegoat. Behind the Lin family's downfall, there seemed to lurk a mysterious force. Thus, Lin Qinghuang surmised that this matter was far from simple, concealing secrets unbeknownst to her. If you allow me a taste, I shall divulge the truth. Xie Weilou regarded Lin Qinghuang with earnestness. The same question had been posed by her countless times over the past 3 years, and his response had remained unchanged. His desire for Lin Qinghuang's body was ever present. As for the annihilation of the Lin family, he was merely a scapegoat. Regrettably, he had not yet had the opportunity to investigate before being cast into the celestial prison, leaving him unable to provide Lin Qinghuang with a definitive answer. Crack! Lin Qinghuang clenched her fists, the sound of her bones echoing in the air. With eyes filled with coldness, she gazed at Xie Weilou, inhaled deeply, and retrieved a key from her sleeve, unlocking the prison door. Xie Weilou, taken aback, inquired, "Have you agreed? Shall I prepare myself?" Lin Qinghuang replied coldly, "His Majesty has decreed that you may be released from prison." With that, she turned and departed. "Am I free to leave?" Xie Weilou narrowed his eyes, yet he did not hesitate. He rose and stepped out of the prison. Emerging from the celestial prison, a blinding white light assailed him, prompting Xie Weilou to instinctively shield his eyes. Contrary to the anticipated warmth of the sun, all he found was a frozen expanse, thick layers of snow blanketing the ground, while a biting wind howled through the air. Hiss! Xie Weilou inhaled sharply, wrapping his arms around himself, shivering slightly. When he had entered the prison, the city had been enshrouded in frost now. Upon his release, it remained a pristine white. After a moment of acclimatization, Xie Weilou adjusted to the brightness. He glanced down at his attire-tattered clothing and merely a pair of straw sandals adorning his feet. Lin Qinghuang stood beside him, sword in hand, her gaze as icy as her demeanor. Gazing at the strikingly beautiful Lin Qinghuang, Xie Weilou smiled and extended his hand, saying, "For 3 years, we've shared an unbreakable bond, confiding in one another. Though we are not wed, our connection surpasses that of marriage. Why not accompany me back to the Duke of Jinqi's estate? I promise you a life of splendor, a chance to witness the vibrance of the world." Clang! Lin Qinghuang drew her sword, pointing it menacingly at Xie Weilou's throat. Her voice was sharp and cold as she declared, "Though you have been released, this matter is far from resolved. You would do well to avoid falling in my grasp." Xie Weilou maintained a smile. "Ah, I know you cannot bear to part with me. Rest assured, upon my return, I shall certainly come for you in a grand procession, and you shall bear me a multitude of children." Whoosh! Lin Qinghuang's expression darkened with a swift motion. Her sword sliced through a strand of Xie Weilou's hair. She coldly retracted her sword, commanding, "Get lost." Xie Weilou chuckled, adjusting his tattered clothing. He gazed ahead, his expression sour as he remarked, "Today, upon my release, where are the people of the Duke of Xenxis estate to greet me?" With that, he thrust his hands into his sleeves, lowered his head, and pressed forward against the frigid wind. His straw sandals crunched upon the snow, leaving a trail of footprints behind, while the heavy snowflakes descended and the piercing cold wind battered his lean frame, rendering him a picture of solitude. Lin Qing Wang observed Xie Weilou's retreating figure, her thoughts caught between words unspoken. In these 3 years, she had concealed certain truths from him. The Duke of Xinxi's estate, now transformed, would not offer Xie Weilou the same comforts he once knew upon his return. Chapter 2. Encounter with Su Muxue at the town West Marquis residence on the snow-covered streets. Xie Weilou trudged forward beneath the swirling snowflakes, leaving behind a trail of footprints that the relentless snow soon concealed. The biting cold wind pierced through him, threatening to send him tumbling to the ground at any moment. After a while, his hair and garments had transformed into a pristine white, and as he glanced around, he spotted a small pavilion and made his way there to seek refuge from the snow. Inside the pavilion, Xie Weilou languidly brushed off the snow clinging to his hair and clothes. He rubbed his hands together gently, exhaling a puff of warm breath, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. He appeared less like the heir of the town West Marquis and more like a forlorn stray dog or a beggar on the streets. "Xie Weilou?" A voice of surprise rang out. "HM." Following the sound, Xie Weilou saw a woman clad in a flowing white down gown entering the pavilion. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her figure elegantly enveloped in the gown, accentuated by a silk ribbon at her waist that highlighted her graceful curves. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded smoothly, framing a delicate face with skin as smooth as fine jade, sparkling almond-shaped eyes, and naturally rosy lips that required no embellishment, exuding an air of dignified charm. Su Muxue, daughter of the Minister of Rights, possessed cultivation at the mid-stage of the Locking Shackles realm, previously betrothed to Xie Weilou. She had personally come to annul their engagement after his imprisonment, and now their marriage was a thing of the past. Su Muxue scrutinized Xie Weilou with an unusual expression. At that moment, he appeared disheveled, dressed in tattered clothes and grass sandals, resembling a beggar, making it difficult for her to recognize him at first glance. "Oh, after 3 years apart, Muxue, you have become even more enchanting. Your alluring curves are truly captivating. Come closer, let me take a good look at you, and I shall show you my prized possession as well." A broad smile spread across Xie Weilou's face. It must be said, Su Muxue indeed looked exquisite now. Upon hearing his words, Su Muxue's expression shifted to one of distaste. She had hoped that after 3 years in prison, he would have matured, but it appeared she had overestimated him. This fellow remained as he was, showing no signs of improvement. However, given the current circumstances of the town West Marquis residence, if Xie Weilou had not progressed, he would likely find himself struggling. With a grin, Xie Weilou remarked, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Come over and let me appreciate you properly. Though our engagement has been annulled, it does not preclude my desire for your form. Do not be deceived by my current disheveled state. Once cleaned up, I shall appear quite refined." Su Muxue cast a cold glare at him, her eyes filled with unspoken disdain. Seeing this, Xie Weilou sighed and said, "While I was in prison, I heard a wise person say that if you like someone, you should admire her chest and legs, for she may not see you, but you must hold her form in your gaze." Su Muxue's countenance darkened as she shot him an angry glare. "Xie Weilou, if you dare to be impertinent again, I shall incapacitate you." Xie Weilou, with a somber expression, replied, "Before you do that, may I touch your leg? My hands are cold, and I wish to feel the warmth of Muxue." "You." Su Muxue momentarily faltered, her heart ablaze with rage. This scoundrel was nothing more than a rogue. She should never have approached him, nor engaged in conversation. "Muxue." A gentle voice suddenly resonated, as a strikingly handsome man, clad in a black mink coat and holding an oiled paper umbrella, approached from ahead. He gazed at Su Muxue with a gentle warmth, yet his eyes turned cold when directed towards Xie Weilou. Suppressing her inner fury, Su Muxue approached the man. Standing beneath his umbrella, Xie Weilou observed the two with a heavy heart, exclaiming, "Muxue, no wonder you wish to annul our engagement. It appears you have taken up with Xiao Su. Your taste is truly lacking. How can that fellow compare to me?" Xiao Su, the son of the Marquis of Wuan, was renowned in Tianqi City as a prodigy, gifted and exceptional in martial arts, having reached the pinnacle of the shackled realm at a young age. a figure of note indeed. What nonsense are you spouting, Xie Weilou? Su Muxue clenched her fists, her expression one of indignation as she fixed her gaze upon him. Her decision to break off the engagement had nothing to do with another. It stemmed solely from Xie Weilou's utter inadequacy. With his head bowed, Xie Weilou lamented, "When you marry, do remember to invite me to your wedding night. I shall show you my prized possession." Boom. Xiaosu extended his hand, unleashing a surge of power that shattered a pillar of the pavilion. He glared coldly at Xie Weilou, stating, "Xie Weilou, control your tongue, lest you wish to suffer my wrath. What, do you seek a fight? Believe me, I could bring an entourage to dismantle your Marquis of Wuan's estate by tomorrow." Xie Weilou remained unperturbed. "Is that so? Just you?" Xiaosu's tone was menacing. The current Marquis of Jinshi was not as he once was, and he, Xiaosu, harbored no fear of Xie Weilou. Seeing this, Su Muxue interjected, "Enough. There is no need to stoop to his level." Xiaosu cast a dispassionate glance at Xie Weilou, saying, "For Muxue's sake, I shall overlook this incident. Let us hope there is not a next time. I could easily crush you with a single hand." Xie Weilou dismissed his words entirely. "Let us go," Su Muxue instructed. Together, they departed beneath the umbrella. After a while, Xie Weilou left the pavilion, waiting until the snowfall ceased. The Marquis of Jinshi once held a position of great esteem. The elder Xiejingua, known as the god of death for his valiant defense against monstrous beings, achieved remarkable feats and was ultimately conferred the title of Marquis of Jinshi, commanding a formidable army of 300,000, instilling fear in many. Upon his retirement, the Marquisate was passed to his eldest son, Xianantian. However, 3 years prior, a significant calamity occurred. Xiejingwa's seclusion ended in failure, leading to his untimely demise. Shortly thereafter, the demon race invaded, and Xianantian, commanding an army of 100,000, faced the onslaught of a great rock, resulting in total annihilation of his forces. In the aftermath, the second son of the Xie family, Xie Zhongshuan, temporarily assumed the title of Marquis, causing the standing of the Marquis of Jinshi to plummet. Before the Marquisate, Xie Weilou muttered to himself, "Something feels amiss." As he advanced, he was met with disdain from a guard. "Go away. Who let this beggar in?" "This is the Marquis of Jinshi. Do not tarnish it, scram." Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou's expression darkened as he delivered a resounding slap to the guard's face. "How dare you strike me, you beggar? Do you wish to court death?" The guard, clutching his face, glared at Xie Weilou in fury. Xie Weilou coldly retorted, "You blind cur, open your eyes and recognize who I am." The guard's expression was one of fury, yet he cast a glance at Xie Weilou, finding him oddly familiar. Xie Weilou? The guard quickly recognized him, but instead of displaying any fear, his anger intensified. "How dare this dog's servant utter my name so audaciously?" Unable to restrain himself, Xie Weilou leaped up, his straw sandals striking the guard's chest with force, sending him sprawling into the courtyard. The guard's anguished cries attracted others. A group of armored soldiers rushed over, led by a middle-aged general. "What is happening?" The general inquired in a grave tone. Xie Weilou, stomping in with his sandals, surveyed the crowd with disdain and declared, "This young master has arrived. Why is no one here to greet me?" The middle-aged general's gaze fell upon Xie Weilou, his expression shifting as he instantly recognized him. 3 years have passed. Xie Weilou is finally out of prison. After a brief hesitation, he approached, saying, "So it is the young master returned. That dog servant was blind to your status. I shall ensure he is duly punished. Please accept my apologies." "Young master? What young master? Merely a beggar." Before Xie Weilou could respond, a sinister voice interjected. A man clad in a blue robe with a shadowy visage approached. "Greetings, second young master." The general and others promptly bowed to this ominous figure. With a hint of arrogance in his eyes, the man cast a glance at Xie Weilou. "Xie Weilou, do you see? I am the true master here." Xie Weilou regarded this man, Xie Wuji, the second son of his uncle and thus his cousin, who had always harbored disdain towards him. Chapter 3, A Family's Fallen Dog. A small man's triumph. Let me tell you something. Both the old master and your father passed away shortly after your imprisonment. The current Duke of Jinshi is my father, and my elder brother is the rightful heir of the Duke's residence. As for you, Xie Weilou, you are nothing more than a fallen dog." Seeing Xie Weilou silent, Xie Wuji's face broke into a smug smile. Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow. Dead. He had just traversed into this world, not having enjoyed a single day of good fortune before being imprisoned. And now, upon his release, he learns that both his father and grandfather have died. What kind of fate is this? Xie Weilou, relishing his triumph, proclaimed, "The Duke's residence is now under my father's control. You, Xie Weilou, a criminal, have no right to set foot here. Leave at once." Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Xie Weilou's expression darkened at Xie Weilou's amusement. With a swift motion, Xie Weilou removed his straw sandal and struck Xie Weilou across the face, sending him tumbling 2 to 3 meters away, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Xie Weilou let out a piercing scream, covering his face, and bellowed, "Why are you all standing there? Seize him at once." With an eerie smile, Xie Weilou suddenly drew a soldier's blade from beside him, advancing rapidly towards Xie Weilou. He pressed a foot against Xie Weilou's chest, the blade poised at his throat. "Young master, do not." As the middle-aged general regained his composure, his expression shifted dramatically. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the frail-looking Xie Weilou could so swiftly incapacitate Xie Weilou. Gripping his long knife tightly, he prepared to strike, only to find himself ensnared by an overwhelming aura that rendered him immobile. "What do you intend to do, Xie Weilou?" Xie Weilou exclaimed, fear evident in his eyes as the blade pressed against his throat. With a cold smirk, Xie Weilou retorted, "A despicable wretch, oblivious to respect for his elders. Living is merely a waste of sustenance. You might as well perish." With that, he unleashed a flurry of kicks to Xie Weilou's face. "Ah!" Xie Weilou's cries echoed in despair. "Die, you fool!" Xie Weilou's knife gradually sliced into Xie Weilou's neck, a trickle of blood seeping forth. "And no, please don't kill me." Xie Weilou trembled in sheer terror, fully aware of Xie Weilou's release from prison. He had initially planned to assert his authority upon Xie Weilou's return, to remind him who truly held dominion over the Tianqi Marquis, but he never expected that Xie Weilou would seek his life upon arrival. In that moment, as the blade grazed his throat, he felt death's imminent approach. "Young master, let it go," an elderly man with silver hair approached, hands clasped behind his back. Casting a fleeting glance at the middle-aged general, the oppressive aura dissipated. The general, drenched in cold sweat, hastily bowed to the elder. "Greetings, Uncle Fu." Uncle Fu was an elder of the Tianqi Marquis, a cultivator at the mid-stage of the shackled realm. Upon seeing Uncle Fu, Xie Weilou discarded his knife and smiled. "Of course, I shall heed Uncle Fu's wishes. Having just emerged from confinement, might I take a bath and don some clean attire? For otherwise, I shall forever be mistaken for a beggar." With a swift kick, he sent Xie Weilou flying. Uncle Fu nodded gently. "Young master, please follow me." Although Xie Nantian had passed away, Xie Zhongshuan currently stood in as the Marquis, yet the title of young master still belonged to Xie Weilou. The Marquis's position could be temporarily occupied, but the status of the young master remained unassailable. Xie Weilou followed Uncle Fu to a nearby pavilion. The middle-aged general hurried to assist Xie Weilou. "Second young master, are you all right?" Xie Weilou angrily shoved the general away, clutching his neck, teeth clenched. "Did you not see me being attacked? Why did you not intervene?" The general sighed. "I wanted to help, but Uncle Fu's power restrained me, leaving me unable to move." "That old fool." Xie Weilou's face darkened. He clenched his fists, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. "Xie Weilou, just wait. I will not let you off easily. Today, his father was away and would not return for a couple of days. Otherwise, how could Xie Weilou act with such impunity?" Inside the pavilion, Xie Weilou, attended by maidservants, refreshed himself, shaving his stubble and donning an elegant white robe. Gazing into the bronze mirror, he beheld a strikingly handsome visage, albeit slightly gaunt and pale, exuding a sickly aura. His narrow eyes reflected a languid charm, presenting the image of a delicate, effeminate figure. Fortunately, 3 years in prison did not diminish my allure. Xie Weilou chuckled. "Indeed, the young master is truly self-absorbed," a maid giggled. The maidservant beside her stifled a giggle. This maid, known as Li Hua, was a young girl taken in by Uncle Fu, later serving as a handmaiden to Xie Weilou, thus becoming quite familiar with him. "What do you know? This is what I call capital," Xie Weilou declared with an air of arrogance. Uncle Fu entered, carrying a selection of food, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, young master." Xie Weilou turned to Uncle Fu. "It seems much has transpired during my 3 years in the dungeon. Do enlighten me." After a brief silence, Uncle Fu placed the food on the table and replied, "A month after your imprisonment, the old Marquis met with failure in his seclusion and passed away. Soon after, the demon clan launched an invasion, and the Marquis led an army of 100,000 to suppress them, only to be ambushed by a great rock. resulting in the complete annihilation of his forces, with naught but bones remaining. Subsequently, your second uncle assumed the position of the Marquis of the West, and Third Master deemed it prudent not to convey this matter to you while you were imprisoned, fearing it might overwhelm you. Life in the dungeon was quite harsh. Revealing such news to Xie Weilou would likely have been deemed too much to bear. Uncle Fu had initially intended to provide Xie Weilou with additional clothing, but was stopped by Xie Zongxuan. My second uncle has always been at odds with my father. It is said that in the past, he resorted to various unscrupulous methods in his bid to compete for the Marquisate. Now that he temporarily holds the title of Marquis of the West, I suspect my days ahead will not be easy, Xie Weilou remarked with a calm smile. A twinge of sentimentality arose in his heart upon learning of the deaths of the old Marquis and Xie Nantian, yet he had no choice but to accept this reality. Uncle Fu continued, after your second uncle took over the Marquisate, he replaced many within the household. Your future days will indeed be challenging. However, you are the young master, the true heir of the Marquis of the West, destined to become the future Marquis. Xie Zongxuan merely serves as a temporary placeholder. Upon your release from prison, the title of Marquis of the West should rightfully belong to you. With his father slain in battle, it was only natural that he, as the young master, could ascend to become the new Marquis of the West. Yet, whether this would come to pass depended on Xie Weilou's own capability. Should he remain the same debauched youth, the Marquisate would forever elude him, regardless of his title. The current situation within the Marquis of the West's household was fraught with peril. With Xie Zongxuan holding the reins of power, Xie Weilou's return might not necessarily signify a favorable change. The future Marquis of the West? I had not contemplated this matter. Xie Weilou inquired. Uncle Fu pondered for a moment. Perhaps he spoke of something to Third Master. You might seek him out. Very well, Xie Weilou nodded gently. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Third Uncle. The 7 Kills of God and Ghosts. Subsequently, Xie Weilou partook of some food and reclined on the soft bedding, indulging in a well-deserved slumber. His 3 years in the dungeon had not afforded him restful sleep. Now, with a clean room and a soft bed, he relished the opportunity to rest. He slept soundly until evening. Upon awakening, Xie Weilou quietly exited the room. Not long after, he arrived at an ancient residence within the city, which bore a weathered plaque inscribed with the words, "Life is but a dream." The handwriting was somewhat hasty, yet exuded a sense of vigor, hinting at an extraordinary essence. Creak. As Xie Weilou pushed open the ancient door of the mansion, he encountered no resistance and strode boldly inside. The courtyard was paved with stone slabs, blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Upon a long bench lay a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, his eyes half closed and his face flushed with intoxication, clutching a wine jug and continuously pouring himself drinks. Numerous other wine jugs adorned the nearby table, painting a picture of a true alcoholic. Third uncle. Xie Weilou scooped up a handful of snow from the ground, shaping it into a snowball and tossing it toward the man. However, before the snowball could reach him, it was dispersed by an enigmatic force. The middle-aged man opened his eyes, nearly tumbling to the ground, and glared at Xie Weilou. What do you want, you little rascal? I came to ask Third Uncle for a drink, Xie Weilou replied, grinning widely. The man before him was named Xie Bian, his third uncle. This name was undoubtedly peculiar, and the man himself was indeed extraordinary. Xie Weilou could not fathom his true strength, but he was certain that Xie Bian possessed formidable power. In the Xie family of the town West Marquis, Xie Bian was a singular figure, reveling in wine and gambling, often playing the role of a scoundrel. Yet, both the elder and Xie Nantian, among others, showed him boundless tolerance, refraining from interfering in his affairs. Want a drink? Xie Bian's expression was strange. With a casual wave of his hand, a jug of wine soared towards Xie Weilou. Here, take it and leave me be. Receiving the wine, Xie Weilou replied with a faint smile. In addition to seeking a drink, I also wish to request a martial technique from Third Uncle. Upon hearing this, Xie Bian's figure shifted, and he leaped to the rooftop. He took a swig from the jug and stared at Xie Weilou in surprise. Did I hear you correctly? You want to learn a technique? The divine ghost 7-kill sword, Xie Weilou stated plainly. His third uncle was indeed no ordinary man, and the sword technique he practiced was intricate and unfathomable. One particular technique, known as the divine ghost 7-kill sword, was exceptionally fierce. During his time in prison, Xie Weilou had set his sights on mastering this very technique. Now that he was free, he was determined to learn it. Equipped with the Nirvana Sutra and the sky-breaking technique, he still felt insufficient. He required a more potent sword art. The Divine Ghost 7-kill sword was the most fitting choice. This martial art was deeply concealed by his uncle, seldom demonstrated before outsiders. And Xie Weilou had witnessed it only once. Xie Bian chuckled. If you embark on the path of martial arts, I can certainly teach you the Divine Ghost 7-kill sword. However, the path of martial arts? Xie Weilou interjected, stepping forward. The ground beneath him erupted with flying snow, instantly coalescing into over 100 crystalline swords, which he sent forth with a flourish of his sleeve. Whoosh! The myriad ice swords shot towards Xie Bian in an instant. Interesting, Xie Bian remarked, a hint of surprise gleaming in his eyes. He casually tossed aside his wine jug, shattering the 100 ice swords effortlessly. Xie Weilou took a bold leap into the air, his fingers pinching together as the swirling snow transformed into a colossal ice sword. Flash! He uttered, and the gigantic ice sword hurtled towards Xie Bian with tremendous force. Rather than evading, Xie Bian's interest piqued. He extended his hand, and as the icy behemoth descended, he deftly pinched the blade between his fingers, giving it a gentle flick. Boom! The colossal ice sword shattered, and snowflakes cascaded downwards. Xie Weilou leapt gracefully to the rooftop, smiling lightly as he addressed his third uncle. Would you be willing to impart the 7-kill sword of gods and demons to me? Xie Bian, taken aback, fixed his gaze upon Xie Weilou, remarking, from the might of your sword just now, it appears you have reached the late stage of the expansion realm. Curiously, I find myself unable to discern your true level of cultivation. His astonishment grew. Had this lad not been a mere waste of potential? He had previously attempted to probe his abilities multiple times, exploring various methods, all to no avail. Even Xie Nantian had once sought the assistance of a renowned sword immortal from the Great Xia, only for that immortal to shake his head in disappointment upon witnessing Xie Weilou's condition. To think that after 3 years in confinement, this youth had quietly ascended to the late stage of the expansion realm. This was no small feat. With a smile, Xie Weilou explained, I encountered a master while imprisoned, which led to this remarkable transformation. The heavenly book is extraordinary. It conceals my cultivation level. Were it not for my voluntary revelation of strength, outsiders would find it nearly impossible to uncover my true realm. Xie Bian scrutinized Xie Weilou intently, yet refrained from further inquiries. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, and within a nearby pavilion, a scroll soared forth. He tossed the scroll to Xie Weilou, stating, I bestow upon you this technique. How much you can cultivate depends solely on your own capabilities. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. Xie Weilou promptly unfurled the scroll, studying it with utmost diligence. The 7-kill sword of gods and demons comprised 7 techniques that could manifest in myriad forms. The first, sword drawing. The second, shadow kill. The third, sword control. The fourth, sword array. The fifth, enchantment. The sixth, thunderfall. And the seventh, exorcism. This swordsmanship encompassed movement techniques, sword control, sword arrays, and profound methodologies, all shrouded in mystery. The latter 3 techniques were particularly formidable. The fifth, enchantment, significantly augmented combat prowess and sword intent. The sixth, thunderfall, harnessed the forces of heaven and earth's myriad thunders through sword momentum, while the seventh unleashed a transcendent strike, transforming lightning into a blade to obliterate malevolent entities. Seated atop the rooftop, Xie Weilou immersed himself in his studies as the heavenly book within him vibrated, rapidly deducing the intricacies of this sword technique. Meanwhile, Xie Bian leaned against the eaves, sipping his wine, silently observing Xie Weilou, eager to witness any advancements the youth might achieve in a short span after acquiring the technique. In his view, if one were to suddenly gain fortune and experience a meteoric rise in cultivation, it did not necessarily indicate exceptional talent. After all, the world was rife with treasures and elixirs, and some individuals could soar to greatness with a single pill. Yet, these external forces were merely superficial. True progress depended on oneself, with comprehension being of utmost importance. Treasures and elixirs ultimately had their limits, whereas profound understanding could transcend those boundaries. As time elapsed, an hour passed. Xie Weilou rose, closing the scroll with a glint of sharp sword intent flickering in his eyes. An invisible aura of sword intent emanated from him, causing the ice and snow upon the rooftop to tremble, with some bricks and tiles cracking under the pressure. A look of surprise crossed Xie Weilou's face as he casually waved his hand. Whoosh! From within the pavilion, A black longsword soared towards him. Xie Weilou set down the scroll, grasping the sword with his left hand on the hilt and his right on the blade. Clang! With a swift motion, he dashed towards a 5-story pavilion. The longsword was suddenly unsheathed, its guard adorned with the grotesque visage of a ghastly face, its blade an ebony hue, faintly revealing a dimly lit flower of the other shore, exuding a potent aura of bloodshed, with 2 words inscribed, Burial Flower. This sword was extraordinary, not an ordinary weapon, but rather a spiritual artifact coveted by cultivators. With a thunderous roar, Xie Weilou's figure swept past the edge of the loft, unleashing a fierce black sword chi that instantaneously fractured the structure, the cracks appearing orderly as it began to collapse. Was the first strike already accomplished? Xie Baian's interest was piqued. He too drew his sword for a swift kill, embodying the essence of the first sword of divine ghosts and 7 kills. Unperturbed by the fate of his loft, he extended his hand, unleashing a formidable force that coalesced into a flurry of ice and snow, morphing into a dozen ice sculptures. These figures, akin to puppets, wielded spears and charged toward Xie Weilou. Shadow kill. Xie Weilou, undaunted, dashed toward the ice sculptures, his form dissolving into numerous afterimages as he wielded his long sword, slicing through the icy constructs. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the ice sculptures were obliterated into powder, the chilling sword chi lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. The second strike had also been achieved. Xie Baian nodded inwardly. To cultivate the first sword to mastery in such a brief span was a testament to Xie Weilou's comprehension. He had not anticipated that this young man would also grasp the second sword. With a grand gesture, he summoned the contents of a wine jug, shaping it into a long sword that aimed to cleave through Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou performed a sword formula, and the burial flower sword soared forth, multiplying its essence in a strike against the incoming longsword. This was the third sword of divine ghosts and 7 kills. Sword control. Thunderous clashes erupted as the swords collided, sending shockwaves that ravaged the surrounding loft, bricks and ice scattering in their wake. Observing this, Xie Baian snapped his fingers, dispersing 9 of the 10 swords while the drunken wine sword returned to its sheath. He gazed at Xie Weilou, demanding, "Come clean, which sword have you comprehended?" "Only the third sword," Xie Weilou replied. In truth, he had fully mastered the 7 styles of sword techniques, a testament to the wondrous nature of the heavenly scripture. "Your silent prowess is indeed astonishing. You have done well," Xie Baian reflected. The elevation of one's cultivation was remarkable, and he marveled at the extraordinary comprehension displayed. Are there formidable figures within the celestial prison? Indeed, it harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers, containing numerous enigmatic beings. This sword feels exceedingly well suited. It appears to be a spiritual artifact, Xie Weilou mused, caressing the burial flower sword. Xie Baian rolled his eyes and declared, "Consider it a gift." "Thank you, Uncle San." Xie Weilou beamed. Uncle San was indeed kind-hearted, albeit fond of indulging in wine, frequenting brothels, gambling, and remaining a bachelor even as he approached 40. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Baian produced a pitch-black ring from his sleeve and casually tossed it to Xie Weilou, saying, "This too is a gift. A storage ring." Xie Weilou accepted it, a smile gracing his face. "Do you have any further inquiries while you are here?" Xie Baian inquired, turning his gaze to Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou paused for a moment before asking, "Did the old master or my father leave any words behind?" "The old master did not leave any messages, but your father urged you to live well," Xie Baian replied with a tranquil demeanor. "Their demise is not as straightforward as it appears." Xie Weilou gazed intently at Xie Bian. Xie Bian replied, "Seek your own answers. However, my suggestion is that you first address the mess from 3 years ago." "Understood." Xie Weilou nodded gently. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Bian added, "I initially thought that upon your release from prison, you would encounter numerous troubles. So I arranged a position for you at the Tianquan division. If you are interested, you may pay a visit tomorrow. A touch of gilding, perhaps." "The Tianquan division? That seems quite promising." Xie Weilou smiled lightly. Indeed, he had much to contend with, having been wrongfully imprisoned 3 years prior. He had only just emerged to find his home plundered and 2 individuals above him deceased. If he were to hold the identity of the Tianquan division, certain matters would undoubtedly become considerably more manageable. "I will not divulge tonight's events to others. You may return now. With your current strength, you will not be bullied at the Jinshi Marquis. Xie Bian waved his hand. "Next time, come to find Uncle San for a drink." Xie Weilou clasped his fists in salute, tossed a scroll to Xie Bian, and soared into the night. Xie Bian received the scroll and casually crushed it, murmuring to himself, "At last, a promising young man has emerged from the Jinshi Marquis. Indeed, it is something to look forward to." As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards the horizon, his expression growing complex. The path of martial arts is fraught with hardship. What of the expansion realm? What of the Taoist scripture realm? Without reaching the pinnacle, one is mere vermin. Chapter 5. A Murder at the Huansha Building. Nightfall. The myriad lights of countless homes flickered to life amidst the swirling snow, creating a stunning tapestry. On either side of the streets, brothels and taverns bustled with music and revelry, vibrant with the throngs of passers-by and numerous merchants plying their trades. Xie Weilou strolled along the street, idly playing with a folding fan. His gaze landed upon a brothel named Huansha Building, a smile gracing his face as he swaggered toward it. The air was thick with the chill of winter, devoid of smoke or moonlight, yet adorned with plum blossoms and white snow. Inside the Huansha Building, the lights blazed bright, with beautiful dancers swaying gracefully, their forms alluring and captivating. Musicians played, and the melodies flowed incessantly as patrons indulged in floral wines, savoring the fragrance of the courtesans. Xie Weilou ordered a fine wine and several small dishes on the second floor, requesting a slender beauty clad in a flowing white gown to pour the wine for him. The benches below resembled beds, cushioned with thick quilts, providing warmth, as a beauty reclined languidly upon them. Xie Weilou, with his fan in hand, lounged lazily in the embrace of the beauty, relishing her softness and warmth while sipping the wine she offered. "Where is the nightingale from your Huansha Building?" Xie Weilou inquired. The nightingale had been the brothel's star performer before his imprisonment, belonging to the category of entertainers who sold their artistry, not their bodies. To hear her sing, one would need to spend a fortune, and even then, it was a rare occasion to see her in person. Bai Shui giggled. After the young lord's imprisonment, the nightingale mysteriously vanished not long after. The current star performer is not the nightingale, but rather Mei Sheng. "I see," Xie Weilou smiled, not probing further, and continued to relax in the beauty's embrace, savoring the exquisite wine. Before long, a group of officers from the Heavenly Authority descended upon the premises, compelling those present to make way. Lin Qinghuang, adorned in an elegant azure gown, exuded an air of icy composure as she strode in, her long sword in hand. The maidens within the establishment, though beautiful in their own right, paled in comparison to her striking presence. The music ceased, and the patrons gazed at the officers with uncertainty. An elderly matron, startled, hurried forward. After exchanging a few words with her, Lin Qinghuang gestured, prompting some officers to seal the exits, while she ascended the stairs accompanied by two others. "It appears a murder has transpired at your brothel," Xie Weilou spoke slowly. The Heavenly Authority, a significant enforcement agency of the Great Xia, was tasked with overseeing officials and resolving various cases. Typically, the presence of such officers indicated the gravity of the situation. Bai Shui leaned in to whisper in Xie Weilou's ear, "Sister Qianxiang from the establishment was murdered half an hour ago." In the world of courtesans, life was as fragile as a blade of grass. The death of one individual would scarcely disrupt the establishment's operations. It sufficed to suppress the news and report it discreetly, a commonplace occurrence at the Huansha Tower. Ordinarily, local constables would address such matters. The arrival of the Heavenly Authority was indeed unusual. Xie Weilou nodded subtly, opting for silence. Xie Weilou. Upon ascending the stairs, Lin Qinghuang fixated her frosty gaze upon him, her expression tinged with disdain. Fresh from imprisonment, he had found his way to a brothel, indulging himself, and his languid demeanor was rather irksome. She had anticipated that his return to the Jinshi Marquis' residence would be fraught with hardship. However, it appeared she had underestimated his circumstances, as he seemed to be thriving. With a flick of his folding fan, emblazoned with the characters for wind and bone on one side and spring and autumn on the other, Xie Weilou chuckled. "Qinghuang, encountering you daily reveals our undeniable compatibility as a couple. Come, lie in my embrace." Lin Qinghuang's countenance darkened further at his words, casting him a cold glance. She proceeded toward a nearby room. "I shall take a look," Xie Weilou remarked, stretching languidly before following her. Upon entering the room, Lin Qinghuang inquired sharply, "What brings you here?" Her brow arched as the two officers regarded Xie Weilou with icy stares. He waved his fan dismissively. "I felt a bit weary and sought a place to rest." "Is that a problem?" "Rest? Just as she lies there?" Lin Qinghuang's voice was frigid as her gaze fell upon the lifeless form of a woman in an orange gown, devoid of breath. There's no need for that. I prefer to lie beside Qinghuang, he replied lightly. However, since the heavenly authority is conducting an investigation, it is imperative that someone observes the proceedings. Negligence could lead to grievous miscarriages of justice. Lin Qinghuang let out a cold laugh, choosing not to expel him. If he wished to observe, so be it. She then turned to the elderly matron beside her, asking, "Please provide the details regarding the deceased." The old woman hastily replied, "She is Qianxiang from our building, skilled in playing the piano, earning her living through artistry rather than her body. She had a close relationship with a destitute scholar named Wu. Unfortunately, upon meeting this scholar, she fell victim to a heinous act. Now, that scholar has been apprehended by the guards of the building." Lin Qinghuang stepped forward, surveying her surroundings before examining the lifeless body. Xie Weilou glanced into the building, where a large table sat in the center, laden with remnants of food. Alongside an inviting open bed, he inhaled gently, detecting two subtle fragrances within the room. One of the scents was familiar to him, conjuring an image of a graceful figure in his mind. His gaze fell upon a snow-white plant, then returned to the deceased. Around the victim's neck was a faint crimson mark, while her face bore handprints, and her hair was in disarray. A metallic hairpin was embedded in her chest. After a thorough examination, Lin Qinghuang remarked coolly, "The mark on her neck is too delicate to have been made by a hand. It must have been caused by some kind of silk thread. This place is missing a guqin. Since Qianxiang is proficient in playing, there must be a guqin here, yet I did not see one earlier." The old woman interjected. The scholar was carrying Qianxiang's guqin when he left the room. "Please fetch the scholar Wu," Lin Qinghuang instructed the old woman. "Understood," she replied, departing swiftly. "Captain Lin, although the silk thread mark is quite evident, it is not fatal. The lethal injury is likely from the hairpin in her chest," one of the constables informed Lin Qinghuang. She replied calmly, "I can assure you that the key to her demise does not lie with this hairpin." The constable paused, bewildered by her assertion. Lin Qinghuang turned to Xie Weilou, asking softly, "Do you comprehend?" He shook his head. "I do not understand. It is too profound." Lin Qinghuang continued indifferently. If she had died from this hairpin, she would have likely struggled, resulting in blood spillage. Yet aside from the blood on her chest, there is no other blood present. There are two possibilities. First, Qianxiang was indeed killed by the hairpin, struck down without a chance to resist. Second, she lost consciousness, unable to fight back. Or the hairpin was inserted post-mortem. As she spoke, she grasped the hairpin and extracted it. Observing the blood upon it, she noted, "The bloodstain is less than half an inch and is misaligned, indicating it did not penetrate the heart. Thus, we can conclude that the true cause of her death is not this hairpin." Understanding dawned upon the two constables, and they regarded Lin Qinghuang with newfound respect. "Qinghuang is impressive. No wonder she has caught the eye of the young master," Xie Weilou remarked, giving a thumbs up. Lin Qinghuang, however, chose to disregard him. After a brief interval, two guards from the laundry building escorted a pale, disheveled scholar clad in coarse clothing into the room. "Lord Lin, we have brought the scholar Wu, along with Qianxiang's guqin," the old woman announced, handing Lin Qinghuang a 7-stringed guqin, one of whose strings was remarkably loose. After placing the guqin aside, she surveyed Wu Shusheng and, with a stony expression, inquired, "Do you know what I am about to ask?" Wu Shusheng's face turned ashen. His demeanor filled with sorrow as he confessed, "It was I who killed Qianxiang." "It is indeed you. Qianxiang treated you with such kindness, yet you repaid her with such cruelty. You wretched beast," the old matron exclaimed in anger. Xie Weilou scrutinized Wu Shusheng, noting a peculiar fragrance emanating from him, reminiscent of the aroma that filled the room. Lin Qinghuang fixed her gaze on Wu Shusheng, asking, "Since you admit to taking a life, what was your motive?" With a tone heavy with grief, Wu Shusheng replied, "I have always cherished Qianxiang. She reciprocated my feelings. We had vowed to be together." He glanced at Qianxiang's lifeless body. "I exhausted all my efforts to gather the silver. This visit to Huansha Tower was to redeem her. Yet, she rejected me, and feeling betrayed, I quarreled with her. And in a tragic turn of events, I lost control and killed her." The old matron interjected, "Indeed, we recovered 1,000 taels of silver notes from the Wu gentleman." As she spoke, she handed 2 500-tael notes to Lin Qinghuang. Receiving the notes, Lin Qinghuang looked at the old matron and inquired, "How much is required for her redemption?" "Qianxiang's worth is 500 taels," the old matron stated plainly. Lin Xinhuang then turned her indifferent gaze back to Wu Shuxing, asking, "Was anyone present during the act of killing Qinxiang?" "No," Wu Shuxing replied, lowering his head. "You lie." Lin Xinhuang's tone turned sharp. She pointed to the table in the room, stating, "There are 5 chairs and 5 sets of utensils. Even if Qinxiang shared 1 chair and 1 set with you, whose are the other 3 chairs and 3 sets?" At her words, Wu Shuxing trembled. Lin Xinhuang regarded him coldly, demanding, "Who are the other 3? Wu Shuxing, fear evident in his countenance, remained silent. Noticing his reaction, Lin Xinhuang turned to the old matron and asked coldly, "Before this, did Qinxiang entertain any other guests?" The old matron quickly replied, "No. Qinxiang sold her music, not her body. In the past month, the only person she interacted with the most was Wu Shuxing. Generally, she did not receive guests in the room. She preferred performing outside." Lin Xinhuang's expression remained inscrutable as she continued to address Wu Shuxing. "I have one more question for you. During your time in the building with Qinxiang, did you engage in any other activities?" Wu Shuxing, dejected, replied, "We drank, listened to music, and discussed her redemption. After that, we quarreled, and in a tragic accident, I killed her. That is all that transpired in the room. Is that so?" Lin Xinhuang pointed to the ribbon around Qinxiang's waist. "When I entered Huansha Tower, I observed that the ribbons of several women were tied in bows. Yet Qinxiang's ribbon is a disheveled knot, indicating it was hastily tied by someone." Wu Shuxing bit his lip, fists clenched. Lin Xinhuang continued, "I surmised that Qinxiang was attacked while her clothing was disheveled, and subsequently, the ribbon was tied in haste. You were present at the scene, witnessing everything. Or perhaps you merely happened to be in the room. Besides you and Qinxiang, there were 3 others, any of whom could also be the murderer. I noticed earlier that your hands bore no traces of blood." Wu Shuxing immediately replied, "Yet this does not absolve me of the suspicion of having killed Qinxiang. The absence of blood on my hands does not imply that I am not her murderer." Lin Xinhuang replied indifferently, "The garments you wear are of the most rudimentary fabric. 1,000 taels of silver is no trifling amount. You mentioned earlier that you barely managed to gather that sum through great effort. Thus, the 500 taels you amassed must be for your own ransom. What of the remaining 500 taels? Where did they originate?" Wu Shuxing's expression faltered. Lin Xinhuang continued, "The perpetrator may not be you, but rather one of the 3 individuals who provided you with 500 taels as hush money, correct?" Upon hearing this, Wu Shuxing collapsed to the ground. With a dejected countenance, he confessed, "The one who killed her is indeed not me, but I was deceived by her." "Oh." Lin Xinhuang fixed her gaze upon Wu Shuxing. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Qinxiang's so-called selling art, without selling herself, is nothing but a facade. She meticulously crafted an image of purity. Once affluent young men entered the Huansha Tower, she would stealthily slip into their chambers, indulging in their company. On this occasion, I came with silver to seek Qinxiang and happened to witness her entering this room." He scoffed. "Indeed, the one who murdered her is not I, but 3 privileged young lords. Qinxiang was not killed by someone's direct hand. I witnessed her demise as a young nobleman tightened a string around her neck. Afterward, I stood at the door, a witness to the entire scene. A constable promptly approached the door and discovered a hole in the paper covering it." "Then you were discovered by those 3? Lin Xinhuang inquired, observing Wu Shuxing. He shook his head. "Upon witnessing the scene, I rushed in, only to find that the powerful young lords could easily extinguish an entire family. They offered me 500 taels as hush money, compelling me to confess to the crime. Should I have refused, they would have annihilated my family. The garments on Qinxiang's body were hastily donned by them, and the gold hairpin lodged in her chest was placed there by their design, all to ensure my confession would be more readily accepted." A constable furrowed his brow. "They coerced you into confessing, and you acquiesced?" Wu Shuxing murmured, "Before the powerful, the ordinary are but ants. If I confess, my family may live. If I do not, the blame will inevitably fall upon me, leading to our destruction. What do you think? Should I confess or not? You are all officials. You surely understand the terror of power better than I." A profound silence enveloped the room. Lin Xinhuang calmly inquired, "Who are those 3 individuals?" Wu Shuxing's face turned cold as ice. "The son of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Ma Huai. The son of the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, Guiyu, and the 4th young master of the Chui family in Tianqi City, Chui Zhao." Upon hearing these names, the 2 constables exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowing. They seemed to comprehend why Wu Shusheng had confessed. Setting aside the two sons of officials, the affluent young master could easily crush an ordinary scholar. In that moment, they felt a flicker of sympathy for Wu Shusheng, sensing his innocence. Lin Qinghuang remained composed, her thoughts inscrutable. Her gaze settled upon Xie Weilou, and she gently inquired, Xie Weilou, having observed for a while, what are your thoughts on this matter? Xie Weilou shook his head and replied, I am not well versed in investigations, yet I sense that Wu Shusheng's words are a blend of truth and falsehood, riddled with inconsistencies. Oh, for instance? Lin Qinghuang expressed a hint of curiosity, acknowledging the flaws in Wu Shusheng's statements. Chapter 7. Miss Zueha, what is your opinion? Xie Weilou pointed to the table and stated, First, there are 5 chairs and 5 sets of utensils. Assuming the remaining 3 individuals occupied 3 sets, and Xinxiang occupied 1. What of the last set? Surely, it cannot be that the 4 were in high spirits and deliberately prepared a place for Wu Shusheng. Lin Qinghuang nodded lightly, regarding Xie Weilou with newfound respect. This fellow seems to possess some insight. Indeed, this does not add up. It is improbable that the 4 anticipated Wu Shusheng's arrival. Furthermore, the 5 sets of utensils show signs of having been used, indicating that the 5 dined together. One of the constables immediately reacted, fixating his gaze on Wu Shusheng. A flicker of unease surfaced in Wu Shusheng's eyes. Xie Weilou continued, If you closely examine 2 of the 5 wine glasses, you will notice faint traces of lipstick. If we dismiss the possibility that both glasses were used by Xinxiang, then we must consider the likelihood that there was another woman present. The constable promptly approached to inspect, and indeed, 2 wine glasses bore lipstick marks. Xie Weilou then directed his attention to the paper covering the door and remarked, If someone were to spy from outside, the paper would be torn from the outside in. However, upon closer inspection, you will find that the edges of the paper are torn from within, clearly indicating it was punctured from inside. The 2 constables advanced once more to verify, and their findings corroborated Xie Weilou's assertions. Wu Shusheng silently regarded Xie Weilou, remaining mute. Lin Qinghuang inquired, Your observations are valid. What do you propose we do next? Xie Weilou smiled and replied, Wu Shusheng's statements are half-truths. Besides Xinxiang, there was indeed another young woman present. Surely, she could not have stealthily entered the room like Xinxiang. A young master seeking to indulge in floral delights would undoubtedly require female companionship. We can simply inquire with the old matron about which young woman they sought. Lin Qinghuang nodded gently, turning to the old matron, who appeared dazed, and said, It is now your turn. The old matron trembled as she spoke. It was Zueha. The 3 young masters sought her out. She shares a good relationship with Xinxiang, but I had no idea regarding the events surrounding Xinxiang. She typically refrains from taking clients, and I never anticipated she would sneak into another's room. The other girls in the building can attest to this. Bring Zueha here, Lin Qinghuang stated calmly. Before long, a pale-faced woman, her expression filled with terror, entered the room. Upon seeing Xinxiang's lifeless body, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Lin Qinghuang fixed her gaze on the woman before her and commanded, Relate everything you know, truthfully. Since you have been summoned, you must understand that certain matters cannot be concealed. Zueha took a deep breath, suppressing her inner dread, and trembled as she spoke. I did not kill Sister Xinxiang. It was those 3 men. Continue, Lin Qinghuang urged. In Zueha's eyes, a complex expression emerged. Sister Xinxiang's persona of being an artist who neither trades her body nor spirit is a fade. This characterization serves to distance her from powerless men, leaving them helplessly watching. However, when faced with powerful young masters, Sister Xinxiang readily approaches them. Each time I entertained esteemed guests, she would quietly follow. She glanced at Wu Shusheng and shook her head, stating, It was indeed not Wu Shusheng who committed the murder. It was those 3 young masters who killed Sister Xinxiang. Zueha continued, Due to Sister Xinxiang's connection, I have come to know Wu Shusheng, and I believe he is a good man. I do not wish for him to be further deceived by Sister Xinxiang. His appearance at the Huansha Tower was, in fact, an invitation I extended in Sister Xinxiang's name, intending to reveal her true nature to him. After Sister Xinxiang's demise, Wu Shusheng was coerced into taking all the blame, thereby extricating me and those 3 from culpability. A constable fixed his gaze on Wu Shusheng. Why did you deliberately conceal evidence of Zueha's presence? A courtesan speaking of innocence seems rather peculiar. However, maintaining an image of purity while plying her trade is acceptable. But if one exploits such a persona to deceitfully extract wealth from others, that becomes rather deserving of disdain. Wu Shuxing replied, "She is better than Shanxiang. I do not wish for this matter to implicate her." "And the paper hole on the door?" the constable inquired. Wu Shuxing explained, "It was made by a young master, and certain phrases were crafted for me by them." The constable then turned to Lin Qinghuang, bowing, "Captain Lin, I believe this case is nearly resolved. We need only apprehend those three." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuang shook her head, looking at Xie Weilou. "Do you also believe this case is thus settled?" "Certainly not." A broad smile spread across Xie Weilou's face. "Then pray tell, what do you suggest?" Lin Qinghuang replied coolly, "If you wish for me to toil for you, you must provide the means." Xie Weilou adjusted his sleeves. Lin Qinghuang frowned. Xie Weilou chuckled. "After all the discussion and analysis, we have yet to address the most critical issue." He gazed at Shanxiang's corpse. How exactly did she die? The strangulation marks on her neck were not fatal, nor was the golden hairpin in her chest. So what was the true cause of death? At the utterance of this question, both Wu Shuxing and Suehe felt a tightening in their hearts. A rare, meaningful expression crossed Lin Qinghuang's typically icy face. Xie Weilou's question was indeed the crux of the matter. The two constables paused momentarily, glancing at Xie Weilou with a somewhat awkward demeanor. How could they have overlooked such a pivotal question? It was rather embarrassing. They found themselves outdone by a debauched young master? Xie Weilou shook his head. "Do not look at me with such eyes. It is true, I am a wastrel, but being a wastrel does not imply being a fool, nor does it mean I cannot comprehend the fundamental issues." The two constables forced a bitter smile, feeling the sting of implicit criticism. Could it be they were the true fools for failing to grasp the basics? Xie Weilou continued, "There is a peculiar fragrance emanating from Sister Shanxiang's body. I wonder if you have noticed it?" Lin Qinghuang turned to Xie Weilou. "Please, go on." Xie Weilou, lingering in the brothel for quite some time, professed his knowledge of certain matters. The alluring fragrance that permeated the air was unmistakably that of the enchanting Xiang Marin powder, known for its aphrodisiac properties, a rare commodity hailing from the western regions. Under normal circumstances, its use merely incites desire. However, when combined with the scent of shumengshu, its potency amplifies, transforming it into a perilous toxin that even a silver needle would struggle to identify, capable of halting one's heartbeat. As he spoke, Xie Weilou gestured towards a pristine white plant within the room. Indeed, this was shumengshu. His familiarity with Xiang Marin was evident, having experienced its effects firsthand. At the mention of these substances, both Wu Shuxing and Cui He shuddered. Xie Weilou turned his gaze towards Wu Shuxing, remarking on the fortuitous coincidence of his possessing the scent of Xiang Marin. He then directed his attention to Cui He, inquiring her thoughts on the matter. Cui He, however, remained silent, her head bowed, as the plant in question had been procured by her from outside. A voice from outside interjected, confirming Cui He's acquisition of the plant. Overwhelmed, she nearly collapsed. A constable hesitated before stating that they too had detected the fragrance, yet had not suffered significant effects. Xie Weilou explained that Xiang Marin has various applications, one of which involves creating a rouge powder to be applied to the skin. Typically, this method is non-lethal and only incites desire, with an effective duration of no more than half an hour. However, the danger lies in the fact that once the scent of shumengshu is inhaled, the toxin seeps through the skin into the body. They had not been affected, as the time frame had elapsed. According to Xylan, half an hour prior, Xinxiang had been harmed. Thus, Xiang Marin had lost its potency by now. As Xie Weilou articulated these points, the assembly began to comprehend that the true culprits were none other than Wu Shuxing and Cui He. The three young gentlemen were mere scapegoats, though their innocence was not guaranteed. Lin Qinghuang addressed Wu Shuxing and Cui He, granting them the opportunity to defend themselves. Chapter 8. Nighttime Assassination. A sword's swift execution. Wu Shuxing sighed, acknowledging that there was little to contest at this juncture. It was indeed he and Cui He who conspired to commit the murder. Xiang Marin was given to Xinxiang by him, and shumengshu had been brought by Cui He at his behest. The moment Xie Weilou revealed the identities of these substances, Wu Shuxing realized the futility of their situation. A constable, maintaining a stern expression, pressed for the true motive behind the murder. Just moments ago, he had felt sympathy for Wu Shuxing, but the swift turn of events left him feeling deceived and disgruntled. Wu Shuxing replied with indifference. The reason? Quite simple. Xinxiang feigned purity to deceive me. Her faade of an unyielding artist was nothing but a ruse. Behind the scenes, she cavorted with numerous men, inciting my ire. She had no right to deceive my affections and then pilfer my finances. She deserved her fate. The trio believed they had orchestrated Qianxiang's demise and sought to pin the blame on him, inadvertently striking true, as her death was indeed entwined with his involvement. Why would Cui He conspire with you to commit murder? Xie Weilou inquired, directing his gaze at Wu Shusheng. Because I loathed her. Cui He interjected before Wu Shusheng could respond. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Cui He. Cui He chuckled bitterly. I and Qianxiang were once villagers. During the famine years, I had no choice but to enter the brothel. As women of the brothel, we are already shrouded in disgrace. And I could not bear to let my family know of my situation. With a pained expression, she continued, however, I recently discovered that my affairs had long been the talk of the village. Upon learning of this, my aged mother was so distraught that it led to her demise. All thanks to Qianxiang, who had divulged my secrets to the villagers. I cannot let her escape unscathed. This matter appears to hold some truth. Remarked several women at the door. It was indeed known that Qianxiang and Cui He hailed from the same place. Not long ago, Cui He had returned home and came back heartbroken, while Qianxiang had even informed them that Cui He's profession as a courtesan had been revealed to her family. In retrospect, Qianxiang's words were laced with a sense of schadenfreude. Xie Weilou nodded gently, but noted that not everything spoken by others is entirely true. It could be a mix of truth and falsehood. A constable turned to Wu Shusheng, returning to the previous question. Why did you agree to take the blame for those three? Surely, you cannot continue to claim it was out of fear for your family's safety. Of course not. Do you think that was the reason I reported to the Tianquan office? Wu Shusheng replied with a sly grin. If this case were to fall into the hands of those inept officials at the Jingshafu, I would undoubtedly face death. However, if it reaches the Tianquan office, it would be a different matter altogether. First, I accepted their hush money as they requested, then had Qianxiang discreetly report the matter to the Tianquan office. With a triumphant expression, he added, I knew that once the Tianquan office investigated this case, they would uncover the inconsistencies in my statements. I could then steer your inquiries towards those three, allowing me to clear my name while ensuring their inevitable demise. This is a strategy of putting one in a desperate position to emerge alive. Alas, it seems my plan has been unraveled. After all that, was it merely to eliminate one Qianxiang? How credible are your claims? A constable inquired solemnly. Wu Shusheng replied earnestly, the more one strives for perfection, the more convoluted the plan becomes. This is a scheme aimed at multiple targets. Qianxiang, that vile woman, deserves to die. The three men are equally culpable, abusing their power and conspiring with Qianxiang, yet they expected me to confess. They shall not reap any benefits. His affair with Cui He was difficult to refute. However, the three men were not blameless. After all, Qianxiang met her end while entangled with them. The allure of beauty and intoxication can indeed claim lives. But how can one ascertain who tightened the noose around Qianxiang's last breath? Lin Qinghuang observed this exchange with indifference, stating, detain Wu Shusheng and Cui He. I shall personally escort them back. Additionally, we need to apprehend Ma Huai and the others. There are still discrepancies in this case that require further investigation. Indeed, the case was suspicious. It was almost certain that Wu Shusheng and Cui He were responsible for Qianxiang's death, yet they appeared merely as tools, hinting at a more sinister hand at play. However, such matters could not be delved into here, with too many voices present. It was better to return to the Tianquan office to discuss further. Understood. The two constables immediately sprang into action. Upon the emergence of the person from the heavenly authority, the patrons within the Huansha Tower sensed the unsettling atmosphere and began to depart. Xie Weilou stepped out of the establishment, where the snow continued to fall like goose feathers. The biting cold wind intertwining with the hazy glow of the lanterns, obscuring visibility. Vendors remained on the street, their stalls erected and exhaling warm breaths into the frigid air. For them, life was already arduous. Matters unrelated to their existence bore no consequence. Lin Qinghuang turned to Xie Weilou, reiterating her persistent inquiry, why must my Lin family be extinguished? Or do you possess some knowledge? Xie Weilou regarded Lin Qinghuang with a smile, responding, Qinghuang, the cold is biting. You cannot dress so lightly, lest you catch a chill. Why not come to my Jiangxi Marquis residence? I shall procure for you a fox fur coat. My bed is broad, soft, and warm. Lin Qinghuang cast a detached glance at Xie Weilou before turning away. Over the span of 3 years, she had posed this question countless times, yet his responses had never once been direct. Xie Weilou watched Lin Qinghuang's retreating figure, a contemplative expression crossing his face. The case surrounding the Huansha Tower appeared merely as a crime of passion, yet it was far more complex than it seemed. Particularly with the emergence of the fragrant beauty. How could a destitute scholar acquire such a treasure? Moreover, that impoverished scholar had managed to gather 500 taels of silver. To the wealthy, 500 taels was but a trifling sum. To the impoverished, it would likely take a lifetime to earn such wealth. With Lin Qinghuang's intelligence, she would not overlook these intricacies. She intended to personally escort Wu Shuxing and Cui He. Xie Weilou approached a vendor selling trinkets, casually picked up a grimacing mask, tossed a small ingot of silver, and seized a nearby black robe before departing. In a narrow alley, the snow swirled, and lanterns hanging from various houses swayed incessantly, their light dim and casting an inexplicable sense of oppression. 2 constables escorted Wu Shuxing and Cui He, while Lin Qinghuang, sword in hand, led the way, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. A gust of frigid wind swept through, the snow assaulting her face. Lin Qinghuang halted, her fingers instinctively gripping the hilt of her sword. She scanned her surroundings, only to discover 4 figures cloaked in black emerging from each direction, while 4 more loomed atop the rooftops, all wielding icy blades, their presence thick with murderous intent. 16 figures of the Xianwang realm. Lin Qinghuang mused silently. The 2 constables immediately drew their weapons, their gazes vigilant as they surveyed the encroaching shadows. Kill. Without further ado, one of the black-clad figures gestured, and all 16 lunged towards Lin Qinghuang, their blades glinting ominously, a palpable aura of death surrounding them. A flicker of dark light flashed in Lin Qinghuang's eyes, and a surge of peak-shackled realm energy erupted from her. Her sword, the 3-foot Qing Feng, was drawn in an instant, its blades sweeping through the air. Boom! With a single strike, the 16 black-clad figures were instantaneously reduced to a crimson mist, merging with the falling snow in an eerie spectacle. Despite vanquishing these foes, Lin Qinghuang remained vigilant, sensing a powerful presence lurking in the shadows. Clang! The sharp sound of a blade being drawn pierced the air, and a mysterious figure clad in a black robe with golden edges emerged, wielding a blood-red long knife. In a swift motion, he closed the distance to Lin Qinghuang, his long knife descending with ferocity, the crimson blade energy sweeping forth, commanding and overwhelming, cleaving through the snowfall and fracturing the ground beneath. Lin Qinghuang swiftly brandished her sword to defend herself. A resounding crash echoed as blade clashed against blade, sending shards of ice flying and snow melting away. Lin Qinghuang felt an overwhelming force strike her, propelling her 10 meters away in an instant. Captain Lin. The 2 officers' faces paled upon witnessing Lin Qinghuang being thrown back. Once she regained her balance, a trickle of blood escaped her lips, and her expression turned gravely serious. Mid-stage of the expanding territory realm, the enigmatic figure offered no words and once again swung his blade towards Lin Qinghuang. She chose not to confront it head-on, deftly stepping upon the snow to evade. Anticipating her move, the mysterious assailant twisted the blade's tip, driving it fiercely into the ground. A thunderous sound erupted as ice and snow exploded, the ground shattering under the force of a powerful crimson blade aura that surged forth like a stampede of galloping horses, bearing an ominous pressure towards Lin Qinghuang. Realizing evasion was futile, Lin Qinghuang gritted her teeth and, with a flick of her wrist, unleashed a 10-meter-long azure sword aura. Boom! The azure aura collided with the crimson blade aura, shattering upon impact, while the terrifying blade energy surged forth, engulfing Lin Qinghuang. In an instant, she burst forth from the maelstrom, her azure gown stained with blood as she coughed up a mouthful, her complexion ghastly pale. Die! The mysterious figure's voice was icy as he took a step forward, suddenly appearing before Lin Qinghuang, offering her no chance to react as he brought his blade down upon her. Captain Lin, be careful! The 2 officers shouted in alarm. Lin Qinghuang's pupils constricted as she beheld the descending blade, knowing she could not escape. This strike sealed her fate. Should it land, her demise was certain. Just as the blade was about to cleave through her, a black long sword shot down from above. Unsheathed, yet radiating a fierce sword aura aimed directly at the mysterious man's neck. The assailant reacted swiftly, retreating with haste. Boom! The long sword plunged into the ground, unleashing a powerful force that rippled through the surrounding ice and snow. 10 meters away, the mysterious figure bent slightly, his right hand gripping the knife, while his left arm shielded his front. He waved his sleeve, dispersing the potent energy, and raised his gaze forward. Upon the black long sword stood a mysterious man clad in a black cloak, his face obscured by a ghastly mask, standing with arms crossed, silently observing him. It was none other than Xie Weilou. Lin Xinghuang stared at the masked figure, momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with his presence. The mysterious man tightened his grip on the crimson long knife, his gaze fierce as he charged towards Xie Weilou, the blade shimmering with bloodlust as he struck out viciously. Seeing the assailant advance, Xie Weilou kicked off the ground, his sword remaining sheathed as he lunged toward the mysterious figure with astonishing speed. The assailant's blade aura was shattered as the long sword neared him. Instinctively, he raised his knife to defend, but the force of the impact sent him flying backward several meters. In a flash, Xie Weilou closed the distance. Seizing the long sword and drawing it forth with a sudden motion, he glided past the mysterious figure like a wraith. Swish! A sharp and lethal sword aura glided across the assailant's neck, and then he reappeared. Xie Weilou had approached the mysterious figure, now merely 10 paces away. The funeral flower sword in his hand slowly returned to its sheath, revealing a faint image of a flower from the other shore. Crack! The mysterious man's expression froze as the blood-red blade he wielded shattered, and his head was sent soaring, blood gushing forth, leaving a headless corpse collapsed on the ground. Without uttering a single word to Lin Xinghuang, Xie Weilou took flight and departed. Lin Xinghuang gazed at his retreating silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. Who was this formidable individual? One strike, and a mid-stage cultivator had been slain. This was undoubtedly a powerhouse at the late stage or beyond. Chapter 9. A gesture of respect at the Tianqi Marquis' residence. Upon his return, Xie Weilou noticed the 2 guards at the entrance casting him uneasy glances. "What is it?" he asked, his gaze indifferent. One guard hesitated, then spoke. "My lord, do you wish to wait before entering?" With a raised eyebrow, Xie Weilou snatched one guard's sword and strode inside. It was over. The guards shuddered, panic evident in their eyes. Inside the courtyard, Xie Wuji was reveling with a group of young men, a woman nestled in his embrace. The table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines, while a troupe of dancers performed in the center, and a few maids cautiously poured drinks at the side. Do the maids at the Tianqi Marquis' estate lack such basic decorum? Can they not even serve drinks properly? Hadn't the earlier slap been sufficient? One young man donned in a brocade robe glared disapprovingly at the maid pouring drinks. This maid was Li Hua, her face betraying her alarm, a handprint marring her cheek. Her eyes reddened with tears. Observing this, Xie Wuji smirked and remarked to the brocade-clad youth, "Li Xiao, this maid is clearly untrained. A few slaps should suffice. I shall personally educate her in due time." Li Xiao furrowed his brow, displeased, and retorted, "That will not do. I accepted your invitation to drink. Yet your maid has spilled wine on me and now cannot even serve properly, leaving me utterly humiliated." Xie Wuji smiled and inquired, "What does Li Xiao propose then?" Li Xiao leered at Li Hua, saying, "This maid possesses a certain charm. I wonder if Master Xie would be willing to part with her?" Feigning a sigh, Xie Wuji replied, "If she were my own maid, I would gladly grant her to Li Xiao. Alas, she belongs to Xie Weilou." "Xie Weilou? Merely a stray dog. I intend to take his maid today. What can he do about it? I have heard he has been released from prison. Why does he not come forth to pay his respects?" Li Xiao scoffed, utterly dismissive of Xie Weilou. "Pay respects? Who do you think you are?" A chilling voice suddenly echoed. Xie Weilou approached, holding the long blade, his gaze landing on Li Hua's face. Upon seeing the mark of the slap, a fierce killing intent surged within his eyes. As the onlookers beheld Xie Weilou, their hearts raced with trepidation. The man in the brocade robe's expression shifted slightly, but recalling the current situation of the town West Marquis residence, he regained some confidence. Xie Weilou approached Li Hua and calmly inquired, "Who struck you?" When Li Hua saw Xie Weilou, tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Xie Wuji, on the other hand, wore a mocking grin as he sipped his wine. Gently, Xie Weilou wiped away the tears from Li Hua's eyes and turned to the man in the brocade robe, coldly stating, "You struck her?" With a composed face, the man suddenly hurled his wine cup at Xie Weilou, sneering, "So what if I did? She's merely a lowly maid. Even if I were to kill her, what could you, Xie Weilou, possibly do?" Boom. Xie Weilou swung his sword. Puff. The man's head flew high, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the nearby tables and chairs. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the scene, quickly followed by shrieks from the singers and maids, who retreated in terror. Xie Wuji and the others stood frozen, their expressions blank. Xie Weilou had killed young Master Li? This Li was no ordinary figure. He was from the Onping Marquis household, a young master of the third branch. Soon, they regained their senses and hastily stepped back. The wine cup in Xie Wuji's hand fell to the ground as he stared at Xie Weilou in horror, his voice trembling. Xie Weilou, you actually killed young Master Li. Do you know who he is? He had invited numerous second-generation heirs to the town West Marquis residence to teach Xie Weilou a lesson. The unexpected death of young Master Li filled him with dread. He sensed that he had ventured too far. After all, he had invited these guests, and now, one lay dead in the Marquis residence. When the Onping Marquis sought retribution, he could not escape the consequences. With his bloodied sword, Xie Weilou advanced toward Xie Wuji, a chilling aura surrounding him. As Xie Weilou approached, Xie Wuji trembled, startled, and quickly retreated, stammering, Xie Weilou, what do you intend to do? This is the town West Marquis residence. If you harm me, my father will undoubtedly not spare you. A sinister, bloodthirsty smile crept onto Xie Weilou's face. What is your father to me? Even if that old fool comes, should he dare to be arrogant before me, I shall not hesitate to strike him down. Swish. The moment he finished speaking, he swung his sword once more. Xie Wuji let out a piercing scream as one of his arms was severed in an instant, blood spraying forth as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Xie Xiao. The remaining second-generation heirs, witnessing Xie Wuji's mutilation, were paralyzed with fear, utterly terrified. Stand still. Whoever dares to move shall die. Xie Weilou glared at the crowd, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Pale-faced and trembling, they remained rooted in place, too terrified to budge. Xie Weilou placed a foot on Xie Wuji's head, his tone icy as he declared, a usurper dares to incite outsiders against my maid within my territory. Have I been too lenient in my kindness? My father will never let you go. Xie Wuji cried out in despair. Fool! Let us see what your father can do to me. If he is foolish enough, I will not hesitate to cut him down as well. Xie Weilou delivered a powerful kick, sending Xie Wuji flying several meters. With a pained cry, Xie Wuji fell unconscious instantly. Xie Weilou coldly surveyed the gathered young scions, demanding, Who among you dared to strike just now? Step forward so that this heir may behold you. The young scions trembled, quickly dropping to their knees. Fear evident in their voices as they pleaded, Young master, we were wrong, but we did not strike anyone. Only Li Yuan assaulted that maid. The singers and attendants present can attest to this. We implore you, spare our lives. With a resounding crash, Xie Weilou cleaved the table before him in two. He cast a steely glance at several attendants and inquired, Is what they say true? The attendants, shocked, along with the nearby singers, knelt in fright, affirming, indeed, only that Li Gongzi struck. Xie Weilou's gaze turned icy as he addressed the young scions. You should be grateful that you did not strike anyone, otherwise, you would share the same fate as that scoundrel Li Yuan. Now begone. Take Li Yuan's body with you. Thank you, young master, for your mercy. The crowd quickly responded, suppressing their fear as they moved to carry Li Yuan's corpse. At that moment, a middle-aged general burst forth with a contingent of soldiers. Upon seeing Li Yuan's body and the dismembered Xie Wuji, he shuddered, fear evident in his eyes. Xie Weilou fixed a menacing stare upon the general and inquired, You are aware of Xie Wuji's invitation of outsiders for revelry, are you not? The general, visibly uneasy, replied, I am aware, my lord. We dared not intervene during Xie Wuji's festivities, as he had instructed us to refrain from disrupting him, fearing that the young scions might retaliate against you. Ultimately, it is Xie Wuji who has suffered greatly. Xie Weilou sneered coldly. Since you were aware, why did you not act to prevent it? What purpose do you serve? Now, from you down to the guards, each shall receive 100 military sticks to foster a lasting memory. Make sure to endure this punishment. Those who dare to refuse will find themselves as corpses by tomorrow. This heir may indeed be a stray dog, but extinguishing your lives would be simpler than crushing an ant. With that, he casually discarded his bloodied blade and took Li Hua's hand, leading her toward his pavilion. The middle-aged general stood frozen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Initially, he regarded Xie Weilou as merely a wayward heir, despite his noble title. What could he truly accomplish? Yet, in that moment, his perception began to shift. Let us not forget that this young man was a notorious libertine, capable of annihilating entire families over a mere disagreement. The recent slaying of Li Yuan and the severing of Xie Wuji's arm were mere trifles. Should he be provoked further, he might indeed be willing to eliminate everyone present. Taking a deep breath, The general spoke solemnly. Immediately take the second young master for treatment, and ensure that each person receives their 100 sticks. Within the pavilion, Xie Weilou turned to Li Hua, asking, "Does it still hurt?" Li Hua softly replied, "Young master, I no longer feel pain. Thank you for standing up for me." Despite the ferocity with which Xie Weilou had acted, she felt no fear. Rather, a peculiar sense of reassurance enveloped her. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and inquired, "Where is Uncle Fu?" If Uncle Fu were present, how could Xie Wujie and the others bully Li Hua? Li Hua hastily retrieved a letter from her sleeve, stating, "Uncle Fu seems to have urgent matters to attend to and has temporarily left. He asked me to deliver this to you." Xie Weilou took the letter, glanced at it, and noted that Uncle Fu had not mentioned any pressing business, merely indicating that he would be away for a day and would return by tomorrow morning. He set the letter down and advised Li Hua, "The current state of Tianqi City is rather tumultuous. Do not wander about aimlessly. You have endured enough distress tonight. It would be best for you to rest well." Li Hua promptly replied, "Yes, my lord. You should also retire early." Xie Weilou nodded gently. Chapter 10. Continuing the cultivation. Late stage of expansion within the loft, Xie Weilou sat on the bed, his expression contemplative. Indeed, the atmosphere in Tianqi City was far from serene. 3 years prior, the old emperor had fallen gravely ill, and the position of crown prince remained unconfirmed, prompting the various princes and princesses to form alliances in preparation for the future. Currently, the primary contenders in the court were the first, second, and third princes, each possessing substantial resources and influence. It was highly probable that the selection of the crown prince would emerge from one of these three. However, this matter was presently of little concern to Xie Weilou. He reflected on certain events from 3 years ago. The massacre of the Lin family was certainly not the doing of the original owner of his body. The original owner had indeed been incited by his guards to confront the Lin family in hopes of reclaiming his dignity from Lin Qingwang. Yet he would not have been audacious enough to commit such a heinous act of slaughter. By the time the original owner arrived at the Lin residence, the family had already been annihilated. Why, then, did some of the Lin family's assets end up in his name? This could be attributed to one of the original owner's guards. Regrettably, that guard had vanished without a trace, as if evaporated from the world. Finding that individual would surely unveil many truths. Why did that maid from the Lin family identify him? Either she had been bribed by someone, or she had fortuitously witnessed Xie Weilou arriving with others and instinctively assumed that he was responsible for the events that transpired. Xie Weilou speculated that the downfall of the Lin family was most likely tied to the competition among those princes. After all, prior to this, those princes had been vying for the allegiance of powerful families in Tianqi City, with the Lin family being one of the most coveted prizes. Unfortunately, having been imprisoned for 3 years, he was cut off from news and remained unaware of the true perpetrator behind the incident. Xie Weilou would not accept this unjust blame without a fight. He was determined to unearth the individual orchestrating these events and bring them to justice. The release of a notorious criminal from the West Chu was indeed the original owner's doing, all for the sake of a woman, the courtesan Nightingale from the Huansha Tower. She hailed from West Chu, yet the promises made under the moonlight had yet to be fulfilled. As for the incident involving the princess taking a bath, an image of a flawless, enchanting figure flashed through Xie Weilou's mind. The princess was a beauty, yet she was also a ruthless and vindictive woman. The original owner had been similarly ensnared in a trap. After indulging in drink with a few unscrupulous friends, he had found himself in bed with the princess upon regaining consciousness. Thus, he had not merely witnessed the princess bathing. He had seen everything. Interestingly, at that time, the Long Princess had already been deeply seduced by the fragrant beauties, and more intriguingly, she alone possessed these enchanting beings within the entire city of Tianqi. Was she deliberately offering herself up for her own entrapment? This matter is far from simple. When the Long Princess first awakened, she was indeed filled with terror. According to Xian Nanshan's conjecture, the Long Princess intended to ensnare him, but it was the third princess who should have been lying there at that moment, for reasons unknown. It ultimately turned out to be the Long Princess herself. Perhaps the Long Princess sought to entrap both him and the third princess, only to find herself ensnared instead, inexplicably caught in her own trap. Thus, the incident at Huansha Tower tonight is not as straightforward as it appears, for the presence of the fragrant beauties complicates the situation. As the possession of the Long Princess, how could they be easily revealed? Alas, he shall continue his cultivation. With a casual wave of his hand, Xie Weilou sealed the loft with a surge of power, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the Nirvana Sutra. Now in the latter stage of the expansion realm, he sensed that the pinnacle was within reach. Buzz. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently towards Xie Weilou. As the energy entered his body, it flowed through his spiritual bones and meridians, ultimately reaching his dantian, continuously circulating around, expanding the dantian. Each stage of martial arts possesses its unique characteristics. The Xinhuang realm, also known as the bone-forging realm, centers around the spiritual bones, aided by techniques that draw in the world's spiritual energy to refine the bones in a cyclical manner. Once the bones have been transformed into spiritual bones, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy increases, thus achieving the Xinhuang realm. The original owner possessed spiritual bones, unfortunately dimmed and deemed useless, akin to having no spiritual bones at all. Typically, such a condition would prevent one from embarking on the path of cultivation. Yet the Nirvana Sutra transformed his wasted bones into genuine spiritual bones. The Jialoi realm involves unlocking the 12 hidden meridians of the human body. These meridians are blocked and thus require unblocking. Once the hidden meridians are opened, the world's spiritual energy can flow through the veins into the dantian, allowing it to store a portion of that energy. The more hidden meridians that are opened, the faster the absorption of the world's spiritual energy. The expansion realm represents the process of opening the dantian. Generally, the larger the opened dantian, the greater the capacity for storing spiritual energy, consequently enhancing combat strength. Ordinarily, upon reaching the pinnacle of the expansion realm, a cultivator can open 100 units of dantian space. However, Xie Weilou, now in the latter stage of the expansion realm, had already opened 400 units. He felt confident that upon reaching the pinnacle, he could open an additional 100, totaling 500 units. At that point, his dantian size would be 5 times that of others, and his stored power would likewise be quintupled, granting him overwhelming strength in battle. The following day, at dawn, Xie Weilou opened his eyes, feeling invigorated, and his dantian had expanded further. "Young master, may I come in?" Li Hua's voice echoed from outside the hall. "Come in." Xie Weilou replied softly. Li Hua entered, carrying items for his morning routine. "Young master, please wash up first." Xie Weilou responded, proceeding with a brief wash. Subsequently, Fu Bo entered and bowed to Xie Weilou, expressing his gratitude for the assistance rendered to the girl Li Hua regarding the events of the previous night. However, he noted the gravity of the situation, with Li Yuan deceased and Xie Wuji having lost an arm. This was no trivial matter, and the Anping Marquis' residence and Xie Songshuan would undoubtedly seek retribution. Xie Weilou replied calmly, assuring Fu Bo that there was no need for concern, as he had matters under control. He then mentioned his intention to visit the Tianquan division. Tianquan division? Fu Bo paused, momentarily taken aback. Xie Weilou explained that his third uncle had arranged a position for him, allowing him to gain some prestige. Gaining prestige. Fu Bo's interest was piqued. Could it be that the young master was preparing to make a significant move? This was indeed crucial. As the current heir, Xie Weilou faced the risk of Xie Songshuan withholding the title of Marquis of Jinshi under the pretext of his insufficient strength. However, if Xie Weilou were to gain recognition at the Tianquan division, he would possess a valid reason to compel Xie Songshuan to relinquish his position, as hereditary succession was a fundamental principle of the Great Xia. Xie Weilou smiled gently, advising Fu Bo not to overthink matters and to focus on his own responsibilities, assuring him that he had plans in place. Fu Bo understood and bowed again. The young master had already met with the third master the previous night. Although the third master typically refrained from interfering with the affairs of the Jinshi Marquis' residence, should Xie Songshuan overstep his bounds, it was unlikely that the third master would remain passive. Thus, Xie Weilou had some measure of security. Without further ado, Xie Weilou waved his hand and exited the residence. In the courtyard, the scent of last night's violence had dissipated, replaced by a gathering of soldiers and guards, all of whom appeared pallid. Having received the harsh realities of military discipline, Xie Weilou cast a dispassionate glance at the assembly, stating that all was satisfactory. Should his second uncle return, they were to relay the events of the previous night accurately, and if he had any grievances, he would seek Xie Weilou personally to address them. Debate? What debate? One soldier thought to himself. 3 years ago, Xie Songshuan was merely at the latter stages of the shackled realm, and now he barely reached the expansive realm. If he were to act recklessly, the soldiers would not hesitate to send him to his end. With the old master and Xie Nantian gone, The loss of Xie Weilou would hardly be lamented. Understood, the middle-aged general quickly bowed, harboring an inexplicable apprehension towards Xie Weilou. The previous night, a distinguished figure from the Tianqi division had quietly intervened, suppressing the events and instructing them to remain silent. The mysterious nature of this was unsettling. Xie Weilou had spent 3 years in the Tianqi division's prison. Why would their personnel come to his aid? Was there something extraordinary at play? As for Xie Weilou, the situation would remain unclear until Xie Weilou returned. Losing an arm would likely spur a response. Xie Weilou paid little heed to the soldiers as he departed the Tianqi Marquis' residence. Chapter 11. Entering the Tianqi division. Under the banner of Qinghuang, the streets were blanketed in snow, yet vendors remained plentiful. The bun shop had opened its doors, offering steaming buns that resembled the delicate thighs of a beautiful woman, their fragrance enticing. Xie Weilou purchased 2 meat buns and, savoring them, made his way toward the Tianqi division. Before long, he arrived near the palace, at the site of the Tianqi division, located adjacent to the eastern gate of the palace. Reminiscent of the infamous Eastern Bureau, having just departed from here, he was not unfamiliar with the surroundings. He followed a path and strode confidently inside. In the grand hall of the Tianqi division, a constable whispered to Lin Qinghuang, "Captain Lin, the individuals we apprehended last night, Wu Shuxing and Cui He, were taken away early this morning by the Grand Commander. Furthermore, we discovered 500 taels of silver in Cui He's room, indicating her involvement in the plot against Xinjiang. It appears she is not as innocent as Wu Shuxing claimed. I suspect both have been bribed." Lin Qinghuang, holding a cup of fragrant tea, replied with calm detachment. This was to be expected. Let this matter rest here. Continuing will only bring harm to the Tianqi division. She was not an obtuse individual. Some cases required thorough investigation. Yet others should remain shrouded in secrecy to avoid significant repercussions. The case involving Wanshalu entailed complex puppeteers, warranting discreet inquiry. After last night's arrests, she had gathered some information. Currently, several individuals within the court were aligning themselves. The Crown Prince sought to court the left Vice Minister of Justice, the Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, and the Cui family of Tianqi City. The Cui family was unique, being a prominent merchant lineage with vast wealth. The Lin family had once held a similar status, but had tragically fallen from grace. The Crown Prince had previously dispatched invitations to these 3 factions, but they had declined for various reasons. Subsequently, their progenies faced a scheming attack last night. Such coincidences seemed implausible. Yet, did the Crown Prince truly act out of embarrassment and vengeance against these factions? It was evidently not the case. A peculiar element had emerged, the fragrant beauty. This item belonged to the eldest princess, who maintained close ties with the Crown Prince. If she intended to seek vengeance on behalf of the Crown Prince against these factions, she possessed numerous means to do so without resorting to the fragrant beauty. However, the fragrant beauty appeared at the scene, which was rather strange. It was clear that someone did not wish for the Crown Prince to ally with these factions, thus using the fragrant beauty to frame the eldest princess. Consequently, the Crown Prince would find himself unable to defend his position, severing ties with those factions. While the Tianqi division was investigating the case, it had become a weapon. The 3 young masters were now within the Tianqi division's grasp. Regardless, the individuals behind these 3 young masters would instinctively perceive this incident as the Crown Prince's furious retaliation, driving them further away from him. This development would undoubtedly favor the other princes. So, who were the assailants that attempted to eliminate her last night? One possibility was that they aimed to silence Wu Shuxing, who was in possession of the fragrant beauty and might have seen who produced it. Thus, someone sought to ensure his silence. If that were the case, there would be no need to attack her, for only her successful delivery of the individuals to the Tianqi division could unleash the division's full potential as a weapon. Since that individual dared to produce the fragrant beauty, they must have anticipated all outcomes, and Wu Shuxing might not have recognized them. Another possibility was that the attackers intended to prevent the Tianqi division from taking action against the 3 individuals because doing so would sever the Crown Princess ties with them. Hence, the assailants might have been sent by the Crown Prince himself, seeking to thwart this adversarial scheme. The second possibility seems most plausible. Last night, when those individuals launched their assault, they did not target Wu Shuxing and Cui He, but rather initiated their attack on her, which reveals certain issues. Furthermore, with the Supreme Leader taking Wu Shuxing and Cui He away today, she becomes even more convinced of her suspicions. The Tianqi division is not as united as it appears. and the supreme leader has grown somewhat close to the crown prince. It is reasonable to deduce that the abduction of Wu Shuxing and Shui he is undoubtedly to extract information regarding the source of the fragrant beauty. Reporting to Captain Lin. The pacification envoy has instructed you to bring a newcomer. A constable hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully. A newcomer? Place him as you see fit. Lin Qingwang raised an eyebrow. Such backdoor dealings were not uncommon within the Tianquan division, and she held no fondness for them, feeling rather exasperated. The constable hesitated for a moment before stating, "This newcomer is somewhat special. The pacification envoy insisted you personally bring him." Huh. A cold smile graced Lin Qingwang's face. What makes him so special? Is he a member of the royal family? The constable replied candidly. He is the heir of the Marquis of Jinshi, Xie Weilou. Lin Qingwang's expression faltered momentarily. Qingwang, I have arrived. Why do you not come out to greet me? Xie Weilou's voice echoed from outside the hall as he swaggered into the grand chamber. Lin Qingwang raised an eyebrow and coldly regarded Xie Weilou. What brings you to the Tianquan division? Xie Weilou casually responded. My third uncle sent me to gain some experience and accrue merit, so that when I inherit the title of Marquis of Jinshi, I will have some accomplishments to present. Lin Qingwang was rendered speechless. You, a debauched scion, aspire to inherit the title of Marquis of Jinshi? What are you thinking? Unless you can genuinely achieve something noteworthy, then perhaps there could be a logical opportunity for succession. The two constables present felt a pang of embarrassment but refrained from speaking further. Recognizing that he was a representative sent by the pacification envoy, Xie Weilou glanced around before mysteriously adding, In fact, my third uncle has another intention, to cultivate our relationship, so that when you join my Marquis of Jinshi's household, our rapport will be more harmonious. Crash! Lin Qingwang instantly shattered the teacup in her hand. She glared at Xie Weilou, stating, The Tianquan division does not nurture idlers, nor does it accommodate debauches. This place is unsuitable for you. You should return to the Marquis of Jinshi's estate. Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow. Who says I am an idle wastrel? Are you not aware of my wealth? Today, upon joining the Tianquan division, I intend to invite my brothers to a brothel for drinks. Tonight's expenses will be on me, Xie Weilou. The two constables present were tempted by his words, but as they recalled the current state of the Marquis of Jinshi's affairs, they fell silent once more. How much money could Xie Weilou possibly have? It was likely that his assets had been divided among the Xie Zhongshuan family, and all properties of the Marquis of Jinshi were undoubtedly under the control of Xie Zhongshuan. Noticing the expressions of the two constables, Lin Qingwang's face darkened. If Xie Weilou were truly allowed to join the Tianquan division, she feared her subordinates would be led astray. After a moment of silence, Lin Qingwang composed herself and said, Very well. Since you are so eager to join the Tianquan division, from this day forth, you shall be one of my constables. I had a feeling. Qingwang has always been tough on the outside but soft at heart. After 3 years of supporting each other, you truly cannot bear to part with me. Xie Weilou smiled warmly. Lin Qingwang was rendered speechless. She intended to investigate the downfall of the Lin family, and since Xie Weilou was willing to serve under her, it would undoubtedly facilitate her inquiries. She could hardly believe that this fellow could maintain his silence indefinitely. With that thought in mind, Lin Qingwang coolly instructed Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, please take Xie Weilou to familiarize himself with the Tianquan division and assist him in collecting his belongings from the Bureau of Capture. As you command. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu replied respectfully before leading Xie Weilou away. Chapter 12. A Frozen Expanse. Bitter cold winds. The Tianquan division was established by the royal family. A sharp blade wielded by the emperor. Its principal overseer was the sovereign seated in the palace. Its purpose was to monitor officials and investigate various cases, holding a uniquely significant position with the authority to execute first and report later. Positions within the Tianquan division range from high to low, categorized as fate commanders, pacification envoys, grand commanders, deputy commanders, supervisors, and captors. Fate commanders seldom made appearances. Thus, most affairs were managed by the pacification envoys. Next in rank was the grand commander, who oversaw a hall and 2 deputy commanders, each responsible for 10 supervisors and 100 captors. Lin Qingwang served as a deputy commander of the second hall, commanding over 100 personnel. In the second hall, Lin Qingwang was perusing a scroll. What a tiresome endeavor. Xie Weilou strolled in, his face weary, casually taking a seat and pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu had provided him with some items, including a Tianquan division token, a dagger, and a set of clothing. He accepted the token, but found the dagger and clothing unappealing and declined them outright. Lin Qinghuang scoffed. Is that really unacceptable? This fellow appeared frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him, his weakness strikingly apparent. Xie Weilou retorted, having spent 3 years in prison, subsisting on cabbage and tofu, isn't it natural to be somewhat weakened? Lin Qinghuang smirked. You seem quite well to me. The moment you are released, you go gallivanting to brothels. You, who seems so fragile, run off to indulge yourself, unafraid of meeting your demise at the hands of those girls. Truly, the nature of a man is hard to change. Xie Weilou proclaimed with righteous fervor, in a frozen expanse, with biting cold winds. If those girls lack warm clothing for the winter, they surely will perish. I merely sought to bring them warmth. Absurd to the extreme, Lin Qinghuang maintained a stern expression. The audacity with which Xie Weilou justified his visit to a brothel was thicker-skinned than she had imagined. Lazily reclining in his chair, he addressed Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, my hands are cold. Come over and warm them for me. Humph. Lin Qinghuang huffed dismissively, unwilling to acknowledge Xie Weilou. Had anyone else dared to speak to her in such a manner, she would have swiftly drawn her sword. However, after 3 years, she had developed a certain immunity to Xie Weilou's flippant tongue and felt no discomfort. She fixed her gaze on him and inquired, Did you kill someone last night? Xie Weilou's expression turned serious. Nonsense. I wouldn't dare harm even a mouse, let alone take a life. Lin Qinghuang smiled coldly. This matter has been suppressed by the Heavenly Authority Bureau. Are you not curious about who intervened? Xie Weilou glanced at Lin Qinghuang, raising an eyebrow. Naturally, he was unafraid of the events from last night and had devised a countermeasure. Yet, this incident was being suppressed by the Heavenly Authority Bureau? Lin Qinghuang pointed upwards. I too am curious as to why that individual chose to suppress this matter. Who issued the command? The Heavenly Authority Bureau serves as a potent instrument of the Emperor, and her reference to above clearly indicated the royal palace. The Emperor's decree to have the Heavenly Authority Bureau stifle this incident left her perplexed. She was fully aware of the occurrences at the Marquis of Jinxi's residence last night. The people from the Earl of Anping's household had assaulted the Marquis of Jinxi's people, a blatant provocation. Even if one were to be killed, no one would dare to voice their grievances, not even for striking a maid. Yet, given that it involved the Earl of Anping's household, such a killing would certainly provoke retaliation. Consequently, with the Emperor's command, the current Earl of Anping's household dared not discuss the matter. In fact, this news had been thoroughly silenced, and all the young heirs had been muzzled. Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow. Since he had the audacity to kill, he was unafraid of any repercussions, but he had not anticipated that individual would intervene. What purpose could that intervention serve? Regardless, he resolved to tread carefully. Lin Qinghuang spoke with indifference. Xie Weilou responded with a calm smile, not overly concerned about the matter. He set down his teacup and approached Lin Qinghuang, glancing at the scroll in her hand, and inquired with surprise, What are you looking at? Lin Qinghuang casually tossed the scroll to Xie Weilou, coolly stating, Look for yourself. Xie Weilou received the scroll and opened it casually. At that moment, Lin Qinghuang fixed her gaze on him, intrigued to see if he would exhibit any unusual reaction upon reading its contents, especially since it pertained to last night's incident. If he were astute, he would undoubtedly uncover many things. Too many words, too lazy to read, Xie Weilou remarked, glancing at it before tossing the scroll back to Lin Qinghuang. Disappointment flickered in Lin Qinghuang's eyes as she regarded the scroll he had discarded. Had she overestimated this individual? Xie Weilou extended his hand toward Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, may I warm up a bit? Warm yourself, Lin Qinghuang replied nonchalantly as she tucked the scroll away. Very well, then I shall recline for a moment. I awoke too early and feel weary. Xie Weilou moved aside, donned a plush long robe haphazardly, and closed his eyes, indulging in a brief nap. At that moment, his mind rapidly processed the contents of the scroll. Someone had schemed against the crown prince using fragrant beauties. Currently, the 3 princes were in contention, with both the second and third princes potentially being the instigators, though other possibilities could not be ruled out. It is essential to understand that the struggle for imperial power is fraught with peril. It is not uncommon for someone to lurk in the shadows, disguising themselves as a harmless entity while seeking to reap the rewards. The case involving the Huansha Tower had introduced the fragrant beauties. Previously, he had been in bed with the Princess Chong, who had also been under the influence of numerous fragrant beauties. Were the instigators of these 2 events one and the same? Of course, Sometimes those who seem least likely to be involved turn out to be the most unexpected. The third princess flashed in Xie Weilou's mind. According to Xie Nantian, the individual reclining on the bed at that time should have been the third princess. However, it was not her who lay there. Perhaps the eldest princess was involved, which may also be tied to the third princess. This third princess is closely associated with the third prince, aligning her with his faction. Could it be that the instigator is the third prince? After the events of last night, the forces backing Ma Huai, Guayu, and Cui Zhao are likely to be estranged from the eldest prince. Should they choose to ally with the other princes at this critical juncture, it would indeed be intriguing. Xie Weilou mused quietly. Given that the three factions are no longer aligned with the eldest prince, they would inevitably gravitate towards one of the others. And the faction they align with would appear to be the most likely instigator, potentially provoking a backlash from the eldest prince. If that individual were truly astute, they would refrain from such actions. Conversely, the faction that the three forces gravitate towards may very well become the target of manipulation. It is also conceivable that someone is orchestrating the entire scenario, deliberately engaging in risky maneuvers, and to execute such a strategy. One must ensure that their opponent is sufficiently clever. However, this would be a case of disproportionate gains. Acquiring the support of the three factions while provoking the eldest prince's retribution hardly seems a prudent transaction. The true instigator at this moment is likely to observe the conflict from a distance. Commander Lin, the pacification envoy has instructed me to convey 2 messages to you. Zhao Hu entered briskly and bowed to Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang turned to Zhao Hu and inquired, "What news do you bring?" Zhao Hu replied, "The first message is that last night, the left deputy of the Ministry of Justice, the vice commander of the Imperial Guard, and the head of the Cui family seemed to have had an audience with the second prince." An audience with the second prince? Lin Qinghuang narrowed her eyes. It appears that the incident at Huansha Tower has led the three factions to believe this was retaliation from the eldest prince in a fit of rage, now potentially implicating the second prince. The three factions, having distanced themselves from the eldest prince, aligning with the second prince. Could the second prince be the true instigator? Or is there a hidden hand reaping the benefits? And the second message? Lin Qinghuang pressed further. Zhao Hu responded. The eldest son of the Chao family is hosting a plum appreciation gathering at the Si Gourmet Garden today, intending to foster camaraderie through poetry. It is said that young Master Chao has offered a sword as a prize for the victor, a sword named Tianya. Tianya. Lin Qinghuang's pupils contracted. Though the Lin family is a mercantile lineage, its founder was once a martial arts master, and the Tianya sword is a treasured heirloom, a spiritual blade. 3 years prior, the Lin family was annihilated, its assets consumed by a mysterious force, and the Tianya sword vanished without a trace, leaving only hollow shops in its wake. She had investigated this matter for 3 years, uncovering only a portion of the assets linked to Xie Weilou, while the remainder remained shrouded in obscurity. Now, with the reemergence of the Tianya sword, a new lead has presented itself, potentially allowing her to trace the origins of that mysterious force. It seems a visit to the Plum Garden is in order. Fostering camaraderie through poetry? Xie Weilou opened his eyes, intrigued, and addressed Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, shall we attend this poetry gathering? Lin Qinghuang regarded Xie Weilou with an expressionless gaze and replied, What? Do you truly possess knowledge of poetry and song? Xie Weilou shook his head and said, I am not particularly skilled in poetry or song, but I am certain that such a poetic gathering will attract many beautiful ladies. I wish to behold their graceful legs. As long as I am willing to spend, they will surely be inclined to warm my hands. Lin Qinghuang was rendered speechless and rose to exit the hall. Xie Weilou casually removed his long robe and followed her with a faint smile. Chapter 13. The Plum Blossom Gathering at the Plum Garden on the street. Xie Weilou, with his hands tucked within his sleeves, appeared languid and weary as he trailed behind Lin Qinghuang. The incident at the Huansha Tower had transpired just last night, and today the Tianya sword had emerged. It seemed someone intended to wield me as a weapon. Lin Qinghuang wore a contemplative expression. The Chao family had long since allied with the crown prince, and now their eldest son brandished the Lin family's treasured Tianya sword, which felt rather peculiar. Was someone deliberately plotting against the crown prince? Or was the crown prince preparing to retaliate? Regardless, the appearance of the Tianya sword would indeed make her a formidable instrument, for she would undoubtedly investigate the downfall of the Lin family in relation to it. Xie Weilou glanced at Lin Qinghuang and casually inquired, Qinghuang, are you truly of the Lin family? Lin Qinghuang paused for a moment, her gaze fixed on him as she asked, What do you mean? Xie Weilou smiled and replied, I perceive in you the demeanor of someone from my Jinshi Marquisate. Why not join my household sooner rather than later? Lin Qinghuang slightly furrowed her brow, choosing not to respond as she quickened her pace. Xie Weilou observed her retreating figure, his eyes deep and inscrutable, lost in thought. For 3 years, Lin Qinghuang had been investigating the massacre of her family, yet during their interactions, he found her unervingly composed. Logically, one would expect that after such a tragedy, any matters related to it would evoke emotional turmoil, perhaps even clouding her judgment. Yet, Lin Qinghuang remained astonishingly calm, as if untouched by the events, almost as though she existed outside the realm of the case itself, which intrigued Xie Weilou. At times, he even questioned whether she was indeed a member of the Lin family. In the southern part of the city lay the Sigu Plum Garden, the largest plum garden in Tianqi City. Each winter, the plum blossoms burst forth in splendid bloom, their fragrance wafting through the air, competing with the white snow in beauty, drawing countless talented scholars and lovely maidens to admire the blossoms, compose poetry, and listen to music, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the Sigu Plum Garden belonged to the Chao family, and without an invitation, one could not enter. The Chao family is now one of the 4 prominent merchant families in Tianqi City. The current 4 merchant families are the Chun, Chao, Shui, and Gu families. Originally, the Lin family was also among the 4, but following their demise, the Gu family ascended to prominence. The 4 merchant families possess vast wealth, rivaling that of nations, inciting envy from all quarters. The ongoing competition among the princes intertwines with the struggle for dominance over the industries of these merchant families. Securing the support of the 4 families would grant them substantial leverage, for wealth is essential for recruiting troops and expanding influence. Thus, the 4 families are now exceedingly desirable allies. The involvement of the Chui family's 4th son in the Huansha Tower incident was hardly coincidental. Outside the plum garden, Lin Qinghuang, a chilling voice echoed through the air. Lin Qinghuang paused in her tracks and looked ahead, where a woman in an orange gown glared at her with a frosty demeanor. Is there something you need? Lin Qinghuang inquired indifferently. This woman was Gu Mingjie, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. The Lin and Gu families had a history of conflict. When the Lin family was still standing strong, the Gu family had been kept underfoot, and Gu Mingjie had always been at odds with her. Now that the Gu family had risen among the 4 great merchant clans, Gu Mingjie's pride had swelled, and during their past encounters, she had always sought to provoke Lin Qinghuang. With a scornful expression, Gu Mingjie remarked, Today's Plum Blossom Festival is not for just anyone. You, a lost dog, surely did not receive an invitation. And Lin Qinghuang replied, her face devoid of emotion. Gu Mingjie sneered, do you not understand? I said you lack the qualifications to enter the plum garden. Her disdain for Lin Qinghuang was palpable. Even when the Lin family was intact, Lin Qinghuang maintained her calm demeanor, and now that the Lin family had fallen, she still exhibited that same unflappable composure, which irked Gu Mingjie greatly. Oh, Lin Qinghuang responded casually, disinterested in Gu Mingjie's provocations. Gu Mingjie's expression darkened, feeling as though she had struck a punch into cotton. She immediately addressed the guards at the entrance. If she lacks an invitation, she is not to be allowed entry. However, the guards remained silent. They had received explicit instructions. Without an invitation, entry to the plum garden was forbidden unless the individual was of special significance. Coincidentally, Lin Qinghuang was indeed considered a special individual, for she was the deputy commander of the heavenly authority, and her considerable power deterred anyone from obstructing her. Gu Mingjie, unaware of these intricacies, could grasp the situation but did not dare to truly impede Lin Qinghuang, for doing so would surely cost her dearly. Gu Mingjie produced an invitation and swaggered toward the plum garden. Once inside, she turned back with a mocking expression and declared, Lost dog, you shall not enter the plum garden today. Is an invitation truly necessary to enter this garden? An astonished voice interjected as Xie Weilou approached lazily. Upon seeing him, the guards' expressions shifted, and they hurriedly greeted, We greet the young master. Xie Weilou, the heir of the town West Marquis, was notorious throughout Tianqi City, who was unaware of his infamous reputation. Having released notorious criminals from Xiangqiu, annihilated entire families, and even spied on the crown princess while she bathed, any other individual would have faced execution multiple times. Yet, Xie Weilou had only been imprisoned for 3 years, a testament to the formidable power of the town West Marquis. With the notorious figure now free, who would dare provoke him? Xie Weilou smiled and asked, "Do Lin Commander and I require an invitation to enter the plum garden?" The guards promptly replied, "Of course not." "Very well." Xie Weilou nodded lightly and led Lin Qingwang inside. Upon entering the plum garden, Gu Mingjie glared at Lin Qingwang, clearly displeased and astonished that Xie Weilou had brought her along. She spoke with a mocking expression. "A stray dog has become so close to the very person who annihilated its family. How amusing." "Amusing?" Xie Weilou fixed his gaze on Gu Mingjie and delivered a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed, leaving a mark on Gu Mingjie's face. The force of the blow left her momentarily dazed. Covering her face, she glared at Xie Weilou with indignation. "Xie Weilou, how dare you strike me? And what if I did?" Xie Weilou replied with an amused glint in his eyes. Gu Mingjie faltered, suddenly recalling that he was a reckless scion, capable of extinguishing entire families without uttering a word. "If you cannot engage in conversation, it would be wise to remain silent. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to render you forever voiceless." A sinister smile crept across Xie Weilou's face. Gu Mingjie felt a chill run down her spine, truly cowed into silence. "Let us depart." Ignoring Gu Mingjie, Xie Weilou strode forward with Lin Qingwang. "Xie Weilou, you shall pay for this." Gu Mingjie glared at their retreating figures, her eyes burning with resentment. It was the first time in her life that she had been so humiliated. It was an utter disgrace. Chapter 14. Otherwise. What could happen in the plum garden? Vibrant blossoms bloomed, their hues blending in a stunning display, their fragrance wafting through the air, while the pristine white snow seemed merely a backdrop, losing its brilliance. Within a grand pavilion, an array of tables and chairs were set, adorned with delectable dishes. As graceful maidens danced and musicians played, talented scholars and beauties gathered, a perfect setting to appreciate the snow and admire the plums. When Xie Weilou and Lin Qingwang entered the pavilion, all eyes turned towards them. Some scoffed, others sneered, while a few displayed curiosity or deep contemplation. Clearly, their pairing was astonishing. Hadn't Xie Weilou decimated Lin Qingwang's family? What could possibly bring her to accompany him here? A young man in a gray robe stepped forward, cupping his fists in "Greetings, young master, and greetings, Commander Lin." This gray-robed gentleman was Chao Huayan, the heir of the Chao family, known for his shrewdness. Xie Weilou smiled and inquired, "Chao to Shao, is there anything intriguing happening today?" Chao Huayan, seemingly well acquainted with Xie Weilou's disposition, whispered, "For this plum appreciation poetry gathering, I have specially invited the renowned Mei Sheng from Huansha Lu." Xie Weilou's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but give Chao Huayan a thumbs up. "Truly, you understand me, Chao to Shao?" Chao Huayan bowed deeply. "Of course, please take a seat, young master. Once everyone has arrived, we may commence the poetry gathering. Then I shall await it with great anticipation." Xie Weilou nodded lightly and took a seat beside Lin Qingwang. Before long, many others arrived, including Su Muxue and Xiao Su. Su Muxue, as always, donned a white feathered gown, looking radiant. Upon seeing Xie Weilou, Su Muxue raised an eyebrow, pondering the purpose of this scion's presence at the elegant plum appreciation event. Meanwhile, several attendees cast knowing glances between Su Muxue and Xie Weilou, their expressions filled with intrigue. It is worth noting that Su Muxue had previously been betrothed to Xie Weilou. However, when Xie Weilou was imprisoned, Su Muxue took the initiative to annul the engagement, leaving the Xie family utterly humiliated. Now, as Su Muxue finds herself in close proximity to Xiao Su, how will Xie Weilou react upon witnessing this? The wayward young master is likely to feel a surge of anger at the sight of his former fiancée walking alongside another man, suggesting that an intriguing confrontation is on the horizon. After all, Xiao Su is not to be trifled with. In terms of identity and strength, he is not at all inferior to Xie Weilou. Should Xie Weilou provoke Xiao Su, he is bound to face severe repercussions. Upon seeing Su Muxue, Xie Weilou smiled and waved, saying, "Muxue, you look even more beautiful today. Come here, I would like to show you my prized possession." Su Muxue, upon hearing this, paused momentarily, a flicker of disdain evident in her eyes. The crowd around them was momentarily taken aback, their expressions tinged with bewilderment. What sort of prized possession could he possibly mean? Such words inevitably lead to inappropriate interpretations. Xiao Su regarded Xie Weilou with a cold gaze, remarking, "It appears you have not taken my words to heart. Who do you think you are? Your words are mere nonsense." Xie Weilou's grin only widened in response. The atmosphere became palpably tense, with the onlookers too intimidated to interject. After all, One was the heir of the Jinshi Marquis, while the other was the son of the Wuan Marquis. Both held significant standing, and the duel between them was one they dared not interfere with. Though the title of heir that Xie Weilou bore might have lost some of its luster, none would dare underestimate him. Until his title is rescinded by the emperor himself, he remains the heir of the Jinshi Marquis. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Xiao Su, a chilling light flickering in his eyes as he directed an overwhelming force towards Xie Weilou. Lin Qinghuang, with a detached expression, cast a glance at Xiao Su and effortlessly quelled his energy with a firm grip on her sword. Xiao Su raised an eyebrow at Lin Qinghuang, who calmly stated, Xie Weilou is now a member of the Tianquan division. Who dares to lay a hand on him? What? Xie Weilou is a member of the Tianquan division? This news was somewhat familiar. It was said that the Jinshi Marquis had leveraged connections to secure his position there, perhaps in an attempt to polish his tarnished reputation following his release from the dungeons. It is no wonder that he appeared alongside Lin Qinghuang. He had indeed joined the Tianquan division. Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd's pupils constricted in surprise. This individual, already arrogant as a member of the Jinshi Marquis' household, would likely become even more insufferable now that he is part of the Tianquan division, which wields considerable power. Yet, what of the Tianquan division? Better not let him fall into my hands, or else. Xiao Su's voice turned icy, an aura of dread enveloping him. Or else what will you do? Lin Qinghuang shot a cold glance at Xiao Su, her own formidable sword energy surging, the atmosphere thickening with menace. Seeing Lin Qinghuang so protective of Xie Weilou, Su Mu Shui felt a pang of confusion, but she still addressed Xiao Su, saying, let it be. Lin Qinghuang's strength was not inferior to that of Xiao Su. Should they truly engage in combat, it was likely that no advantage would be gained. Moreover, it seemed unnecessary to act out over a mere Xie Weilou. Xiao Su took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within, and walked aside with Su Mu Shui. Among the crowd, Gu Mingjie was seen walking alongside a young man, the son of the Minister of War, Yin Zhixiao. At this moment, both gazed at Xie Weilou with icy disdain. Miss Mei Sheng has arrived, a voice announced. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the newcomer, a woman in a flowing plum blossom gown. She wore a veil, her silhouette graceful and curvaceous. Beside her, a maid held an umbrella. Chao Huayan promptly stepped forward to greet her. Miss Mei Sheng, you have finally arrived. Mei Sheng replied softly, since Master Chao has extended an invitation, I would naturally not dare to refuse. Chao Huayan smiled. Your presence here is a blessing for my May garden. Please, take a seat. Indeed, Mei Sheng nodded gently and entered the pavilion, selecting a place to sit. Lin Qinghuang and Xie Weilou scrutinized her. This woman is extraordinary. Lin Qinghuang mused silently. What a remarkable figure, Xie Weilou remarked, his words audible to all present. Mei Sheng's brow slightly furrowed at this comment, while several women cast disdainful glances at Xie Weilou, clearly unimpressed by his crudeness, which was unbecoming of the town West Marquis' house. Coughing lightly, Chao Huayan addressed the gathering. I thank you all for gracing this occasion. Today, I host a plum appreciation gathering, primarily to foster friendships through poetry. I have procured a legendary weapon. Whoever can compose the finest verse shall be awarded this divine blade. As he spoke, he lightly applauded. A guard promptly approached, carrying a box. Upon opening it, a long sword with a cerulean scabbard was revealed. Tianya. Lin Qinghuang recognized the sword immediately, confirming it to be the fabled Tianya. Many others were also captivated by the sword, having heard rumors prior to this gathering that it belonged to the Lin family. Chao Huayan smiled at the crowd. I believe many of you are curious about the origins of this sword. I can reveal that I obtained it from the black market. This statement seemed directed at Lin Qinghuang, clearly implying that the Tianya sword had not been stolen from the Lin family, but rather purchased. It also served as a notice that any inquiries regarding the sword's history should lead them to the black market. Lin Qinghuang remained silent, fully understanding the implication of Chao Huayan's words. Since this is a gathering to appreciate poetry, let us commence, he declared, while Xie Weilou toyed with his wine cup. Such haste. As if you were versed in poetry, Su Mu Shui mocked. Xie Weilou chuckled. I may not understand poetry, but I comprehend beauty. Composing verses is akin to praising a woman's beauty. The difference lies in the subjects of admiration. This time, we shall extol the flora and fauna. With my talents, I am more than capable. Huh, you speak so boldly. What gives you the audacity? Su Mu Shui replied with a scornful smile. Chao Huayan, with a serious expression, proclaimed, Since this is the Plum Blossom Appreciation Gathering, let us take the plum blossom as our theme today. You all have half a stick of incense to compose your verses, after which Miss Mei Sheng will critique each poem. The finest poem shall earn its creator this exquisite Tianqi sword. A guard promptly stepped forward to present an incense burner, while several maidens distributed writing materials to the attendees. Does anyone have any questions? Xiao Huayan inquired, gazing at the crowd. Everyone shook their heads. Excellent. Then let us begin. I eagerly anticipate your masterpieces, he said with a smile. The guard immediately lit half a stick of incense. The attendees focused their gazes on the surrounding plum blossoms, their faces reflecting deep contemplation. Some appeared to have prepared in advance, readily putting pen to paper. It was only natural for one to prepare for a gathering themed around the plum blossom. Chapter 15. The Contest of Plum and Snow. Poetry astonishes the assembly as moments ticked by. The fragrance of the burning incense mingled with that of the plum blossoms, creating a unique aroma. The blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, snowflakes cascading from above, resembling a beautiful maiden stretching her languid green lotus, her rosy complexion radiating charm and allure. After half a stick of incense had burned, a refreshing breeze wafted through, lifting the scent of plum blossoms. Many had completed their poems. Xiao Huayan addressed the crowd softly. Ladies and gentlemen, time is up. The attendees set down their writing instruments, confidently gazing at their penned lines, imbued with a sense of superiority. Might I inquire who would be the first to share their esteemed work? Xiao Huayan asked with a smile. I shall. A young man, holding a folding fan, stood up. Being invited to such an event naturally indicated a certain level of talent, and he was indeed a gifted individual. Young Masterly, please. Xiao Huayan nodded at the young man. Young Masterly gracefully waved his fan, cleared his throat, and recited. This poem is titled Ode to the Plum, the world cloaked in white, all things buried beneath. In the courtyard, the red plum appears, its fragrance wafting from all directions. Applause erupted as he finished. Xiao Huayan smiled and nodded, turning to Mei Sheng. What do you think of young Master Li's poem? Mei Sheng rose and softly commented. Setting aside the meter, the line in the courtyard, the red plum appears, its fragrance wafting from all directions is indeed commendable. Young Master Li, hearing this, immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Mei Sheng, for your critique. In truth, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, believing her praise was rather scant. I, too, have composed a poem, and I hope Miss Mei Sheng will provide her insight. Yan Zhishao, beside Gu Minjia, then stood up. He recited, 1,000 miles of snow-covered lands, 10,000 fathoms of desolate cold, my eyes alight upon the plum in the garden, joyfully greeting the frost alone. Mei Sheng replied softly, You have captured the plum's pride. It is acceptable. Yan Zhishao paused for a moment. Was it merely acceptable? Was there not a grand and majestic feeling in his lines? I have a poem as well. Soon others began to rise, sharing their verses. Yet, Mei Sheng's most frequent response was simply, It is acceptable. Clearly, none of the poems had struck her as particularly astonishing. Miss Su, might you share your esteemed work? Xiao Huayan turned to Su Mushui. As the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, she was well versed in poetry and song, and her martial prowess was noteworthy as well. In the city of Tianqi, she had many admirers. Su Mushui stood, softly saying, I have composed a poem by chance. I invite Miss Mei Sheng to critique it. The north wind caresses the white pear blossoms, while the fragrant moonlight bathes the pavilion. As I groomed myself, I gazed into the bronze mirror, reflecting upon the fleeting beauty of youth, now overshadowed by the blossoming ink plum. After listening to the poem, Mei Sheng gently nodded and remarked, What a splendid verse. The falling snow indeed resembled the pear blossoms. The hue of the bronze mirror remains unchanged, and the ink plum continues to bloom annually. Yet a woman's visage inevitably fades with time, evoking a sense of melancholy. Applause erupted from the crowd. Su Mushui smiled lightly and took her seat. Xie Weilou, amused, remarked, Mushui, so young yet lamenting the imminent loss of your beauty. Do you not evoke the sentiment of a secluded woman? Is it perhaps that you regretted the broken engagement with this heir, feeling that your youth has been squandered? Shall we not find an opportunity to engage in a deeper discussion regarding the contest of plum and snow? Su Mushui clenched her fists. The pride she took in her poetry and her splendid mood were shattered by Xie Weilou's words. If you possess the skill, why not compose a poem yourself? Yan Zhishao interjected coldly. Indeed, since Master Xie has the air of a poet, let us hear your composition. The others quickly joined in, eager for Xie Weilou to falter. With an air of nonchalance, Xie Weilou replied, "Composing poetry? Such a simple endeavor. I have already penned a piece. I would be grateful if Miss Mei Sheng would recite it for me." He handed over a sheet of paper. Mei Sheng stepped forward, took the paper, glanced at the characters, and inwardly thought, what atrocious handwriting. Xie Weilou's script was indeed grotesquely abstract, resembling that of a mere child. Nevertheless, she recited the lines. "In the courtyard, the plum blossoms bloom alone. A fragrant beauty approaches like the cardamom flower. Plucking a branch stirs a smile from the fair. Yet the plum and snow pale, the heavens lose their hue." As Mei Sheng concluded, a profound silence enveloped the room. It was not merely admiration for Xie Weilou's poetry. Rather, the astonishment lay in the fact that this scion could indeed compose verses. Was he not a frivolous youth? How could he possess such poetic talent? Lin Qinghuang paused for a moment, her gaze towards Xie Weilou tinged with intrigue. She was aware of his cleverness, but had not anticipated his ability to craft poetry. Moreover, his portrayal of the plum and snow served merely to accentuate the beauty of a smile, rendering all else devoid of brilliance. Much like Xie Weilou's assertion that poetry and flattery share a common essence. What a surprise. Initially, she thought him merely a charlatan, but it appeared he genuinely had talent. Su Muxue furrowed her brow. In her estimation, Xie Weilou lacked literary prowess and martial skill. Yet now, he seemed to possess a modicum of talent in the literary arts. Mei Sheng regarded Xie Weilou, her eyes revealing a glimmer of curiosity. It seemed the air was somewhat different from the rumors. He must have prepared it in advance. Prepared in advance. Does that not imply he could have enlisted assistance? Murmured a voice laden with disdain for the crude lines and lewd phrases. Xie Weilou chuckled and replied, "Indeed, this poem is indeed a crude one, and it was composed beforehand. However, do not claim that you approached without preparation." Some in the crowd wore awkward expressions. Prior to this gathering, they had indeed prepared, for composing poetry on the spot is no simple task. Yan Zhixiao retorted, "It is merely one poem. It is not remarkable. Coincidentally, I have prepared not just one." Xie Weilou spoke with a playful expression. Mei Sheng, intrigued, inquired softly, "Might I ask what verses the young master has prepared? Would you be so kind as to share them with us? Recite freely. I shall take up the brush for you." "Very well." Xie Weilou casually lifted a wine cup and savored the exquisite wine. Gazing at the plum blossoms outside the pavilion, he began, in front of the white jade pavilion. "The ink plum blossoms bloom. For whom do they flourish, and for whom do they wither? The east wind blows as before, and the people remain unchanged. Once a year, we return." Beautiful poetry. Mei Sheng's eyes sparkled as she swiftly transcribed the lines, evidently impressed, for this poem surpassed the previous ones in quality. The gathered audience stared at Xie Weilou, astonished that he had indeed prepared a second poem. Xie Weilou turned to Yan Zhixiao and asked nonchalantly, "What think you of this piece?" Yan Zhixiao's expression darkened. "Mediocre, at best." "Is that so? I have more. If any of you feel endowed with literary prowess, do not hesitate to critique." Xie Weilou shook his head and continued, "The third one. The plum blossoms fiercely vie for spring, yet refuse to bow." The poet lays down his pen, pondering his verses. "The plum's whiteness is but 3 parts to the snow. Yet the snow yields a fragrance that surpasses the plum. The fourth, at the head of my family's ink-washing pond, each tree blooms with faint ink traces. I seek not praise for the beauty of colors, but rather to leave a pure fragrance that fills the universe. The fifth, in the icy forest, I make my stand. I do not mingle with the dust of peaches and plums." Suddenly, one night, a clear fragrance emerges, scattering into a spring that stretches across the vast world. With each successive verse, silence enveloped the gathering. The onlookers regarded Xie Weilou with a hint of discomfort. They were discerning enough to recognize the exceptional quality of his poetry, which flowed effortlessly and resonated with profound elegance. They had labeled him a dandy, yet at this moment, this very dandy was effortlessly reciting verses that could eclipse their own efforts, leaving them speechless. They had anticipated a spectacle, but found themselves transformed into mere jesters. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze on Yan Zhixiao. "Please, continue your critique." Yan Zhixiao's countenance was frozen, his face flushed with embarrassment, feeling thoroughly humiliated. Su Muxue covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with disbelief. The dandy she had once perceived now seemed transformed, leaving her momentarily unrecognizing. Was this truly the same dandy she had known? Some men in attendance lowered their heads. What of their supposed talents and literary acumen? With Xie Weilou's verses, they felt like mere shadows. Who would dare to continue mocking? If they wished to jest, let them compose verses of their own. Even summoning a master now would not guarantee the creation of such remarkable lines. As for evaluations, what could they possibly offer with their limited abilities? Lin Qinghuang observed Xie Weilou in silence. His verses indeed overshadowed all others, and with each line he delivered, the rest faded into obscurity. She had penned a poem herself but chose to conceal it, unwilling to face humiliation. Xie Weilou turned to Mei Sheng, offering a serene smile. Mei Sheng, would you be so kind as to provide your thoughts on these verses? Mei Sheng swiftly recorded, and upon hearing Xie Weilou's words, she smiled bitterly and replied, Your Highness, you flatter Mei Sheng. My knowledge is shallow, and I am unworthy to evaluate these poems. This time, Xie Weilou's verses indeed brought her immense delight, particularly the latter pieces, which were unmistakably crafted by a master, extraordinary in quality. At this, Xie Weilou turned to the others present. You are all talented scholars and gifted individuals. Why not offer your critique on my poems? The crowd averted their gazes, thinking, what critique? Today as poems will surely circulate widely. Should we commend them? It would be seen as flattery. Should we criticize, it could lead to embarrassment if these are indeed works of notable poets. Who would dare to speak? They quietly suspected that these lines were not penned by Xie Weilou, yet acknowledged the undeniable quality of the verses. No one anticipated that Xie Weilou would truly bring such masterpieces to this plum appreciation gathering. This poetry cannot possibly be your own, Gu Mingjie scoffed, voicing the unspoken sentiments of the assembly. Xie Weilou, with a knowing expression, retorted, If you are so certain, then do enlighten us as to who the true author is. Gu Mingjie faltered. While she could not ascertain the poet's identity, she was resolute that it was not Xie Weilou. If you wish to rebut, feel free to compose another poem unrelated to the plum blossoms, Yan Zhixiao insisted. Xie Weilou mockingly replied, The mountain pig cannot appreciate fine grain. My point is, you are unworthy of the finer things, and therefore also unqualified to critique the rest of the poetry. Indeed, these verses are not mine. However, without knowing their origin, you cannot accuse me of plagiarism. I merely need to exert a little effort, and you all lack even the right to gaze upon my illustrious works. What gives you the audacity to continue savoring the masterpieces of my homeland? Yan Zhixiao's expression darkened. The crowd fell silent. Yet their conviction grew that these verses were indeed borrowed from elsewhere. Otherwise, why did he not compose a rebuttal to Yan Zhixiao? They seemed to overlook one crucial fact. What authority did Yan Zhixiao possess to warrant a rebuttal from Xie Weilou? Xie Weilou stretched lazily and declared, Those with talent should continue composing. If you lack the skill, do not waste my time. This Tianqi sword is now mine. The assembly remained mute. Xie Weilou turned to Chao Huayan and inquired, What say you, young Master Chao? Chao Huayan pondered for a moment, then surveyed the silence of the crowd. Nodding, he proclaimed, Your Highness's poems indeed overshadow the rest. This Tianqi sword is now yours. A guard stepped forward with the sword case. Xie Weilou casually retrieved the Tianqi sword, glanced at it, and tossed it to Lin Qinghuang, saying, Qinghuang, this is for you. Lin Qinghuang caught the sword, momentarily stunned. Had the Tianqi sword truly returned to her hands? Xie Weilou then addressed Mei Sheng, My dear Mei Sheng, I find the remainder of this plum appreciation gathering rather dull. Might you have the time for us to rendezvous and discuss the beauty of plum blossoms and the elegance of icy jade-like figures? Vulgar, indulgent, lecherous, shameless. Su Muxue offered 4 assessments of Xie Weilou, questioning whether he had ever encountered a woman, and expressing her relief at having called off their engagement. Otherwise, being with such a person would surely render her life unbearable. Mei Sheng softly remarked, Today, as I have been invited by the esteemed Master Chao, I cannot take my leave prematurely. I hope the heir can understand. Chao Huayan immediately added, Heir, the poetry gathering is not yet concluded. I trust you will be understanding. Enough. Xie Weilou yawned and stepped out of the pavilion. Just then, a cold gust swept through. He instinctively shivered, tucking his hands into his sleeves. Lin Qinghuang stated, I still have some matters to attend to. Please, make yourselves comfortable. With that, she rose and departed the pavilion. Chao Huayan addressed the gathering, declaring, The plum appreciation event has yet to conclude. Next, Miss Mei Sheng will perform a piece for us. Let us welcome her. Cheers and applause erupted. With Xie Weilou gone, the atmosphere lightened considerably. His presence had been a burden, as this dandy had somehow acquired a few poems that rendered them speechless, a most vexing experience. Did he truly believe his poetic talent was genuine? A mere scion, indulging in frivolities, devoid of true literary or martial prowess, yet unexpectedly overshadowing them with his sudden display of eloquence. Who could possibly credit him with genuine skill? Chapter 16. The winter grows colder, the bed icy on the streets. The ice and snow remained unthawed. As the old frost melted, new layers formed in an unending cycle. Only the spring breeze and the rising sun could dissolve the pure white, allowing the earth to bloom in vibrant greens. The biting wind stung faces as pedestrians hurried by, clad in thick cotton garments, their cheeks flushed from the cold, exhaling warm breath that created a unique tableau. Xie Weilou, hands tucked in his sleeves and head bowed, appeared somewhat frail. Lin Xinguang walked beside him, hesitating before softly expressing her gratitude. During the Plum Garden event, she had composed a poem. Yet it was Xie Weilou's intervention that secured her the coveted Tianqi sword. Xie Weilou halted, withdrawing his hands from his sleeves to gaze at Lin Xinguang's long, graceful legs. "Then let me touch your leg," he teased. Lin Xinguang paused, shooting him an indignant glare before hastily moving ahead. Observing her enchanting figure, Xie Weilou lamented. As winter deepens and the bed grows cold, it is a pity that such a graceful form as Xinguang's need not warm my sheets. Meanwhile, within the grand residence of the princess, a magnificent estate adorned with blooming plum blossoms and a blanket of snow, the fragrance remained undiminished, wafting through the air into the loft. Inside the loft, a fire crackled, and a pot of warm wine simmered. A woman clad in a flowing white gown, her face veiled, held a wine cup, her delicate brows arched and her phoenix eyes deep and alluring, seemingly imbued with an irresistible charm. Her figure is exquisite, like a startled swan or a drifting dragon, with a silk ribbon cinched at her waist, trailing gracefully upon the ground, perfectly accentuating her silhouette. Her long, alluring legs appear tantalizingly elusive, captivating the eye, while her skin, smooth as cream, glows with a delicate radiance, reminiscent of a celestial being from an enchanting scroll, untouched by the impurities of the mundane world. Flowing black hair adorned with golden and emerald ornaments, interspersed with azure pearls, cascades casually down to her waist, exuding an air of noble purity, yet revealing a languid grace. As a member of the royal family, she bears an exceptionally elegant name, Yenryu. The adage holds true that within the pages of books lie golden abodes, and indeed, within the annals of literature, resides her illustrious name, indicative of her extraordinary nature. Beside her, a maid clad in black robes recites a few verses of poetry. Upon concluding, Yenryu softly speaks. A dandy, having transcribed a few renowned works, parades them about. How amusing. Her voice is akin to a lark, crisp and melodious, reminiscent of fine wine that uplifts the spirit, evoking an irresistible desire to indulge. The maid in black hesitates, caught in her thoughts. "Speak," commands Yenryu, idly toying with her wine glass. The maid replies, "I have heard from the palace eunuchs that His Majesty intends to bestow marriage upon your highness and Xie Weilou. His sudden release from prison is not merely due to the completion of his sentence, but rather the emperor harbors other intentions. The heart of an emperor is unfathomably complex. The notion of uniting a noble princess with a recently released scion of a fallen house is not beyond the realm of possibility. This news has likely not yet reached the Marquis of Jinxi's residence, as it was overheard by a single eunuch. Otherwise, it would have stirred the entire Tianqi City into a frenzy." Yenryu's slender fingers tighten around the wine glass, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. She harbors a deep-seated hatred for Xie Weilou, wishing to see him torn asunder, as he has witnessed her in her entirety. The mere thought of it makes her long to shed her own skin. "I shall find an opportunity to eliminate him," Yenryu states with indifference. Though imprisoned for 3 years, Xie Weilou's confinement was, in fact, a form of protection from the Marquis of Jinxi. Had it been otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Now, with the emperor contemplating a union between her and Xie Weilou, she dismisses the notion entirely. If Xie Weilou were to die, all would be well, and she could vanquish her inner demons. However, it appears that the crown prince does not share this intention, the black-robed maid whispers. If Xie Weilou and the princess were to unite, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome for the crown prince, as she has consistently supported him. A marriage between the Marquis of Jinxi and Yenryu would signify an alignment with the crown prince. Yin Ruyu replies coolly. The struggle for imperial power is hardly so simplistic. If he cannot comprehend this fundamental truth, he is unworthy of my continued support. Xie Weilou must be eradicated. Ensure this is carried out discreetly, without leaving any trace. Understood. The maid bows and departs. With a resounding crash, Yin Ruyu shatters the wine glass in her hand after the maid's exit. Her gaze turns icy. Xie Weilou, the detestable wastrel. You should consider yourself fortunate that I have refrained from taking matters into my own hands. Otherwise, I would ensure your suffering exceeds all comprehension. 3 years prior, she had indeed plotted against the third princess and Xie Weilou. In doing so, she aimed to tarnish her sister's reputation and compel the Duke of Jinshi to pay a certain price. However, she ultimately fell victim to her own allure. A classic case of attempting to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. According to the intelligence she gathered later, this affair was linked to the third prince. And she had long kept this account in mind, determined that the third princess and the third prince would eventually pay a heavy price. Nevertheless, for now, she needed to eliminate Xie Weilou. Should they be forced into an alliance, it would be the most undesirable outcome for her. Yet, could the captivating beauty that appeared at the Huansha Tower also be connected to the third prince? Yin Ruyu pondered silently. The emergence of this enchanting figure had led the eldest prince to suspect a connection with the second prince, as the forces backing those 3 young lords had already gravitated towards the second prince. However, she speculated that there might be ties to the third prince. Her own downfall 3 years ago seemed linked to the enchanting beauty, and now, with her reappearance at Huansha Tower, could this be mere coincidence? It was also possible that others were secretly lying in wait, stirring the waters. Chapter 17. The supporting role, nearing Death Night had fallen. The city of Tianqi, adorned in silver, sparkled under countless lights, casting a beautiful glow that captivated the soul. Exhausted from a long day, Xie Weilou stepped out of the Tianquan office, stretching languidly. Lin Xinghuang, wielding the Tianya sword and dressed in an elegant azure gown, exuded grace as her hair danced in the breeze. With a cool demeanor, she remarked, "You've spent most of the day asleep, and yet you claim to be tired?" Aside from the Plum Blossom Festival, where Xie Weilou had exerted himself, he had been idle, merely lounging in the grand hall. And yet, he professed fatigue? Xie Weilou chuckled. With such a delicate beauty like you beside me, exuding a fragrance even more enchanting than the plum blossoms, how can I not feel weary from merely watching and not partaking? Just go home. Lin Xinghuang replied lightly before departing. This evening, she intended to visit the black market. Previously, Chao Huayan had mentioned it deliberately, and she hoped to uncover some clues there. The affairs of the Lin family required thorough investigation, and whether she would become a pawn for others mattered little to her. One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub. Upon returning home, Xie Weilou waved and walked in a different direction. At that moment, someone was watching him, and he needed to resolve this trouble before heading to the black market. He was also curious about why the Tianya sword had appeared there previously. In a dimly lit alley, Xie Weilou walked with his hands tucked into his sleeves, head bowed as snowflakes fell and the biting cold wind swept through. Clink! The sound of iron chains echoed from ahead. Xie Weilou halted, lifting his gaze to look forward. 10 meters ahead, a towering figure of a man emerged. Standing 2 meters tall, disheveled and rugged. His face was obscured by a scruffy beard and marred by grotesque scars, while thick iron chains coiled around his arms. Before him lay a formidable iron hammer, and his large, copper-colored eyes glimmered with a fierce, ghostly light. The aura emanating from him was terrifying, marking him as a formidable warrior at the mid-stage of the expansion realm. Xie Weilou regarded the imposing figure with a calm smile and remarked, "You remind me of someone." "Who?" the burly man inquired, his voice gruff and somewhat ominous. Xie Weilou replied with a smile, "The Iron Tiger, the deputy of the Menghu Pass in western Shu." The Menghu Pass was a significant stronghold in western Shu. In years past, Xie Jingwa led the Jinshi army to breach the pass, capturing numerous commanders, among whom the Iron Tiger was one. However, during the escort back to Tianqi, the Iron Tiger had managed to escape amidst the chaos, disappearing without a trace. Some speculated that he may have been hidden away by the princess, yet there was no evidence to support such claims. It was unexpected to find him re-emerging. Was the princess so eager to see him after my release? Fascinating. The Iron Tiger fixed his gaze on Xie Weilou and said, "No wonder you are the grandson of Xie Jingwa. You possess quite an eye. But do you know that your death is imminent?" Xie Weilou chuckled softly. "Have you ever heard a saying? The Iron Tiger stared at him. What's saying? With a serious demeanor, Xie Weilou stated. When an inconsequential character suddenly finds themselves in the spotlight, it signifies their end is nigh. Seeking death, the Iron Tiger growled, his eyes igniting with a fierce, murderous intent. With a powerful shake of his arms, the iron chains coiling around him shot forth like venomous serpents, aimed straight at Xie Weilou. Unfazed, Xie Weilou maintained his serene smile, not attempting to evade the attack. Just as the chain was half a meter from him, it was abruptly halted by an overwhelming force, rendering it immobile. The Iron Tiger's pupils constricted in disbelief. Had he been misinformed? Wasn't it said that Xie Weilou lacked any understanding of cultivation? Xie Weilou extended his hand, nonchalantly grasping the chain. With a chilling surge of power, the chain was instantly encased in ice. With a firm squeeze, he shattered it, sending fragments hurtling towards the Iron Tiger like lethal blades, their speed astonishing. Reacting swiftly, the Iron Tiger brandished his hammer, smashing it down onto the ground. A ferocious shockwave erupted, fracturing the earth and sending ice and snow cascading. The shattered chain fragments were dispersed, and the mighty shadow of the hammer came crashing down upon Xie Weilou like a boulder. With a flick of his sleeve, Xie Weilou dispersed the hammer's shadow and sent the approaching ice and snow flying. Die! The Iron Tiger lunged forward, ascending above, wielding the massive iron hammer, which he brought down with explosive force, capable of leveling everything within a 100-meter radius. Xie Weilou effortlessly extended his hand, summoning the burial flower sword. Casting a glance at the Iron Tiger above, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, he vanished like a specter. Reappearing beside the Iron Tiger, he grasped the sword sheath without drawing the sword. Suddenly, the long sword flew forth on its own, radiating a chilling light, swiftly shattering the might of the Iron Tiger's hammer. The sword's brilliance surged like a tempest, rapidly approaching the Iron Tiger's neck. With a sharp sound, the keen blade circled once around the Iron Tiger's throat, a frigid sword aura emanating forth. Xie Weilou leapt gracefully to a distance of 10 meters behind Iron Tiger, the Zonghua sword automatically returning to its sheath with a crisp sound. Iron Tiger's expression faltered, his body shuddered, and the iron hammer he held clattered to the ground. A gruesome gash appeared across his neck, and his head soared high before blood gushed forth, his headless body collapsing lifelessly to the ground, now merely a corpse. It is often said that one is never far from death. Xie Weilou descended, nonchalantly sheathing the Zonghua sword. He cast a glance at Iron Tiger's lifeless form, smiled lightly, and then ambled away. To the north of the city, 5 miles away, stood the Shuanglong Mountain, the entrance to the black market. Covered in ice and snow, the two towering mountains faced each other, forming an archway reminiscent of two dragons playing with a pearl, hence the name Shuanglong Mountain. Before the archway stood two figures cloaked in black robes, their weapons cradled in their arms, eyes closed, their bodies encased in thick layers of ice crystals, utterly still. To an unsuspecting observer, they might appear dead, for they were the guardians of the black market's entrance. At that moment, several masked individuals hurried through the archway, the guardians offering no resistance. Xie Weilou donned a black robe and a fox mask, standing a short distance away. He glanced toward the archway and caught sight of Lin Qinghuang, who had not changed her attire, yet adorned her face with an exquisite white jade mask. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to follow her. Upon entering the archway, the surrounding environment transformed instantaneously. Before him lay an endless street blanketed in snow, flanked by numerous edifices, with every 5 steps revealing a floor and every 10 steps a pavilion, all arranged in perfect order, ancient in appearance. Above the pavilions hung blood-red lanterns, their light piercing and vivid, casting an eerie glow that induced a sense of unease. The streets were bustling with masked figures, most reluctant to unveil their true identities. Vendors lined the sides, their faces either grotesque, marked with peculiar patterns, or adorned with sinister smiles, their voices shrill and grating, as if not a single sane person could be found among them. Commander Lin. Upon Lin Qinghuang's arrival at the black market, Zhao Hu approached her immediately. Aware that the Tianya sword originated from the black market, Lin Qinghuang had sent Zhao Hu ahead to investigate. What have you found? She inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Zhao Hu replied in a hushed tone, I have discovered that the Tianya sword belongs to the Black Dragon Pavilion. The Black Dragon Pavilion? Lin Qinghuang's eyes narrowed. The factions within the black market were shrouded in mystery, and the Black Dragon Pavilion was particularly formidable, harboring secrets often deemed unspeakable. Zhao Hu cautioned, "The Black Dragon Pavilion is not to be trifled with. I dare not probe it lightly. You have fulfilled your task. You may return now," Lin Qinghuang pondered. The enigmatic nature of the Black Dragon Pavilion warranted her personal investigation, sparing Zhao Hu from unnecessary peril. "Understood. Commander Lin, please exercise caution." Zhao Hu bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Lin Qinghuang pressed onward. The Black Dragon Pavilion indeed? Xie Weilou blended into the crowd, quietly trailing Lin Qinghuang. Chapter 18. The Master of the Black Dragon Pavilion. Assassination in the Black Market. At the end of the street, a dark loft loomed, flanked by 4 statues of black dragons. The grand entrance stood ajar, 2 red lanterns hanging from above, yet inside lay an abyss of darkness, reminiscent of a colossal beast yawning, poised to swallow its prey. Lin Qinghuang stood at the threshold of the Black Dragon Pavilion, casting a glance around, sensing the eerie solitude. She was utterly alone in her proximity to the pavilion. This was decidedly amiss. After a moment's contemplation, she gripped her Tianqi sword tightly and stepped into the depths of the Black Dragon Pavilion. With a resounding thud, as Lin Qinghuang crossed the threshold, the grand door shut behind her, and a series of lights flickered to life, illuminating the entire chamber. Inside the Black Dragon Pavilion sat 7 figures cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured by masks. The foremost figure, adorned with a dragon-patterned mask, revealed a pair of eyes that glinted with an unsettling chill. The Tianqi sword. The masked leader spoke, his voice gravelly, for he was the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion, a formidable force at the late stage of the expansion realm. The remaining 6 were no slouches either, for were at the pinnacle of the locking realm, while 2 were in the early stages of the expansion realm. Lin Qinghuang offered a slight bow, addressing him. "I presume you are the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion. I wish to conduct some business with you." The master shook his head. "I am aware of your intentions, yet alas, you have arrived too late. The Black Dragon Pavilion has already struck a deal with another party." "Oh?" Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow. "Someone has offered a handsome price for your life," the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion replied, gesturing lightly. The 4 peak locking realm figures surged forward, surrounding Lin Qinghuang with unwavering resolve. Clang! In an instant, Lin Qinghuang drew her Tianqi sword, its blade shimmering with a verdant glow, exuding an aura of lethal intent. "Eliminate her," commanded the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion. Without hesitation, the 4 cloaked figures charged at Lin Qinghuang, launching their attack. Clang! A flicker of cold light shone in Lin Qinghuang's eyes as she swiftly countered. The battle erupted instantaneously. Outside the Black Dragon Pavilion, the 4 peak locking realm figures, along with 2 early-stage expansion realm figures, and 1 at the late stage, stood poised. Xie Weilou, hands clasped behind his back, did not immediately enter. Lin Qinghuang, already at the pinnacle of the locking realm, showed signs of imminent breakthrough. After this confrontation, she was likely to ascend directly into the expansion realm. Xie Weilou glanced back, witnessing the entire black market transformed into a sanguine hue, the streets devoid of life. An unsettling spectacle. Inside the Black Dragon Pavilion, the sounds of combat resonated. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense passed. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the doors of the Black Dragon Pavilion shattered, for figures propelled outward. These were the 4 peak locking realm figures, now crashing heavily before Xie Weilou, their bodies drenched in blood, breath faint, on the brink of death. Swish! Lin Qinghuang's sword out, brandishing her Tianqi sword, blood streaming from her arm. At that moment, her mask had fallen away, revealing a pale visage, a crimson stain at the corner of her mouth. Yet her aura was formidable, having entered the early stage of the expansion realm. However, even with this advancement, she found herself at a disadvantage against 2 early-stage and 1 late-stage expansion realm adversary. Such rapid progress. You truly are the leader of the Tianquan division, remarkable indeed. Yet, I'm afraid today will mark your end, the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion declared, accompanied by the 2 early-stage figures. They took flight, encircling Lin Qinghuang and Xie Weilou. "You may give it a try." Lin Qinghuang gripped her long sword tightly, her tone icy. Xie Weilou cast a fleeting glance at the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion, paused for a moment, and said, "I merely passed through. My apologies." The master of the Black Dragon Pavilion responded with indifference. One of the black-robed figures in the early stages of the expansion realm moved swiftly, intent on eliminating Xie Weilou first. Xie Weilou stood his ground. As the black-robed figure charged towards him, he shifted his form, instantly appearing beside his opponent and casually gripping the figure's neck. The black-robed figure trembled, horror flashing in his eyes. The master of the Black Dragon Pavilion and another black-robed individual narrowed their gazes. Xie Weilou replied nonchalantly, "I had no intention of causing trouble, but since you have attacked, then perish." Boom. With that, he tightened his grip, and the black-robed figure was reduced to ashes in an instant. Lin Xinghuang gazed at Xie Weilou, momentarily startled. The black-robed figure reminded her of the one who had previously rescued her. Seeing this, a chilling glint flickered in the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion's eyes as he unleashed his power and hurled a punch at Xie Weilou. Unfazed, Xie Weilou met the blow with his own fist. He feared no adversary in equal standing. Even if his opponent were a level above him, he remained confident. For he possessed an arcane technique, the celestial restoration, that could enhance his prowess. Boom. Their fists collided with a deafening impact, unleashing a terrifying wave of pressure. The ground shattered, dust and snow swirled, and shockwaves radiated outward, leaving the Black Dragon Pavilion riddled with cracks. Bang! In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion had his arm obliterated, his body resembling a cannonball as it was propelled backward, blood spraying forth. The master of the Black Dragon Pavilion let out a piercing scream, fear evident in his eyes. Clearly taken aback by the loss of his arm from a mere clash of fists, Xie Weilou stepped forward, instantly appearing before the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion. The latter, gritting his teeth against the pain, retaliated with a punch, unleashing a massive dragon-patterned fist imprint. This time, Xie Weilou did not engage directly. Instead, he seized the opponent's arm, neutralizing his strength, and then drove his knee fiercely into the opponent's abdomen. Bang! A resounding impact echoed. The master of the Black Dragon Pavilion's pupils constricted, blood spewed from his mouth and nose as he let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body curling up like a crushed shrimp. With a fierce grip, Xie Weilou shattered the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion's arm and seized his neck, slamming him to the ground. Rumble! The master of the Black Dragon Pavilion crashed onto the earth, creating a fissure, his bones fracturing beyond count as blood flowed incessantly from beneath his mask. He emitted a soul-wrenching wail. Raucous. Xie Weilou placed a foot upon the master of the Black Dragon Pavilion's head, unleashing his strength. With a resounding crack, the master's head burst like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering in all directions, rendering him a headless corpse. In the late stages of the expansion realm, he was brutally slaughtered by Xie Weilou, utterly defenseless. Upon witnessing the Black Dragon sect leader being mercilessly slain, the remaining figure in black robes trembled, his expression filled with terror as he promptly fled into the distance. Die! Xie Weilou extended his hand, and in an instant, ice and snow coalesced into a colossal handprint that ensnared the figure in black. With a gentle squeeze, the black-robed man was reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Lin Xinghuang stood frozen in place, aghast that two individuals at the initial stage of the expansion realm and one at the latter stage had been so easily dispatched, sending a chill coursing through her entire being. Xie Weilou paid no heed to Lin Xinghuang's thoughts. Instead, he bent down and rummaged through the belongings of the Black Dragon sect leader, retrieving a ledger. A cursory glance informed him that it contained the information he sought. He tucked the ledger away, casting barely a glance at Lin Xinghuang before soaring into the sky. Once Lin Xinghuang regained her composure, a sense of urgency gripped her heart. The ledger must contain crucial information, possibly even details regarding the Tianqi sword. Regrettably, the enigmatic figure was far too formidable for her to pursue. She cast her gaze upon the four black-robed men on the ground, who were still alive, hoping to extract some valuable information from them. Chapter 19. Life is but a dream. I come for the wine. After departing from the black market, Xie Weilou did not immediately return to the Tianqi Marquis residence. Instead, he made his way to the estate of Xie Bayan. The plaque of the estate prominently displayed the words "Life is but a dream." Within the grand courtyard, Xie Bayan lounged in a chair, sipping wine, surrounded by a disarray of wine jars that exuded a rich aroma. "Third uncle, I have come to indulge in your wine," Xie Weilou announced as he approached. Xie Bayan opened his eyes lazily and remarked, "You must be the one who killed the Iron Tiger and the Black Dragon sect leader." Xie Weilou gave a thumbs up. "Third uncle, your information is truly astute." Xie Bayan, possessing great insight, found it only natural that the opponent was aware of his movements. He even suspected that Xie Weilou already knew of his intentions. "Did you glean any information about the Tianqi sword from the ledger?" Xie Weilou inquired. With a smile, Xie Weilou responded, "According to the ledger, the Tianqi sword originated from a mysterious individual wielding a peculiar golden serpent sword, who brought it to the Black Dragon sect for auction. Ultimately, the sword was purchased by Chao Huayan. The golden serpent sword? Simply trace its origins, and you shall soon uncover the truth. Why then do you seek me?" Xie Weilou questioned. Xie Weilou shook his head. "I suspect the matter is not so straightforward. Merely investigating the golden serpent sword holds little significance." "You're quite clever," Xie Weilou complimented him. "The wielder of the golden serpent sword is affiliated with the crown prince. However, the Tianqi sword was stolen from the Wuyiage. Do you grasp the implications of what I am saying?" "Thank you for your guidance, third uncle," Xie Weilou acknowledged with a gentle nod. Wuyiage is a mysterious pavilion in Tianqi City, reportedly linked to the second prince, who has harbored numerous extraordinary individuals within its confines. He began to piece together the threads of the events at hand. The Huansha Tower incident saw the crown prince being schemed against, with 3 factions aligning with the second prince, naturally inciting the crown prince's wrath, who would undoubtedly seek retribution. The plan is to instruct someone to infiltrate the endless pavilion of the second prince and steal the Tianqi sword, subsequently placing it in the black market for auction. This endeavor is orchestrated to capture the attention of Lin Qingwang, as she seeks to uncover the truth behind the Lin family's downfall. The emergence of the Tianqi sword will undoubtedly lead her to investigate its origins, ultimately tracing it back to the endless pavilion. With the Lin family's treasured Tianqi sword appearing at the second prince's establishment, one must ponder whether there exists a connection between the second prince and the family's demise. Should Lin Qingwang set her sights on the second prince and delve into this inquiry, it could spell significant trouble for him. This is a calculated act of revenge by the first prince, utilizing Lin Qingwang as a means to exact his counterstrike. Given the first prince's unwavering confidence that Lin Qingwang could lead to the second prince's downfall, it suggests a strong possibility of the second prince's involvement in these events. Xie Weilou shook his head, remarking, "Many matters are not as straightforward as they appear. You should tread carefully. Instead of investigating the endless pavilion, it would be wiser to seek out your guard. If you locate him, you may uncover a wealth of information." Xie Weilou replied with a calm smile. "I am well aware of the situation. The tragic incident involving the Lin family is likely tied to the power struggles among certain individuals for the Lin family. Being a prominent merchant family naturally attracts the attention of those with ulterior motives. As for the identity of the orchestrators behind this, further investigation is required." Xie Weilou stated, "You have borne the burden of the Lin family's ruin for 3 years. Now that you have emerged, pursue the truth unreservedly." Xie Weilou nodded gently. This investigation is not solely Lin Qingwang's concern. He too must uncover every participant and ensure they pay a heavy price for their actions. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Weilou handed Xie Weilou a scroll, saying, "Out of boredom, I previously established a faction called 7 Night Snow. This scroll contains pertinent information about it. Take the storage ring I've given you and visit 7 Night Snow. From now on, you shall be its master, capable of requesting any information you desire. Consider this another gift from me." Receiving the scroll, Xie Weilou felt a stir of intrigue. 7 Night Snow is a unique establishment in Tianqi City, where patrons often gather to enjoy music and entertainment. Many seek the delightful melodies performed by talented musicians and the exquisite wines offered within, as the women there sell their art without compromising their dignity, attracting numerous connoisseurs. The original owner had once visited 7 Night Snow and even playfully teased a beautiful musician, narrowly avoiding a physical altercation. To his surprise, he learned that this 7 Night Snow was founded by his third uncle. Examining the scroll, he noted the comprehensive details about 7 Night Snow. After perusing its contents, Xie Weilou felt astonished. His third uncle had indeed created something remarkable, with influence spanning the entirety of the Great Xia Dynasty. There's no time like the present. Visit 7 Night Snow tonight. Upon becoming its master, you will also bear the responsibility for its growth, Xie Weilou urged with a wave of his hand. Understood, Xie Weilou replied with a respectful bow. He pondered briefly before saying, "If I were to eliminate your brother," Xie Weilou chuckled softly, "he is merely a half-brother. We never got along in the past. With the old man gone, this so-called brotherly bond naturally ceases to exist. If he poses a threat to you, do as you see fit. Understanding this, Xie Weilou smiled faintly and departed with his hands clasped behind his back. In the residence of the princess, Yin Ruyu cast a glance at the dark-clad maid. Her brow slightly furrowed. Failed? She inquired, surprised that Tai Hu, now in the mid-stage of the Tuajiang realm, had been unable to succeed. The maid replied solemnly. Tai Hu was slain in an instant by a sword. The strength of the assailant must be at least in the late stage of Tuajiang realm. Yin Ruyu fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. Very well. Since we have startled the snake, we shall seek another opportunity. The dark-clad maid nodded gently and added, the Black Dragon Pavilion has been destroyed, which I find rather suspicious. Naturally suspicious. How could a mere Lin Qingwang, at the pinnacle of the shackled realm, obliterate the Black Dragon Pavilion? Yin Ruyu's expression was laced with derision. Could it be the work of the Crown Prince's people? The maid ventured cautiously. Perhaps, Yin Ruyu replied with calm assurance. She was well aware of the Crown Prince's intentions. It was likely that he believed the second prince was the true instigator behind the incident at the Huansha building last night, planning to use Lin Qingwang to deal with him. Lin Qingwang had become a sharp blade, and the Crown Prince, not wishing for it to be dulled, sought to remove some obstacles. However, her thoughts diverged slightly from the Crown Princess. She suspected the real mastermind behind the Huansha building incident might be the third prince. Consequently, if the Crown Prince and the second prince were to clash, it would allow the former to reap the benefits. Nonetheless, a confrontation between the Crown Prince and the second prince posed no significant issue. After all, the second prince was ultimately a stumbling block. If Lin Qingwang could be utilized to suppress him, it would be ideal. What news from the second prince's side? Yin Ruyu inquired further. The dark-clad maid responded, currently, there are no significant movements. According to our scouts, upon learning of the Black Dragon Pavilion's demise, the second prince displayed no signs of concern. As if he were utterly indifferent to the matter. Yin Ruyu shook her head. He is not indifferent. Otherwise, why would the Black Dragon Pavilion target Lin Qingwang? Now that Lin Qingwang has broken through a barrier, he will undoubtedly take various actions. Some matters, once initiated, leave traces behind. It remains to be seen whether Lin Qingwang can prove herself as a worthy weapon. The dark-clad maid appeared thoughtful. Yin Ruyu waved her hand. I am weary. You may leave. Your subordinate takes her leave, the maid said, bowing before turning to depart. Chapter 20. The Seven-Night Snow Tower, a Feeble Constitution. The Seven-Night Snow Tower is situated in the bustling eastern district of Tianqi City. The seven-story pavilion is blanketed in ice and snow, adorned with vibrant red lanterns that shine brilliantly, while wind chimes hang from the eaves, producing a somber sound as the cold wind blows. The interior is brightly lit, revealing graceful silhouettes amidst a symphony of melodies, resembling a celestial realm amidst the mortal world. Xie Weilou strode boldly into the pavilion. Before my eyes lies a grand hall, adorned with a platform tied with crimson silk. On the stage, a captivating beauty dances gracefully, accompanied by musicians whose melodies enchant the air, creating a delightful spectacle that lifts the spirits of onlookers, many of whom, wine glasses in hand, seem entranced, lost in a reverie induced by the dance and music. On the third floor, two women, one clad in a blue dress and the other in purple, gaze intently at the guests below. Both possess extraordinary beauty, each radiating her unique charm. Is that the scion Xie Weilou? When their eyes fall upon him, they pause for a moment. They are familiar with Xie Weilou, having encountered him during the Seven-Night Snow Festival 3 years prior, when he had brazenly flirted with one of them, nearly facing her wrath in return. July. Your esteemed heir has arrived. Aren't you going down to welcome him? The woman in the blue gown, holding a peach blossom fan, smirks playfully at the more reserved woman in purple. The Seven-Night Snow consists of 10 remarkable women, their names spanning from January to October, each possessing formidable skills. Far from ordinary, July, maintaining a stern demeanor, retorts, the last time I refrained from teaching him a lesson was out of respect for our master. Now, summon him here. I intend to give him a thorough thrashing. Giggle. I shall fetch him then. The blue-dressed woman, named June, chuckles as she descends the stairs. Upon reaching Xie Weilou, June sweetly calls out, Esteemed heir, my sister July invites you to join us. However, her words falter, caught in her throat, as she notices the ring on his finger, causing her expression to shift to one of surprise and suspicion. How could the master's ring be on this scoundrel? Could he have stolen it? Impossible. Who is our master? No matter how cunning Xie Weilou might be, he could never pilfer this ring. Xie Weilou smiles nonchalantly. Then let us proceed to the third floor. With that, he strides upward. On the third floor, July, upon seeing the ring on Xie Weilou's hand, is momentarily dazed. She had intended to confront him. Yet in that instant, words escape her. Let us find a private room, Xie Weilou suggests, glancing at the two women. Very well, esteemed heir, please follow me, June responds, quickly leading him to a nearby private chamber. Inside the chamber, Xie Weilou gently caresses the ring on his finger, murmuring, I know you have many questions. This ring was given to me by my third uncle, and from now on, I shall take charge of the 7 Night Snow. The two women are momentarily stunned. Exchanging glances before respectfully bowing to Xie Weilou, we pay our respects to the master. This ring is indeed special. It serves as a token of the 7 Night Snow. To see this object is akin to encountering our master, as per the previous instructions of Xie Bayan. Xie Weilou's arrival with the ring and his mention of Xie Bayan clearly indicate that he has been entrusted with the 7 Night Snow. At this moment, the two women feel a mix of emotions. With Xie Weilou now in control of the 7 Night Snow, they wonder how their lives might change. Will this scoundrel exploit the master's name to bully them? A chill runs down their spines at the thought. It is truly perplexing why Xie Bian would appoint Xie Weilou to take over the affairs of Xie Shui. Xie Weilou waved his hand gently, saying, There is no need for excessive formalities. Although I shall assume control of Xie Shui, I will not overly interfere in your matters. Continue with your previous undertakings. But I require your assistance with 3 tasks. Lu Yue, with a hint of trepidation, inquired, What tasks? Xie Weilou replied, First, investigate the whereabouts of Lu Yuan. He was once my bodyguard. Second, ascertain which individuals of the palace had dealings with the Lin family prior to their downfall. Third, determine whether anyone from Wuyage was dispatched during the fall of the Lin family. Upon hearing this, the two women sighed in relief. They hurriedly bowed, assuring him, Rest assured. Master, we will attend to these matters and provide you with answers by tomorrow. Very well, let us proceed thus, Xie Weilou said with a slight nod before turning to exit the private chamber. The two women quickly followed, still somewhat dazed by the encounter. This time, as they beheld this seemingly dissolute man, they realized they were unable to fully comprehend him. Initially, they had expected him to create chaos at Xie Shui, yet he arrived, became the master of Xie Shui, issued a directive, and then departed. What are your thoughts, Qiyue? Liue asked. After regaining her composure, Qiyue shook her head. I too am at a loss. However, there must be a reason behind the master's arrangements. We shall comply with his directives. Moreover, meeting Xie Weilou this time felt entirely different from 3 years ago. It is quite strange. Liue remarked, From now on, we must not address him by his full name. We must refer to him as master. Indeed, Qiyue nodded gently. Regardless of her personal feelings towards Xie Weilou, the moment he became the master of Xie Shui, she had no choice but to show respect. Now, let us investigate the tasks assigned by the master. Liue ascended the stairs. Xie Shui is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Its influence is extensive, encompassing assassination, intelligence, and more. They can swiftly uncover a plethora of information. On the streets, snowflakes danced through the air. Lin Xinghuang, holding an oiled paper umbrella, walked through the icy landscape, her expression contemplative. This time, from the mouths of the 4 members of the Black Dragon Pavilion, she indeed discovered valuable information regarding a unique golden serpent sword. Next, she must trace the origins of this sword to locate its owner. The 3 factions have already aligned with the second prince, and at this critical juncture, the first prince will undoubtedly retaliate. Chao Huayan is aligned with the first prince. His presentation of the Tianya sword is likely part of the first prince's scheme, intended to draw her into the fray. Is he urging me to investigate the second prince? A glimmer of insight shone in Lin Xinghuang's eyes as she pondered the events of the day. If her deductions were correct, the second prince likely held significant ties to the downfall of the Lin family. However, human motives are complex. Many matters require personal investigation to gather concrete evidence for accurate judgment. Otherwise, mere speculation could lead to a deadlock. During the Plum Blossom Appreciation Conference, she had already entered the fray, and she must tread with greater caution henceforth. Xinghuang. A voice interrupted Lin Xinghuang's thoughts. She looked up to find Xie Weilou standing before her. The other party was dressed lightly, her hands cupped around her mouth, exhaling warm breath. Her emaciated form trembled as snowflakes descended, staining her raven-black hair. She furrowed her brow slightly. Xie Weilou, Why have you not returned to the town West Marquis' residence? This fellow appeared exceedingly frail, yet dared to venture out into the frigid night, exposing himself to the biting cold and falling snow. Was he courting death? However, when she caught sight of the seven-night snow tavern ahead, her expression darkened. What could this man possibly be doing at such a late hour, if not indulging in merriment at a tavern or brothel? Xie Weilou cast a glance at Lin Xinguang, a shadow of melancholy flickering in his eyes. I just visited 7 Nights Snow to listen to music, but the maidens there dismissed me for being weak and sent me away. Lin Xinguang paused, her face contorted with disdain as she regarded Xie Weilou. Knowing he was weak, he still ventured to such a place? Xie Weilou approached Lin Xinguang, standing beneath a paper umbrella with her, and said, "It's quite a distance from here to the town West Marquis' residence. I am chilled to the bone. If I walk there like this, I might very well lose my life. I recall your residence is not far from here. Might I come with you?" "No," Lin Xinguang immediately rejected. Xie Weilou lowered his head, an expression of sorrow clouding his visage. "The town West Marquis' residence is no longer my home. I am but a stray dog." Lin Xinguang frowned slightly, but remained unmoved, knowing that 9 out of 10 of his words were mere fabrications. Realizing he could not deceive Lin Xinguang, he added, "I have gathered some information about the Tianqi sword from the town West Marquis' residence. Would you like to know?" Lin Xinguang's gaze snapped to Xie Weilou. "Speak." "Cold." Xie Weilou rubbed his hands together. "Humph." Lin Xinguang revealed a hint of a cold smile, her voice icy. "Then let us return together. Lead the way." Xie Weilou straightened up, a broad smile adorning his face. "You truly are magnanimous." Lin Xinguang had no retort, holding the umbrella as she walked ahead. Chapter 21. Once one has spirit, fatigue fades. Lin residence. This Lin residence was not the same as before. It now belonged to Lin Xinguang herself. The estate was grand, adorned with bright, fire dragon-colored lanterns, illuminating the surroundings. It boasted multiple elegantly decorated pavilions, exuding an air of classical beauty. The front courtyard was spacious, featuring a lotus pond frozen over, with petals suspended above the ice, and surrounded by numerous ancient tree bonsais. The rear courtyard was equally substantial, filled with fragrant plum trees. Although the residence was expansive, it appeared somewhat desolate, with few people in sight. "Miss, you have returned." Upon seeing Lin Xinguang, a maid rushed over, her eyes betraying a hint of curiosity upon noticing Xie Weilou. Since her arrival at the Lin residence, she had never seen the miss bring a man home. Today was indeed an exception. Lin Xinguang handed the paper umbrella to the maid and softly instructed, "You may attend to your own matters." "Oh yes." The maid nodded gently. "Follow me." Lin Xinguang guided Xie Weilou to an ancient-style pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Lin Xinguang brewed a pot of fragrant tea and poured a cup for Xie Weilou. He accepted the cup but shook his head, saying, "If I drink tea at night, I fear I shall be unable to sleep. Are you not concerned that I might climb into your bed while you are in deep slumber? Do you possess such capability?" Lin Xinguang shot him a glance. "I might indeed," Xie Weilou replied with a smile. He. Lin Xinguang paid no mind to it. Xie Weilou took a sip of fragrant tea to warm himself and inquired, "What happened to that maid from the Lin family?" He referred to the maid who had accused him of annihilating the Lin family. Lin Xinguang fell silent for a moment before replying. "She was injured at the time and left shortly thereafter." She then fixed her gaze on Xie Weilou, her expression earnest as she remarked, "The Lin family's affairs require an explanation. Aren't you weary of bearing this burden for so long?" Xie Weilou's gaze lingered on Lin Xinguang's graceful figure as he replied softly, "If you let me touch your leg, I assure you, I will feel invigorated." Lin Xinguang, seeing Xie Weilou divert the topic, felt a surge of irritation. For 3 years, this man had remained consistent in his behavior, always shifting the conversation at critical moments. She glared at him, saying, "Let us discuss the Tianqi sword." With a smile, Xie Weilou replied, "According to the intelligence I gathered from the Jinshi Marquis' residence, the Tianqi sword originates from Wuyi. Wuyi, the second prince." Lin Xinguang pondered internally. It appeared that the mysterious figure wielding the golden snake sword was of little significance. The essence lay with Wuyi. Xie Weilou's information would save her considerable time. Xie Weilou then stated, "Some matters should not be judged solely by appearances. Even if all the evidence lies before you, it may not necessarily be true. You must entertain various hypotheses. Every seemingly impossible target could potentially be your adversary." This statement served not only as a reminder to Lin Xinguang, but also as a cautionary note for Xie Weilou himself. Once a person becomes embroiled in a situation, it is all too easy to be led astray. Often, what one believes to have uncovered may be carefully orchestrated by the planner. To untangle the web, one must maintain an air of calmness. I understand, Lin Qinghuang replied, her expression tranquil. Very well. I find myself weary, Xie Weilou declared, placing his teacup down and walking toward the nearby bed. Observing this, Lin Qinghuang immediately rose, exclaiming, "You are not allowed to lie down here." "That is out of the question." Xie Weilou paid no heed, reclining on the soft bed, which carried a subtle fragrance. Lin Qinghuang clenched her fists, her expression filled with exasperation. This man was utterly lacking in manners. How could he simply lie down on her bed like that? I must change the sheets tomorrow. No. From now on, the residence will be changed. Xie Weilou yawned, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Qinghuang, I've climbed onto your bed. Can you do anything about it?" "You're quite audacious," Lin Qinghuang retorted coldly. Xie Weilou chuckled. In the stillness of the night, a solitary man and a woman share the same room, and the blankets are chilly. Shall we warm them together? Rest assured, I am quite honest and will not act inappropriately. Lin Qinghuang took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within her, and poured herself a cup of tea, taking a sip. Xie Weilou continued, "Would you like me to recite a poem for you?" "Oh." Lin Qinghuang looked at Xie Weilou, suddenly intrigued. During the Plum Appreciation Conference, the poetry he presented had overshadowed the entire assembly. Whether those verses were his own or copied from another, she could not ascertain. Now, hearing that he would recite poetry, her curiosity was piqued. She wondered if this man could once again deliver a masterpiece. Xie Weilou pulled up the quilt and draped it over himself, his expression dark as he lamented, "I am but a dandy. How could I compose poetry? Those verses were merely copied." "Then copy another," Lin Qinghuang replied coolly. "Very well." The gloom on Xie Weilou's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a mischievous grin. Noticing the swift change in his demeanor, Lin Qinghuang felt a sense of foreboding and quickly interjected, "Never mind. Perhaps you should refrain from reciting." Xie Weilou, with a serious countenance, insisted, "That will not do. The poetic spirit rises with the wind. I shall not cease until I have recited." Lin Qinghuang, at a loss for words, conceded, "All right then. You recite, and I shall listen." Xie Weilou cleared his throat and, with a smile, began. "The north wind blows, fragrant fills the hall, before the red-draped platform, the beauties pall. My husband lies on the couch, thoughts of longing unwind. The azure skirt slips, revealing gentle grace refined. Plum and snow vie for beauty, fair skin surpassing. As flowing waters and falling blossoms meet at last, everlasting." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuang's temper flared. She glared at Xie Weilou and remarked, "Well recited. Truly befitting a dandy who frequents taverns and brothels. Do refrain from further recitals in the future. Haha. Having finished, I shall now sleep." Xie Weilou closed his eyes contentedly. Moments later, the faint sound of snoring filled the air. What a carefree soul, falling asleep so easily. Does he not fear my wrath? Lin Qinghuang observed the slumbering Xie Weilou and shook her head in disbelief. She sat cross-legged on the ground, her expression reflective. After her exploits in the black market and battling 4 peak practitioners of the shackled realm, her cultivation had entered the early stages of the expansive realm. Given her age, achieving such a level was no small feat, yet she knew complacency was not an option. She must strive further. Cultivation. Lin Qinghuang formed hand seals, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy towards her, enveloped in a shimmering azure light. The night passed in silence. The next morning, as dawn broke, Xie Weilou opened his eyes and saw Lin Qinghuang still engrossed in her meditation. He marveled at her diligence. Silently, he slipped from the bed and approached her, reaching out to touch her leg. "Touch me, and I shall break your hand." Lin Qinghuang's eyes flickered open, casting a cold glare at Xie Weilou. He withdrew his hand, chuckling. "Have you grown weary from your night of cultivation? The bed has been warmed all night. Would you care to lie down?" "I shall not." Lin Qinghuang rose, glancing out the window. It was time to head to the Tianquan Bureau. There were many matters to attend to that day. Chapter 22. A report of deaths in Tianqi City. Snow fell heavily. The cold wind howled like a raging beast. Frost blanketed the earth, and thick ice formed on the ground. Icicles hung from the eaves, sharp as daggers. Many plum trees, which had bloomed vibrantly yesterday, bowed their heads in submission to the frigid winds and snow. Yet some proud plum blossoms faced the storm, determined to resist, only to meet a tragic fate of fragrant demise. Playful children arose early, bundled in thick cotton coats, armed with bamboo poles to strike the icicles from the rooftops. The lamentations of winter's flowers were swiftly replaced by the laughter of children. At the Tianquan bureau, Lin Qinghuang, clad in a flowing azure gown, exuded beauty and grace as she brewed a pot of fragrant tea to savor alone. Meanwhile, Xie Weilou reclined in a chair, covered by a long robe. His eyes half closed as he dozed, appearing weak, as though he had not rested well the night before. Zhang Long gazed at Xie Weilou, a flicker of envy in his eyes. Both were here to serve, yet Xie Weilou could slumber at will, treating this place as his own abode, free to act as he pleased. Meanwhile, they were relegated to toil. Indeed, having connections made all the difference. Has anyone reported an incident today? Lin Qinghuang inquired, casting a glance at Zhang Long. He promptly handed her a scroll. Last night, Zhang Zai, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, drowned, and concurrently, Su Pan, the minister, also perished. Today, Zhang Zai's daughter, Zhang Yun, has come to file a report. These two cases fall under the jurisdiction of the second prince. 2 officials from the Ministry of Works have died. Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow, taking a cursory glance at the scroll. The report came from the same individual, Zhang Yun, who, coincidentally, was married to Su Pan. Was it not peculiar that both the father-in-law and son-in-law had met their demise? The deputy minister held a mere 6th rank, and the minister was simply a minor clerk within the ministry. Their simultaneous deaths hinted at complexities beyond the surface. Zhao Hu has already dispatched men to seal off both locations, Zhang Long stated. Lin Qinghuang nodded slightly. Since the cases have reached the second prince, we should investigate. With that, she set down her teacup. Xie Weilou, rousing from his drowsiness, murmured, Qinghuang, I shall accompany you. Lin Qinghuang replied coolly, I wouldn't want to trouble the young master. Rising, Xie Weilou stretched, saying, After all, I am here to gain some prestige. I must at least adhere to the formalities, lest I attract unwelcome gossip. Are you truly concerned about gossip? Lin Qinghuang retorted, fixing him with a scornful gaze. With such a thick skin, your reputation in Tianqi City is already tarnished. What do you have to fear? Xie Weilou, with a serious countenance, replied, I fear for your reputation. You are my superior. If I were to indulge in idleness, it would reflect poorly on you. Huh, so I should thank you then? Lin Qinghuang responded with a frosty smile. Xie Weilou's eyes softened as he continued, Since you are to join the Marquis of Jinxi's household, it is in your best interest to maintain a good reputation to avoid any disparaging remarks. Lin Qinghuang's expression darkened. Zhang Long, bowing his head, feigned ignorance. At that moment, he was thoroughly impressed by Xie Weilou. In Tianqi City, how many dared to provoke Commander Lin in such a manner? Only Xie Weilou could do so without fear of retribution. Were it anyone else, they would likely have been cleaved in two by a sword. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qinghuang grasped the nearby Tianya sword, suppressing the flames of anger within her, and coldly stated, Let us proceed. For the sake of the Tianya sword, I shall temporarily overlook this fellow. At Zhang Zai's residence, Zhao Hu and a group of constables cordoned off a pond, beside which lay the lifeless body of a middle-aged man. We have awaited your arrival, Commander Lin. Zhao Hu and his colleagues quickly bowed upon her arrival. Lin Qinghuang nodded subtly, surveying the surroundings. The pond was modest in size, its waters somewhat deep. Those unfamiliar with swimming could easily drown. Unfortunately, any additional evidence had been obscured by last night's heavy snowfall, making it difficult to discern any particular traces on the ground. She circled the pond to examine it, then focused on the body before her. The corpse bore a contorted expression, a sinister smile upon its face, with signs of impact on the forehead and disheveled clothing, presenting a truly terrifying sight. Xie Weilou gazed contemplatively at the lifeless body before him. The condition of the deceased bore semblance to drowning, yet there were indications of death by freezing as well. Lin Qinghuang bent down to examine the body closely and mused, There is liquid in the mouth and nose. Various debris, the lungs are inflated, and the livor mortis is a vivid crimson. The time of death should be around the hour of high. At this juncture, she turned her gaze towards Zhao Hu and inquired, Where is Zhang Yun? A woman in her early 30s hurriedly approached. Clad in a pink cotton dress with a gray scarf around her neck, her attire exuding a curious contradiction. Her complexion was pale, and her expression was one of profound sorrow as she addressed Lin Qinghuang. Your Excellency, I am Zhang Yun. When your father passed away, were you present here? Lin Qinghuang asked. Zhang Yun shook her head, her demeanor heavy with melancholy. I was not. My husband passed away last night, and in my grief, I came today to seek my father, only to discover that he had drowned in the pond. Lin Xinhuang narrowed her eyes and calmly commanded, "Summon the steward of this place." "I shall attend to it at once," responded Zhao Hu, promptly departing. After a while, Zhao Hu returned accompanied by a group, among them an elderly man. The elder bowed before Lin Xinhuang and said, "I have the honor to meet you, my lady. I am the steward of this estate." Lin Xinhuang inquired, "Who was the first to discover the drowning of Zhang Zai?" The steward, with a bitter expression, replied, "It was I." "When did you make this discovery?" Lin Xinhuang pressed. The steward explained, "This morning, as per routine, I brought food to my lord. While passing through the courtyard, I found him lying there. At that moment, the young lady returned, and I immediately reported the incident." Lin Xinhuang scrutinized the steward. Were there not many guards in the courtyard? How could a death go unnoticed? Surely, if someone were drowning, cries for help would be heard. The steward shook his head. "The wind and snow were fierce last night. We heard no sounds at all. Moreover, this is outside my lord's chamber, where he forbade the guards from approaching. They could only stand watch outside." Lin Xinhuang turned her attention to Zhang Yun. "Did your father prohibit outsiders from coming near here?" Zhang Yun nodded. "Indeed, my father has always been averse to guards approaching this area. Even the maids must tread carefully when cleaning, especially in my father's room, which he preferred to clean himself." Lin Xinhuang's expression shifted to one of deep contemplation. The storm was severe, and the guards were kept at bay. A person drowning would surely produce some noise. One could not simply remain unheard, unless there were extraordinary circumstances. With this thought, Lin Xinhuang addressed Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. "You are to analyze this case." Zhao Hu, with a serious countenance, replied, "Your Excellency, I believe Zhang Zai met his demise by drowning." Lin Xinhuang queried, "What leads you to this conclusion?" Zhao Hu gestured towards the corpse of Zhang Cheng, stating, "His face is marked by struggle, there is liquid in his mouth, and his chest is swollen, indicating he inhaled a considerable amount of pond water during the fall, ultimately succumbing to drowning. It is winter now, and the nights are particularly frigid. If one were to fall into icy waters, the shock could cause immediate cramping, rendering them unable to struggle, and thus they would find themselves submerged, unable to call for help." Lin Xinhuang shook her head, then turned to Zhang Long. "What is your perspective?" Zhang Long remarked, "I believe Zhao Hu is correct." Lin Xinhuang's gaze fell upon Xie Weilou. "Xie Weilou, please share your thoughts." In Chapter 23, titled "The Symptoms of Freezing to Death," an eerie smile graced his face. "What should I say?" Xie Weilou responded. Lin Xinhuang inquired, "First, why is there a bruise on the forehead?" Xie Weilou studied the corpse. "Given the frigid weather, with the pond frozen over, is it not unusual for someone to fall and strike their face against the ice, resulting in injuries?" Lin Xinhuang inwardly nodded, then asked, "Why is he improperly dressed?" "From the state of the body, he is not in a nightgown." Xie Weilou suggested, "Perhaps he felt too warm and removed his garments." This raised a significant question. On such a cold day, why would he feel warm? Lin Xinhuang posed the crucial inquiry. Xie Weilou casually replied, "I have heard that when a person is on the brink of freezing to death, they may experience a sensation of warmth, prompting them to instinctively shed their clothes, often accompanied by a smile, as if death itself grants the deceased a final tenderness." "That is incorrect," Zhao Hu interjected, shaking his head. "If a person is freezing, they would desperately seek more clothing, not remove it." Xie Weilou shrugged. "Who can say? Perhaps their consciousness is clouded, leading to hallucinations." Lin Xinhuang stated, "In fact, Xie Weilou's assertion holds merit. Each year, during the harsh winter, numerous individuals succumb to freezing. Historical records from various regions indicate that most victims of freezing tend to remove their clothing, often displaying an eerie smile. This phenomenon is remarkably peculiar, lacking a definitive explanation. Yet many frozen corpses exhibit these two signs, serving as characteristics by which to judge those who have frozen to death." Zhao Hu appeared momentarily stunned, realizing his limited reading had left him unaware of such signs associated with freezing. Lin Xinhuang turned to Xie Weilou. "So, do you believe this person died from freezing?" Xie Weilou, appearing nonchalant, replied, "Whether from freezing or drowning, that is secondary. The pressing issue at hand is to investigate the factors that led him to undertake such actions." He focused on the corpse of Zhang Zai on the ground. A normal, living person would not idly abandon a warm room to deliberately expose themselves to the cold, ultimately losing consciousness and falling into a pond, would they? It seems evident that something was amiss even before he ventured out into the cold. This case is undoubtedly complex, potentially requiring a connection to another case. After all, the deceased is both a father-in-law and a son-in-law. Their deaths may indeed be intertwined. Lin Qinghuang's lips curled into a slight smile as she regarded Xie Weilou, recognizing his perceptive nature. The previous case at Huansha Tower had revealed his exceptional insight, and this time was no different, as he identified the crucial issue. In any death investigation, it must either be a homicide, suicide, or accidental death. There must be a core factor leading to the demise. Lin Qinghuang gestured. Take the body to the Tianquan office. With that, she turned to ascend the staircase. Xie Weilou shared her thoughts. Two cases occurring simultaneously could hardly be a coincidence. Further investigation into the other case might yield special revelations. Xie Weilou observed Lin Qinghuang's silhouette, a serene smile gracing his lips. The emergence of these two cases could hardly be deemed coincidental. Perhaps someone was subtly manipulating Lin Qinghuang's actions, deliberately steering her towards a particular investigation. It was evident that relying on others was insufficient. Xie Weilou felt compelled to take matters into his own hands. Schemes and stratagems? Who cannot wield them? Within the attic, Lin Qinghuang meticulously examined her surroundings. A curious discovery caught her attention as she bent down to scrutinize a section of the floor on the left. Most of the attic was immaculately tidy, save for a patch of dust beside the bookshelf. Immediately, she approached the bookshelf, which was adorned with numerous scrolls, each tethered by a slender thread. As she tugged at one of the threads, a faint sound emanated from behind the bookshelf, which then slid aside, revealing a concealed compartment before her. However, Lin Qinghuang did not hastily inspect the hidden space. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on the floor. The dust accumulation was pivotal, for it bore 3 distinct footprints along with a minuscule that resembling a fingernail. Xie Weilou stole a glance, noting that every other corner had been meticulously cleaned, leaving this patch of dust deliberately untouched. This was not merely carelessness on Zhang Zai's part. It was a calculated act. The dust, obscured by the bookshelf, would likely leave footprints should someone attempt to access the hidden compartment. If this intruder had visited at night, spotting the dust would have been exceedingly challenging. Zhang Zai, aware of his intentional dust left behind, would undoubtedly be alerted to any approaching outsiders. Such was the intent, presumably to deter intruders. Lin Qinghuang had previously examined the shoes worn by Zhang Zai. 2 of the footprints were undoubtedly his, yet the origin of the final imprint remained a mystery. She retrieved a pen from her sleeve, sketching the solitary footprint before tucking the paper back into her garment. Turning her attention to the concealed compartment, she noted a fine layer of dust covering its surface, yet a central area devoid of dust suggested that something once resided there, now vanished. Zhang Zai had likely prohibited anyone from nearing this spot to prevent the discovery of the contents within the compartment, but alas, they had been removed. Lin Qinghuang mused. Now, with the items lost to time and Zhang Zai deceased, the possibility of murder for the sake of plunder loomed large. She took a step back, and the bookshelf seamlessly returned to its original position, a design that rendered the dust even more elusive. "Ah, this wine pot is exquisite," Xie Weilou remarked, lifting a vessel from the table. "Do you suppose Zhang Zai consumed something peculiar before his demise, which led to his physical ailments? Or perhaps he was merely intoxicated?" Lin Qinghuang approached, taking the wine pot from Xie Weilou's hands. It still contained some liquid, and she produced a silver needle to conduct a test. Xie Weilou chuckled. A silver needle can reveal many poisons, yet some remain undetectable, like the earlier Tian Marin. Lin Qinghuang pocketed the needle, contemplating. This is osmanthus brew from Tianqi City. It appears devoid of significant issues. Setting the wine pot down, she continued her examination of the surroundings. The furniture was arranged with precision, and no signs of disorder marred the space. There were no indications of a struggle within these walls. Xie Weilou gazed intently at the tablecloth before him, delicately inhaling its peculiar fragrance, distinctly unlike the aroma of wine. After a brief examination, he found little of consequence. Lin Qinghuang remarked, "It seems we must pay a visit to Su Pan. I hope to uncover something remarkable there." The present scene bore scant traces, making it challenging to discern much. Subsequently, an autopsy on Zhang Zai would be necessary, but first, a visit to Su Pan was imperative. At the Su estate, within a grand hall, lay the lifeless body of a man with a fearsome visage on the ground, surrounded by members of the Tianquan division. Their expressions were strange, for Su Pan's death mirrored that of Zhang Zai, both faces contorted in agony and bearing injuries. According to the Su family, Su Pan had also been retrieved from a pond. Unlike Zhang Zai, however, Su Pan's face bore no eerie smile, and his attire was not excessively disheveled. Zhang Zai had suffered a head injury, while Su Pan bore a wound to the back of his skull. Su Pan's time of death was recorded as the Hour of the Rat. Lin Xinhuang turned to Zhang Yun and asked coolly, "You were not present at your father's demise. Were you present when your husband perished?" "The lady was present," interjected a middle-aged man clad in black robes. Lin Xinhuang frowned and inquired, "Who are you?" The man bowed and replied, "I am the steward of the Zhang residence." "Ma Shan," Lin Xinhuang stated, "since you are so certain that Lady Zhang was present, it stands to reason that you were there as well. Please elucidate the circumstances surrounding this case." Steward Ma replied, "The master was slain by a water ghost." "A water ghost?" Lin Xinhuang scrutinized him. The notion of a supernatural entity committing such an act was not unheard of, yet upon a mere glance, she discerned that this was not the work of a demon. At times, humanity could prove more vicious than any beast. Steward Ma continued, "Last night, the master's screams echoed through the estate, and we witnessed a water ghost dragging him into the pond. Many guards and maidservants within the estate bore witness. Some attempted to intervene, but were severely injured. Indeed, we all saw it. The master was killed by a water ghost." Several of the Su family's guards and maidservants recounted, their voices trembling with fear. They had indeed seen the horrid apparition, which had seized their master and plunged him into the depths of the pond, a sight they would never forget. "Xie Weilou, if you were to investigate this case, how would you proceed?" Lin Xinhuang directed her gaze at him. Chapter 24. My subordinates shall not harbor uselessness. Xie Weilou looked at Lin Xinhuang with exasperation, saying, "Xinhuang, I am merely here to observe. There is no need for me to exert myself excessively." Lin Xinhuang replied coolly, "My subordinates do not harbor uselessness." Xie Weilou sighed. "If you wish for the horse to run, you must provide it with fodder. Should you offer me sustenance, I shall exert myself. I will show you I am no wastrel." Lin Xinhuang furrowed her brow, sensing an underlying discord in Xie Weilou's words, yet lacking evidence to substantiate her intuition. Bending down, Xie Weilou examined Su Pan's corpse, gently pressing on his chest. Su Pan's condition differed from that of Zhang Zai, as there were no apparent signs of water or foreign matter in his mouth or nose, nor were there visible signs of chest expansion. He turned to Steward Ma and inquired, "When Su Pan was pulled into the pond by the water ghost last night, did he struggle?" "Indeed," Steward Ma instinctively responded. Upon hearing the words, Xie Weilou and Lin Xinhuang immediately turned their gazes towards Butler Ma. The two exchanged a knowing glance, accompanied by a subtle yet significant smile. Xie Weilou examined Su Pan's mouth and nose, shaking his head. "There is no trace of drowning fluid, which indicates that the individual lost consciousness prior to falling into the pond." He fixed his gaze upon Butler Ma. If the person had already lost consciousness, how could there have been any struggle? Butler Ma's expression faltered momentarily before he replied, "It is possible that due to the heavy snow and darkness last night, I misjudged the situation." "Ah, that is a possibility," Xie Weilou nodded, and then turned to Zhang Yun. "I am quite curious. You were present at the scene when your husband met his demise last night. Why did you not report it?" Zhang Yun was momentarily rendered speechless. The members of the Tianquan division focused their attention on her. While the death of Zhang Zaiji went unnoticed by outsiders, making a report today was understandable. Su Pan's death, witnessed by all, raised questions about why it was not reported the previous night. The lack of report from others could be comprehended, yet Zhang Yun, as Su Pan's wife, failing to report promptly was indeed suspicious. Butler Ma hastily interjected, "Last night, with the water ghost on the prowl, fear gripped everyone. And the hour was late. It is reasonable to assume that all local authorities were unstaffed. Only after we gathered our thoughts today did we rush to report it." "I see," Xie Weilou said, stretching out his hand to gently touch the back of Su Pan's head, noting the smoothness of the wound. He inquired, "Butler Ma, what do you believe caused this injury on your master's head?" Butler Ma appeared deep in thought. "He must have struck a stone. Last night, the water ghost dragged the master down from the attic, and upon encountering resistance from the guards, it threw him by the pond, where there happened to be stones, causing his head to collide with one." The guards chimed in. "Indeed, when the water ghost fought us, it did throw the master beside the pond." Xie Weilou, with an amused expression, remarked, "You just stated that the snowstorm raged and it was dark. How then could you discern that Su Pan's head struck the stone?" Your vision seems to fluctuate between clarity and obscurity. Butler Ma trembled slightly, realizing he had stepped into a trap set by Xie Weilou, unwittingly falling into his own snare. The onlookers regarded Butler Ma with a knowing gaze. He was undoubtedly harboring significant issues. Xie Weilou then queried, "From which room was Su Pan dragged by the water ghost?" "From Butler Ma's room," a guard promptly responded. Xie Weilou looked at Butler Ma, astonished. "What business did Su Pan have in your room?" Butler Ma quickly explained. "The master came to inquire about some financial matters." Xie Weilou replied, "To inspect that pond." Before long, the group arrived at the edge of a pond in the courtyard. The pond was not particularly large, yet deep enough to drown a person. Xie Weilou bent down to examine a sharp stone at the edge, which bore frozen traces of blood. Butler Ma pointed at the stone. "The master struck this stone last night." Xie Weilou surveyed the surroundings, smiling slightly. "Last night, the snow covered everything. Yet this stone remained exposed, which is rather intriguing. I cannot shake the feeling that the snow surrounding this stone has been disturbed, appearing distinctly shallower than the snow in the vicinity. It certainly seems so." The members of the Tianquan division nodded gently. Surrounding them were several stones, all blanketed in ice and snow, yet one particular stone remained exposed. The snow surrounding this stone was noticeably thinner than in other areas, indicating that someone had deliberately cleared it away to reveal the stone beneath. Numerous footprints encircled the pool, but a mere glance at the tracks provided no clarity. A bead of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of Butler Ma. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze on Butler Ma's face, chuckling. "Butler Ma, in such frigid weather, you are actually sweating." The others regarded Butler Ma with mocking smiles, having already formed some conjectures about the unfolding case. Butler Ma wiped his brow and shook his head. "It is merely snow that has melted from my hair, dripping down, not sweat." Xie Weilou scanned the surrounding lofts, his attention landing on one particular building with a shattered window on the second floor. "Is this the residence of Butler Ma?" he inquired. "Indeed." Butler Ma affirmed with a nod. Xie Weilou then asked, "Where is Su Pan's room?" "Over there." Butler Ma pointed to another loft. Xie Weilou turned to Zhang Yun. "May I inquire, Madame Su, is your room located there?" Zhang Yun instinctively pointed to another loft. Xie Weilou smiled. "I am quite astonished that Madame Su and Su Pan do not reside in the same building." Zhang Yun trembled slightly, replying in a hushed tone, "My health has not been well. I have not shared a residence with my husband for half a month. Madame Su's health is poor." "I just examined your husband and found that he is the one in ill health," Xie Weilou remarked, casting a knowing glance at Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's eyes darted away, unable to meet Xie Weilou's gaze. He continued, "Madame Su, has anyone mentioned that the gray scarf around your neck does not complement your pink cotton dress? It appears to match Butler Ma's black robe quite well." The crowd immediately turned their attention to the scarf around Zhang Yun's neck. They had sensed some inexplicable discord in her attire earlier, but could not articulate what was amiss. Now, with Xie Weilou's observation, the truth dawned upon them. Indeed, the scarf around Zhang Yun's neck was incongruous. Not only did the colors clash with her outfit, but the material of the scarf was not silk. Rather, it was a coarse fabric devoid of any decorative patterns, its hue quite muted. Typically, a woman's scarf would be vibrant and adorned with exquisite embellishments or patterns. Yet Zhang Yun's scarf resembled more that of a man's. Zhang Yun's expression fell into disarray, panic overtaking her. Xie Weilou addressed Lin Qingwang. "Qingwang, could you please examine Madame Su's scarf? I suspect there is a mark on her neck." Lin Qingwang turned to Zhang Yun. "Madame Su, may I trouble you to show me your scarf?" Butler Ma interjected urgently. "This is the lady's personal item. Allow me to see," Lin Qingwang replied, disregarding Butler Ma's protest, extending her hand toward Zhang Yun with a stoic demeanor. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yun complied, removing the scarf and handing it to Lin Qingwang. At the instant she unveiled the scarf, the onlookers indeed observed a distinct mark around her neck. At this moment, they could not help but commend Xie Weilou, truly remarkable. He had accurately deduced the presence of a bruise around Zhang Yun's neck. Xie Weilou turned to Zhang Yun and inquired, "Madame Su, may I ask who left this mark upon your neck?" Lowering her head, Zhang Yun replied, "My husband." Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou displayed no sign of surprise. "I shall visit Su Pan's chamber," he declared. In Su Pan's room, Xie Weilou surveyed his surroundings and noticed a table adorned with a wine jug. The arrangement bore a resemblance to Zhang Zai's quarters, which were meticulously tidy and devoid of chaos. He paid the table no heed and instead approached a cabinet. After a brief search, he discovered a small fragment of tea cake. Lifting it to his nose, he squinted. The familiar aroma was reminiscent of that which lingered on the tablecloth in Zhang Zai's room. He pocketed the tea cake and exited the room. Did you uncover anything? Lin Xinhuang inquired, gazing at Xie Weilou. He shook his head, replying, nothing. He then proceeded towards the house of the steward, Ma. Outside, the snow had been cleared, and the footprints were scarcely discernible. This was not only the case outside Ma's residence, but also outside Zhang Yan's, where the footprints had likewise been tidied. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and remarked to Ma, last night, the water ghost committed a heinous act, instilling fear among the populace. Yet the urgent matter of reporting it was postponed until today, and yet the accumulated snow on the ground has been swept away. This must have been the work of the house servants. They are typically quite diligent. Is that so? They cleared the area outside your and Madame Su's quarters, yet neglected Su Pan's? Do they presume Su Pan is deceased and therefore unnecessary to clean? Or was it a directive to only clear the vicinity of you and Madame Su? Xie Weilou fixed Ma with a penetrating gaze. This is merely the thought of the servants. I cannot comprehend it. Rest assured, he shall be reprimanded, Ma replied. Reprimand may not be necessary, for he has certainly observed some matters while clearing. It would be prudent to inquire with him, as he may possess valuable insights, Xie Weilou suggested, causing Ma's pupils to constrict. Turning to Lin Xinhuang, he instructed, Commander Lin, I would appreciate it if you could search Madame Su's room for any exquisite vases or similar items. Lin Xinhuang shot a bemused glance at Xie Weilou, pondering who was truly in command. I requested you to investigate this matter, yet you presume to issue orders to me? However, she refrained from further comment and swiftly made her way to Zhang Yun's chamber. Both Ma and Zhang Yun shuddered, fully aware that their time was running out. Let us proceed to the steward's room, Xie Weilou said with a smile, leading them inside. Within the room, everything was arranged with precision and cleanliness. Xie Weilou remarked, if the water ghost had intruded, there would undoubtedly be signs of a struggle, yet this place is impeccably tidy. The servants are always fastidious. I made sure to clean thoroughly, Ma replied. That merely indicates the destruction of evidence. Xie Weilou countered, causing Ma to falter for a moment. Xie Weilou leaned out to gaze through the window, just in time to spot a faint footprint on the nearby eaves, alongside several claw marks on the wooden ledge beside the window. He turned to Ma and requested, please describe the scene of the water ghost's intrusion and the abduction of Su Pan. Butler Ma gestured towards the table, stating, at that moment, I was seated here with the master, discussing the accounts, when the water ghost suddenly burst through the window. It moved with such swiftness, seizing the master and darting away. As I pursued, the guards were engaged in a struggle with it. Butler Ma was lying again. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze on him, causing Butler Ma to falter. He inquired, please enlighten me, my lord. He understood that his fate was sealed today, as he had made too many blunders. The celestial authority could easily take him to the depths of the prison for interrogation, compelling him to confess. Yet, he was eager to know where he had revealed his inconsistencies. Allow me to elucidate your falsehoods, Zhang Long interjected, pointing towards the shattered windowsill. On a frigid winter day, the paper would be brittle and stiff. If the window had been broken from the outside, the shards would be directed inward. However, they are outward-facing, indicating that the water ghost charged from within. It was evident that the previous incident at the Huansha building had imparted him some wisdom, and this case was no different. I see, Butler Ma sighed, realizing he had not exercised sufficient caution. Before long, Lin Xinhuang returned, bearing a broken vase. Its fragments stained with blood. Isn't this Butler Ma's Celadon vase? A member of the Su family recognized it from its damaged state. The bloodied vase had found its way into Madame Su's chamber, prompting immediate speculation. Xie Weilou remarked, Butler Ma's shattered vase has mysteriously appeared in Madame Su's room. I have heard that a perpetrator, after committing a crime, typically undertakes 3 actions: fabricating the scene, concealing the body, and hiding the weapon. The weapon is generally not hidden in one's own residence. Previously, when examining Su Pan's head wound, it was noted to be smooth. Had it been inflicted by a sharp object, the injury would present as a depression. Only a smooth exterior could result in such an even mark. It was now Butler Ma's turn to continue his defense. With a complex expression, he spoke, there is no need for further deceit. This gentleman is merely toying with me. If I persist in my lies, I shall only make a fool of myself. As the steward of the Su residence, I am somewhat familiar with the methods of the authorities. They need only to suspect me to take me for interrogation, and I do not believe I could withstand such treatment. Furthermore, my statements are riddled with inconsistencies, rendering further denial futile. Then speak, Xie Weilou commanded, looking at Butler Ma. The butler glanced at the pale Zhang Yun beside him and, after a moment of silence, confessed. The master's health has been deteriorating. Half a month ago, he separated from Madame, and, last night, upon witnessing me with her, he suddenly went mad, attempting to strangle her. In a moment of desperation, I seized the vase and struck him down. The scarf around Madame's neck was hastily given by me to conceal the marks of strangulation. And the water ghost? Xie Weilou pressed further. Butler Ma shook his head, replying, "There is no water ghost. It was I who instructed the guard Lu Zhao to impersonate one, intending to fabricate a scene of a water ghost committing the crime. I thought perhaps it would be a minor oversight, but it turned out to be riddled with flaws. Butler Ma, it was indeed you." Some members of the Su family cast furious glances at Butler Ma and Madame Su, condemning these two treacherous lovers for their illicit affair and the murder of the family head, deserving of the most severe punishment. Butler Ma and Madame Su hung their heads, their faces ashen. "Summon Lu Zhao," commanded Xie Weilou, surveying the surroundings. The man has already arrived. A figure clad in a gray robe, wearing a mask and leaning on a cane, entered the room. Though he was a cripple, he possessed formidable strength, serving as the Su family's most formidable guard. "Speak, my lord, as you have a knack for discerning the truth," Xie Weilou said, turning his gaze to Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao, in turn, looked at Butler Ma. "Given the current circumstances, you should speak candidly," Butler Ma urged. Lu Zhao nodded and confessed, "Last night, Butler Ma sought me out and offered me 100 taels of silver to assist him in staging a scene. I impersonated the water ghost, dragging the family head's corpse from the loft to conceal the wounds on the back of his head. I followed Butler Ma's instructions to dispose of the body by the pond, creating the illusion of a stone mishap. I refrained from reporting the incident immediately, as the signs of death were too evident. Thus, I waited until this morning. Lu Zhao, you have often been by the family head's side, his most trusted guard. I did not expect you to be complicit in this affair. I found it curious that you were absent during the encounter with the water ghost last night. It turns out you were indeed the water ghost," one of the Su family's guards remarked coldly, recalling that some among them had sustained injuries during their confrontation with Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao shook his head. "I am merely a cripple. Madame Su's father is a high-ranking official. If he intervened, this case could be resolved swiftly. If I were to act foolishly, my fate would be no better. I never anticipated that the official would meet his demise." Xie Weilou scrutinized Lu Zhao. "When I inquired with the steward of the Zhang residence, he mentioned seeing a guard from the Su family visiting the Zhang household at the hour of the rat. It must have been you." He pondered. "It seems that at the time of Su Pan's death, you were not with him. Otherwise, as his most trusted bodyguard, had you accompanied him, his fate might have been different." With a complex expression, Lu Zhao replied, "I was sent by the family head to deliver a newly arrived fine wine to Lord Zhang. By the time I returned, he had already been slain by Butler Ma. Had I been present, he would surely not have perished. Alas, the dead cannot be revived. And I chose to comply with Butler Ma and Madame Su's arrangements for the sake of 100 taels and my own life." Xie Weilou suddenly realized, delivering wine? "So, the osmanthus wine in Zhang Zai's chamber was brought by you." "Indeed," Lu Zhao affirmed with a slight nod. Lin Qingwang glanced at Xie Weilou, a sly smile gracing her features, recognizing the cunning of the man. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze on Lu Zhao, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Lu Zhao, you are deceiving us." "Huh?" Lu Zhao was taken aback, looking at Xie Weilou in confusion. "I am not lying." Xie Weilou smiled softly. "You must be familiar with the sequence of Zhang Zai and Su Pan's deaths." Lu Zhao's expression shifted, shaking his head. "I only know that the family head died at the hour of the rat. I am unaware of the rest." Xie Weilou continued, "Zhang Zai died before Su Pan. He passed at the hour of the pig, while Su Pan met his end at the hour of the rat. If the butler indeed saw you at the hour of the rat, does that not imply that you visited Zhang Zai's residence and encountered the deceased Zhang Zai?" Lu Zhao's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly said, "Last night was late. I must have misremembered. Indeed, you have erred. For Zhang Zai's steward did not see you at the Zhang residence," Xie Weilou remarked with an amused glint in his eye. Lu Zhao's body trembled, and he responded, "There is no need for you to deceive me, my lord. I did indeed seek out Lord Zhang. As for the timing, I must have miscalculated. May I see your hand?" Xie Weilou turned his gaze towards Lu Zhao. Not understanding the request, Lu Zhao extended his hand. Xie Weilou scrutinized Lu Zhao's hands, noting the broken nails and the sight of blood and flesh. Lu Zhao explained, I am a practitioner of martial arts. I was immersed in icy water last night. This is nothing unusual, is it? It stems from frequently grasping the wooden eaves of windows. Xie Weilou replied calmly, indeed. Lu Zhao's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou pointed to the shattered window, saying, the scratches outside are quite conspicuous. And that solitary footprint is rather noticeable as well. Lu Zhao frowned. What does this signify? It signifies little, but I require you to see something crucial, Xie Weilou yawned. Qinghuang, retrieve that item you sketched earlier. He glanced at Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang produced a piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou accepted the paper and instructed Lu Zhao, remove your shoes. Lu Zhao complied in silence. Xie Weilou unfolded the paper, revealing a footprint, and compared it to Lu Zhao's shoe, stating, this footprint matches the size of your shoe, and the pattern is strikingly similar. Lu Zhao paused momentarily before inquiring, so, what exactly are you implying, my lord? Xie Weilou replied, underneath Zhang Zai's bookcase, there is dust. Late at night, as you approached the bookcase to retrieve something from its hidden compartment, you must have overlooked that dust, and your footprint was left behind. Moreover, there is another mark at the scene, left by your cane. Lu Zhao tightened his grip on the cane, his face paling significantly. At that moment, he understood that he had completely exposed himself. Dust, how careless. The old fox Zhang Zai remained as cunning as ever. Xie Weilou surveyed Lu Zhao and Zhang Yun, stating, let me deduce the sequence of events. You first went to Zhang Zai's residence under Xie Pan's name, then killed him and took something from the hidden compartment. Afterward, you returned to Su's residence and happened upon Steward Ma and Madame Su in a compromising situation. Enraged, you informed Xie Pan, who in his fury attempted to catch them in the act, ultimately being struck down by Steward Ma with a vase. Lu Zhao, Steward Ma, and Zhang Yun exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing in disbelief. Had Lu Zhao truly played them for fools? Lu Zhao sighed, my lord, your deduction is indeed astute. The details are precisely as you describe. Xie Weilou shook his head. This is no mere detail. I am more curious as to why you sought to kill both Zhang Zai and Su Pan. Why would witnessing Steward Ma and Madame Su's infidelity incite such rage in you that you would claw at the wooden eaves? The scratches on that eve are numerous and could not have been made in a single day. You were evidently aware of the affair long before, and your fury was palpable. Lu Zhao spoke solemnly. I killed Zhang Zai, but Su Pan was not my doing. Xie Weilou chuckled softly. To kill one person is to kill, and to kill two is also to kill. Since you have committed the act, there is no need for denial. The injury on the back of Zhang Zai's head was not fatal. The true cause of his demise was a heart attack. What? My strike was not the decisive factor in the death of the head of the family? Housekeeper Ma looked at Xie Weilou in shock. If he was not the one who directly killed him, could his punishment be lessened? Fear not. The prison of the Heavenly Authority Department can keep you confined for a long time, Xie Weilou replied indifferently. After hearing this, Housekeeper Ma's expression turned ashen. Xie Weilou turned to Lu Zhao and said, given the circumstances, you should recount all the details. There is no need for us to waste each other's time any further. Sighing softly, Lu Zhao replied, indeed, there is no need for further evasion, as it is utterly meaningless. Chapter 27. The exposure of treachery. Lu Zhao silently removed the mask from his face, revealing a visage marred and twisted by fire. It is you, Luluchi. Upon seeing this face, Zhang Yun's expression turned to one of terror, and she emitted a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. Lu Zhao fixed a sinister smile upon Zhang Yun and said, wretched woman, did you not expect it to be me? Back then, your father and you conspired against me. Did you ever consider this day would come? Xie Weilou observed Lu Zhao with a calm demeanor, awaiting his further words. Lu Zhao's expression turned melancholic. In those days, Zhang Zai was merely a county magistrate of Bai County, while I was a mere constable. Zhang Yun and I had reached the stage of discussing marriage, but alas, an incident occurred. This wretched woman, under the guise of preparing a meal for me, drugged me, and set my house ablaze, intending to burn me alive. He chuckled bitterly. When I awoke, I was unrecognizable. It took me over half a year to recuperate, only to discover that Zhang Zai had been promoted, rising to the position of an official in Tianqi City, while this wretched woman had married Su Pan. I longed to see them all suffer 1,000 deaths. I stealthily infiltrated Su's household, gained his trust through service, and just half a month ago, I happened upon Housekeeper Ma and this wretched woman in an affair. My fury knew no bounds. This woman truly deserves death. Is murder not sufficient to quench your wrath? Xie Weilou inquired. Naturally. Thus, I orchestrated everything, killing that dog Zhang Zai, and using housekeeper Ma and Zhang Yun to eliminate Su Pan. This way, they would be imprisoned, awaiting execution, their illicit affair exposed, and subjected to public scorn. Would that not bring me greater satisfaction? Lu Zhao's face contorted into a grotesque grin. You madman! Zhang Yun shouted angrily, pointing at Lu Zhao. Having died once, who remains sane? Lu Zhao retorted coldly. Xie Weilou remarked. You mentioned that subsequent events unfolded. It seems related to the items within the hidden compartment. Lu Zhao produced an account book from his clothing. What matters are contained within this book? You will see for yourselves. Lin Qinghuang extended her hand to take the account book, but instead of examining it, she tucked it away. You employed a peculiar poison to kill Zhang Zai and Su Pan, did you not? Xie Weilou spoke. The statement is a deliberate provocation. The instrument of Lu Zhao's murder should be inextricably linked to the half-piece of tea cake he discovered in Su Pan's chamber. Nevertheless, he does not intend for Lu Zhao to disclose this in public, as it may serve a purpose later on. Lu Zhao did not refute this, merely stating, indeed, it is a peculiar poison. Once afflicted, the body experiences intense heat, and the heart races, leading to a volatile temperament. In such moments, if one cannot cool down, they can only await death from cardiac arrest. Can cooling suppress the toxin? The members of the Tianquan division gazed intently at Lu Zhao. He smirked. It is not so simple. After being poisoned, the body overheats, yearning for a cold environment. However, prolonged exposure to cold can cause the body to lose its temperature without the brain perceiving it, leading to a gradual loss of consciousness and the emergence of hallucinations. At this juncture, the crowd understood the crucial details surrounding Zhang Zai's demise. After being poisoned, he overheated and left the attic to seek the cold wind. As he did so, his brain remained unaware, his body lost warmth, and in a state of confusion, he hallucinated, ultimately collapsing into the pond, resulting in injuries to his forehead from the fall. Xie Weilou nodded gently. With this revelation, both cases could be concluded. He turned to Lin Qinghuang and stated, the investigation has yielded results. I am fatigued and wish to retire for the night. Go ahead. Lin Qinghuang waved him off. Xie Weilou, indeed, was no ordinary individual. His analytical prowess and ability to ensnare others surpassed many within the Tianquan division. There remained a few ambiguities worth pondering in this case, yet they were minor. The merits outweighed the flaws. Xie Weilou had done commendably well to arrive at this juncture. Yawning, he tucked his hands into his sleeves and departed the attic. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and others watched him leave, admiration flickering in their eyes. Who could declare that Xie Weilou was merely a debauched fool? His aptitude for solving cases rendered them inferior. Previously, in the Huansha building, Xie Weilou had remarked that being a wastrel did not equate to being inept. At this moment, they wholeheartedly recognized the truth in his words. A wastrel merely possesses the means to indulge in pleasures, but that does not imply a lack of intelligence. After leaving Su Pan's estate, Xie Weilou made his way to Qie Shui. In the private room, he was greeted by Lu Yu and Qiu Yu, who bowed respectfully. No need for such formalities. He waved dismissively. What have you discovered regarding the matters I tasked you with? Lu Yu produced 3 letters and handed them to Xie Weilou, stating, we have clarified the situation. The efficiency of their work was commendable. Xie Weilou thought to himself as he accepted the letters, opening the first one. Qingyuan Taoist Temple. Xie Weilou's eyes narrowed. According to the contents of the letter, after the fall of the Lin family, Lu Yuan had adopted a new identity as a Taoist priest and was currently serving as a lamp attendant at Qingyuan Temple, located 20 miles north of Tianqi City. Lu Yu respectfully inquired, Master, there seems to be something peculiar about Qingyuan Temple. It appears to harbor secrets. Should we apprehend Lu Yuan? Xie Weilou shook his head. I have my own plans regarding this matter. He proceeded to open the second and third letters. Before the downfall of the Lin family, there were interactions with the second prince. At the time of the Lin family's demise, it is indeed true that a group from Wuyage was active. When Xie Weilou reached this point, he slightly raised his eyebrows. Everything seemed to point towards the second prince. Could it be that the second prince was truly the mastermind behind the Lin family's destruction? This matter likely harbors greater complexity than it appears. The more evident something is, the more suspicious it becomes. However, now that he was aware of Lu Yuan's whereabouts, locating him could yield some crucial information. potentially leading to the true answer. Setting aside the letter, Xie Weilou produced half a tea cake and inquired of Jiue, "Are you familiar with this item?" Jiue accepted the tea cake, inhaling its aroma gently, her pupils constricting. "This is Tianqi gold tea, which was all the rage in Tianqi City a decade ago. Due to its rarity, it could only be exchanged for gold, and it was favored by certain dignitaries." She paused, then continued, "However, there were incidents of individuals experiencing cardiac arrest after consuming this tea, causing it to gradually fade from public view. Yet, it is still sold clandestinely. This tea cake seems to have been mixed with other substances. Consuming it may prove fatal." Xie Weilou inquired, "Who is selling it?" "The true cause of Zhang Zai and Su Pan's deaths must be this tea." Lu Zhao approached Zhang Zai with an ordinary item. Would Zhang Zai be inclined to meet him? Even as Su Pan's guard, he would not be welcomed. There is only one possibility. He brought this golden-like tea and, leveraging Su Pan's name, claimed it was a gift from Su Pan to his father-in-law. Upon hearing Tianqi gold tea, Zhang Zai would undoubtedly be thrilled and eager to taste it, which ultimately led to the subsequent tragedies. However, what qualifications does a mere minor character like Lu Zhao have to procure this gold tea? As he previously suspected, someone is orchestrating everything. Urging Lin Xinguang to investigate certain matters, that ledger must hold pivotal information. Jiuan nodded and said, "According to the intelligence controlled by Qie Shui, Zelangshuan is trafficking this tea. The third prince is behind Zelangshuan, though he remains well concealed, always lurking in the shadows without revealing himself." Zelangshuan? The third prince? Intriguing. Xie Weilou's eyes narrowed. It seems the ledger is part of a scheme. This scheme may be aimed at the second prince. After all, the earlier emergence of the Tianya sword had already implicated the second prince in the Lin family's downfall, and now, coincidentally, this case has fallen into the hands of the second prince. As the architect of this plot, one would undoubtedly seek to capitalize on their victories, laying successive traps to ensure a coherent progression of events, thereby achieving the desired outcome. As for this gold tea, it represents another layer of the scheme. Lin Xinguang's investigation of the ledger will undoubtedly reveal numerous insights, and if she further probes into the gold tea, it may lead back to the third prince. Or perhaps this gold tea originated from the third prince himself, intended to entrap the second prince, with the gold tea left behind at the scene simply because Lu Zhao had not yet disposed of it? If that were the case, the presence of this tea cake at the scene would be a significant oversight. Xie Weilou leaned towards the notion that someone aimed to manipulate both the second and third princes. If this is indeed the case, the individual orchestrating these events possesses a modicum of skill. "Please assist me with a task," Xie Weilou instructed Jiue, outlining several directives. Since someone intends to orchestrate a scheme, they will inevitably muddle the waters, causing the unsuspecting fish to flounder in disarray. Understood. In June, Xing performed a respectful bow. Xie Weilou raised a cup of wine and then departed. Chapter 28. The Flood of the White River, Relief Efforts with Silver in the Hall of the Heavenly Authority. Lin Xinguang meticulously examined the ledger. She noticed a creased page and immediately unfolded it for inspection. In the 49th year of the Tianqi era, during the winter solstice, a flood struck the White River. The second prince dispatched 30,000 taels of silver for disaster relief. As Lin Xinguang perused this passage, her gaze sharpened. The 49th year of Tianqi was precisely 3 years prior, coinciding with the winter solstice, at which time the Lin family faced their demise. Rising abruptly, she approached a nearby bookshelf, retrieving a scroll and glancing over its contents. In the 49th year of Tianqi, the dam of the White River collapsed, and the second prince was assigned to the Ministry of Works to oversee the dam's reconstruction, carrying 30,000 taels of silver for relief efforts to the White River County. Lin Xinguang continued to scrutinize the subsequent details. During this period, the 30,000 taels of silver mysteriously vanished. 3 days later, the second prince recovered the silver, and the relief efforts were deemed a resounding success, with the county magistrate Zhang Zai assisting the second prince and subsequently promoted to the position of deputy minister in the Ministry of Works. Setting the scroll aside, she retrieved an ancient ledger from her sleeve. This ledger belonged to the Lin family on the eve of their downfall, which she had carried with her, hoping to uncover a clue within its pages. She opened the ledger to the accounts for the 49th year of Tianqi. Among the entries, one stood out as peculiar: an expenditure of 30,000 taels of silver by the Lin family, with no accompanying explanation, and the handwriting appeared distinctly different, as if penned by another individual. After storing the ledger away, Lin Qinghuang pondered. Another trap, designed to compel me to investigate the second prince further. If it were merely an ordinary expense, Zhang Zai, as the deputy minister, would not have regarded the ledger with such gravity. It is evident that this entry harbors significant issues. The 30,000 taels of silver for disaster relief vanished only to be recovered 3 days later. Coincidentally, the Lin family had also expended 30,000 taels of silver at that time. Such a coincidence is implausible. What connection exists between the 30,000 taels expended by the Lin family and the 30,000 taels later retrieved by the second prince? Could it be the same sum? The emergence of this ledger once again positions her as a blade, compelling her to delve deeper into the affairs of the second prince. Lu Zhao, Lin Qinghuang understood that this individual must possess greater knowledge. Zhang Yun's attempt to incinerate Lu Zhao was likely orchestrated by Zhang Zai to eliminate any loose ends. Reporting to Commander Lin, Lu Zhao has committed suicide by biting his tongue. Zhang Long hastily entered the hall. His decisiveness was evident. Lin Qinghuang merely frowned slightly upon hearing this. And Zhang Yun, what did she say? She inquired. Zhang Long shook his head, replying. Zhang Yun stated that the murder of Lu Zhao was arranged by Zhang Zai, but she was unaware of the true motives. Zhang Zai only informed her that they were to proceed to Tianqi City and could not afford to be encumbered by a mere guard like Lu Zhao. Huh. Lin Qinghuang let out a cold, sardonic laugh. Commander Lin, I have just encountered someone outside who claims to be from the palace. She mentioned that the tea from Xylan Pavilion is exceptionally delightful and has brought you a sample, Zhao Hu said as he hurried into the room, presenting a piece of rice paper to Lin Qinghuang. Oh, Lin Qinghuang took the rice paper and opened it, revealing a small tea cake emitting a rich fragrance. She gently inhaled the aroma, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Closing her eyes, she quickly searched her memory. Moments later, she opened her eyes and stated solemnly, Tianqi golden tea. I believe I detected this scent in Zhang Zai's chamber previously, though I did not ponder it at the time. Tianqi golden tea? Wasn't this tea banned from sale a decade ago? Zhao Hu exclaimed in astonishment. Tianqi golden tea was once all the rage, beloved by numerous dignitaries for its intense fragrance. Although it is officially prohibited, it is certain that some will dare to take risks. You must immediately investigate Xylan Pavilion. If this tea is indeed being sold, we shall take swift action, Lin Qinghuang commanded coldly. Understood. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu departed without delay. Lin Qinghuang gazed at the tea cake in her hand, murmuring, I was curious about the poison Lu Zhao employed to eliminate Zhang Zai and Su Pan, which even a silver needle could not detect. It appears this golden tea is undoubtedly the answer. Would Lu Zhao offer Zhang Zai any ordinary beverage that he would pay heed to? Only this precious golden tea would compel Zhang Zai to eagerly brew and savor it. How exorbitantly priced is this golden tea? Especially after its prohibition. The clandestine value must be even higher. A mere guard like Lu Zhao would have no rightful claim to such a treasure. The cases of Zhang Zai and Su Pan are merely the surface. Many individuals are entangled in this web. Oh, what is Qinghuang pondering? Are you missing me? Xie Weilou chuckled as he entered the grand hall. Lin Qinghuang cast a sidelong glance at Xie Weilou and replied, Do you wish to know what the ledger contains? I have no desire to know, Xie Weilou said lazily as he settled beside her. Lin Qinghuang replied, 3 years ago, the second prince went to Baihe for disaster relief, bringing with him 300,000 taels of silver. Mysteriously, the silver vanished, only to be retrieved 3 days later. Coincidentally, the Lin family also expended 300,000 taels at that time. I cannot grasp this. Matters involving figures always give me a headache. Xie Weilou shook his head. As he suspected, the cases of Zhang Zai and Su Pan were orchestrated by someone to provoke Lin Qinghuang into further investigating the second prince. This individual could be the first prince, the third prince, or possibly other princes. If it were the first prince who provided the tea cake to Lu Zhao, leading to the demise of the two, it would serve a dual purpose, directing Lin Qinghuang to pursue the second prince while simultaneously using the tea cake to implicate the third prince. If it were the third prince, he would have sold the tea cake and presented it to Lu Zhao, intending to stoke the flames and deepen Lin Qinghuang's investigation into the second prince. Should it be another prince, this scheme would incite infighting among the three princes to reap the benefits. In any scenario, the second prince remains the target of scrutiny. Given the present situation, Xie Weilou leaned towards the notion that the first prince is orchestrating these events, especially since the tea cake was found in Su Pan's quarters, which in itself is a significant flaw. If the third prince were to orchestrate these events, he would certainly ensure that no incriminating evidence was left behind. In this regard, Xie Weilou also intervened, deliberately instructing Qi Yeshua's associates to masquerade as palace personnel and deliver the tea cakes to Lin Qingwang, which would easily sow seeds of suspicion among several princes. From the perspective of the third prince, the investigation into Zilangquan would incur significant losses, leading him to suspect whether it was the first prince or perhaps another royal plotting against him. Conversely, from the viewpoint of the first prince, the recent deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan, coupled with the illicit sale of golden tea by Zilangquan, provided ample grounds for him to accuse the third prince. However, the fact that palace insiders relayed information about the golden tea to Lin Qingwang would surely raise questions for the first prince. Should the first prince be the architect of this scheme? His intention to leave a small tea cake in Su Pan's chambers through Lu Zhao would be a clear attempt to ensnare the third prince. Yet, the moment this news spread from the palace, it would likely lead the third prince to suspect him first, creating a direct conflict that would undoubtedly be disadvantageous. It is imperative to recognize that the outcomes of Lin Qingwang's own inquiry and the information provided by palace insiders would differ significantly. In such a precarious moment, would the first prince also harbor doubts that there exists another party manipulating events from the shadows, inciting discord among the three princes? Might there be a deeply concealed prince observing the turmoil from a distance? Once suspicions arise among the princes, the waters would become muddied. Chapter 29. Mutual Suspicion. Watching from afar? If one cannot comprehend, then let it be. Lin Qingwang chose to refrain from further discourse on the matter. Xie Weilou stretched his leg, addressing Lin Qingwang. Qingwang, my feet are cold. Lin Qingwang replied coolly, a deficiency in your physique, depletion of vital energy, kidney weakness, and an insufficiency of yin and yang will naturally render you cold. You ought to reduce your visits to the brothels. Otherwise, you may not survive this winter. Xie Weilou murmured, if you warm my bed and allow me a taste, I could manage to endure. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall ensure you won't survive even today. Lin Qingwang retorted sternly, casting a fierce glare at Xie Weilou. Given the chill of the day, why must his soft words utter such frosty sentiments? Xie Weilou sighed wistfully. Lin Qingwang closed her eyes, choosing to ignore him. An hour later, reporting to Commander Lin, we have discovered a substantial quantity of golden tea at Zilangquan, which has now been sealed off. However, it appears that the third prince is behind Zilangquan. Zhang Long bowed to Lin Qingwang. Understood. You may leave. Lin Qingwang waved her hand, then took up pen and paper, swiftly drafting a memorial. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Since these individuals wished to contend, let them do so amongst themselves while she merely reported her findings accurately. As for where her blade would ultimately strike, that would depend on what she could uncover. It would not be so simple for them to wield her as a weapon. 2 hours later, Lin Qingwang's memorial, conveyed through the Grand Commander, was presented. The Imperial Palace, Tianqi Hall. A pale-faced, stern-looking middle-aged man sat upon a bed, gazing at the memorial in his hand. In a cold voice, he commanded, immediately summon the third prince to see me. This middle-aged man was none other than Emperor Xia. A eunuch hurried to relay the order. After a considerable time had passed, a young man entered the grand hall, clad in an immaculate white robe, exuding an extraordinary handsomeness. Your Majesty, I pay my respects, he proclaimed. This was none other than the third prince, Yan Wuchen. The Emperor of Xia regarded Yan Wuchen with indifference. Do you know why you have been summoned? Yan Wuchen paused for a moment, bewildered. I do not know, Your Majesty. The Emperor tossed a document towards him. Yan Wuchen caught the document and glanced at it, his pupils constricting in shock as he quickly knelt. Father, someone is framing me. Framing you? The deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan are connected to the golden tea, and your Xylan Pavilion is also selling golden tea. Do you consider this a mere frame-up? The Emperor stated with a stern countenance. Yan Wuchen lowered his head, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. In that instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was indeed difficult to refute, for Xylan Pavilion was his, and he was indeed selling golden tea. Yet he had no connection whatsoever to the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan. But who would believe his words? The Emperor coldly declared, you are to reflect in solitude for half a month. Furthermore, the winter hunting affairs you were responsible for will now be entrusted to your elder brother. I understand. Yan Wuchen replied, not daring to rebut. You may leave. The Emperor waved dismissively. Yan Wuchen bowed his head and withdrew. An incompetent fool, the Emperor muttered icily. Once outside the Tianqi Hall, Yan Wuchen's expression darkened ominously. He hastened back to his residence, feeling thoroughly ensnared today. Upon his return, the guards greeted him. "We have seen the third prince. At once, investigate the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan, and thoroughly examine the situation regarding Xylan Pavilion," Yan Wuchen instructed coldly. Xylan Pavilion happened to be the source of his lucrative golden tea sales, and with the establishment now sealed and many of his teas confiscated, he faced substantial losses. With the emperor now aware of his dealings, continuing to sell this tea would undoubtedly incur dire consequences. The path to wealth through golden tea had been abruptly obstructed. Someone had severed his financial lifeline and ensnared him. How could he not be furious? The guards promptly set to work. A short while later, they returned, presenting a letter to Yan Wuchen. "We have uncovered information. The deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan are linked to the golden tea, and the information regarding the golden tea was provided to Lin Qinghuang by someone within the palace." Yan Wuchen received the letter and scrutinized it, his expression growing grave. Provided by someone within the palace? How audacious of Yan Junlin to seek revenge on Yan Wuyo and dare to provoke me, to entrap me with the matter of golden tea, and to inform Lin Qinghuang of Xylan Pavilion's dealings. This is utterly ruthless. Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for being ungracious. Had Lin Qinghuang pursued the matter of the golden tea herself, it would have taken considerable time for her to link it back to Xylan Pavilion. During that interval, he could have easily erased all traces of his involvement. However, this time, someone within the palace had transmitted the information directly, leaving him little opportunity to respond. Who within the palace would be most likely to relay the news of the golden tea to Lin Qinghuang? It could only be Zhang Zai, the mastermind behind the deaths of Su Pan and the orchestrator of this entire affair, the first prince. Yan Wuchen crushed the letter in his hand and coldly remarked, "The winter hunt is about to commence. This matter has been entrusted to Yan Junlin by His Majesty. Prepare accordingly, for I must present him with an impressive gift." "As you command," replied the subordinate, bowing deeply before hastily departing. At the residence of the second prince, a young man clad in a flowing blue robe, his countenance shrouded in shadows, scattered bait into a pond. He was none other than the second prince, Yan Wuyo. "Your Highness, His Majesty summoned the third prince and has confined him to a month of solitary reflection. The winter hunt is also assigned to the first prince," a guard reported to Yan Wuyo. Yan Wuyo responded indifferently. "The eldest has played a clever hand, killing two birds with one stone." The guard hesitated before adding, "This could very well be the doing of the third prince. After all, the sale of the golden tea is linked to the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan." Yan Wuyo replied, "It is understandable that the third wishes to stoke the flames, yet he would not leave such a blatant flaw as Xylan Pavilion exposed, especially since he has also suffered considerable loss. This is evidently the work of the eldest, an astute calculation." The guard looked at Yan Wuyo. Now that the first prince is in charge of the winter hunt, Yan Wuyo gazed at the pond. "Let us observe the developments." "Understood." The guard bowed before taking his leave. Meanwhile, at the residence of the first prince, Yan Junlin, dressed in a black robe, savored of fine wine, a broad smile gracing his face. "I imagine the expressions of the second and third are quite grim at this moment. Do not revel too much. You may not be the true victor in this affair," a cool voice interjected as Yan Ryu approached. Yan Junlin turned towards her in surprise. "Why do you say that?" Yan Ryu replied with an air of indifference. The matter of Xylan Pavilion selling golden tea was not uncovered by Lin Qinghuang. Rather, someone within the palace provided this information to her. "Indeed?" Yan Junlin raised an eyebrow. The deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan were certainly orchestrated by him. As was the introduction of the golden tea, his intention was to craft a dual-purpose scheme. Not only did he aim to have Lin Qinghuang investigate Yan Wuyo, but he also sought to extract a measure of flesh from Yan Wuchen. After all, he sensed something amiss with the previous collusion of the three factions surrounding Yan Wuyo. Someone might have been scheming, intending to watch the tigers fight from the mountain, and that individual could very well be the third prince, Yan Wuchen. Hence, he devised a trap for Yan Wuchen. However, he refrained from informing Lin Qinghuang about the sale of golden tea at Xylan Pavilion. One must leave a glimmer of hope. Presenting the golden tea to frame Yan Wuchen was sufficient, allowing for a potential reaction from him without driving the situation to an irrevocable conclusion. Yet, the palace's direct communication with Lin Qinghuang left Yan Wuchen with no opportunity to respond, resulting in the complete obliteration of Xylan Pavilion. This did not seem to bode well. Yan Ryu remarked coolly, "It appears there are other players behind the scenes. Fourth prince, fifth prince, or perhaps the sixth? You have crafted a scheme to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, yet someone else is scheming for 3, watching from the sidelines. Yan Junlin's expression darkened. In the struggle for imperial power, there are certainly those who lie in wait, watching from the shadows. This cannot continue. We must unearth them all. Otherwise, their concealment poses a grave threat. Chapter 30. Qingyuan Taoist Temple, the Lantern Keeper. Evening. As the evening glow painted the horizon, snow-capped mountains transformed into a resplendent golden hue. A breathtaking sight to behold. Xie Weilou opened his eyes and removed his long robe, directing his gaze towards the distance where Lin Qinghuang was engrossed in examining a scroll. Embodying relentless determination. Qinghuang, the Tianquan division will disperse at the Shunshur hour. It should now be the Shushur hour. It's time to return home. Xie Weilou remarked with a smile. I can manage on my own, Lin Qinghuang replied coolly. Very well. You are a cultivator, your physique can endure, but I am different. I am far too frail and must return to recuperate, Xie Weilou stated as he rose and made his way towards the palace exit. He had already uncovered news regarding Lu Yuan and planned to visit Qingyuan Mountain under the cover of night to avoid drawing attention. You do not seek to recuperate. You merely wish to continue depleting your vitality, Lin Qinghuang observed, her expression impassive as she watched Xie Weilou's retreating figure. Given his nature, she surmised he would soon seek the company of courtesans, ceaseless in his pursuits. An hour later, dusk had settled, the ground blanketed in snow. Yet a hint of light persisted. At Qingyuan Mountain, snowflakes danced through the air, accompanied by chilling winds that produced an eerie howl. At the summit stood a temple known as the Qingyuan Taoist Temple. The temple, substantial in size, boasted stone walls encasing several grand halls, illuminated by flickering lamps, a testament to its vibrant incense offerings. Within one of the halls, a middle-aged Taoist priest clad in a gray robe was seated on a meditation mat, surrounded by green lanterns. This man was the esteemed Sherdeng Daoist of Qingyuan Mountain. Suddenly, a gust of frigid wind swept through, forcing the hall's door open, a chill invading the space as the green lanterns flickered. The Sherdeng Daoist slowly opened his eyes and stood to close the door, only to find a strikingly handsome man in a white robe standing at the entrance, a broad smile on his face. It was none other than Xie Weilou. Upon seeing Xie Weilou, the Daoist's pupils constricted, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. Esteemed guest, it is late. Why do you linger at Qingyuan Taoist Temple? He inquired, his voice laced with caution. Naturally, I have come for you, Lu Yuan. Xie Weilou responded with a grin. The moment Lu Yuan heard the name, his expression shifted alarmingly. His eyes narrowed, and a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him as he unleashed his peak, shackled realm cultivation. However, Xie Weilou reacted with lightning speed, stepping forward to appear before Lu Yuan, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Bang! Lu Yuan was sent crashing against the wall, blood spewing forth as the wall cracked under the impact. Fear flickered in his eyes. How could Xie Weilou, whom he had deemed a mere weakling, possess such formidable strength, able to best even a peak-shackled realm practitioner? With a casual wave, Xie Weilou closed the hall's door, a mysterious force sealing the area. He approached Lu Yuan, seizing him by the throat, a grin playing on his lips. Lu Yuan, do you know why this young master has come to find you? Lu Yuan's expression hardened with resolve as he clenched his teeth. Bang! Xie Weilou delivered a punch to Lu Yuan's mouth, sending teeth flying and blood gushing forth. He carelessly tossed aside a tooth laced with poison that fell to the ground. Do you wish to die? Very well. Answer my question first, or I shall make your existence a living hell, Xie Weilou remarked with a serene smile. I will tell you nothing, the Daoist Sherdeng retorted, his gaze venomous as it locked onto Xie Weilou. Indeed, this was Lu Yuan, the very man who, 3 years prior, had conspired with a certain prince to frame Xie Weilou. Yet if Xie Weilou expected answers from him now, he was sorely mistaken. Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou chuckled softly. Earlier, as I wandered through this temple, I sensed the presence of demonic entities. To think you would consort with such creatures, this astonishes me even more. It seems the master you serve is no ordinary figure. Do as you will. Kill me, flay me, I care not. If you seek answers about the fall of the Lin family, you waste your time. Lu Yuan sneered through gritted teeth. Stubbornness suits you best, Xie Weilou remarked, seizing Lu Yuan's arm in an iron grip. With a sickening crack, the bone shattered beneath his fingers. A blood-curdling scream tore from Lu Yuan's throat. Without pause, Xie Weilou's fingers, sharp as blades, pierced Lu Yuan's chest. A wet schlick followed as he wrenched free a rib, crimson spraying in a grotesque arc. The agony was unbearable. Lu Yuan convulsed, his body racked with torment beyond comprehension. The searing pain of a shattered limb paled in comparison to this fresh hell. "Patience," Xie Weilou murmured, his smile deepening. "This is but the first course. Next, I shall break every bone in your body, strip the flesh from your limbs, and see how long that defiance lasts." Gripping Lu Yuan by the throat, he slammed him into the ground with brutal force. The impact splintered the floorboards, bones snapping as blood gushed from Lu Yuan's nose and mouth. Xie Weilou planted a foot on Lu Yuan's remaining arm, his tone light. "Is it the first prince or the second prince who pulls your strings?" Lu Yuan clenched his jaw, his shattered teeth grinding as he glared in defiance. "Ah, such resolve. How entertaining." Xie Weilou's amusement was palpable as he bore down, crushing the second arm beneath his heel. His foot then shifted to Lu Yuan's thigh. "The third prince, perhaps? Is this all you have?" Lu Yuan spat through ragged breaths. "Kill me if you must. I will not speak." A sharp crack echoed as Xie Weilou shattered the leg beneath his boot. "The fourth prince?" Silence. "Then it must be the fifth." Another sickening snap. Lu Yuan's limbs were now utterly ruined. His screams pierced the air, raw and unending. Unmoved, Xie Weilou pressed his foot against Lu Yuan's chest. "With your limbs gone, we move to the spine, the skull. Do not fear, death will not come swiftly. You have yet to experience the art of flaying." At this moment, Lu Yuan was utterly terrified. The recently released Xie Weilou appeared even more ferocious. He stammered, "If I die, the answer you seek will vanish." Xie Weilou, seemingly indifferent, retorted, "Is that so? I am still eager to discover whether your words are mere bravado, or if your bones possess true resilience." He exerted a slight pressure beneath his feet. "Ah!" Lu Yuan cried out in agony as his ribs shattered, and his internal organs sustained severe damage. Blood gushed from his mouth as he writhed in torment, struggling desperately. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Lu Yuan's eyes, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "The first prince, the second prince, the third prince, the fourth prince. The fifth prince, who could it be?" Lu Yuan seemed unable to endure any longer, his voice trembling with fear as he confessed, "It is the second prince. It is he." "Oh, do elaborate," Xie Weilou replied with indifference. Lu Yuan, his body shaking, continued, "I was commanded by the second prince to conceal myself by your side. Regarding the annihilation of the Lin family, I initially had no knowledge of it. I merely received his orders to incite you against the Lin family. After their downfall, I discreetly transferred some of their assets to your name as per his instructions." Xie Weilou, seemingly unconcerned, remarked, "Ah, I almost forgot. There appears to be a sixth prince as well." Upon hearing the mention of the sixth prince, Lu Yuan instinctively averted his gaze. "You should embark on your journey," Xie Weilou declared, exerting force beneath his feet. With a resounding bang, Lu Yuan's body erupted, blood splattering and staining the grand hall. A chilling roar resonated from outside the hall. Xie Weilou smiled coldly, waving his hand casually as the palace doors swung open. A monstrous figure rushed in. Chapter 31, Slaying the Demon, an Assault Outside the City Demon. Xie Weilou turned his gaze towards the creature that had burst in. It was a Taoist. His eyes blood red, his countenance twisted with malevolence, sharp fangs protruding from his mouth, and his neck shrouded in blood-colored scales. An ominous aura of demonic energy emanated from him, suggesting a brutal and bloodthirsty nature. This was not a true demon, but rather a demonized human. This realm is vast beyond comprehension, with the Great Xia merely a corner of it. To the north of the Great Xia lies the Demon Kingdom, where demons roam freely. Occasionally, demon tribes venture southward to invade the territories of the Great Xia, causing immense devastation with each incursion. The Great Xia has long defended against the demon tribes. There exists a strict decree. Within the borders of the Great Xia, demons are forbidden to roam, and any discovered must be exterminated. To the west of the Great Xia is the Western Xia Dynasty, which has forged alliances with the demons, utilizing demonic energy to create numerous demonized humans. Though these demonized beings may not be as fearsome as pure demons, they should not be underestimated. Even an ordinary person transformed into a demonized human would possess considerable strength, far beyond what an ordinary soldier could withstand. This is the very reason why Western Xia is keen on producing demonized humans. As long as they are common folk, they can continuously muster an army of demons. The Marquis of Jinshi has engaged in numerous fierce battles with the Western Chu demons, paying a heavy price. Therefore, the appearance of demonized humans at the Qingyuan Taoist temple is certainly no coincidence. With a fearsome roar, the demonized human brandished a Taoist sword, his visage a grotesque mask of bloodlust, as he lunged forward to strike at Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou cast a fleeting glance at the demon, and in an instant, his figure shimmered as he materialized beside his adversary. With a swift motion, he seized the demon's neck and exerted a powerful grip. The demon's neck promptly snapped, sending its head soaring high, while the headless body erupted in a torrent of blood. Xie Weilou leaped forth. Outside the hall, hundreds of demons emerged. Some appeared as Taoist priests, while others were mere commoners, all bearing twisted visages, crimson eyes, and an aura of malevolence enveloping them. With a primal roar, the multitude of demons lunged at Xie Weilou, akin to ravenous beasts that had just spotted a delectable prey, eager to devour it whole. These demons were not particularly formidable, lacking even a single practitioner of the Tuajiang realm. Die! Xie Weilou extended his hand, and with a casual squeeze, an overwhelming force surged forth. Boom! In an instant, the hundreds of demons were reduced to a mist of blood, staining the ground crimson. Quite impressive. From the balcony ahead, two aged Taoist priests materialized, their eyes cold as ice, and their aura of malevolence far surpassing that of the mere demons. They were true fiends. Xie Weilou regarded the four old Taoists with an impassive expression and remarked, "Two late-stage Tuajiang demons. This should be entertaining." The two old Taoists grinned with malice, a thick fog emanating from their forms as they swiftly transformed. A colossal blood-red wolf materialized, howling fiercely, causing the heavens to turn a deep crimson, and bloodlight enveloped the entire temple. Simultaneously, a pitch-black python appeared, its length spanning 20 meters, coiling atop the balcony, its gaping maw revealing jagged fangs dripping with corrosive venom. "Kill him." The serpent demon's blood-red eyes glinted with malevolence as it spoke in human tongue, its aura intensifying, causing the balcony to crack under its presence. With a deafening roar, the wolf demon lunged, its massive paw descending with terrifying pressure, capable of obliterating the entire courtyard. With a swift motion, Xie Weilou flicked his sleeve, summoning the burial flower sword before him, gripping the long sword tightly. Clang! At the moment the wolf's paw descended, a glint of cold light flashed in Xie Weilou's eyes as the burial flower sword was drawn, unleashing a chilling sword aura that cleaved the blood-red sky asunder. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared behind the wolf demon. Drip drop! Standing aloft, blood dripped from the burial flower sword. The wolf demon trembled, its pupils constricting. With a sudden burst, its head was severed and soared high, blood gushing forth like a fountain, the headless body crashing to the ground, sending shockwaves through the earth. As blood surged outward, melting the surrounding ice and snow, resulting in a cacophony of explosions and scattered flesh. With a furious roar, the serpent demon witnessed the wolf demon's demise. Instead of fear, it was consumed by rage, its eyes glistening with bloodlust. Its massive form quaked as its thick tail swung violently towards Xie Weilou. Gripping his longsword, Xie Weilou vanished from sight, reappearing above the wolf demon. He planted his foot firmly upon the serpent demon's head, unleashing a force that drove it crashing downward. The serpent demon roared in defiance, its maw opening wide as it lunged to bite down on Xie Weilou. Flash! Xie Weilou did not evade. Instead, he unleashed a sword strike, releasing a surge of pitch-black sword energy that surged forth, instantly cleaving towards the serpent demon's gaping maw. Boom! The sword energy sliced downwards, splitting the demon's mouth, shattering its sharp teeth, and causing blood to spurt forth as its head was severed in half. With a deft motion, Xie Weilou manipulated the sword technique, and the funeral flower sword shot forth, encircling the serpent demon's neck in a swift, arc sizzle. The sword energy erupted, severing the demon's neck, its body cleaving in two, blood gushing forth, while the headless form writhed upon the ground, crashing into the surrounding grand hall, fracturing it. With a resonant sound, the funeral flower sword returned to its sheath, and the serpent demon erupted in a fierce burst of sword energy, its body exploding into a shower of flesh, leaving no trace of existence. Xie Weilou nonchalantly waved his hand, revealing two demon cores, murmuring to himself, "It is time to return and rest." With that, he soared into the air and departed. Outside the city, 3 miles away, Xie Weilou walked alone upon the icy ground. He gradually halted his steps, raising an eyebrow as a group of cloaked figures appeared before him, numbering around 30. "It's you." Xie Weilou directed his gaze toward one among them. Although the individual was masked, he recognized the familiar eyes of a middle-aged general from the Marquis of Jinqi's residence. These cloaked figures hailed from the Marquis's household. Specifically, they were all under the command of Xie Weilou. Calculating the time, it seemed Xie Weilou had indeed returned. The old man could not possibly remain indifferent after his son had lost an arm. "My apologies, young master." The middle-aged general's eyes were cold, an aura of murderous intent surrounding him. Within the confines of the Marquis of Jinqi's residence, they would not dare to act against Xie Weilou, but outside, they held no such reservations. Xie Weilou, upon learning of the events that transpired, was exceedingly furious and even blamed them for failing to rescue Xie Wuqing. This time, Xie Weilou commanded them to eliminate Xie Weilou, a means to atone for their perceived failures, and they dared not refuse. Xie Weilou's expression remained indifferent. "Kill him." The middle-aged general immediately gestured, and 30 or so figures lunged towards Xie Weilou, blades glinting, a palpable aura of death surrounding them. "Die!" A flicker of crimson light flashed in Xie Weilou's eyes as he waved his sleeve. Boom! Snow and ice erupted, akin to a frigid ray of light, suddenly striking at the cloaked figures. A chorus of anguished screams erupted as the 30 or so figures were instantly reduced to blood mist. "What?" The middle-aged general's pupils constricted at this scene, a look of horror crossing his face. Xie Weilou, born with flawed bones, seemingly devoid of any connection to martial arts. But in this moment, what had he witnessed? "It's your turn." In an instant, Xie Weilou appeared before the middle-aged general. The general dared not ponder further and immediately drew his blade, only to find it ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering it impossible to extract, sending chills throughout his body. Xie Weilou reached out, seizing the middle-aged general by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. He spoke coldly. "Can't even draw your sword?" The general felt a sense of suffocation, all his strength utterly suppressed. Terror filled his eyes as he trembled, pleading, "Young master, I was wrong. I beg you, please don't kill me." Boom! Xie Weilou exerted a forceful grip, and in an instant, the middle-aged general's body erupted into a mist of blood, extinguishing his life completely. "Mistakes demand a price, and pleas for mercy are futile." Xie Weilou uttered these words with an air of indifference before continuing on his path. Chapter 32. Age takes its toll. Rest in peace in the residence of the Marquis of Jinqi. Crimson lanterns hung ominously, swaying in the biting wind. Within the courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe sat grimly in a chair, cradling a cup of tea in his hands, while a blood-stained blade lay upon the adjacent table. This man was none other than Xie Weilou's uncle, Xie Weilou. Having just returned from an outing, he was met with the shocking news that his son had lost an arm, a reality that he found intolerable. "Ah, uncle has returned. What brings you back so late? Still awake?" A voice devoid of warmth broke the silence, as Xie Weilou entered with a stony expression. Xie Weilou's gaze immediately fixed upon him, his pupils narrowing. Upon seeing Xie Weilou unscathed, he understood that the individuals he had dispatched had failed. A group of inept fools, unable to handle even a wayward son, suggested that this boy possessed some unknown advantage. Otherwise, he would not have survived. Gradually, he set down his teacup, his eyes turning cold as he remarked, "Wuji is still your cousin. Your actions were excessively ruthless." In response, Xie Weilou offered a dispassionate smile and approached Xie Weilou. With a swift kick, he sent the nearby table flying, the smile vanishing from his face as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Given his foolish deeds, I have shown him mercy by not subjecting him to a fate worse than death. Uncle should consider himself fortunate." Xie Weilou's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the tense air. With a stern demeanor, he replied, "But that does not justify severing his arm." Xie Weilou chuckled, "Uncle, I believe it would be wise for you to relinquish your temporary title of Marquis of Jinqi and depart sooner rather than later. Individuals of your ilk will only bring disgrace to this household." Having already sent people to confront him, Xie Weilou would not extend any semblance of courtesy. "You." Xie Weilou's face flushed with fury, and with a wave of his hand, the bloodied long knife trembled violently. "Uncle, it is time to embrace the earth for your final rest. Do not embarrass yourself here, or I may find it hard to resist turning you to ashes with a single strike." Xie Weilou retorted dismissively as he strode toward his loft. 3 years had passed, and indeed, Xie Weilou had entered the realm of Tuajiang, albeit merely at its initial stage. Hardly impressive. This old fool had failed in his assassination attempt. But surely he would harbor further schemes. However, it mattered little, for when the time came, he would simply crush him. Boom. Xie Weilou clenched his fist fiercely, causing the long knife to shatter. His expression was filled with icy malice as he fixated on Xie Weilou's retreating figure, his murderous intent intensifying. Yet, he knew he could not eliminate Xie Weilou here. After all, he was not only the heir of the Marquis of Jinshi, but also affiliated with the Tianqi division. Should he perish within the walls of the Marquis' estate, he would bear the blame. Wait for your day to come, you wretched creature, Xie Weilou silently vowed, his expression darkening. He had long coveted the title of Marquis of Jinshi, and now that it was within his grasp, he would never let it slip away. Only by eliminating Xie Weilou, this wretched creature, can his position be secured, since it is impossible to dispose of Xie Weilou within the Duke of Jinshi's residence. One must contrive to eliminate him outside. Although this attempt has failed, he possesses countless methods to ensure that this little beast is reduced to ashes. Within the pavilion, the heir, Fu Bo, gazed at Xie Weilou with a complex expression, astonished that Xie Weilou had dared to confront Xie Weilou directly. Although Xie Weilou temporarily held the title of Duke of Jinshi, his power was substantial. While he might refrain from acting against Xie Weilou within the Duke's residence, he would undoubtedly show no mercy outside its confines. Xie Weilou is inherently ruthless. During his competition with Xie Nantian for the title of Duke, he employed numerous despicable tactics. Now that he has ascended to the position of Duke, he would not relinquish it easily. The emergence of Xie Weilou poses a threat to Xie Weilou's status, and the latter will certainly not let him off lightly. Some matters are inescapable, so why should one be timid? Xie Weilou remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Fu Bo sighed softly, aware that, as Xie Weilou indicated, this situation was unavoidable. Even if Xie Weilou refrained from confrontation, Xie Weilou would not allow him to live in peace. However, Xie Weilou's actions inadvertently provided Xie Weilou with an opportunity to strike. It remained uncertain whether this was fortunate or unfortunate. Xie Weilou inquired, Fu Bo, may I ask you something? After the Lin family was eradicated, what has become of the properties under my name that belonged to them? Following the fall of the Lin family, several assets had come under his name. During his imprisonment, these properties remained untouched and had not reverted to any surviving members of the Lin family. They continued to operate normally. He was curious about their current status. If those assets remained intact, they should be returned to Lin Qingwang. Fu Bo remained silent for a moment before replying. After your second uncle took control of the Duke of Jinshi's residence, all assets of the Duke were seized by the Yu family. As for the properties under your name, they have been quietly transferred to Xie Wushang. The Yu family is Xie Weilou's wife, a woman of particularly vile methods, while Xie Wushang is Xie Weilou's eldest son. This individual possesses decent cultivation talent. 3 years ago, he had reached the pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm, though his current level was uncertain, likely only at the shackling realm. Hardly noteworthy. Xie Weilou responded indifferently. The Yu family is quite cunning. Tomorrow, I shall pay her a visit. If she is blind to the situation, I shall make her see. It was one thing to consume the Duke of Jinshi's assets, but to dare to seize those under his name and even transfer them to Xie Wushang's possession? Such audacity was nothing short of suicidal. Does she think that with the demise of the old man and Xie Nantian, Xie Weilou is an easy target? Fu Bo smiled bitterly. Before long, he departed from the pavilion. Cultivation. Xie Weilou sat upon his bed, casually sealing the pavilion with a wave of his hand. He formed seals and began to channel the Nirvana Sutra. Buzz. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him wildly, continuously gathering within his dantian, which expanded at a visibly rapid pace. Meanwhile, in a mysterious mansion within Tianqi City, a masked figure in a black robe bowed before a gray screen, reporting, Master, Lu Yuan, the wolf demon, and the snake demon have been slain. Behind the screen, a man was plucking at a guqin. Who did it? The man slowly opened his mouth, his voice remarkably calm and devoid of any turbulence. Although I am uncertain for the moment, I sense an undeniable connection with the other princes. The figure cloaked in black spoke in a deep tone. The man ceased playing the guqin and softly remarked, The city of Tianqi is becoming increasingly lively. My brothers are formidable foes who will not tolerate anyone reaping profits in the shadows. This man was none other than the 6th prince of the Great Xia, Yin Wugo. The figure in black inquired, with Lu Yuan deceased. Might he have uttered anything untoward before his demise? Yin Wugo replied with an unperturbed expression, no. He was afflicted by the poison of the demon's soul. Should he reveal even the slightest information about me, his very soul would perish in an instant. Hearing this, the figure in black nodded lightly and continued. What are your intentions for the next steps? Offer a token of gratitude. Yin Wugo gestured dismissively. The figure in black comprehended the implication and swiftly departed. Yin Wugo, fingers poised over the guqin, wore a contemplative expression. A mist enveloped the area, and a stunning beauty clad in a flowing white gown appeared beside him. With a beguiling smile, she said, I have suffered losses with the wolf demon and the snake demon. How shall we settle this account? Yin Wugo resumed, playing the guqin. I shall find a more suitable location. You continue your research on the demon kin. Capture some powerful cultivators. Only then will the resultant demons possess greater strength. The woman responded sweetly. The winter hunt will take place in the Snow Wolf Valley. You shall capture the individuals yourself. Yin Wugo closed his eyes, producing a melodious tune. Chapter 33. Those who dare approach shall be eliminated the next day, at dawn. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted from within Xie Weilou, his aura becoming increasingly terrifying. At that moment, his dantian expanded tremendously, brimming with potent spiritual energy. His cultivation had advanced further, reaching the pinnacle of the expansion realm. As he anticipated, upon entering the expansion realm, his dantian had indeed been cultivated to 500 square units. The pinnacle of the expansion realm had been achieved. Xie Weilou opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Having reached this stage, he felt no fear even if an ordinary Dao storage realm cultivator were to confront him. Moreover, he possessed a technique for mending the heavens. Once employed, it would elevate him instantly into the Dao storage realm. With the expansion realm solidified, he now needed to contemplate the Dao storage realm. Xie Weilou mused. The Dao storage realm involves the forging of the 5 divine stores within the human body: the heart's divine store, the liver's divine store, the spleen's divine store, the lungs' divine store, and the kidney's divine store. The heart houses the spirit, the liver holds the soul, the spleen contains intention, the lungs safeguards the corporeal essence, and the kidney nurtures will. The 5 elements intertwine, and the spirit evolves. Once the 5 divine stores are successfully forged, the Dao storage will naturally manifest, thereby granting him access to even more formidable power. However, matters concerning the Dao storage cannot be rushed. He possessed the Nirvana Sutra, a method for cultivating the Dao storage. Yet he required substantial resources. Compared to the first 3 realms, the Dao storage realm demanded even greater effort. Consequently, the resources required were vast. Knock knock. A series of knocks echoed. Come in, Xie Weilou called. Fu Bo and Li Hua entered, carrying food and a basin. Young master, freshen up and have something to eat. Fu Bo spoke softly. Xie Weilou nodded gently and proceeded to wash up briefly. Xie Weilou inquired, surely, you are aware of the properties under my name. Are you not, Li Hua? Indeed, I am aware, Li Hua responded, though her demeanor was tinged with hesitation. However, all those properties have been entrusted to the management of the Yu family since Xie Zongxuan took control of the Jinshi Marquis. Over these past 3 years, the Yu family has transferred numerous assets, including those belonging to you. Consequently, they now all fall under the name of Xie Wushang. In a sense, the Jinshi Marquis has become somewhat of an empty shell. Xie Weilou smiled with nonchalance. Very well, please take me to inspect those properties. While he held little interest in the other assets of the Jinshi Marquis, he was keen to ascertain who dared to continue occupying those that rightfully belonged to him. Of course, my lord, Li Hua obediently nodded. After a light meal, Xie Weilou followed Li Hua as they departed from the Jinshi Marquis. As for Xie Zongxuan, he had already left for court, and now that the old man had secured the title of Marquis, he was unlikely to relinquish it easily. Over the past 3 years, he had been maneuvering within the court to firmly entrench himself in power. On the snow-covered streets, Xie Weilou walked alongside Li Hua. My lord, your properties are quite numerous. 5 grand mansions, 3 taverns, 3 jewelry stores, 2 fabric shops, and a gambling house, Li Hua enumerated. Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou sighed. I truly am affluent. Li Hua chuckled wryly. My lord, aside from the gambling house, which indeed belongs to you, all the rest stem from the Lin family. The mansions, taverns, jewelry shops, and so forth are all properties of the Lin family and have little to do with you. The gambling house, however, was established by you. The original owner was a debauched scion well-versed in indulgence, and thus running a gambling house was hardly out of character. Alas, those assets have now all been transferred to Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou smiled. That is true. Where does the Yu family usually reside? To reclaim these properties, it would not suffice to merely wreak havoc upon them. Rather, he would need to confront the Yu family directly and reason with them. Should rational discourse fail, he would resort to force. Li Hua spoke softly. She has been residing in Qinjian, which was originally one of your properties. After her usurpation, she frequently dwells there and often invites numerous noble ladies to play cards. Then we shall proceed to Qinjian, Xie Weilou replied with a calm smile. Before long, they arrived outside Qinjian. It was an immense estate, constructed around a lake and nestled against the mountains, exuding an air of grandeur. The interior was elegantly adorned, teeming with lush vegetation and boasting a beautiful environment, an exquisite locale worth a fortune in itself. Stop! Who are you? Barked the guards at the entrance. This is Qinjian, the residence of the Marquis and his wife. Uninvited persons are not permitted to approach. Upon spotting Xie Weilou and Li Hua, the guards' expressions turned hostile, and they swiftly drew their swords, their words laced with reprimand and dismissal. Li Hua quickly interjected. This is the son of the Jinshi Marquis. What son? I've never heard of such a thing. Repeat that, and be gone at once. Dare to approach, and you shall be met with lethal force. One of the guards abruptly interrupted Li Hua's words, his face a mask of impatience. Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. Crack! He delivered a resounding slap to the guard, the sharp sound echoing as blood streamed from the guard's mouth and nose, several teeth knocked out. You dare! The guard, recovering from the shock, glared with venomous resentment. Bang! Xie Weilou retaliated with a swift kick, sending the guard flying several meters away. Another guard, realizing the situation, was filled with fury and immediately drew his blade to strike at Xie Weilou. Boom! Xie Weilou seized the guard by the neck, forcefully slamming him into the ground. A piercing scream escaped the guard's lips. Nonchalantly, Xie Weilou picked up a long knife from the ground and strode into the courtyard, with Li Hua hastily following behind. At that moment, in a pavilion within the courtyard, Yushur was engaged in a game of cards with a group of noble women, a daily ritual that allowed her to gradually integrate into their circle, filling her with immense pride. Apologies, I've won again, Yushur exclaimed, drawing a card that secured her victory, a broad smile illuminating her face. The other noblewomen merely offered casual compliments as they presented their silver coins. Sister Yu, I heard that Xie Weilou has been released from prison. He is the heir of the Jinshi Marquis and will soon ascend to the title of Marquis. You should be cautious, remarked a slightly younger noblewoman with a smile. The others shared knowing smirks. In the past, Yushur would not have had the privilege to mingle with them. However, since Xie Songshuan had temporarily taken on the role of Marquis of Jinshi, Yushur now had the right to interact with them. Yet, in their hearts, they still looked down upon her. With Xie Weilou's return to the Jinshi Marquis, it was uncertain when he might usurp Xie Songshuan's position. At that point, Yushur would no longer be worthy to partake in their games. The noblewoman's words, seemingly a warning, were also veiled mockery. The implication was clear. Her ability to play cards with them stemmed from her husband's temporary title rather than her own merit. Yushur, discerning the insinuation in the noblewoman's tone, concealed a flicker of darkness in her gaze. Yet, she maintained a facade of mirth, stating, Xie Weilou is merely a wretched creature born of a mother who abandoned him. When the old man and Xie Nantian were alive, he had the audacity to be arrogant. But now there is no place for him in the Jinshi Marquis. However, as she spoke, a tempest of anger brewed within her. For Xie Wuji had suffered the loss of an arm at the hands of the newly returned Xie Weilou and was currently confined to a medical facility. She would not forget this grievance and was determined to find an opportunity to rid herself of that wretched creature. Madam, trouble is brewing. Suddenly, a maid rushed in, her face ashen. Yushur raised an eyebrow, her voice cold as ice. What a commotion! Maintain your composure. Speak slowly. What is the matter? The maid trembled as she spoke. Thank you. Weilou is coming with a knife. What? Upon hearing this, Yu's voice became sharp, her eyes revealing a trace of panic. That little wretch is coming with a knife? He had previously slain the son of the Duke of Anping and severed Xie Wuji's arm. What could he possibly want now? Surely he does not intend to kill her? This little beast, being a notorious scoundrel, would not hesitate to annihilate an entire family over a mere disagreement. Perhaps he would truly dare to take her life. With such thoughts, Yu's heart raced with trepidation. The noble women present, upon hearing the news, wore smiles that grew more pronounced. They anticipated a splendid spectacle ahead. Quickly summoned the guards. If that little wretch dares to act recklessly, let him be slain on the spot. You gritted her teeth, her expression darkening. Since that little beast seeks death, she would oblige him. Slay him on the spot. Second aunt, your wrinkles have multiplied, rendering you even less appealing. And your audacity has grown. A detached voice interjected as Xie Weilou approached, wielding a long knife, his eyes glinting with coldness. Xie Weilou, what do you intend to do? Yu's heart sank at the sight of the knife in his hand, a flicker of fear igniting within her. The other noble women, witnessing this, retreated, unwilling to partake in such affairs. Xie Weilou regarded you with indifference, stating, while I was imprisoned, you transferred all my assets to Xie Wushang. You are not only bold but also possess grand ambitions. I have no desire to waste words with you. Return all my assets immediately, or today. I shall ensure your head rolls. What? She has transferred Xie Weilou's assets? A mocking tone emerged among the noble women. Is it merely Xie Weilou's assets? The entire estate of the Duke of Jinshi is now under Sister Yu's control, regardless of Xie Weilou's status as the Duke of Jinshi's heir. It seemed inappropriate for her to seize his assets while he languished in prison. Some noble women spoke up slowly, their words laced with derision. He is, after all, a young lord. Though you may take the estate of the Duke of Jinshi, must you also devour his personal assets? With such insatiable greed, do you not fear being overwhelmed? To put it bluntly, Xie Zongxuan was merely acting in place of the Duke of Jinshi, not the true Duke himself. Upon hearing their remarks, Yu's countenance darkened considerably. She glared at Xie Weilou, exclaiming, Xie Weilou, what nonsense are you spouting? Boom. Xie Weilou swung his knife, cleaving the entire table in two, splinters flying, startling Yu into a shudder. Xie Weilou coldly regarded her. Will you hand it over? You gritted her teeth, hissing. You disrespect your elders. Xie Weilou, however, showed no intention of allowing her to finish. In an instant, he reached out and seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly, his tone icy as he declared, very well, since you refuse to comply, then prepare to die. With that, he tightened his grip slightly. Yu's eyes widened in terror as she struggled, gasping for breath. In that moment, she was utterly frightened, her expression one of sheer horror as she stammered, I will comply. The imminent threat of death loomed before her. She sensed that Xie Weilou was indeed capable of killing her. This little beast was lawless and could commit any atrocity. Xie Weilou chuckled coldly, loosening his grip. Then let us hasten. Coughing, Yusher covered her throat and hastily instructed her maid, go fetch the box from my cabinet. The maid, visibly alarmed, hurried away. Shortly thereafter, she returned breathlessly, clutching the box. Yusher opened it to reveal a stack of contracts and handed them to Xie Weilou. Write your name, she said, and I shall affix my seal. We will submit it to the merchant's office when the time comes. Xie Weilou received the contracts, scrutinizing them carefully before inscribing his name. Yusher quickly wrote her own name and stamped it with her seal. Collecting the contracts, Xie Weilou glanced at the gathered noble women and, with a faint smile, remarked, forgive my intrusion, ladies. Please, continue your enjoyment. However, this elegant garden shall only be yours for today, as it originally belongs to me. Tomorrow, I shall reclaim it. With a thud, he cast his long sword to the ground and turned to depart. Just wait, you little scoundrel. Yusher glared at his retreating figure, resentment flickering in her eyes. Today, he had humiliated her, and she vowed to take her revenge. Sighing, one of the noble women remarked, I have lost interest in continuing this affair. I bid you farewell. With a hint of schadenfreude on her face, she turned and left. On the street, Li Hua softly said, young master, although you have secured these contracts, once submitted to the merchant's office, those properties may not immediately revert to your name. You sure will undoubtedly intervene. The transfer of assets can be swift or slow. If properly arranged, it can be processed in an instant. However, if not handled meticulously, it could be delayed indefinitely. Xie Weilou smiled nonchalantly, no matter. If the merchant's office proves incompetent, I shall not hesitate to leverage my authority as a member of the Heavenly Authority Bureau to investigate them. The Heavenly Authority Bureau oversees all officials and possesses the power of retroactive enforcement. If the merchant's office fails to see reason, they shall be thoroughly scrutinized. How many officials are truly destitute? A thorough investigation will surely uncover a wealth of useful information. Moreover, the name on these contracts, apart from the gambling den, is entirely in Lin Qingwang's name. How impressive, Young master, Li Hua beamed. Xie Weilou chuckled. You should return to the Tianqi Marquis residence and stay close to Uncle Fu. I must proceed to the Heavenly Authority Bureau. Understood. Young master, I shall take my leave now. Li Hua obediently nodded before turning away. With a smile, Xie Weilou set off towards the Heavenly Authority Bureau. Chapter 35. Beneath Blossoms and Moonlight, a Bridal Chamber? At the Heavenly Authority Bureau, within the second hall, Lin Qinghuang was engrossed in examining some scrolls. Upon noticing Xie Weilou's arrival, she cast him a fleeting glance and returned to her studies. Xie Weilou, smiling, presented the box to Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, take a look at the gift I have prepared for you. Not interested, Lin Qinghuang replied flatly. Xie Weilou opened the box, stating, inside are the property contracts belonging to the Lin family. Lin Qinghuang, intrigued, set down her scrolls and picked up the contracts to inspect them. With a trace of suspicion, she glanced at Xie Weilou. These assets have been transferred to Xie Wushang's name by your second aunt. Have you managed to reclaim all of them? Xie Weilou replied with a faint smile. These properties belong to the Lin family. It is only right they return to their rightful owner. Your name is inscribed upon them. When the time comes, simply instruct the merchants to handle the matter. Lin Qinghuang set down the documents, looking at Xie Weilou. I have relinquished them to you. Xie Weilou, having returned to the town West Marquis residence, appeared to be thriving. Yet it was evident that his life was not without its tribulations. Now that he sought to reclaim these assets, she had no qualms about granting them to him. Xie Weilou frowned. What manner of person do you take me for? Would I covet such trifling assets? Lin Qinghuang retorted coldly. What? Are you unwilling to accept? Xie Weilou settled comfortably, crossing his legs. Naturally, the Lin family's assets should revert to their rightful owner. Should I truly accept them? The blame for the Lin family's downfall would forever rest upon my shoulders. How could I then enjoy romantic moments with you? Besides, you will eventually belong to me. These assets will ultimately be mine as well. Lin Qinghuang grew increasingly uneasy upon hearing this. She glared at Xie Weilou. You have already borne that blame. Do not forget your imprisonment. Xie Weilou chuckled. My 3 years in prison were primarily due to peering at Yan Ryu while she bathed. Had you clarified the Lin family's downfall from the outset, it is unlikely I would have languished there for 3 years. Lin Qinghuang replied coolly. Is that truly the case? Xie Weilou cast a sidelong glance at her, and she fell silent. Even if he had elucidated everything, his release from prison would have been impossible. The destruction of the Lin family, the release of a heavy criminal from the West Chu, and the disgrace of peeping at the royal princess while bathing. Just the last charge alone was enough to warrant execution. 3 years of confinement was, in fact, quite lenient. Moreover, when Xie Weilou was imprisoned, Xian Nantian had stipulated that he must not be released until he had served a full 3 years. During those 3 years, Xie Weilou indeed suffered greatly, but had he been released earlier, he likely would not have survived. The 3 years of imprisonment, in a way, served as a form of protection for him. The wrath of the princess was formidable. Anyone who dared to offend her faced certain death, let alone a man who had witnessed her form. Xie Weilou's survival was, indeed, a stroke of luck. As for the matter of the contract, you need only resolve it. Otherwise, you will surely cause trouble, Xie Weilou mused. Lin Qinghuang interjected. If I intervene, no one will dare tamper with the contract. I believe the Merchant Guild will tread carefully, lest they attract the scrutiny of the Tianquan Bureau, which could lead them to incarceration. Lin Qinghuang paused for a moment before nodding. Very well. Xie Weilou stretched lazily, inquiring, what progress have you made with your matters? Lin Qinghuang surveyed her surroundings before speaking slowly. While investigating the accounts of Wuyage and Zhang Zai, I uncovered 2 significant details. Oh. Xie Weilou turned his attention to Lin Qinghuang. She continued, before the Lin family's downfall, the second prince visited the Lin family. The 30,000 taels of silver recorded in the Lin family's accounts closely aligns with the 30,000 taels discovered subsequently by the second prince. They are likely the same. Furthermore, at the time of the Lin family's demise, there were movements from Wuyage. In the midst of this matter, she uncovered another crucial clue. When the Lin family met their demise, it appeared that members of Wuyage had taken action. She had already managed to gather information on one of them and intended to find a suitable moment to extract the truth from that individual. Xie Weilou narrowed his eyes, observing, it seems the second prince is indeed quite suspicious. Do you believe he was responsible for the destruction of the Lin family? A hint of sarcasm graced Lin Qinghuang's lips as she replied, some matters cannot be judged solely by appearances or scant information. Until the truth is revealed, everyone remains a suspect. including those beyond the few princes. Clearly, she had not been foolish enough to be misled by a mere fragment of information. The ease with which she obtained this news instead raised her suspicions. Smart as ever, Qing Huang, Xie Weilou remarked, a smile creeping onto his face. Certainly, the second prince warrants investigation. Even if he is not the perpetrator, valuable insights may emerge. However, to fixate solely on him would be a grave misstep and could render one a mere pawn in another's game. Xie Weilou inquired, "What are your thoughts on the sixth prince?" "The sixth prince? Yanwugu? He is quite discreet, rarely revealing himself, and I have only encountered him a handful of times, so I cannot ascertain his true nature," Lin Qinghuang replied, shaking her head. "Exercise caution. He may very well be one who feigns ignorance while harboring cunning," Xie Weilou warned, a chilling intent flickering in his eyes. Lin Qinghuang scrutinized him keenly. "Do you know something?" Xie Weilou's gaze lingered upon her alluring figure, admiring her voluptuous form, entrancing waist, and captivating legs, and he whispered, "If you allow me a taste, I shall divulge what I know." "Humph." Lin Qinghuang scoffed, but she noted his warning. Originally, her primary targets were the first, second, and third princes, but now, she knew she must add another to her list. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "Several incidents transpired last night." "Oh, what intriguing events occurred?" Xie Weilou expressed his curiosity. Lin Qinghuang recounted. "Firstly, 20 miles outside the city, a private artillery house exploded. According to my sources, this establishment belonged to the first prince. Secondly, the Qingyuan Taoist temple suffered a massacre, with all priests annihilated, seemingly at the hands of demonic entities. Thirdly, last night, Wuyi endured a bloody onslaught, resulting in numerous casualties." Xie Weilou smiled lightly. "The first prince's artillery house, the second prince's Wuyi. What of the third prince's interests?" "The explosion and the bloodbath at Wuyi likely relate to his earlier assault on the Qingyuan Taoist temple. The prince's rivalry is turning quite intriguing." Lin Qinghuang shook her head. "The third prince's loss is the Xylan Pavilion, which was sealed by the Tianquan division earlier. While it appears the first and second princes suffered setbacks, seemingly as a result of the third prince's revenge, I sense that the situation is far more complex." "Who can say?" Xie Weilou chuckled softly. "The second and third princes bear a striking resemblance to the scapegoat I once was. The longer one carries the burden, the darker it becomes." Reporting to Commander Lin, "I have urgent matters to discuss." Zhang Long entered the hall briskly and bowed respectfully to Lin Qinghuang. "What is it?" Lin Qinghuang inquired with an air of composure. Zhang Long responded, "In 3 days, the Winter Hunt Assembly will take place, an event that occurs once every 3 years. This time, it is set in the Snow Wolf Valley, with the Tianquan division tasked with its defense." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuang asked, "Has the Supreme Commander assigned this task to the second prince?" Zhang Long shook his head, saying, "The Supreme Commander has allowed both the first and second princes to compete for this task. But it seems that Commander Yin of the first prince's faction is particularly interested in it." Lin Qinghuang pondered for a moment before declaring, "Then let her have it. The second prince shall not partake in this endeavor." She had received certain intelligence indicating that the winter hunt was originally under the purview of the third prince. However, after the incident involving Zilangquan and the Golden Tea came to light, the responsibility shifted to the first prince. With the first prince now overseeing the Winter Hunt Assembly, it was likely that some individuals would create obstacles, hindering the smooth execution of the event. In such a scenario, it was prudent for the second prince to remain uninvolved. Otherwise, should complications arise, it would spell trouble for him. Since the first prince desired this task, let it be granted to him. During her years in the Tianquan division, Lin Qinghuang had learned the importance of navigating matters with wisdom. Zhang Long immediately replied, "Understood, I shall inform the first prince." "Very well." Lin Qinghuang replied with a gentle wave of her hand. As the Winter Hunt Assembly approached, Xie Weilou wore a contemplative expression. The Winter Hunt, held once every 3 years, would see many noble youths from Tianqi City participating. Those who excelled could garner attention from the emperor, even earning a personal audience. Hence, numerous young nobles would seize the opportunity to showcase their prowess during the event. The spring forage, summer reverie, autumn hunt, and winter hunt. While the first 3 merely involved the hunting of commonplace beasts, the winter hunt was distinct. It entailed the pursuit of ferocious beasts tainted with demonic aura, thus rendering it significantly more perilous. Lin Qinghuang cast a glance at Xie Weilou, reminding him, as the heir of the Jinshi Marquis, "You must participate in this winter hunt assembly." The The Snow Wolf Valley is exceedingly dangerous, so exercise caution. Xie Weilou replied with a faint smile. In comparison to the beasts, the greatest peril lies with humans. You understand, Lin Qinghuang replied lightly. Upon returning to the Jinshi Marquis, Xie Weilou was acutely aware that this was not a development some would welcome. His uncle, currently in a position of power, would certainly not relinquish it easily. Should Xie Weilou be eliminated, his uncle could secure his position, while the title of heir would likely fall to another. With a smile, Xie Weilou poured himself a cup of fragrant tea, savoring it alone. Lin Qinghuang, gazing at the contract on the table, mused, I shall address this matter first. With that, she took the contract and departed. Not long after Lin Qinghuang left, a robust middle-aged man clad in a black robe entered. Xie Weilou regarded this man, who was formidable. Being at the late stage of the Tuajiang realm, the middle-aged man contemplated briefly before stating, I am Shen Zhan, the supreme commander of the Tianquan division. Xie Weilou rose and clasped his fists, saying, Commander Shen, it is a pleasure to meet you. Shen Zhan presented an invitation to Xie Weilou, stating that the crown prince wished to extend an invitation for a drink, inquiring if the young lord had the time to attend. Within the Tianquan division, factions were not entirely unified. His allegiance lay with the crown prince. This was no secret, as many were aware that his ascension to the position of grand commander was significantly influenced by the crown prince, thus there was no need for him to conceal it. Accepting the invitation with a smile, Xie Weilou responded, I shall certainly make time, especially since it is you, Commander Shen, who personally delivers the invitation. Noting Xie Weilou's acceptance, Shen Zhan's demeanor softened considerably. He spoke quietly, though the Tianquan division appears tranquil, undercurrents of peril lurk beneath, concealing a grave threat. Should you encounter any troubles, young lord, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. However, he was well aware that Xie Weilou would not face any troubles within the Tianquan division, for he was under the protection of Lin Qinghuang, a figure sent by the pacification envoy, the second in command of the Tianquan division. With such a formidable backing, who would dare to harm him? Of course, but I wonder when the crown prince expects me? Xie Weilou replied with a light smile. Social niceties were indeed to be observed, yet the ultimate course of action would hinge upon Qingfeng's decision. Shen Zhan glanced out of the window. If you have time, you may go now. The crown prince awaits in his residence. Very well. Let us go and indulge in a drink. However, should my duties be delayed and I face a monetary penalty, Commander Shen shall have to cover for me, Xie Weilou jested, tucking the invitation into his sleeve and rising with a smile. Agreed, Shen Zhan nodded gently. Xie Weilou said little more as he stepped out of the grand hall. The crown prince's residence, situated east of the imperial palace, was in close proximity to the Tianquan division. Regrettably, the crown prince had not yet been formally proclaimed, or else he would have resided in the eastern palace. Before long, Xie Weilou arrived at the crown prince's residence. The estate exuded grandeur, with the snow outside meticulously cleared. The main gate stood wide open, flanked by two upright guards. Approaching, Xie Weilou produced the invitation. Greetings, young lord. The guards did not examine the invitation, but promptly saluted, clearly having been briefed by the crown prince in advance. With a calm smile, Xie Weilou proceeded into the residence. Brother Xie, I have awaited your arrival. A voice filled with delight rang out just as he stepped inside. A strikingly handsome man clad in a black robe hastened forward. It was Yan Junlin. Xie Weilou greeted him with a respectful gesture. I pay my respects to the crown prince. Yan Junlin quickly replied, Brother Xie, there are no outsiders here. We are brothers. So there is no need for such formality. Come, I have prepared fine wine. Let us share a drink. Xie Weilou surveyed the surroundings, surprised. The crown prince has invited only me? Yan Junlin's expression turned serious as he replied, Only you, Brother Xie, merit such earnestness from me. You truly honor me, your highness. Xie Weilou feigned astonishment. The crown prince's display of respect was commendable, at least ensuring that the atmosphere remained pleasant. Last night, the artillery room of Yan Junlin exploded. Yet today, the opposing party displayed not a hint of disturbance. Such composure is to be expected. Without further ado, let us indulge in a couple of drinks. Yan Junlin spoke with a serious countenance. Very well, let us go for a drink, replied Xie Weilou with a faint smile. To outsiders, Yan Junlin is perceived as someone overly ambitious, prone to seeking grand accomplishments. Whispers abound that he is all show and no substance, lacking the astuteness of other princes. It is said he invited Yan Ryu to be his strategist due to his own inadequacies. Some even speculate that the prolonged vacancy of the East Palace is a testament to the emperor's dissatisfaction with him. Otherwise, with his status as the crown prince, he would have long been established there. However, Xie Weilou understood that none of the royal family members are to be underestimated. One must not be deceived by appearances or rumors. With a mere glance, he sensed that Yin Junlin was far from ordinary. Though he only revealed the cultivation of a peak-shackled realm, Xie Weilou detected an unusual aura emanating from him. His true cultivation should be that of the expansive realm, concealed by some artifact. Please, Yin Junlin gestured for Xie Weilou to proceed. Yet, Xie Weilou did not step ahead. Instead, he smiled and extended his hand. And the two walked side by side. Chapter 37. Life is a play, all dependent on performance within a luxurious pavilion. The music crescendoed as beautiful dancers twirled gracefully, adorned in vibrant garments that dazzled the eye. On the hearth, fine wine warmed, its rich aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing the senses. Xie Weilou and Yin Junlin raised their glasses, their faces alight with smiles as they gazed at the dancers, entranced by the alluring forms swaying before them. Brother Xie, what do you think? Yin Junlin inquired with a beaming smile. Xie Weilou lifted his glass in response. I did not expect the crown prince to be such a connoisseur. I am truly impressed. For men, such pleasures are few and far between. Yin Junlin quickly raised his glass in agreement. The two clinked their glasses and drank heartily. They continued to sip their wine, watching the captivating dancers without further discourse. Xie Weilou was in no rush, savoring the wine with a rich smile. After a while, Yin Junlin could no longer contain himself. With a subtle glance, he signaled for the musicians and dancers to withdraw. He poured wine into Xie Weilou's cup and, with a serious expression, said, The reason for inviting you here, Brother Xie, is to discuss some matters of significance. Please, Crown Prince, go on, Xie Weilou replied, still captivated by the women. Upon realizing Yin Junlin was speaking, he seemed to awaken from his reverie. Life is but a performance, reliant on skill. Yin Junlin, before him, still lacked a certain finesse. A complex emotion flickered in the depths of Yin Junlin's eyes. Meeting Xie Weilou, he felt a tinge of disappointment. This fellow appeared rather unimpressed. After all, what was there to admire? A group of women? Was it merely their long legs, graceful waists, curvaceous forms, and stunning beauty? Indeed, they were truly enchanting. Yin Junlin suppressed his feelings and, with a grave demeanor, asked, What are your thoughts on the Princess Chong? Cough. Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou instantly spat out a mouthful of wine. Yin Junlin appeared somewhat taken aback by the abruptness of the conversation, yet he lowered his voice and remarked, According to the whispers I've heard, it seems my father, the emperor, intends for you to become the prince consort. Bang! Xie Weilou abruptly hurled his goblet onto the table, exclaiming, Impossible, absolutely impossible. At that moment, he felt a genuine sense of surprise. Such words, spoken by the crown prince, certainly bore weight and were not mere fabrications. The machinations of emperors are far-reaching, and he harbored a faint suspicion regarding the ulterior motives at play. No wonder he had been ambushed by that iron tiger. It was likely connected to this matter. Yin Junlin smiled and said, This is merely hearsay, yet I have a strong inclination that it holds truth. If you were to wed her, it would indeed be a fortuitous event. Xie Weilou frowned and replied, Our differences are far too great. She would surely kill me. I wish to live a few more years. Anything is possible. There is no need for excessive worry. Yin Junlin gently mused while toying with his goblet. Naturally, he hoped for a union between Xie Weilou and the princess, for such an alliance would greatly benefit his own future prospects. Xie Weilou, however, was no match for the princess. Should they become entwined, he would ultimately be under her dominion. If Yin Junlin could secure Xie Weilou's allegiance first, it would further bolster his own competitive edge. Xie Weilou waved his hand dismissively, saying, Let us not discuss this matter further. I feel a chill throughout my body. Yin Junlin continued, Then let us converse about other matters, particularly regarding your Duke of Jinxi's estate. It has come to my attention that your second uncle is quite close with the third prince, who seems to have made certain promises to him, such as ensuring he retains his position. Furthermore, the failure of your patriarch's seclusion appears to be somewhat linked to your second uncle. If the third prince ascends to the throne, he could indeed fulfill such ambitions, Yin Junlin added. Xie Weilou raised his goblet again, deliberately disregarding the latter part of the comment. The patriarch's failure in seclusion was certainly not a trivial matter. He would need to investigate it himself. Yin Junlin shook his head, saying, if you were eliminated, this matter could still be resolved. What does the crown prince imply? Xie Weilou inquired, turning his gaze toward Yin Junlin. A glint of insight flashed in Yin Junlin's eyes as he quickly proposed, let us join forces. I shall assist you in becoming the Duke of Jinshi. What say you? Xie Weilou found himself engulfed in hesitation. Observing this, Yin Junlin sensed an opportunity and eagerly asked, do you have any lingering concerns, my brother? Although the Duke of Jinshi's estate may have fallen into decline, aligning with him could still prove immensely advantageous. Xie Weilou delicately grasped his goblet and confessed, my recent days have been quite arduous. My second uncle currently monopolizes everything within the Duke of Jinshi's estate, and the Yu family has devoured all its assets, including those under my command. In an instant, Yin Junlin comprehended Xie Weilou's predicament and chuckled softly. Ah, it appears you are in need of funds. This is a trivial issue. I am never short of money. I can provide you with some to tide you over. What do you think? Splendid. A smile graced Xie Weilou's face. Ha, a minor matter indeed. Yin Junlin wasted no time and promptly moved to a nearby chest. He opened it to reveal stacks of banknotes, along with an abundance of gold, silver, and jewels. He addressed Xie Weilou, saying, Brother Xie, take whatever you desire. I have no shortage of these treasures. Then I shall not be modest, Xie Weilou replied, approaching and retrieving a pouch from his sleeve. Upon witnessing Xie Weilou retrieving a bag, Yin Junlin was momentarily taken aback. Was this premeditated? Noticing the change in Yin Junlin's expression, Xie Weilou inquired, does the crown prince find this questionable? Yin Junlin promptly waved his hand, dismissing any concerns. There is no shortage of funds. Take as you wish. Xie Weilou, undeterred, proceeded to fill the bag with various treasures from the chest, including gold, silver, and jewels. Once the bag was full, he tucked a stack of banknotes into his sleeves. Yin Junlin's gaze conveyed a hint of resentment. This fellow was utterly unreserved. However, he himself was not in need of such trifles, and the more Xie Weilou took, the more reassured he felt, indicating that their arrangement was essentially secured. Once Xie Weilou had filled his sleeves with banknotes, he paused to inquire, what are your plans moving forward, Your Highness? A glint of ferocity sparkled in Yin Junlin's eyes as he replied, it's simple. Your second uncle has usurped the nest. If he were to lose his title of Marquis of the West, would it not rightfully belong to you? Understood. I shall count on you, Your Highness. Xie Weilou responded with a respectful bow. He had already devised a plan. Should Xie Zongxuan remain oblivious to his impending doom, he would not hesitate to take action. Now, with the scapegoat conveniently at hand, the situation was indeed favorable. Yin Junlin's smile widened, and he added, this matter should progress steadily. My invitation for you today was merely a casual conversation. I intend to host a banquet at my residence this evening, and I hope you will grace us with your presence. Naturally, Xie Weilou replied, tucking the banknotes into his sleeve. Rising, he said, I have been out for a while. I must return to the Tianquan Bureau to rest, as I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Certainly. Allow me to see you off, Yin Junlin promptly offered. He then accompanied Xie Weilou out of his residence. At the entrance of the estate, Yin Junlin watched Xie Weilou's departing figure, his smile growing even more pronounced. There were certain advantages to foolishness. At least it meant that many matters would not be overthought, thus facilitating his control over the situation. Your Highness, do you truly intend to cultivate a relationship with this debauched Xie Weilou? A dancer approached, her expression filled with confusion as she gazed at Yin Junlin. Given the current predicament of the Marquis of the West, it seemed unlikely that Xie Weilou would escape the clutches of Xie Zongxuan, making the effort to win over a mere wastrel seem of little consequence. Yin Junlin cast a sidelong glance at the maid and replied nonchalantly, what do you understand? If he were too clever, he would be difficult to control, as long as he ascends to the position of Marquis of the West and remains under my influence. It would yield the greatest benefit for me. Moreover, should Xie Weilou actually wed Yin Ryu and I can maintain control over him, the advantages would far surpass anything the Grand Princess could gain by manipulating him. Though the Grand Princess was a close ally, every member of the royal family could potentially become a rival, thus necessitating a degree of caution. The dancer, realizing the implications, responded with an enlightened expression. Should we not assign someone to protect him? I feel Xie Zongxuan would not spare him easily. Yin Junlin shook his head. There is no need. There are those who will ensure he does not meet an untimely end. What I previously mentioned regarding my father's intentions for Xie Weilou to become a son-in-law was not mere fabrication. It is indeed a fact. Although his imperial father lay bedridden, he remained inscrutable. The heart of an emperor is elusive and unpredictable. If there were intentions to elevate Xie Weilou to the status of a royal consort, it would certainly not be a matter of mere chance that would lead to his demise. Alas, Yin Junlin was overthinking, a common flaw among the deeply calculating. Many matters invite deeper contemplation. After a moment's reflection, Yin Junlin instructed, "Follow him discreetly and observe his next moves." Without hesitation, the dancer soared away. On the bustling street, Xie Weilou carried a bag, his smile radiant, yet his eyes reflected a certain contemplation. He had gleaned two exceedingly significant pieces of information from the crown prince. The first revelation was that the palace intended to arrange a marriage between him and Yin Ryu. This was surely not a baseless rumor. Previously, when he had slain a member of the Onping Duke's household, the emperor had suppressed the matter through the Heavenly Authority Office, indicating deeper implications. As for the motivations behind this arrangement, Xie Weilou had his suspicions. The emperor's intentions were enigmatic and would not simply aim to align the Tianqi Marquis with the crown prince. On the surface, a union with Yin Ryu, who supported the crown prince, would naturally lead the Tianqi Marquis to favor him. However, was it truly that simple? Certainly not. Could he marry Yin Ryu? Absolutely not. For one would object, and that was Yin Ryu herself. This information was not publicly declared but disseminated through whispers, inciting speculation and prompting actions from various parties. Yin Ryu, displeased with the situation, would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Yet, the crown prince had set his sights on the Tianqi Marquis and on Xie Weilou, eager to forge an alliance, with hopes pinned on his union with Yin Ryu. This would inevitably sow discord between the crown prince and Yin Ryu. Once discord arose, their unity would be shattered. This was the art of emperors, to weave rumors and create rifts among their subjects. Did they believe that the united forces of Yin Ryu and Yin Junlin were too formidable to control? If so, then perhaps he could stoke the flames further. Xie Weilou mused. Though the emperor was bedridden, he was not deceased. Any of the princes or princesses who drew too much attention would naturally become targets. Moreover, upon meeting Yin Junlin, an unexpected thought emerged within him. 3 years ago, he had witnessed the Long Princess in her most vulnerable state. Who was the true instigator of that circumstance? Previously, he had deemed the third prince the most likely suspect, given his close association with the third princess. Yin Ryu had plotted against the third princess, only to find herself ensnared, while the third princess remained unscathed, and the third prince seemed untroubled in his counterplot. However, now Xie Weilou believed the greatest likelihood lay with Yin Junlin as the true architect. The Tianqi Marquis from 3 years prior was indeed worth courting. If Yin Junlin sought to win over the Tianqi Marquis by orchestrating some turmoil between him and Yin Ryu, it appeared a more straightforward approach. Xie Weilou's expression turned pensive. He was not merely a spectator of Yin Ryu bathing. Rather, he had shared a bed with her. According to royal methods, there were 2 avenues to resolve the matter at hand. The first approach is to swiftly resolve the matter by allowing him to directly wed Yin Ryu, thereby preserving the dignity of the royal family. The second option is to execute him. However, the Duke of Jinshi would undoubtedly oppose this, which led to his imprisonment. Yin Junlin has grown close to Yin Ryu, and coincidentally, she has fallen prey to the poison of the fragrant beauty. Who stands the best chance of plotting against Yin Ryu? Naturally, it is Yin Junlin, the one who is closest to her. He understands her and is familiar with the fragrant beauty, making his actions difficult for Yin Ryu to anticipate. If indeed it is Yin Junlin's doing, it becomes intriguing. This individual is certainly not as simple as he appears on the surface. Let us observe what capabilities he possesses in the future. Xie Weilou smiled faintly. Furthermore, he has acquired another piece of intelligence. The old man's failed retreat seems to be connected to Xie Zongxuan. However, Xie Weilou suspects that this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. It carries an air of peculiarity. Xie Zongxuan may have the opportunity to act, yet he lacks the strength, for the old man is a formidable figure in the Daozong realm. Moreover, there exists a mysterious third uncle. Even if he is not present at the Duke of Jinshi's estate, with an intelligence network like the Listening Snow Tower, how could Xie Zongxuan act without being aware? Xie Zongxuan might have the potential to strike, but it is exceedingly unlikely that he could eliminate the old man. The truth of this matter requires further investigation. As for the position of Duke of Jinshi, Xie Weilou currently holds little interest. Xie Zongxuan's closeness to the third prince may provide him a chance to secure the duke's position, yet that is his concern, not Xie Weilou's. Should that old fool be blind to reality, then he shall find himself sent to his demise. The first prince believes that by eliminating Xie Weilou, he could claim the title of Duke of Jinxi. Such notions are utterly fanciful. This matter does not hinge upon Xie Weilou, nor upon Xie Weilou, but rather on the individual within the palace. A single word from them could compel Xie Weilou to abdicate and elevate Xie Weilou to that position. If they choose to remain silent, then even if Xie Weilou were to perish, he would still be the heir, not the Duke of Jinxi. Thus, while the first prince's ambitions are commendable, they pale in comparison to his father's cunning. As he walked, Xie Weilou encountered a gambling house. He weighed the contents of his purse lightly before striding confidently inside. Not far off, a dancing girl appeared, and upon seeing Xie Weilou enter the gambling house, her expression shifted to one of surprise, revealing a hint of scorn in her eyes. A spendthrift. The dancer shook her head. Truly, a debauched wastrel. Having just acquired a sum of money, he rushes impulsively into a gambling den. Chapter 39. Eavesdropping. Quietly revealing half an hour later, the dancer returned to the first prince's residence. How did it go? Yan Junlin inquired. The dancer replied candidly, after leaving here, he headed straight to the gambling house and lost all the money he had taken within half an hour. Yan Junlin's mouth twitched, and he covered his forehead, exclaiming, "What a wastrel! A complete spendthrift. I suddenly regret inviting him here. I feel that Xie Weilou is unlikely to achieve anything significant, being so reckless and lacking restraint. He is not one to strategize with." The dancer smiled bitterly, hesitant to say more. You chose him, after all. Before long, the news of Xie Weilou's visit to the Grand Prince's residence spread among the various princes. Xie Weilou has gone to the Grand Prince's estate. This is certainly not a favorable development. Although Xie Weilou may be ineffectual, he is nonetheless the heir of the Marquis of Jinxi. Currently, Xie Weilou merely serves as a temporary stand-in for the Marquis position, which will eventually fall to Xie Weilou. The Grand Prince's preemptive move puts us at a disadvantage. Yet, is it not possible? If the Grand Prince can court Xie Weilou, why can we not do the same? Court, if we eliminate him, the Grand Prince's schemes would amount to naught. The princes harbored their own calculations. In the Tianqi Hall, Xie Weilou lay on a chair, dozing. Lin Qinghuang entered the main hall with an expressionless face. "Qinghuang, my shoulder is a bit sore. Could you give it a rub?" Xie Weilou opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Lin Qinghuang's exquisite legs. Lin Qinghuang frowned. "You went to the Grand Prince's residence? What is the matter?" Xie Weilou countered. "And what of it?" Lin Qinghuang replied coldly. "Some matters are best left untouched. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits without even realizing it." Xie Weilou, his expression tense, said, "You frighten me. My heart is racing. Please come over and massage me." Lin Qinghuang was momentarily at a loss for words. She tossed a deed to Xie Weilou and said indifferently, "The gambling house occupied by the Yu family is now yours." Xie Weilou accepted the deed, tucking it into his sleeve, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "I lost quite a bit of silver today with this gambling house. I shall surely win it all back." "Is that so?" Lin Qinghuang replied with a cold smile. "You sly rascal. The silver you lost has likely ended up in your own establishment." Xie Weilou turned to Lin Qinghuang. "Qinghuang, I learned a significant secret today. Would you like to know?" "Oh." Lin Qinghuang narrowed her eyes, contemplating that perhaps he had indeed gleaned some intelligence during his visit to the Grand Prince's residence. Xie Weilou glanced around and whispered, "There are ears everywhere. Come closer, and I will tell you quietly." Lin Qinghuang, not overthinking it, immediately bent down. "Speak." As Xie Weilou gazed at her ear, glistening and delicate, he gently nibbled it. "You." Lin Qinghuang's body shuddered, and she swiftly retreated, glaring at Xie Weilou with fury. "Xie Weilou, your audacity grows by the day. Do you wish to meet your end?" Xie Weilou licked his lips, yawning, and gazed at Lin Qinghuang with a dazed expression. "Qinghuang, what's wrong? Your face is as red as a candied hawthorn." "Strangely enough, I dreamt I ate a candied hawthorn. It was quite sweet." Crack. Lin Qinghuang clenched her fists, her expression filled with exasperation, realizing he was feigning ignorance. "I'm tired. I shall lie down again." Xie Weilou closed his eyes. Lin Qinghuang looked at the rogue before her, feeling helpless, worried that she might lose control and inadvertently strike him down. In the evening, Xie Weilou opened his eyes to find Lin Qinghuang sitting cross-legged on the floor, emanating a powerful aura. It seemed she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Xie Weilou felt a twinge of surprise. Lin Qinghuang had only recently entered the realm of expansion, yet she exhibited signs of a breakthrough. This woman undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. Just as he had inquired previously whether Lin Xinguang was truly a member of the Lin family, she opened her eyes, casting him a glance, and replied indifferently, "What? Do you wish to learn?" Intrigued, Xie Weilou responded, "Can I learn?" "Not at all." Lin Xinguang shook her head. The foundation of cultivation lies in the spiritual bones. When she had investigated him upon his entry into the celestial prison, she discovered that he possessed nothing but useless bones, devoid of spiritual resonance, making it nearly impossible for him to resonate with the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. It was akin to lacking spiritual bones altogether. To her knowledge, Xie Weilou's father had sought the assistance of a sword immortal from the Great Xia, but alas, after inspecting Xie Weilou's useless bones, that immortal had also declared it beyond his capabilities. "And what do you propose?" Xie Weilou looked at Lin Xinguang with exasperation. "You are indeed a case of useless bones, and I have no means to assist you unless—" Lin Xinguang's gaze pierced through him. "Unless what?" Xie Weilou crossed his arms. "Unless someone were to implant a piece of spiritual bone that harmonizes with your physical form," Lin Xinguang remarked with a cold smile. "That is impossible. It contradicts the heavenly principles," Xie Weilou retorted, shaking his head. "Huh, heavenly principles? There are many who engage in such practices in this world. Sometimes possessing exceptional spiritual bones without the means to protect them can lead to disaster," Lin Xinguang said, with a profound implication. Xie Weilou scrutinized Lin Xinguang, frowning. "Xinguang, in this fleeting moment, you seem rather enigmatic. Confess, what grade of spiritual bone do you possess? Superior or exceptional?" "Neither," Lin Xinguang replied coolly. "I don't believe you." Xie Weilou scoffed, though inwardly he mused that if it were neither superior nor exceptional, it could not be mid-grade or inferior. Was there a level beyond exceptional spiritual bones? That was a piece of information he lacked. "Suit yourself," Lin Xinguang said dismissively, reluctant to elaborate further. "I am a bit hungry. The sky is dark. I shall return home." Xie Weilou rose, stretching lazily before making his way out of the hall. Lin Xinguang regarded him without further comment. That night, the wind and snow raged fiercely, the ground thick with ice and snow. Many trees had already withered, while the few remaining green leaves struggled to endure the harsh winter. In Tianqi City, the lights were obscured by the snowstorm, appearing somewhat dim. The brighter the light, the heavier the shadows, yet in the dimmer areas, there might lurk more terrifying threats. In a quiet, desolate alley, Xie Weilou sheltered beneath an umbrella, walking alone, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. At a suitable moment, he halted. Ahead stood a dozen figures clad in black, each wielding weapons and exuding a chilling aura. However, their strength was notably weak. The most formidable among them was merely at the mid-stage of the Xianhuang realm, while the others were even less capable. "Kill him," commanded the mid-stage Xianhuang figure with a wave of his hand. Boom. The remaining black-clad figures, their eyes fierce, charged towards Xie Weilou, maintaining a calm demeanor. Xie Weilou shook his oil paper umbrella, unleashing a powerful pressure that sent the snow cascading from its surface. Boom. Before the dozen or so men in black could approach, they were reduced to a mist of blood. Chapter 40. Turn to ashes, there is a mouse. The mid-stage Xianhuang realm man in black witnessed this scene, his expression darkening. Did not the employer claim that Xie Weilou was merely an ordinary person? Is this what one would call ordinary? Nevertheless, he did not hesitate. Instead, he swiftly drew the long knife from his waist and charged fiercely towards Xie Weilou. Die? Xie Weilou extended his fingers, gently pinching, unleashing a formidable and malevolent pressure. Ah! A chilling scream echoed, and in an instant, the man in black was obliterated. "You have been watching for quite some time. It is time for you to reveal yourself." Xie Weilou glanced toward a particular direction where a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe and wielding a long sword stood. Many in Tianqi City were mistaken. They had not anticipated that you were a cultivator. However, it matters not. I shall send you on your way. The middle-aged man's expression remained indifferent as he exuded an aura of early-stage Tuajiang realm. With a flicker of his figure, his long sword was drawn, thrusting toward Xie Weilou's neck in an instant. A smile crept onto Xie Weilou's face as he deftly pinched the incoming sword, which seemed caught in an iron grip, unable to advance. "What?" The middle-aged man was taken aback. "Turn to ashes." Xie Weilou's smile turned sinister as he flicked his finger against the sword. Boom. In the next moment, the sword exploded, and the middle-aged man's body was reduced to a fine powder, vanishing into nothingness. No one remained. Xie Weilou smiled nonchalantly. supporting his oiled paper umbrella as he strode forward. The attackers today belonged to two factions. The first wave was exceptionally weak, likely stemming from one individual. You sure? It was understandable that they sought revenge after being humiliated before. As for the Tuajiang realm individual who appeared, he was probably acting on behalf of a certain prince. After all, he had visited the Grand Prince's mansion today, a fact that was no secret. Certain individuals likely wished to prevent him from allying with the Grand Prince and aimed to eliminate him. Not long after, at the princess's residence, the courtyard was blanketed in ice and snow, and the hall was brightly lit. Within a pavilion, Yen Ruyu was intently studying a scroll, her gaze serene and supremely gentle. Yet, she was a woman of ruthless and ferocious means. Whoosh! At that moment, an icy crystal arrow pierced through the pavilion, hurtling toward Yen Ruyu. Without a flicker of emotion in her eyes, she gently tightened her grip on the scroll, causing the icy arrow to explode instantaneously. There's a mouse, Yen Ruyu uttered calmly, setting down the scroll before stepping outside. In an instant, she appeared atop another pavilion. Atop the pavilion stood a mysterious man in black robes. Wearing a mask, this was none other than Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou gazed at Yen Ruyu, unable to deny that this woman was truly beautiful and perilous. Boom! Without uttering a word, Yen Ruyu struck at Xie Weilou with her palm, unleashing a terrifying imprint of power. Xie Weilou's figure flickered, hurtling backward 100 meters. Rumble! The pavilion was instantly shattered by Yen Ruyu's palm strike. She furrowed her brow slightly, preparing to strike again. Standing 100 meters away, Xie Weilou coldly stated, "A prince has asked me to convey a message to you. 3 years ago, you were schemed against by the Grand Prince." Upon finishing his words, he took flight and departed. This was his way of stoking the flames, ensuring that the woman, Yen Ruyu, could not remain untouched amidst the turmoil. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruyu's pupils contracted, and a terrifying pressure emanated from her, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding palaces and towers. 3 years prior, she had indeed harbored suspicions. Now, upon receiving this news, many thoughts surged within her. Given the circumstances at that time, the likelihood of Yen Junlin plotting against her was substantial, and he certainly had the opportunity to do so. At the residence of Yen Junlin, the banquet had been in progress for quite some time. Yen Junlin had invited numerous friends, wearing a smile that belied his inner discontent. That scoundrel, Xie Weilou, had the audacity to stand him up. How infuriating! Just in broad daylight, Xie had taken a considerable sum from him, and after losing it all, he refused to honor their agreement? How could one be so devoid of integrity? "Your Highness, I have urgent news to report." A guard promptly entered. Yen Junlin glanced at him and asked, "What is it?" The guard hastily replied, "Just now, young Master Xie sent someone to convey a message, stating that he had been ambushed. He is grateful for the assistance you provided, which saved his life, but he has been shaken and cannot attend tonight's banquet." Ambushed. Yen Junlin fell into contemplation, waving his hand dismissively. "I understand. You may leave." He harbored no doubts regarding this incident. It was entirely plausible for Xie Weilou to be attacked after visiting him. After all, his other competitors would not wish to see him successfully win over Xie, and eliminating Xie was certainly an excellent strategy. Someone had saved Xie Weilou's life? Yen Junlin speculated that it was his father's doing. He suspected that his father would not easily let Xie Weilou perish, thus confirming all his conjectures. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on Yen Junlin's face. It was not that Xie Weilou did not wish to come, but rather that he was temporarily too afraid to do so. Having survived an assassination attempt, it would be unreasonable for him to join the festivities immediately. Since Xie had mistaken his father's agents for his own, Yen Junlin accepted it with a grin that deepened. He addressed the gathered guests, "Everyone, please drink freely, but remember, we must not become complacent before the Winter Hunt Festival. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall certainly not disappoint you." The guests responded, lifting their glasses. The eve of the Winter Hunt Festival saw all princes hosting banquets for young talents, a form of wagering. After all, those who performed well during the festival would garner the emperor's attention. By placing their bets early on those likely to shine, they would gain a significant advantage in their future contests. Indeed, Yen Junlin nodded with a smile, his spirits exceptionally high. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had already been betrayed. Meanwhile, at the residence of the third prince, within the tower, Yen Wuchen savored fine wine. Having hosted some friends earlier in the day, though the banquet had now concluded, "Your Highness, our operatives have failed, and there is no trace left a guard reported solemnly, bowing before Yin Wuchen. Failed. Yin Wuchen raised an eyebrow upon hearing the news. The individual he had dispatched was a formidable figure from the Tuajiang realm, and yet, he had faltered? His intent to eliminate Xie Weilou was straightforward. With Xie Zongxuan drawing closer to him, he aimed to eradicate Xie Weilou to ensure that Xie Zongxuan solidified his position as the Duke of the West. This maneuver would simultaneously thwart Yin Junlin's schemes, thereby allowing him to secure the unwavering support of the Duke of the West estate. Although this noble house had fallen from grace, its influence remained substantial. However, he needed to continue sending individuals to safeguard the matter. Yin Wuchen remarked calmly, "It appears Yin Junlin has dispatched someone to protect Xie Weilou. I suspected that fellow would not allow him to meet his demise so easily, for such behavior aligns with Yin Junlin's character. Since one attempt has failed, we shall await the opportunity presented by the Winter Hunt Conference." The guard bowed respectfully, acknowledging, "Understood, my lord." Chapter 41. The Key Guard in the Stillness of the Night. Lin Mansion. Upon her return, Lin Qinghuang chanced upon Xie Weilou standing outside the estate, clutching a handful of snow. "Xie Weilou, what are you doing here?" Lin Qinghuang queried, raising an eyebrow. Amidst the swirling snow and biting cold, why had he chosen to come here instead of retreating to a brothel or returning home? Upon seeing Lin Qinghuang, Xie Weilou's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. Lin Qinghuang, taken aback for a moment, immediately asked, "What troubles you?" A veil of confusion clouded Xie Weilou's gaze as tears began to stream down his cheeks. With a despondent tone, he replied, "The people of the Duke of the West do not permit me to return." As he spoke, he gently placed a hand on his abdomen and took a bite of the snow, appearing pitiful, frail, and helpless. Lin Qinghuang fell into silence upon hearing this. She regarded Xie Weilou and said, "Stay with me tonight. Let us share a meal together." "Very well," he responded, taking another bite of the snow. "Just a little while longer, and we shall dine." With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, Lin Qinghuang scattered the snow from his grasp, taking hold of his wrist and guiding him inside the mansion. Before long, within the attic, steaming, fragrant dishes were prepared. Lin Qinghuang served a variety of delicacies into Xie Weilou's bowl. "Stop dawdling, eat," she urged. Xie Weilou gazed at her tenderly and remarked, "You are truly kind to me. Qinghuang, if only you could warm my bed tonight as well. Is that your desire?" Lin Qinghuang shot him a glare. How could he still jest when he appeared so pitiful? While devouring his meal, Xie Weilou expressed, "At home, one relies on their parents. When out, one relies on friends. Yet in these 3 years, it is you, Qinghuang, who has lifted me up, and it is also you who has supported me the most." Lin Qinghuang furrowed her brow, sensing an oddity in his words, yet she could not pinpoint the evidence. She fixed her gaze upon him and said, "If you are moved, then share with me what you know regarding the Lin family's downfall. There are many details you have yet to disclose." Xie Weilou looked at her intently. "My guard. He is the key. I am well aware of his significance, but after the Lin family fell, he vanished without a trace." Lin Qinghuang replied, her expression contemplative. When the Lin family met its demise, there was evidence that Xie Weilou and his guard were present. While Xie Weilou ended up imprisoned, the guard mysteriously vanished. A most peculiar circumstance. Over the course of these 3 years, she had been discreetly investigating the whereabouts of that guard, yet no information had surfaced. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air, an enigma indeed. "I know where he is," Xie Weilou stated. Lin Qinghuang immediately fixed her gaze on Xie Weilou. "Where?" With a haunting glimmer in his eyes, Xie Weilou replied, "I killed him." Lin Qinghuang was at a loss for words. The eerie light in Xie Weilou's eyes faded, replaced by a playful smile. "Just kidding. But if you let me have a bite, perhaps I might recall something." "Go ahead." Lin Qinghuang picked up a piece of meat and placed it directly into Xie Weilou's bowl. She realized at that moment that she would extract no further information from him. After their meal, Xie Weilou reclined languidly on a chair, while the maid tidied the table. Lin Qinghuang, on the other hand, perused a scroll, not an ordinary one, but a manual on cultivation techniques. Once the maid departed, Xie Weilou made his way to the bed, removed his shoes and socks, and lay down. "Qinghuang, you haven't changed these blankets. They're still the same as last time." Lin Qinghuang replied nonchalantly, "I have changed them. They just happen to be the same color." "Qinghuang, this evening I am in high spirits, so I shall warm your bed. You may quietly slip under the covers later, but do not disturb my rest." Xie Weilou said as he pulled the blankets over himself, sinking into the soft bed, which was undoubtedly comfortable. Lin Qinghuang chose to ignore him. With a wave of her hand, She summoned a force to seal the attic door and moved aside with the scroll. Sitting cross-legged, she formed seals with her hands, exuding a formidable aura. Xie Weilou refrained from interrupting her, closing his eyes instead. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Lin Xinguang awoke to find herself nestled in the soft bed, the warmth of the covers enveloping her. A sudden change washed over her face as she glanced to the side. There lay Xie Weilou, curled up, his head resting against her arm. After confirming her own condition was unscathed, she coldly addressed him, Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou opened his eyes, still dazed, and upon seeing Lin Xinguang, a look of surprise crossed his face. Xinguang, you truly slipped into the covers last night. No wonder it felt so warm. Is that so? Lin Xinguang glared at him. Surely she knew whether she had climbed into bed or not. Last night, she had been cultivating, with no memory of climbing into the bed. Xie Weilou remarked curiously. With your strength, if I had put you in the bed, how could you not have noticed? Lin Xinguang paused for a moment, contemplating. Perhaps she had indeed overexerted herself while cultivating, leaving her mind foggy enough to have climbed up unknowingly. With a chuckle, Xie Weilou inquired, what cultivation technique are you practicing? Perhaps you should cease. You might end up damaging your brain. In truth, Lin Xinguang had not climbed into bed of her own accord. Rather, she had been drawn into it by him. Last night, Lin Xinguang encountered some difficulties during her cultivation. It was only when Xie Weilou noticed her plight that he carried her to bed. The scroll she had been studying was exceedingly profound, possessing remarkable efficacy in the development of her dantian. The issue that arose during her practice stemmed from an excessive expenditure of energy while attempting to open her dantian, leading her into a deep slumber. Fortunately, it was not a grave concern, and a single night's rest would suffice. Spare your life. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinguang swiftly withdrew her arm and decisively left the bed. On the floor lay the scroll, which she picked up and examined closely. The technique within could not possibly be flawed. Closing her eyes, she assessed her physical condition. Her dantian had expanded further, indicating a satisfactory outcome from last night's practice. It appeared that the exertion from opening her dantian had indeed been too taxing. Lin Xinguang mused to herself that such endeavors require complete focus, demanding tremendous mental energy. Xinguang, you slipped in last night, and I didn't even notice. Now that the bedding is still warm, why not come back and let me feel it again? Xie Weilou surveyed Lin Xinguang's graceful figure, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Do you dare to speak of this again? Do you believe I would toss you out? Lin Xinguang shot a displeased glance at Xie Weilou, feeling quite regretful for having allowed him into her space the previous night. Xie Weilou, with a melancholic expression, remarked, if we share the same bed, our lives would be intertwined until the end. Can you truly bear to cast me aside? Lin Xinguang's lips twitched as she gently massaged her temples. It is evident that your pitiful facade from last night was merely an act. How could I have been so deceived? The gloom on Xie Weilou's face vanished, replaced by a renewed smile as he wrapped the blanket tighter around himself for warmth. Get up, Lin Xinguang admonished, glaring at him. With a flick of her fingers, the windows flew open, allowing a gust of cold wind to sweep in. Xie Weilou shivered, promptly burying his head beneath the covers. Not long after, Xie Weilou and Lin Xinguang made their way to the Tianqi office. The snow fell incessantly, chilling to the bone. On the street, Xie Weilou, with his hands tucked inside his sleeves, wore an expression of fatigue, while Lin Xinguang, holding an umbrella, appeared remarkably calm. Are you truly that tired? Lin Xinguang inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. Xie Weilou replied, exasperated, I am physically weak. Of course I need more sleep and rest. How could I not be weary after rising so early? Lin Xinguang assessed his condition and nodded. Indeed, you are rather frail. You should consult a physician and request some nourishing medicine. Xie Weilou yawned. There is no need for supplements. They are of little use. Lin Xinguang retorted with a cold smile. Frequenting brothels does little for your health. However, do exercise caution. Winter has only just begun, and you mustn't succumb to its harshness. With that, she quickened her pace. The white snow settled upon Xie Weilou. I know you care for me. Once we reach the Tianqi office, I shall permit you to nestle in my embrace, he said, stepping forward to join her under the umbrella. Before long, they arrived at the Tianqi office and happened upon Xinjiang. Greetings, Grand Commander. Lin Xinguang saluted Xinjiang respectfully. Indeed, Xinjiang gently nodded, his gaze fixed upon Xie Weilou, as if he had something to convey. Observing this, Lin Xinguang proceeded into the main hall. Xinjiang addressed Xie Weilou, inquiring, did the heir not rest well last night? With a countenance full of melancholy, Xie Weilou replied, I was startled last night and spent the entire night plagued by nightmares. How could I possibly rest? Upon hearing this, Xinjiang did not harbor any suspicions, for he was already aware of the assassination attempt on Xie Weilou the previous night. He spoke in hushed tones. The Crown Prince has instructed me to inform you that the assailants who targeted you last night were sent by the third prince. In truth, there were two groups of assailants, one of which was dispatched by Xie Weilou's second aunt. However, the Crown Prince had advised him to focus solely on the more significant threat, attributing the entire plot to the third prince. Upon hearing this, Xie Weilou felt no surprise. Instead, his face contorted with fury. How audacious! The third prince dares to lay hands on this heir. Please convey to the Grand Commander to relay to the Crown Prince that he must swiftly eliminate Xie Songshuan and the third prince. The Marquis of Jinshi will fully support his ascension to the throne. The surrounding constables trembled, their expressions betraying their unease. Such words were hardly fitting for their ears. Xinjiang's expression shifted, and he quickly cautioned, Heir, tread carefully with your words. At that moment, he found himself at a loss. Could this matter truly be proclaimed so openly? Understood. I shall await the Crown Prince's message in silence, Xie Weilou replied with a nod. Rest assured, the heir is quite safe and in no peril, Xinjiang reassured him softly. Indeed, I shall take my leave to catch up on some sleep. Xie Weilou waved his hand and made his way into the second hall. Xinjiang gazed after Xie Weilou's retreating figure, silently lamenting that the Crown Prince's attempts to win over this individual seemed misguided. Within the second hall, Lin Qingwang fixed her gaze upon Xie Weilou. You were attacked last night. Not at all. Xie Weilou shook his head. You spoke quite loudly just now. Do you take me for deaf? Lin Qingwang frowned. I thought it was not loud at all, Xie Weilou replied nonchalantly as he settled into a seat nearby. Lin Qingwang remarked indifferently. You have just been released from prison and are now ensnared in the whirlpool of imperial power struggles. This is troublesome. Had Xie Weilou not sought an audience with the Crown Prince yesterday, perhaps he would have been spared such complications. Alas, it was too late for regrets. As long as he remained close to the Crown Prince, the other princes would not let him off easily. I do not comprehend, Xie Weilou chuckled lightly. Lin Qingwang was left speechless. Captain Lin, there is a case, Zhang Long announced as he entered the hall with a scroll in hand. Lin Qingwang accepted the scroll and cast a glance at it. Zhang Long explained, the son of the minister of the imperial stables, Dong Hen, recklessly rode his horse and killed the stableman Luan. Under the influence of alcohol, he then assaulted and killed Luan's father when he sought an explanation. Luan's wife passed away early, leaving behind only a 15-year-old daughter named Lu Ping, who is the one reporting this incident. Lin Qingwang pondered. This case seems to have occurred around 10 days ago, does it not? The imperial stables is an institution responsible for managing horses. It may seem unremarkable, but do not underestimate its significance, for it oversees war horses. Matters of military campaigns and recruitment are closely intertwined with the imperial stables, which is precisely why its personnel are courted by various factions. Zhang Long elucidated that the case had been successively handed over to the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice, with both sides evading responsibility. However, this morning, the case was submitted to the Tianquan Division, owing to the influence of the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights, who was backed by the third prince. The evidence was irrefutable, yet the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice had failed to reach a conclusion, precisely because of the third prince's involvement, which rendered them hesitant to resolve the matter hastily. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and suggested, what if I were to handle this case? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingwang fell into contemplative silence. Last night, Xie Weilou had encountered an assassination attempt orchestrated by the third prince's men. Should the case fall into his hands, he would undoubtedly pursue it with vigor, thus providing a response to the third prince. However, such an action would irreparably offend the prince. Why had the case been transferred to the Tianquan Division today? Why had it reached the second prince? There was no need for speculation. It was the handiwork of the eldest prince, providing Xie Weilou an opportunity to unleash his pent-up fury. This case was tailor-made for him. Xie Weilou regarded Lin Qingwang, asserting, since the case has been handed over, it will certainly be investigated. I am more suited to handle it than you. Lin Qingwang was entangled in considerable trouble if she were to take on this case. It could be interpreted as a retaliation against the third prince's assassination attempt. Conversely, if Lin Qingwang were to oversee the investigation, it would only serve to further antagonize another prince. Given that the case was prepared by the eldest prince, Xie Weilou would seize the opportunity. Are you certain? You must understand that handling this case may not be as uncomplicated as you envision. Lin Qingwang fixed her gaze upon Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou reassured her, rest assured. I have it under control. Since you are so confident, I shall entrust it to you. Lin Qingwang conceded, presenting the scroll to him. Given Xie Weilou's aspirations for prestige, he might very well accumulate merit that could lead to him inheriting the title of Marquis of Jinshi. She then turned to Zhang Long, instructing, Zhang Long, assist Xie Weilou alongside Zhao Hu. At once, Zhang Long promptly replied. Among the 10 officials of the second prince's court, he and Zhao Hu were 2, wielding authority surpassing that of ordinary captains, each commanding 10 subordinates. However, they would certainly not dare to undertake such a case themselves, for this was Tianqi City, beneath the emperor's feet, where power and influence were intricately woven. Offending even a single individual could lead to dire repercussions. But with Xie Weilou at the helm of the investigation, there would be no issue, for he too held considerable backing. Xie Weilou glanced at the scroll and instructed Zhang Long, summon Dong Hen and the daughter of Lu and to the Tianquan division. Understood. Zhang Long wasted no time and departed immediately. Chapter 43. Intentional Homicide. Let it be executed in the court of the second prince. 2 quarters later, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu stood flanking a group of constables. Kneeling before the court were 3 individuals, a 15-year-old girl and 2 young men. The girl was clad in tattered clothing, her feet encased in worn-out cloth shoes, her hands bearing frostbite, and her complexion eerily pale, with a hint of terror gleaming in her eyes. The 2 young men, in stark contrast, wore expressions of indifference, yawning and grinning lazily, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. One of the men cast a glance at the girl and sneered, "Little girl, just wait. After you've danced around for a while, I shall certainly sell you to a brothel." The young girl curled her body, trembling with fear, her expression one of utter terror, as the very individuals who had assaulted her grandfather stood before her. The officers present exchanged glances, their faces darkening, their eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. How audacious they were to come to the Tianquan office in such a brazen manner. Xie Weilou, seated at the forefront, slowly spoke. "Who is Dong Hen?" "Reporting to you. My lord, our young master is unwell and unable to attend. We are here as his bodyguards in his stead." One of the men replied with a smile and a cupped fist. Dong Shao merely eliminated 2 lowly commoners. Is it truly such a significant matter? He continued. This case has been handed over to the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice, all of which have failed to conclude it, demonstrating the power of the Dong family. Even now, having arrived at the Tianquan office, it is likely just a formality. Do bear in mind, our master is a junior minister of the Taipu Temple, a figure whom even the 3rd prince seeks to curry favor with. With such backing, who would dare touch anyone from the Dong family? How intriguing, Xie Weilou remarked coldly, noting that the accused had not come, but rather sent 2 bodyguards in their place. The man chuckled. As I mentioned, our young master is unwell and cannot be here. We are here for the same reason. Whatever your orders may be, we shall certainly convey them to our young master. The other man added with a faint smile, our master is a junior minister of the Taipu Temple. All necessary arrangements have been made. You lords need only go through the motions. Go through the motions? Xie Weilou mused, turning to Zhang Long. Is the evidence conclusive? Zhang Long replied solemnly, all forms of evidence are prepared. Moreover, Luan's father was killed, and these 2 were involved. Xie Weilou inquired further, for intentional murder. According to the laws of the Great Xia, what should be done? Death by beheading, Zhang Long stated bluntly. Excellent. Then let it be done. Since they have come in place of Dong Hen and committed an offense, they shall be executed as well. Xie Weilou's expression darkened, eyes glinting with malice. Understood. Zhang Long immediately drew his sword, the cold aura of the blade emanating, sealing off the 2 men. The men were taken aback. One exclaimed, "My lord, we are merely here in place of young Master Dong. We have committed no crime." The other quickly produced a pouch of silver, offering it. "This is a token of our young master's respect for all of you lords." Had this matter ended here, they would have likely pocketed the silver. But they never anticipated that the officials of the Tianquan office would resort to violence immediately. Seeing the silver being offered, Xie Weilou glanced at Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. There should be no instances of bribery within the Tianquan office, correct? Zhang Long replied with utmost seriousness, "I cannot speak for others, but there is none in the second court." "Very well. Bribery in open court only adds to their crimes. Execute them." Xie Weilou's tone was icy. With a swift motion, Zhang Long did not hesitate, bringing his sword down. No. The man, witnessing the glinting blade descending towards his neck, was filled with terror. In the next moment, blood sprayed forth as his head fell, lifeless. Stop! The other man was startled, his face pale and his expression frantic. He had clearly not anticipated that he, a mere lackey, would face execution in court. Boom! Zhang Long swiftly wielded his blade, and before the man could react, his neck was severed with a single stroke, blood splattering forth. The captors present felt a measure of their frustration dissipate. How audacious of these two lackeys to act recklessly within the precincts of the Tianqi division, utterly oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Not bad, Xie Weilou remarked with a smile, his gaze settling on the young girl. He spoke softly, "Little one, return home and await news. I shall pursue the culprits and ensure you receive justice." Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." During this period, she had traversed numerous government offices, only to find no one willing to champion her cause. Now, two men who had wronged her grandfather lay dead, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Perhaps the Tianqi division could indeed provide her with the justice she sought. Xie Weilou commanded, "Leave a few individuals to tidy this place. The rest shall accompany me to the Dong residence to apprehend the culprits." "Are we to arrest them directly?" Zhao Hu inquired instinctively. Xie Weilou shot him a glance. "With irrefutable evidence, we shall indeed make the arrest directly. Shall we allow them to celebrate the new year instead?" Zhao Hu nodded solemnly, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Were it not for Xie Weilou, the heir to the Duke of Jinshi, and a minor official in the Taifu Temple, they would not dare to proceed so boldly. With Xie Weilou leading the charge, they felt emboldened to confront any opposition. "Follow closely," Xie Weilou instructed as he exited the hall. Lin Qinghuang stood outside, her expression serene as she regarded Xie Weilou. "Well done. The Tianqi division possesses the authority to act decisively against wrongdoers. There is no need for hesitation." "Understood," Xie Weilou acknowledged, picking up an oiled paper umbrella and advancing forward. Before long, they arrived outside the Dong residence. Xie Weilou held the umbrella aloft as snowflakes cascaded around them, with the captors flanking him on either side. "Who are you?" "This is the residence of Lord Dong. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to approach. Leave at once, or do not blame us for being ungracious," admonished the two guards stationed at the entrance, their faces marked by displeasure. Such audacity! Zhang Long and his companions raised their eyebrows, as representatives of the Tianqi division. When had it become their place to be reprimanded by mere guards? Were the Dong household truly so arrogant as to disregard the Tianqi division? "Impertinent," Xie Weilou replied coolly. With a swift motion, Zhang Long charged forward, delivering a resounding slap to each guard. The guards were sent sprawling, blood erupting from their mouths and noses. Their faces contorted in pain as they howled in fury. "How dare you cause a disturbance at the Dong residence?" Xie Weilou continued his advance, stepping upon one of the guard's fingers, his voice devoid of emotion. "Feigning ignorance? You are unaware of the Tianqi division's authority?" Chapter 44, Public Assault. "Where is the law?" The guard emitted a piercing scream, his voice laced with anger. "What of the Tianqi division? Public assault. Where is the law? In this Tianqi City, who does not know of the Tianqi division?" He was well aware of the situation, yet the young master had instructed that anyone who approached must be driven away. In recent years, bolstered by the support of the third prince, the Dong residents had become increasingly arrogant. Who would dare to offend them lightly? Bang! Xie Weilou kicked the guard away, his expression impassive as he stated, "Since you are aware of the Tianqi division, how dare you act so recklessly? You are courting death. Who is causing a disturbance at the Dong residence?" An irate voice resonated from within the manor, revealing a middle-aged man with a sword at his waist, accompanied by a dozen guards. "The Tianqi division is conducting an investigation. Bring Dong Hen out," Xie Weilou declared indifferently. The middle-aged man glanced at Xie Weilou, responding nonchalantly. "My young master is unwell and cannot endure the cold wind. Please return another day." Xie Weilou's eyes narrowed. "Repeat that. The Tianqi division is conducting an investigation. Bring Dong Hen out." The middle-aged man scoffed. "What? Is the Tianqi division so formidable? Do you dare to intrude upon the residence of the Taibu division's vice minister? Indeed, this is the vice minister's abode, a place where you cannot act with impunity. Dare to misbehave, and do not blame us for being ungracious," the other guards chimed in. Xie Weilou extended his hand, his demeanor devoid of warmth. "Proceed to apprehend them." Zhang Long and the others advanced immediately. "Let us see who dares." The middle-aged man unsheathed his sword, and the guards around him followed suit, blocking the entrance. Such audacity! Zhang Long and the others bore fierce expressions, their eyes filled with murderous intent. While royal relatives and high-ranking officials might warrant some leniency, these guards who dared to draw their weapons against the Tianquan division were inviting their own demise. If they were not eliminated, how could the Tianquan division maintain its authority? Xie Weilou's smile was chilling as he spoke in a frigid tone. The Tianquan division is conducting an investigation. Anyone who obstructs us shall be executed without mercy. Since they refuse to cooperate, let them perish. Clang. The swords of Zhang Long and his companions were drawn in an instant, their ferocity palpable. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged at the guards. The Tianquan division's investigation would not be impeded. A group of guards that did not even understand the rules deserved to face death. A series of piercing screams erupted. Who among the Tianquan division had not tasted blood? These guards stood no chance against them. Moments later, all the guards lay defeated on the ground, their blood staining the earth. The middle-aged man collapsed, a gruesome wound marring his body, yet he was not dead. Terror flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Xie Weilou and the others. You are abusing your power and killing indiscriminately. Xie Weilou picked up a long knife from the ground, caressing it lightly, and replied indifferently, "What were you doing just now? Now you know fear? Unfortunately, it is too late." Boom. He swung the knife, severing the middle-aged man's neck, blood gushing forth. A maid happened to pass by, and upon witnessing the bloody scene, she let out a piercing scream. Xie Weilou, holding the bloodied knife, entered the manor, casting a glance at the maid, and asked coldly, "Where's Dong Hen?" The maid, trembling in fear, instinctively pointed toward a pavilion. Xie Weilou, expressionless, proceeded toward the pavilion, followed closely by Zhang Long and the others. Inside the pavilion, Dong Hen reclined on his bed, adorned in a splendid purple robe, his eyes narrowed in bliss as he savored the nuts presented by a maidservant. Suddenly, the door to the loft was forcefully kicked open. Xie Weilou strode in, accompanied by Zhang Long and others. How audacious! Who dares to be so blind? Dong Hen's eyes shot open, his expression darkening. However, upon recognizing Xie Weilou and his entourage, his demeanor shifted abruptly. Xie Weilou cast a glance at Dong Hen and coldly commanded, "Seize him." Two constables swiftly approached, apprehending Dong Hen without hesitation. Panic-stricken, he stammered, "What do you intend to do? I am the son of the Shaoqing of the Taipu Temple, with the third prince as my backing." Slapping him sharply across the face, Xie Weilou sneered, "The third prince? If you possess such influence, summon him here." After the blow, he coldly ordered, "Take him back to the Tianquan division for processing." "No, I refuse to go. I will not go to the Tianquan division," Dong Hen exclaimed in terror. Entering the Jingzhou prefecture, the Dali Temple, or the Ministry of Justice might allow for some leniency, but heading to the Tianquan division meant certain peril, if not death. "You have no choice," Xie Weilou replied with a chilling smile, discarding his bloodied dagger. He turned to the maidservant and instructed, "Inform your master that when he comes to collect Dong Hen's remains, he ought to bring along 1,000 taels of silver. Move." Zhang Long waved his hand, and the constables promptly followed. "No, I refuse to go to the Tianquan division. Zhu Tao, hurry and find my father," Dong Hen shouted in desperation. Before long, at the third prince's residence, a guard approached Yin Wuchen and bowed, "Your Highness, young Shaoqing Dong seeks an audience." Yin Wuchen, savoring a goblet of fine wine, inquired nonchalantly, "What is the matter?" The guard replied, "It pertains to the earlier incident involving Dong Hen." Yin Wuchen furrowed his brow. "Did I not make it clear? The Jingzhou prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice will not deal harshly with him. A mere formality suffices. Is that still not satisfactory?" The guard hesitated before responding. "I have just received word that this case has been taken over by the Tianquan division, and Dong Hen has already been apprehended by Xie Weilou." Yin Wuchen's expression hardened. "This must be the handiwork of Yen Junlin. I dispatched someone to assassinate Xie Weilou last night, and today he escalates the matter, likely seeking to provide Xie Weilou with an outlet for his frustrations. What shall we do next? Young Shaoqing is still outside." The guard inquired quietly. Yin Wuchen pondered briefly before stating solemnly, "Now that he has been taken by Xie Weilou, that scoundrel will show me no mercy. Tell young Shaoqing that I will do my utmost, but he must prepare for the worst. Additionally, advise him to act with caution and avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Otherwise, no one will be able to save him. Since he has allied himself with the Shaoqing of the Taipu Temple, he undoubtedly shares unsavory dealings with him. Should his ally falter and expose certain truths, it would spell trouble." "Understood," The guard responded promptly before taking his leave. Yan Wuchen, filled with icy resolve, crushed his wine goblet in his hand. The demise of Dong Hen would not pose a significant issue for him, as his collaborator was the Shaoqing of the Taipu Temple, yet it would undoubtedly carry some repercussions. Chapter 45. From Arrogance to Reckoning at the Residence of Yan Junlin. Your Highness, Xie Weilou has successfully apprehended Dong Hen and brought him back to the Tianquan Bureau, reported the dancing girl to Yan Junlin. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Yan Junlin's face. After all, Xie Weilou was startled last night. Today, this prince has afforded him an opportunity to vent, and he shall undoubtedly be more satisfied. This prince extends his sincerity, thus fostering genuine rapport. The dancing girl responded with a smile. The Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights has already pledged allegiance to the third prince. This matter will surely require his intervention. Given that Xie Weilou was attacked by the third prince's men last night, he will not show any leniency. Consequently, the likelihood of collaboration between Xie Weilou and the third prince is virtually non-existent. Indeed, Yan Junlin smiled broadly. The third prince seeks to cultivate a relationship with Xie Zhangshuan. Thus he will not pursue Xie Weilou. However, one must not underestimate the unforeseen. It is paramount at this juncture to delineate the boundaries between Xie Weilou and the third prince. The dancing girl pondered and inquired, "Shall we strategize this matter? Perhaps we can uncover some incriminating evidence against the third prince?" Yan Junlin replied, "Let us observe for now." Understood. The dancing girl nodded gently. Half an hour later, within the Tianquan Bureau, in the second hall, Xie Weilou was savoring fragrant tea. Lin Qinghuang perused a scroll and slowly spoke. "The person has been captured. What do you intend to do next?" "Naturally, I shall execute him. One cannot waste rice," Xie Weilou replied nonchalantly. Lin Qinghuang closed the scroll and calmly stated, "Then let it be done. It is merely the execution of a serious offender. It is of no great consequence." Within the Tianquan Bureau, the number of serious offenders who perish daily is incalculable. The evidence in this case is irrefutable. Dong Hen is already sentenced to death, requiring no retrial, and may be executed directly. Once one enters the Tianquan Bureau, they either perish or suffer greatly, relatively speaking. Xie Weilou's 3 years here have been quite favorable. Reporting to Commander Lin, someone just visited Dong Hen. Zhao Hu entered briskly to report. Lin Qinghuang inquired, "Oh? Who is it?" Zhao Hu replied, "A supervisor from the first hall." Understood. Lin Qinghuang did not dwell on it. Zhao Hu then turned to Xie Weilou. "Lu Ping is also currently in the Tianquan Bureau." Xie Weilou set down his teacup. "Then let us resolve this matter." With that, he strode towards the hall's exit. In the prison, Dong Hen sat on a straw mat, crossing his legs, with a blade of grass between his teeth, his eyes squinting. A contented smile on his face. Compared to his earlier terror, he now appeared remarkably composed. Just moments ago, a constable from the Tianquan Bureau had visited him, assuring him that there was no need for haste, as the higher-ups were devising a plan, with the Dong family allied to the third prince. "Even if I have entered the Tianquan Bureau, I can still depart unscathed." Dong Hen's smile was one of utmost arrogance. "Dong Hen, rise." At that moment, Zhang Long approached accompanied by several constables. Dong Hen opened his eyes and stood up, stretching lazily, and revealed a smug smile to Zhang Long. "Are you planning to release me? You seem to have visited my Dong residence previously. I shall remember you well and repay you in due time." "Huh." Upon hearing this, Zhang Long's smile turned somewhat sinister. Was Dong Hen's remark a threat? A man on the brink of death dares to threaten him, which is nothing short of absurd. Xie Weilou, with his hands clasped behind his back, strides forward, his expression as impassive as stone as he gazes at Dong Hen. Dong Hen, returning the gaze, sneers, "You were quite arrogant before. Tell me your name, and I shall repay you in due course." Zhang Long and the others exchange glances filled with incredulity. Dong Hen does not recognize Xie Weilou? Yet, upon reflection, it seems only natural. Although Xie Weilou is a wastrel, he is still a scion of nobility. How could an ordinary individual penetrate his circle? As the son of a minor official in the Taipu Temple, Dong Hen certainly lacks the standing to engage with Xie Weilou's realm. "Repay me? How intriguing." Xie Weilou replies with a cold smile, extending his hand. Zhang Long immediately steps forward to unlock the prison door. With an air of triumph, Dong Hen strides out. Pointing at Xie Weilou, "Since you are the one who imprisoned me, you shall personally escort me out." Bang! Xie Weilou advances and delivers a kick to Dong Hen's abdomen, sending him flying 3 meters. "Ah!" Dong Hen clutches his belly, emitting a cry of anguish, glaring at Xie Weilou. "You are doomed." How dare you lay a hand on me? Xie Weilou, with an indifferent demeanor, commands, take him directly to the square. With that, he turns to leave. Two constables promptly move in to apprehend Dong Hen. You are finished. I, Dong Hen, am backed by the third prince. To lay a hand on me is to declare war against him. Dong Hen bellows furiously. Smack. Zhang Long delivers a resounding slap, causing several of Dong Hen's teeth to fly. Fool. That is Xie Weilou, the heir of the Marquis of Jinxi. In his presence, you are nothing. Zhang Long scoffs. Upon hearing the name Xie Weilou, Dong Hen's body trembles, clearly struck by fear, though he is indeed a wastrel, having blood on his hands. In the eyes of the heir of the Marquis of Jinxi, he amounts to naught. Take him away, Zhang Long sneers, turning to depart. In the square, Dong Hen kneels, his face a mask of terror. Was he not to be escorted out? Why has he been brought to the execution platform? At that moment, Zhang Long stands emotionless, brandishing a long blade at his side. Below the platform, a group of constables gather, their expressions steely, devoid of any flicker of emotion. Countless lives have perished in this square, and they have long grown accustomed to such sights. Amidst the crowd, Lu Ping watches, tears welling in her eyes as she murmurs. Father, grandfather, the villain has been captured, can you see? Xie Weilou, seated upon a chair, states calmly. Dong Hen galloped through Tianqi City, colliding with and killing Luan, subsequently joining forces with his guards to murder Lu En's father when he sought an explanation. The evidence is irrefutable by the laws of the Great Xia. His crimes warrant execution. Xie Weilou, you cannot kill me. My Dong family has ties with the third prince. Dong Hen exclaims, his face a portrait of fear. Execute him. Xie Weilou states, his expression unyielding. Please no? Dong Hen trembles, instantly paralyzed by terror. Swish. Zhang Long's blade strikes swiftly, and in an instant, Dong Hen becomes a headless corpse. Son. At that moment, a piercing cry of anguish resounds. A man clad in official attire, in his 50s, hurriedly approached. Upon witnessing the moment when Dong Hen's head was severed, he faltered and collapsed to the ground, his expression wrought with immense sorrow. This man was none other than Dong Yao, the vice minister of the Ministry of Rights. Why do you not assist Lord Dong? Xie Weilou spoke up. A constable stepped forward to help Dong Yao to his feet. Xie Weilou approached Dong Yao and sighed. Alas, Lord Dong, you have arrived too late. With a heart heavy with grief, Dong Yao gazed at Xie Weilou. Why did you hasten the execution, young Master Xie? Why could you not wait a while longer? Gently patting Dong Yao's shoulder, Xie Weilou, with a countenance full of regret, replied, It is not my desire to expedite the execution, but rather the arrangements from above. Dong Yao's expression momentarily faltered. Xie Weilou continued in a hushed tone, the fact that this case has reached the Tianquan Division is the doing of the Grand Prince. The commander of the Tianquan Division is also his man. I am but a figurehead, a young master without real power. Do you believe I can influence this matter? I merely came to fulfill my role. Did I not instruct the maidservant of the Dong residence to inform you to prepare 1,000 taels of silver? Dong Yao clutched a banknote for 1,000 taels in his hand. Xie Weilou extracted the note from Dong Yao's grasp, shaking his head. Originally, this banknote could have afforded the brothers in the Tianquan Division some drink, and naturally, the matter of Dong Hen could have been postponed. However, the commander issued a direct order for execution. What recourse do I have? I had granted you time, yet why did you delay for half an hour? Dong Yao's complexion was ashen. Why was I delayed for half an hour? Because he had been seeking connections to save Dong Hen. Xie Weilou spoke softly, Lord Dong. More not. You have clearly offended someone. The whirlpool of power, the moment you stepped into it, sealed your fate to be irretrievable. You should have foreseen this. Enough. I must now report back. A young master without real authority ultimately holds no sway in such matters. With that, he turned towards Lu Ping. Xie Weilou cast a glance at Lu Ping and departed the square with her. On the broad avenue, Xie Weilou pressed the banknote into Lu Ping's hands. Dong Hen is deceased. This serves as compensation from the Dong residence. Though not substantial, it is sufficient for your sustenance. Lu Ping, moved, was about to kneel. Thank you, my lord. Xie Weilou supported her gently, murmuring, Live well, the road ahead is still long. Tears streamed down Lu Ping's face as she hastily retrieved a rolled-up book from her sleeve and handed it to Xie Weilou. My lord, this is something my father compiled and secretly hid. It seems to pertain to something significant. I sense that his death by Dong Hen's horse may be connected to this item. I now present it to you. Xie Weilou accepted the book, nodding gently. I understand. You may return now. Should anything arise in the future, Seek out Commander Lin of the Tianquan Division's 2nd Hall directly. Understood. Lu Ping bowed and turned to leave. Xie Weilou opened the book in his hands and noted a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. It was a ledger recorded by Ruin, containing some personal narratives. Luan, a stableman at the Tianqi City, possessed an intimate understanding of the warhorses under his care. He noticed with growing concern that several of the steeds he tended mysteriously vanished without a trace, while the ledgers recorded no discrepancies, instead reflecting full entries. This situation was evidently suspicious. It indicated that someone was falsifying accounts, while others discreetly relocated the horses. His observations revealed a troubling pattern. The missing horses had all been taken away by Dong Yao under various pretexts, yet none had returned thereafter. On occasions when the minister of the Tianqi City inspected the stables accompanied by officials, Dong Yao would substitute inferior horses to mislead them. Surely, the minister, responsible for the war horses, could discern the difference between quality and mediocrity? How could he remain oblivious to the discrepancies in the records? Yet, he chose to turn a blind eye, complicit in the scheme alongside Dong Yao for mutual profit. It seemed that Luan's demise was intricately linked to these machinations. Xie Weilou collected the ledger with a soft sigh. How could this ledger be utilized to yield the utmost effectiveness? If the Tianquan Division were to investigate independently, they might find themselves hamstrung by the involvement of the third prince. The inquiry could very well be halted mid-course to preserve the royal family's dignity. An idea sparked in Xie Weilou's mind, his eyes glimmering with a cunning light. This ledger would be best entrusted to Yin Junlin. He could orchestrate matters to intensify the rivalry among the princes. With this thought, Xie Weilou departed from the Tianquan Division, making his way directly to the residence of the first prince. At the first princess residence, Yin Junlin was enjoying a cup of tea. Your Highness, Xie Weilou requests an audience, a respectful guard announced. Upon hearing this, Yin Junlin promptly set down his teacup and made his way to the entrance. The moment he laid eyes on Xie Weilou, warmth illuminated his countenance, and he quickly beckoned. Brother Xie, please, come in. Xie Weilou laughed heartily. Today, while resolving the Dong Hen case, Dong Hen, fearing for his life, discreetly handed me this ledger. It pertains to the third prince, and I knew you would be intrigued. Hence my hasty arrival. Upon hearing this, Yin Junlin's pupils dilated, and he urged, Brother Xie, lower your voice. There are ears on the other side of the wall. Let us converse indoors. Oh, what a trivial matter this is, Xie Weilou exclaimed, producing the ledger and presenting it to Yin Junlin. This ledger is yours. Last night, the third prince dispatched assassins after me, truly detestable. When the time comes, use this ledger to deal with him decisively. Yin Junlin accepted the ledger, quickly perusing its contents. After a brief glance, his expression turned grave. Brother Xie, I cannot thank you enough for today's assistance. Xie Weilou, smiling, replied, the ledger is now in your possession. I must take my leave. I am transparent in my dealings, regardless of how others may act. Yin Junlin appeared deeply moved and pledged. This prince shall not betray your trust, Brother Xie. With that, Xie Weilou bid farewell, stating, I have other matters to attend to. He waved his hand and departed with a smile. However, as he turned away, a hint of mischief danced upon his lips. Indeed, Yin Junlin's concern about eavesdroppers was well-founded. The news of the ledger's transfer would likely reach the third prince's ears post-haste. If Yin Junlin were astute, he would certainly refrain from immediately surrendering the ledger, instead opting to engage in a negotiation for mutual benefit with the third prince. After all, how many princes possess unblemished hands? Should he retain possession of the ledger, a modest gift would be bestowed upon him by Xie Weilou this very night. Not long after, within the residence of Yin Wuchen, a guard urgently reported, Your Highness, grave news has arrived. That scoundrel Dong Hen seems to have provided Xie Weilou with a ledger, which has now been passed on to Yin Junlin. It likely pertains to matters concerning the Ministry of Rights. What? Yin Wuchen's countenance shifted dramatically. He was acutely sensitive to the implications of any ledger. What shall we do next? The guard inquired hastily. Yin Wuchen turned to the guard and asked, What of the messenger? There are no issues, the guard replied. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. If Yin Junlin intended to suppress the news, the messenger would have had no opportunity to relay it. The fact that the information had reached him indicated one thing. Yin Junlin wished for him to be aware of the situation, believing he would act cautiously, thus initiating a negotiation. What should be done? The guard asked, perplexed. Yin Wuchen smirked coldly. Since Yin Junlin seeks negotiation, He likely desires to carve out some profit for himself and will not easily relinquish the ledger. This, in turn, provides me with an opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, we shall proceed with a dual strategy. First, dispatch someone to seize the ledger. If successful, many complications will be avoided. If not, I shall engage in negotiation. Understood, Your Highness. Your insight is remarkable, the guard quickly flattered. Indeed, Yan Wuchen chuckled with amusement. As a prince, who does not hold some leverage over their counterpart, the key consideration is how to wield that leverage to secure the greatest benefit. He had already surmised Yan Junlin's intentions, which afforded him a unique opportunity. Chapter 47. The storm and snow, fitting for Malice Night, enveloped the realm as the storm howled, perfect for nefarious deeds. A masked figure clad in black traversed a snow-laden alley, their hands adorned with metallic gauntlets, each tipped with sharp spikes. This individual was sent by Yan Wuchen, possessing formidable prowess at the late stage of the expansion realm. The task of pilfering the ledger from Yan Junlin would be no small feat. Thus, deploying a late-stage expert was indeed a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, the cloaked figure sensed something amiss and halted, peering ahead into the shadowy depths of the alley. There, another masked figure emerged, similarly attired in black, wielding a sword, seemingly awaiting his arrival. It was none other than Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou regarded the figure across from him with indifference, stating, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Without further ado, the black-clad figure clenched his fist, unleashing a powerful aura that surged forth as he charged at Xie Weilou, delivering a lethal punch. A glint of cold light flickered in Xie Weilou's eyes as the fist descended. In an instant, the burial flower sword was drawn, and a chilling wave of sword energy erupted, slicing mercilessly across the neck of the assailant. The figure clad in black momentarily froze, his head abruptly severed, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. With a single stroke, he was dispatched. Xie Weilou sheathed his flower burial sword, removed the black-clad man's gauntlets, and donned them upon his own hands, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Bang! The corpse of the black-clad man instantly dissolved into a mist of blood. Having completed this grim task, Xie Weilou soared into the sky. Not long after, at the residence of Yan Junlin, a black-clad figure stealthily infiltrated the attic. Searching for something, this intruder was none other than Xie Weilou. Just then, Yan Junlin, accompanied by a retinue of guards, burst into the room. Upon seeing Xie Weilou before him, he spoke with a chilling tone, such audacity. To steal from the prince's abode, you are inviting your own demise. Initially, he had awaited Yan Wuchen to come to him, but instead, he encountered a thief. In that moment, Yan Junlin comprehended that Yan Wuchen had no intention of negotiating peacefully. Rather, he sought to seize the leverage from his grasp. Yan Junlin's smile turned cold as he waved his hand, prompting his guards to charge at Xie Weilou. With a punch, Xie Weilou unleashed a strike, the gauntlets radiating a sanguine glow, their sharpness unparalleled, as his fist surged forward. A collective scream erupted from the guards as they were all sent sprawling. In the late stage of the Tuajiang realm, Yan Junlin's countenance darkened as he lunged at Xie Weilou, delivering a punch of his own. Undeterred, Xie Weilou retaliated with another forceful blow. Their fists collided instantaneously, releasing an overwhelming pressure that obliterated the attic in an explosion. Poof! Yan Junlin coughed up blood, his body propelled from the attic. Xie Weilou's gaze turned ferocious as he charged towards Yan Junlin once more, aiming a fist at his chest. Bang! The impact sent Yan Junlin crashing into the ground, another spurt of blood escaping his lips. With a murderous intent, Xie Weilou prepared to strike again. Yan Junlin staggered to his feet, retrieving a heart-protecting mirror from his chest. Now shattered, his gaze fixed coldly on Xie Weilou, he bellowed, "Summon someone, kill him." Though the force of the previous punch had been mitigated by the heart-protecting mirror, he was still significantly injured, his blood surging and his internal organs damaged. Boom! A powerful aura enveloped the courtyard as an elderly man appeared atop a pavilion. Emanating a terrifying presence, he was a formidable figure at the early stage of the Daozong realm. Upon witnessing this, Xie Weilou turned to flee, having been framed. He deemed it unnecessary to linger. The elder struck out with a palm, obliterating a distant pavilion into dust, yet the blow did not reach Xie Weilou. "Can you escape?" The elder's voice was icy as he prepared to pursue. "Wait," Yan Junlin interjected. The elder halted. Yan Junlin, maintaining a stern demeanor, declared, "The gauntlets he wears are somewhat familiar. He is sent by Yan Wuchen. Had it not been for the heart-protecting mirror, I would surely be dead. We shall settle this account later. You must immediately visit Yan Wuchen's residence and teach him a lesson." I now need to enter the palace to meet His Majesty. Originally possessing the ledger, he had intended to negotiate some benefit with Yan Wuqing, but it now appeared that he had overestimated the situation. Yan Wuqing had dispatched someone to steal the ledger and attempted to kill him, clearly showing no desire for dialogue. Given this situation, there was no need for him to grant Yan Wuqian an opportunity. He simply needed to present the ledger. This ledger, while perhaps not sufficient to strip Yan Wuqian of his dignity, could certainly compel him to regurgitate the unsavory morsels he had consumed at the Ministry of Revenue. Upon hearing these words, the elder did not hesitate, immediately taking flight. In the heart of the city, atop a concealed loft, Xie Weilou shed his black cloak and stowed away his gauntlets. A playful glint in his eyes as he mused. Yan Junlin has dispatched a Taoist expert to confront Yan Wuqian. It is likely that Yan Wuqian's residence also harbors a Taoist expert. The ensuing clash presents a perfect opportunity for me to make my move against Yan Wuqian. The events of this night shall undoubtedly escalate the conflict between Yan Junlin and Yan Wuqian to its zenith, potentially drawing out all the onlookers and igniting further suspicion among the princes. To orchestrate such machinations from the shadows is a rare stroke of fortune. While this frame may harbor flaws, it is precisely these flaws that allow for creative interpretation. The princes are rife with suspicion and hold grievances against one another. Even if they detect something amiss, they will surely turn on each other. Sometimes, one does not require definitive evidence to act, merely a well-timed justification. Why should only Yan Junlin emerge unscathed while Yan Wuqian suffers? That is utterly unacceptable. We are brothers, and we must share in each other's tribulations. Xie Weilou donned a gray robe and retrieved a bronze mask, an ominous aura emanating from him, resonating with the initial stage of the Taoist realm. He toyed with 2 demon cores, extracting a portion of their power. Before long, a fierce battle erupted at Yan Wuqian's residence, where an elder and a middle-aged man, both initial-stage Taoist experts, clashed violently, shattering numerous lofts and tearing into the void with overwhelming ferocity. A contingent of guards shielded Yan Wuqian within the courtyard. His expression darkened, taken aback by the sudden assassination attempt. At that moment, a figure in gray appeared, showing no hesitation as he unleashed a devastating strike toward Yan Wuqian. Protect the young master. The guards' expressions hardened. Several shielded Yan Wuqian, while the others charged at the gray-cloaked assailant. Boom! Xie Weilou's fist descended like thunder, the impact obliterating the guards before they could draw near. Is this the Taoist realm? Damn it! Yan Wuqian's face darkened considerably. Xie Weilou struck again, sweeping his sleeve, and the remaining guards around Yan Wuqian were reduced to mere mist. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful blow toward Yan Wuqian. Without hesitation, Yan Wuqian unleashed his full aura, retaliating with a punch, surprisingly at the mid-stage of the expansion realm. Bang! Their fists collided. Crack! A clear, crisp sound echoed as Yan Wuqian's bones shattered, his body hurled backward by the overwhelming force. Xie Weilou stepped forward, suddenly appearing before Yan Wuqian, and struck with an open palm. Smack! A sharp sound rang out as Yan Wuqian's face swelled grotesquely, teeth scattering, his form propelled backward like a cannonball. Chapter 48. Framing and Intrigue, Restless Amidst Turmoil. Crack! Xie Weilou surged forward, seizing Yan Wuqian's arm and twisting it with force, resulting in a bone-crushing snap. A piercing scream escaped Yan Wuqian's lips. Yet, his reflexes were swift. His other fist shot out, aimed at Xie Weilou's head. However, Xie Weilou was quicker still, raising his knee and delivering a powerful blow to Yan Wuqian's chest. With a resounding thud, Yan Wuqian's chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xie Weilou released his grip and delivered a fierce kick. The impact sent Yan Wuqian flying into an artificial mountain, shattering it and breaking an unknown number of bones in the process. With a fierce glare, Xie Weilou prepared to continue his assault. Just then, a flying sword descended from the heavens, aimed directly at him. As the middle-aged man engaged in combat with the elder withdrew his hand, the sword struck down with tremendous force, cleaving the ground and creating a fissure spanning 100 meters. Upon witnessing this, Xie Weilou slapped at the sword. With a resounding crash, the blade was sent careening away. The middle-aged man executed a sword technique, sending the blade slicing back towards Xie Weilou, the potent sword energy threatening to consume him. Xie Weilou's figure flickered as he retreated 100 meters, casting a cold glance at the middle-aged man in the void before departing without further delay. At that moment, a group of guards rushed forth. Upon seeing Yan Wuqian lying among the rubble, their expressions shifted to one of shock, and they hurried to assist him. As they helped him to his feet, one arm hung limply, his chest was concaved, hair disheveled, face swollen, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, presenting a pitiful sight. In the void, the two Daozong realm practitioners had clashed for a brief moment. The elder, with a fierce gaze, gestured, summoning a flying dagger that descended with ferocity. In an instant, the guards beside Yin Wuchang were obliterated, leaving only him standing amidst the devastation. The elder formed a seal, the dagger materializing before him as he coldly declared, "Some matters cannot be trifled with. I have come to provide the third prince with a word of caution." With that, he vanished into the void. The middle-aged man descended swiftly, and upon witnessing Yin Wuchang's injuries, his expression turned grave. Yin Wuchang promptly retrieved a vial of elixir and consumed it. Wiping the blood from his lips as he spoke with fury, "Did you discern the techniques employed by those two just now?" The middle-aged man extended his hand, extracting a trace of demonic power from Yin Wuchang's body, his voice steady as he remarked, "The elder of the Daozong realm appears to be an associate of the first prince. As for the one who appeared subsequently, I cannot fully grasp his intent, but he emanates a potent aura of demonic energy, suggesting he is likely a demon." "Very well." Yin Wuchang seethed with rage, piecing together the origins of the later assailant. "So this is how it is to be played? Excellent. Since they wish for my demise, I shall no longer hold back." As the night unfolded, Xie Weilou reclined by a window on the second floor, savoring fine wine while enjoying the melodies that filled the air, a broad smile gracing his face. This evening's treachery would undoubtedly leave the princes in a state of unrest. The competition among the princes had previously been gradual, with no one willing to resort to lethal measures unless absolutely necessary. However, with the events of tonight, the dynamics had irrevocably shifted. When the time comes, certain individuals who deliberately conceal their true capabilities and masquerade as harmless will find it increasingly difficult to maintain their facade, especially with imminent threats looming. The sixth prince, Yin Wugo, will eventually crush you. Xie Weilou gently grasped his wine glass, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. The events of tonight will surely draw Yin Wugo out, allowing him to observe the unfolding chaos. Will he play the role of a fool while feigning ignorance? Should I fail to eliminate you, it would be a defeat for me, Xie Weilou. Let the princes engage in their contest, and we shall see if they can bring one another to ruin. If they cannot, I shall take matters into my own hands. Before long, Xie Weilou set down his glass and departed from Chieshue. However, at that moment, Tianqi City was in an uproar, as two princes had fallen victim to assassination, far from a trivial affair. The Tianquan division and the Imperial Guard were both in motion, intent on uncovering the culprits. Yet, it was evident that they would not succeed. Reeking of alcohol, Xie Weilou walked along the street with his hands tucked into his sleeves, his steps unsteady. A group of officers approached briskly, led by Lin Qinghuang. Upon seeing her, Xie Weilou's face broke into a broad smile. "Qinghuang, shall we return home together?" "To your home." Lin Qinghuang cast a sidelong glance at Xie Weilou, her tone icy as she replied, "You leave the Tianquan division only to indulge in debauchery. Do you not fear meeting your demise in the arms of a woman?" A ripple of laughter spread among the Tianquan division personnel at her words. "What of it? The heir enjoys a bit of revelry. Is that so wrong?" Xie Weilou's expression hardened. "Nonsense. Am I truly so disgraceful?" He then inquired, "You seem in a hurry. Is there some urgent matter?" "I happen to be free and could lend my assistance." "You've had too much to drink. Go home and sleep it off. The winter hunt will commence in 2 days, and you must depart for Snow Wolf Valley tomorrow. Do not tarry." Lin Qinghuang stated blandly, with a wave of her hand. She led the officers away. Xie Weilou called after her retreating figure, "Qinghuang, may I visit your home tonight?" "Get lost." Lin Qinghuang's cold voice echoed back. "Understood. I shall roll into your bed," Xie Weilou declared cheerfully. Lin Qinghuang quickened her pace, uninterested in engaging with him further. Xie Weilou shook his head with a bemused smile before lowering his gaze and departing. Half an hour later, he arrived at the gates of the Jinshi Marquis' residence. At that moment, the grounds were patrolled by numerous guards, while some soldiers stood watchfully, their expressions vigilant. Is Xie Zongxuan truly so fearful? Xie Weilou mused, knowing that word of his close association with Yin Junlin had spread, and it was only natural for Xie Zongxuan to be apprehensive. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode confidently into the estate. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing him, neither saluted nor obstructed his passage. Inside the courtyard, a young man clad in black robes was wielding a long sword, the air crackling with lethal energy as snowflakes danced about. Xie Weilou regarded this black-clad figure, It was none other than Xie Zongxuan's eldest son, Xie Wushang. Gifted with extraordinary talent, Xie Wushang had become a disciple of a renowned swordsman in Tianqi City. 3 years prior, he had reached the pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm, and now he had entered the mid-stage of the shackled realm. Yet, he was merely an opponent easily dispatched. Whoosh! Xie Wushang sensed the arrival of Xie Weilou. A cold glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he swung his sword towards him. Xie Weilou appeared momentarily oblivious, yet as the blade neared him, it abruptly halted. Xie Wushang retracted his sword, his tone icy as he regarded Xie Weilou, stating, "You have harmed my brother and insulted my parents. This debt shall inevitably be repaid." Xie Weilou, exuding a rich smile, immediately applauded, exclaiming, "Well said. You truly resemble a clown performing on stage." Crack! Xie Wushang clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones resonating, his aura of menace intensifying. However, he dared not strike Xie Weilou here. After all, Xie Weilou was the heir to the Marquis of Jinshi. Should he kill him here, he would likely find himself buried alongside him by dawn, with Xie Zongxuan facing dire consequences as well. With a mocking expression, Xie Weilou turned to retreat to his pavilion. The winter hunt was to be held in the Snow Wolf Valley, and should this fool Xie Wushang persist in his reckless ambition, he would meet his end there. Cursed be this situation. The title of heir shall ultimately be mine. A surge of murderous intent swelled within Xie Wushang. His desire to eliminate Xie Weilou was not solely for avenging his parents and Xie Wujia, but also to claim the title of heir himself. The heir to the Marquis of Jinshi, what aspiring noble would not covet such a position? This family is rife with avarice. Such insatiable greed, if not leading to their demise by overindulgence, would surely result in their slaughter. Chapter 49. Observing the tiger from the mountain. Stirring the waters at the residence of Yan Junlin. Your Highness, what transpired? The elderly man, a master of Taoist cultivation, inquired upon Yan Junlin's return from the palace. Yan Junlin inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. Though I was ambushed tonight, fortunately, this prince emerged unscathed. I have submitted the ledger to father, upon discovering its anomalies. He was exceedingly furious. Consequently, the Ministry of Imperial Horse was thoroughly investigated, leading to the dismissal of its officials. I have recommended a candidate to recover the lost war horses, and he is soon to ascend to the position of minister. As for Yan Wuchen, he shall certainly face further penalties and will not fare well. The assassination attempt had irked him, yet after visiting the palace, some of the pent-up frustration within him dissipated. The new minister was aligned with him, and he was confident that this would yield a continuous flow of benefits in the future, a significant gain, indeed. The elder continued, regarding Yan Wuchen. Yan Junlin replied with a faint smile, I am well aware of the situation. You have performed admirably. Yan Wuchen dared to provoke me, and he must understand the consequences. The elder shook his head, cautioning, this matter is not as it seems. The true assailant who injured Yan Wuchen is not I, but another powerful Taoist. Another powerful Taoist? Yan Junlin raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. While in the palace, he had only heard of Yan Wuchen's ambush and serious injuries, initially believing it to be the work of his own people. The elder pondered, this Taoist is shrouded in mystery. I cannot discern his true nature. Yet I can sense a malevolent aura about him. Could that malevolent aura be? A flicker of intrigue sparked in Yan Junlin's eyes. According to certain information he had gathered, it seemed that the sixth brother had developed a peculiar interest in supernatural beings. The elderly man spoke gravely. That individual acted with extreme ferocity, seemingly intent on taking Yan Wuchen's life. Had it not been for the protection of a formidable figure in the Daozong realm, Yan Wuchen would undoubtedly have perished tonight. Though he may not be a demon, he could very well be an evil cultivator. Yan Junlin narrowed his eyes. After I instructed you to take action, another powerful being in the Daozong realm also sought to claim Yan Wuchen's life. Should Yan Wuchen truly meet his demise, what do you suppose will transpire? Watching from the sidelines and stirring the waters is indeed a clever tactic, yet one must be cautious not to drown in the chaos themselves. Naturally, this burden will fall upon your highness, the elder candidly stated. When he launched his attack, he made no effort to conceal his identity, intending to instill a sense of dread in Yan Wuchen. The protector from Yan Wuchen's residence would certainly recognize him as someone close to Yan Junlin. This incident tonight will likely lead outsiders to believe it is connected to Yan Junlin, and if Yan Wuchen is truly subdued, Yan Junlin will inevitably bear the infamy of fratricide. Yan Junlin responded with an unperturbed expression. It was I who was first assaulted, regardless of what outsiders may proclaim. I hold the moral high ground. As for those who stir the pot, they shall not be allowed to enjoy their comfort." The elder remarked, "The Winter Hunt Conference presents an opportunity." Yan Junlin nodded slightly. "Indeed, it is a favorable chance. There will surely be disturbances, and in such murky waters. I shall take action to teach someone a lesson. Yin Wuchan is not a fool. Since he has survived, he will undoubtedly discern certain truths about tonight's events." "Understood." The elder clasped his fists. "Has the princess been here?" Yin Junlin seemed to recollect something. After his assassination attempt, Yin Ryu would likely come to investigate. The elder shook his head. "She has not arrived." Yin Junlin remarked, "It appears she is displeased with my efforts to recruit Xie Weilou." "Perhaps," the elder replied. "No matter. This matter can be set aside for now." Yin Junlin proceeded towards a pavilion, needing to recuperate after sustaining some injuries. In the residence of the sixth prince. Within the pavilion, Yin Wugo was playing the guqin. As the melody flowed, he inquired, "Are you aware that a demon at the Daozong level attempted to assassinate Yin Wuchan tonight?" A mist enveloped the room, revealing a beautiful woman in a flowing white gown seated gracefully, one leg crossed over the other, gently caressing her hair, and she chuckled. "If he were to die, would that not be more advantageous for you?" Yin Wugo ceased his playing and turned to the enchanting woman. "So, do you recognize this demon?" The woman smiled alluringly and shook her head. "You should understand that within this city of Tianqi, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Some demon clans are deeply concealed, and even I find it challenging to uncover their whereabouts. Since you can collaborate with me, others can certainly form alliances with the remaining demons." After hearing her words, Yin Wugo raised an eyebrow. "After listening to you, I can't help but feel this matter has become even more intricate. Indeed, it is somewhat complicated. However, this is your own affair and does not concern me." Having said this, the woman yawned and disappeared from the pavilion. Yin Wugo gently rubbed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Who exactly has set this trap for me?" His collaboration with the demon clan, though shrouded in secrecy, is not lost on his astute siblings, who are certainly capable of discerning the subtle signs. The annihilation of the Qingyuan Taoist temple speaks volumes. It can be surmised that among his siblings, some are already aware of his dealings with the demon clan. The attempt on Yin Wuchan's life tonight is clearly a ploy to implicate him, and it is highly likely that this individual has already formed an alliance with other demons. Given the circumstances, it seems quite reasonable for them to be aware of his collaboration with the demon clan. This is troublesome. Yin Wugo rose from his seat, gazing out the window, a flicker of shadow passing through his eyes. The following day, Xie Weilou awoke around noon. The weather was pleasant, with no further snowfall. The sun shone brilliantly, casting golden rays that dazzled the eyes. After a brief wash, he stepped out of the loft. He discovered a throng gathered at the Marquis's residence. For the winter hunt was to take place in the Snow Wolf Valley, which lay quite a distance away, necessitating an early departure. Leading the expedition from the Marquis of the West was Xie Wushang. Upon spotting Xie Weilou, a chilling murderous intent gleamed in Xie Wushang's eyes. According to the traditions of the winter hunt, the young elites of Tianqi City were required to participate, serving as a rite of passage for the younger generation. As the heir of the Marquis of the West, despite being deemed a useless scion, Xie Weilou could not refuse. Once they reached the Snow Wolf Valley, he would have ample opportunities to eliminate his adversaries. Noticing the look in Xie Wushang's eyes, Xie Weilou bore a hint of derision. The Snow Wolf Valley indeed was an excellent venue for murder, and those oblivious to danger were destined to meet their end. "Let us depart," Xie Wushang commanded. Leading the group away, Uncle Fu approached Xie Weilou and inquired, "Young master, shall I accompany you to the Snow Wolf Valley?" Xie Weilou replied with a calm smile, "No need. I have my own plans. You may remain at the Marquis's residence." With that, he continued on his way. Chapter 50, Brothers. No need for such formalities. Not long after leaving the Marquis's residence, Xie Weilou encountered Lin Xinguang. She regarded him with a detached expression and said, "Are you not joining the Marquis of the West's entourage to the Snow Wolf Valley?" Xie Weilou shrugged. "Dare I accompany them? What if I were to meet my demise on the way?" Lin Xinguang replied coolly, "True. The journey to the Snow Wolf Valley is fraught with peril. Alone, one is certain to perish. You surely are not so foolish, and I assume you plan to follow the Crown Prince's party instead." "Astute," Xie Weilou replied with a smile. Naturally, he intended to join Yin Junlin's group. After all, the previous night, he had been the target of sinister forces, and it was only fitting to extend some warmth today. Lin Xinguang pondered for a moment. "I shall not be going to the Snow Wolf Valley. Take care of yourself." Xie Weilou looked at her. "I believe you will indeed go to the Snow Wolf Valley. Lin Xinghuang narrowed her eyes. What makes you think so? I cannot be counted among the elite of Tianqi City, and there are no guard duties assigned to the second prince. Xie Weilou replied earnestly. You surely cannot bear to let your future husband go to his doom. Lin Xinghuang was rendered speechless, having never encountered such self-importance. Be cautious of those from the first hall, she remarked, before turning away. She was indeed bound for Snow Wolf Valley, for she had received intelligence that a key figure from the Endless Pavilion would also be making the journey there, providing her with an opportunity to extract information. However, she would navigate this venture from the shadows. Xie Weilou smiled faintly and proceeded forward. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at the main thoroughfare of the Imperial Palace. A number of exquisitely adorned palanquins stood parked, drawn by the winged snow-stride horses, known for their remarkable speed and stamina, capable of traversing 100,000 miles in a day. Flanking the path were numerous armored knights, each wielding a spear. From within one of the palanquins, Yin Junlin emerged. Upon spotting Xie Weilou, a smile graced his features. Brother Xie, he exclaimed. Xie Weilou clasped her fists in salute, replying, I have the honor of meeting His Highness, the Crown Prince. Yin Junlin promptly assisted her, his expression earnest as he said, We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. Xie Weilou chuckled. With so many eyes upon us, we must adhere to basic decorum. Yin Junlin's countenance grew serious. What decorum? Between us, such concepts are non-existent. I have yet to properly thank you for yesterday's events. Xie Weilou inquired. This morning, I heard whispers that the Crown Prince accomplished something grand last night. It was evident that you would act with such boldness. Yin Junlin lowered his voice. Brother Xie, to speak frankly, I indeed undertook a significant task last night, but I also sustained grave injuries. Xie Weilou's expression turned solemn. Fear not. From this day forth, the Marquis of Jinshi will extend his full support to you. A grand plan is indeed in the works. A mutual understanding passed between them. Yin Junlin's smile broadened. The slight discomfort he had endured seemed to invigorate him. Brother Xie, please, ride in my palanquin. I cannot bear the thought of you accompanying others to Snow Wolf Valley. Then I shall not refuse, Xie Weilou replied with a gentle nod. Subsequently, she took her seat in Yin Junlin's palanquin, which was spacious and adorned with various protective runes. Inside, a servant was pouring tea. Let us set forth, Yin Junlin declared. The snow-stride horses accelerated, their wings beating as they lifted the palanquin gracefully into the air, maintaining a smooth and stable ascent. The other palanquins swiftly followed suit. Simultaneously, from various locations within the city, numerous palanquins ascended into the sky, hastening to join Yin Junlin's entourage. Inside the palanquin, Yin Junlin remarked, Brother Xie, our journey does not lead us directly to Snow Wolf Valley. Rather, we shall head towards the northern frontier to rendezvous with the General of the North. Xie Weilou held a cup of fragrant tea and savored a sip. Then let us meander along the way. It shall merely be a formality, a moment of leisure. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Yin Junlin smiled knowingly. Yet, he understood that Xie Weilou would undoubtedly encounter numerous threats. Once they departed from Tianqi City, many would have the opportunity to act. However, knowing that Xie Weilou had formidable allies behind her, he did not overly fret about her safety. Half a day later, the Grand Assembly crossed 60,000 miles, arriving at the outskirts of the northern frontier city. The northern frontier lay frozen for miles, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, an exceedingly frigid realm. The 30-meter-high city walls, adorned with thick layers of ice crystals, shimmered with an added touch of silver against their original gloomy hue. An ancient formation enveloped the city, rendering any foreign invasion exceedingly challenging. Upon the walls stood numerous soldiers clad in armor, resembling lifeless ice sculptures, steadfast in their positions. The northern frontier held great significance for the Great Xia Dynasty, serving as the second line of defense in the north, standing firm against the incursions of the northern demon clan. Over the years, the demon clan had breached the first line of defense multiple times, yet the second remained resolute, guarded by the formidable General Mu Bei and his 300,000 troops. At this moment, a middle-aged man donned in black armor stood upon the walls. Exuding an air of authority coupled with an aura of terror, he was none other than General Mu Bei, the lord of the northern city, a peak practitioner of the Daozong realm. With his demon-slaying sword, he had vanquished numerous foes, instilling fear across the land. As he observed the approaching carriage, he commanded in a deep voice, "Open the city gates." With a resounding boom, the heavy gates swung open. The northern city, protected by the formation, could only be accessed by dismantling it, a folly Mu Bei would never entertain. The carriages entered the city in succession. Inside the city, the soldiers saluted. "We greet the crown prince." Mu Bei returned the gesture with a group of soldiers. "No need for excessive formalities, General Mu." Yan quickly stepped forward to assist him. Mu Bei remarked, "I have prepared a banquet at the Lord's residence. Please accompany me, and we shall discuss the situation in the Snow Wolf Valley later." "Thank you, General Mu." Yan nodded gently. Within the Lord's residence, a grand hall was adorned with an array of exquisite wines and delicacies. Guests took their seats, men on one side and women on the other. There were approximately 100 individuals present, all of notable status. Xie Weilou sat beside Yan, toying with a wine glass while his gaze fell upon Su Muxue on the floor. Su Muxue, sensing his stare, could not help but display a hint of disdain. She shot a glare at Xie Weilou, only to find his attention diverted to another woman clad in a pale yellow down dress. The woman, no less remarkable, was the third princess, Yan. Witnessing this, Su Mushue's eyes reflected her distaste. Was this man unfamiliar with women? Yan was strikingly beautiful, with large eyes, an oval face, and a small fong peeking from the corner of her mouth. Bored, she rested her chin on the table, idly drawing circles with her hand. Noticing Xie Weilou's gaze, she bit her fong and shot him a fierce glare. Xie Weilou chuckled as he drank from his glass, yet his mind was in contemplation. Yan emanated an aura of vivacity and innocence, yet he sensed that beneath her playful facade lay a complexity befitting her royal lineage. At that moment, several individuals were observing Xie Weilou, including a few princes, Xiao Su and Xie Wushang, their expressions devoid of any discernible emotion, concealing their thoughts from the public eye. "Her Highness the eldest princess has arrived," a voice called from outside the hall. Chapter 51. The Winter Hunting Festival is about to commence. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the hall. Yan entered the grand hall clad in a flowing white gown, her visage veiled, with a graceful gait that caused her attire to flutter elegantly. Her enchanting figure, complemented by cascading ebony locks that danced in the breeze, resembled a pristine azure lotus, exuding a faint yet alluring fragrance. Beside her walked a dashing young man in a white robe, his demeanor exuding an air of refined elegance. Mbi rose to pay his respects. "I have the honor of meeting your highness, the princess." "There is no need for such formalities, General M," Yan replied, her voice melodious and captivating. Xie Weilou fixated his gaze upon Yan, his grip on the wine goblet tightening imperceptibly. In an instant, Yan met his gaze, and a flicker of enigmatic light appeared in her tranquil eyes, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet abruptly, instilling an inexplicable sense of trepidation amongst the attendees. "Surely there shall be a splendid spectacle to behold," Xie mused with a chilling smirk. With Yan's appearance following Xie Weilou's dubious actions, he was eager to witness how Xie Weilou would navigate this encounter. Certain individuals present also displayed peculiar expressions, for the collision of these two would undoubtedly prove to be rather entertaining. Yet, the anticipated drama failed to materialize. The enigmatic glimmer in Yan's eyes dissipated, her captivating gaze once again becoming inscrutable as she proceeded to find a seat. The young man in white took his place beside her. The onlookers paused momentarily, but soon found solace in the understanding that, despite their profound discord, no overt confrontation would ensue in such a public setting. Otherwise, they would merely expose their own vulnerabilities. What transpired in secrecy, however, remained an enigma. It was evident that Xie Weilou's journey was fraught with peril. The number of individuals harboring intentions to eliminate him was certainly more than one. Unfazed by the crowd's conjectures, Xie Weilou's attention shifted to the young man in white. With a faint smile, he remarked, "This gentleman possesses an extraordinary aura, yet I do not recall having encountered him before." The assembly likewise turned their gaze towards the young man, curiosity evident in their expressions. For he was no ordinary figure. His background was undeniably formidable. The young man in white clasped his fists before Xie Weilou and introduced himself. "I am Lecherous from the Astral Observation Bureau. It is a pleasure to meet the young master." "Lecherous? The disciple of the National Master?" "Indeed, he appears as distinguished as the rumors suggest." Xie Weilou expressed with admiration. Among the few formidable experts in the divine court of the Great Xia Dynasty, the National Master, Tianqi was notably one. As his disciple, Lecherous was undeniably impressive, having attained the mid-level of the expansion realm. Thank you for your kind words, young master. Li Haoran replied softly, engaging in brief pleasantries. YNJNL turned to MBI and inquired, General M, what is the current situation in the Snow Wolf Valley? The Snow Wolf Valley, situated 30 miles north of the northern border city, was a vast gorge teeming with numerous ferocious beasts, rendering it extremely perilous. MBI approached a map, took up a brush, and contemplated before stating, the Snow Wolf Valley is more treacherous now than ever before. 3 years ago, a horde of beastly creatures breached the first line of defense from the north and descended southward, ultimately being vanquished by the Northern Defense Army within the valley. The encroaching demonic energy has exacerbated the volatility of the beasts within. He swiftly marked 3 circles on the map, labeling them A, B, and C. For this winter hunt, the Snow Wolf Valley has been divided into 3 zones. Zone C represents the outer region, which is largely devoid of fierce beasts, inhabited only by common wildlife, suitable for those without cultivation to hunt. The E character region serves as a sanctuary for those with significant cultivation, also acting as the primary hunting ground for all. Within this domain lurk numerous beasts, tainted by demonic energy. As for the Jia character region, I implore everyone to steer clear, for it is home to exceptionally powerful creatures. The crowd nodded in agreement. Mu Bei continued, concerning the details of the upcoming winter hunt, these will be disclosed by the Crown Prince tomorrow. After this banquet, you may take residence at the Lord's Manor to rest before we venture to the Snow Wolf Valley at dawn. Contemplation washed over the attendees, as the morrow's winter hunt loomed fraught with peril. Half an hour later, the banquet drew to a close. Xie Weilou and Yin Junlin strolled along a long corridor. Brother Xie, I shall dispatch skilled protectors to safeguard you secretly tomorrow, yet you must remain vigilant, Yin Junlin remarked with a serious expression. Dispatching experts? That is unnecessary, Xie Weilou replied, confident in the strength that accompanied him. A smile graced his face. Then I shall rest easy. Yin Junlin surveyed the surroundings. I have numerous matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Do attend to your affairs. Xie Weilou nodded with a smile and proceeded toward a pavilion. Watching Xie Weilou's retreating figure, Yin Junlin departed as well. As Xie Weilou approached the pavilion, he encountered Xie Wushang. Cherish the moments of today, Xie Wushang stated with a chilling grin. Fool, Xie Weilou replied nonchalantly. With a clenched fist, Xie Wushang departed, his demeanor icy. Young Master Xie, Her Highness the Princess requests your presence. A charming maid approached. Xie Weilou glanced at her and inquired with a smile, which princess might this be? The maid responded candidly. The third princess. Xie Weilou waved dismissively, not interested. I am weary. With that, he resumed his path into the pavilion. The maid paused momentarily, astonished that he dared to decline the third princess's invitation, and then returned along the same route, her brow slightly furrowed. Inside the pavilion, Yin Ruei warmed herself by the fire. Despite being a cultivator, the harsh northern climate warranted a bit of warmth. The maid entered. My lord, Xie Weilou did not come. Oh, if he chooses not to appear, what of it? Yin Ruei said carelessly. The maid whispered, my lord, regarding tomorrow's winter hunt. The other princes and princesses harbor ulterior motives, and it is bound to be fraught with danger. What are your plans? To preserve my life. As for other matters, I shall not concern myself, Yin Ruei replied with a languid stretch. The waters are murky. Let us observe how others perform, for safeguarding my own existence takes precedence. Understood. The maid nodded gently. The next day, at the entrance of Snow Wolf Valley, the assembly gathered. The site was dominated by towering snow-capped mountains, arranged like a treasure vase, with vast internal space and a faint aura of demonic energy wafting forth. Yin Junlin addressed the crowd, pondering aloud. This winter hunt will commence tomorrow at 1:15 noon. Everyone must endure within the Snow Wolf Valley for a full day, during which our sole objective is to hunt the beasts to our heart's content. His gaze settled on Li Haoran. Li Haoran casually waved his hand, and a series of white jade tokens soared towards the gathered individuals. These tokens have been crafted by the Qintian Bureau. Simply place a drop of your blood within, and the number of beasts you slay, along with their strength, will be displayed therein. As if struck by a thought, he added with a meaningful glance. These tokens merely serve as a count. They will not track your movements or traces. The crowd eagerly accepted the tokens. Xie Weilou toyed with his token, remarking, this item is quite valuable. It should fetch a good price. Upon hearing this, Li Haoran's expression faltered, and he quickly interjected, this item is not worth much. It must be returned later. Coughing lightly, Yin Junlin continued, in this winter hunting festival, the top 5 individuals will receive special rewards. The higher your rank, the more substantial the rewards, which even include the expansion pill for developing one's dantian. Therefore, I hope everyone will exert themselves to hunt these beasts. Mu Bei spoke solemnly. The rewards for this winter hunting festival are exceedingly enticing, provided by the royal family and the Xintian Bureau. For now, Li Haoran and I will oversee the proceedings. And after the results are revealed, rewards will be distributed according to ranking. The mention of the expansion pill sparked anticipation among the crowd. Rewards from the royal family and the Xintian Bureau were indeed alluring. Yan Junlin surveyed the crowd. If there are no objections, we can commence the winter hunting festival. No objections, the crowd responded earnestly. Excellent. I declare the winter hunting festival officially begun, Yan Junlin announced gravely. The crowd swiftly mounted their steeds, each equipped with bows and arrows. Let us depart, Yan Junlin commanded, mounting his horse and gesturing grandly as they charged into Snow Wolf Valley. Mu Bei and Li Haoran stood at the entrance. Li Haoran remarked, "This Snow Wolf Valley is fraught with peril. Surely some cultivators have infiltrated it beforehand?" Mu Bei glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Snow Wolf Valley is quite vast. It is only natural for a few to slip in. According to His Majesty's decree, those at the Daotsong level are beyond our concern. As long as there are no Daotsong cultivators inside, the rest is irrelevant to me. The dangers are indeed palpable, for the beasts are ferocious, and human hearts can be ruthless. However, the rewards are equally bountiful. High risk begets high reward. If one can truly achieve a prominent position and claim the rewards, it would surely lead to soaring success." Li Haoran chuckled silently, opting not to say more. Chapter 52. Such greed. How could one not perish in the Snow Wolf Valley? Area C. Xie Weilou rode his horse, casually surveying the surroundings. Area C was also immense. A dozen individuals had entered with him, yet now he could see none of the others. A deer. Xie Weilou spotted a snow deer ahead and smiled. Quickly drawing his bow and arrow, whoosh, he released the arrow, which zipped past the snow deer. Startled, the deer bolted into the distance. "Can you escape?" Xie Weilou smirked, spurring his horse onward in pursuit. After a moment of chasing, the snow deer vanished, and ahead appeared a figure on horseback, Xie Wushang, bow in hand. His face a mask of murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou cast a glance at Xie Wushang, a faint smile gracing his lips. "There are many who wish for my demise on this journey, yet I did not anticipate you to be the first to emerge, so eager for confrontation." A chilling intent flickered in the depths of his eyes. Since his adversary had arrived, it would be prudent to send him on his way, sparing himself the trouble of a search. Xie Wushang's gaze turned ominous, his arrow aimed squarely at Xie Weilou. "You have harmed my brother and insulted my parents. Only by personally vanquishing you can I quell the hatred that consumes my heart." Xie Weilou chuckled softly. "If you desire to be the heir, simply state it. There is no need to fabricate such a grandiloquent justification. But it matters little. A dying man's thoughts can be understood. Prepare to meet your end." Xie Wushang's eyes glimmered with frost as he loosed his arrow, aimed directly at Xie Weilou's brow. Xie Weilou tilted his head slightly, the arrow whistling past his ear. Xie Wushang's expression darkened as he swiftly drew his sword from his waist, leaping forward with ferocity, his blade slashing down, a cold aura radiating from it, brimming with murderous intent. "So eager, I shall expedite your passage to the afterlife." Xie Weilou smiled serenely, his grin drenched in bloodlust. As Xie Wushang's sword descended, he deftly extended 2 fingers, capturing the blade mid-swing. "What?" Xie Wushang's pupils constricted in disbelief. With a sharp snap, Xie Weilou effortlessly broke the sword, the tremendous recoil sending Xie Wushang flying. Swish! With a flick of his fingers, the severed sword segment shot towards Xie Wushang. The latter's body shuddered as the broken blade pierced his chest, blood erupting forth, his face contorted in rage. "How can this be? I am not even a match for a mere waste. How have you managed to cultivate power?" Xie Weilou spared him no further glance, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Boom! Xie Wushang's form disintegrated into a mist of crimson, along with the token he bore, reduced to mere dust. "Such greed cannot escape death," Xie Weilou remarked coldly, then turned his gaze to another direction. "You seem to be enjoying the spectacle. Step forth." A man clad in brocade emerged, his face a mask of terror as he looked at Xie Weilou. "Young master, I was merely passing through." Xie Weilou replied indifferently, "The peak of the locking realm." "I see. Who sent you?" Upon hearing this, the terror dissipated from the brocade man's face, replaced by a ferocious glare as he lunged at Xie Weilou. a sharp dagger materializing in his hand. Xie Weilou leapt into action, seizing the man's arm, delivering a crushing knee strike to his chest. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the brocade man's chest caved in, a spurt of blood erupting from his lips as he fell to the ground. Xie Weilou descended, pressing his hand firmly against the man's head. The brocade man, now truly terrified, realized the truth of the rumors. Xie Weilou, labeled as a born failure incapable of cultivation, was not to be underestimated. With his peak-locking realm prowess, he had been unable to withstand even a single strike from Xie Weilou. "Young master, please, don't kill me." The brocade man trembled, his voice quaking. "Who sent you?" Xie Weilou asked with a blank expression. "I was sent by San." The brocade man's voice quivered. Boom! Xie Weilou's hand descended with force, reducing the brocade man to a mushy pulp, utterly lifeless. Unable to articulate his thoughts, it was better for him to simply perish. Xie Weilou calmly uttered a phrase, mounted his steed, and rode away. Half an hour later, amidst a snowy landscape, he kindled a fire, roasting a wild rabbit over the flames until its flesh turned golden, generously sprinkled with spices that filled the air with a tantalizing aroma. Not far ahead, a group of a dozen individuals clad in the attire of the heavenly authority approached briskly. "Good sirs, is there something amiss?" Xie Weilou inquired, casting his gaze upon them. One man immediately clasped his fists in greeting. "Your Highness, I am Feng Wu, a steward from the first hall of the heavenly authority." Xie Weilou waved a hand, interrupting him. "I am acquainted with the stewards of the first hall, and there is no one by the name of Feng Wu among them. You cannot possibly be from the heavenly authority." Clang! The man's pupils constricted as he swiftly drew his blade, and the others followed suit, encircling Xie Weilou. With a serene smile, he remarked, "I was merely testing you. I do not recognize anyone from the first hall, though I suspect you were dispatched by the deputy commander of the first hall. When Dong Hen was captured, it seemed someone from the first hall paid him a visit. And given the Dong family's ties to the third prince, might you be affiliated with him?" Upon hearing this, the man retorted coldly, "It appears you are not as feeble as rumored, but do you understand that your demise is imminent?" Indeed, they were agents of the third prince. And Yan Wuchen was equally displeased with Xie Weilou, seeking to eliminate him here. This time, Yan Wuchen had exploited the heavenly authority's responsibilities during the hunting festival to position them in place, allowing them to roam freely in the Snow Wolf Valley under the guise of the heavenly authority. "Death, are you speaking of yourselves?" A gleam flickered in Xie Weilou's eyes as he waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of formidable energy. Boom! Before the group could react, they were instantly reduced to ash. After dispatching these foes, Xie Weilou peered ahead, where a figure clad in the heavenly authority's garb emerged 100 meters away. She wielded a sword, her countenance dark, brimming with palpable intent to kill. This was none other than Fu Xianlin, the deputy commander of the first hall, at the mid-stage of the expansion realm. With a swift motion, Fu Xianlin closed the distance to 10 meters in front of Xie Weilou, her voice icy as she remarked, "The people of Tianqi City have misjudged you. Who could have anticipated that you would conceal yourself so deeply?" Among those she had just witnessed being obliterated were several at the late stage of the locking chains realm. For Xie Weilou to annihilate them in a single strike, he must be at least at the pinnacle of that realm. However, she was confident in her mid-stage expansion realm capabilities, convinced that Xie Weilou could not surpass her. Indeed, Xie Weilou replied with a smile and a nod. Clang! Fu Xianlin chose not to waste further words. Her long sword was drawn, slicing towards Xie Weilou. Chapter 53. Too long in solitude, a touch of grace. Boom. As Fu Xianlin's sword descended, the chilling sword energy enveloped the air, infused with a force of annihilation, aimed at slaying Xie Weilou. He wore a broad smile, slowly extending his hand. Snap! With a gentle click of his fingers, a tempestuous power surged forth, sending snow and ice from the ground flying like a colossal wave. Boom! The sword in Fu Xianlin's hand was suddenly shattered, and an overwhelming force hurled her into the air, rupturing her internal organs and causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xie Weilou stepped forward, appearing before Fu Xianlin, his fist clenched tightly as he struck fiercely at her abdomen. Bang! Fu Xianlin's body flew back like a cannonball, crashing into a massive boulder and shattering it. A cry of agony escaped her lips as blood gushed forth, her bones and organs fracturing, costing her half her life. Xie Weilou approached her with a smile. "No, this is impossible." Fu Xianlin's face contorted in excruciating pain. As she beheld Xie Weilou advancing, the specter of death loomed ominously, terror glinting in her eyes. She was already in the mid-stage of the expansion realm and had thought it would be a simple task to eliminate Xie Weilou. But she had not anticipated being unable to withstand even a single punch from him. Clearly, he possessed at least the late-stage cultivation of the expansion realm. Wasn't Xie Weilou supposed to be a waste of talent? Even if he had resolved his issues, it seemed implausible for him to have cultivated so rapidly, especially after 3 years in prison without any resources for training. Why, then, was he so formidable? Who could enlighten her on this matter? In that moment, Fu Xianlin was engulfed in sheer terror. This young lord of the Tianqi Marquis had been masquerading as a fool, appearing as a debauched youth, while secretly harboring unfathomable power. What was he truly scheming? Xie Weilou extended his hand, seizing Fu Xianlin by the neck, and with a faint smile, remarked, "It seems I have been single for far too long, and you possess a modicum of charm." Fu Xianlin trembled as she pleaded, "As long as you spare me, I can offer you." "I have no interest," Xie Weilou replied coldly, tightening his grip until Fu Xianlin was reduced to ash. After vanquishing Fu Xianlin, Xie Weilou returned to the fire, picking up the roasted rabbit meat and savoring it slowly. What should he do next? A pensive expression crossed his face. In this winter hunting festival, he could not afford to engage in the true hunt for beasts. Now at the pinnacle of the expansion realm, he could elevate his cultivation to the Tao repository realm using the celestial repair technique. Yet such power was still insufficient for him to feel secure. The demise of his grandfather and father hinted at many mysteries, and he could not dismiss the possibility of formidable enemies or terrifying conspiracies lurking beneath. Exposing his cultivation prematurely might not bode well for him. He could be eliminated before he knew it. Given the current circumstances, the best course of action was to remain steady, hidden in the shadows, and quietly enhance his abilities. His uncle, Xie Weilou, was indeed a profound figure in critical moments. He might be a source of support. However, having experienced death once, Xie Weilou cherished his life even more. In this merciless realm of the strong devouring the weak, he was loath to entrust his fate to others. Thus, he had to rely on himself. Today in the Snow Wolf Valley, several princes and princesses were engaged in a game of wits, and the atmosphere would undoubtedly grow increasingly lively. He would wait for the waters to muddy before taking action. Xie Weilou mused silently, noting that Yan Wugu had concealed his strength very well, providing an opportune moment to investigate the latter's capabilities. Having eaten half the rabbit, he tossed the remainder to the ground, feeling sated and unable to consume more. He retrieved the jade token, having previously refrained from spilling blood upon it, thus leaving the token dormant. With a decisive crunch, Xie Weilou crushed the token to dust, deeming such an object unnecessary to keep. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and departed, intending to explore Region B. Before a colossal boulder blanketed in snow, he encountered the 6th prince and 7 formidable beings from the late stages of the expedition realm, who bowed respectfully to Yan Wugu. With an indifferent tone, Yan Wugu instructed, "Attend to your own affairs, and do not contact me henceforth." He had dispatched the female demon to the Snow Wolf Valley to capture individuals for the purpose of refining powerful demon warriors. Unfortunately, the female demon was obstructed outside, necessitating the presence of the 7 late-stage expedition realm demons. Fear not. The 7 demons revealed sinister grins before swiftly departing. Yan Wugu gazed into the distance, pondering. It piques my curiosity what actions those 3 will undertake next. The 3rd, still recuperating from injuries, did not attend the winter hunt. Currently, the primary focus within the Snow Wolf Valley lay upon Yan Junlin, Yan Wuyo, and Yan Ryu. He intended for the demons to capture capable cultivators, specifically the strong allies brought by Yan Junlin, Yan Wuyo, and Yan Ryu. The thought of these powerful allies eventually being transformed into demon warriors for his use amused him greatly. Simultaneously, in another part of the Snow Wolf Valley, Yan Junlin drew his bow and fell the demon beast of the Xianwang realm. He turned to a middle-aged man beside him and inquired, "Have those demons made any moves?" As the overseer of the winter hunt, he had ample opportunity to orchestrate events, having arranged for capable allies to assist certain talented youths in achieving better rankings. Securing favorable placements for these individuals would ultimately benefit him more than claiming the top spot himself. However, it now appeared that he must employ these formidable allies to deal with specific threats. He was aware that others had also discreetly infiltrated the Snow Wolf Valley with their strong allies, some of whom were demons, all under his vigilant watch. Indeed, the middle-aged man nodded lightly, possessing considerable strength as a pinnacle of the expedition realm, and was the most formidable ally Yan Junlin had enlisted. Yin Junlin advised. Once the demons initiate their actions, take a portion of our forces to eliminate all those sent by Yin Wuyo, Yin Wuchen, and Yin Wugu. Additionally, those young individuals closely associated with them should also be eradicated. The remainder shall be tasked with safeguarding the young talents I hold in high regard. The middle-aged man pondered. While eliminating their emissaries poses no challenge, eradicating those young individuals may lead to significant complications. Every participant in today's winter hunt possesses some degree of background. A few casualties may be inconsequential, but an excessive number would undoubtedly provoke a thorough investigation from above. And since you oversee this affair, any major issues that arise will surely reflect upon you. A wry smile graced Yin Junlin's face. As I took charge of the winter hunt, troubles emerged. Now that the waters have been muddied, let us stir them further, attributing all blame to the demon beasts and their kin. Isn't the sixth particularly interested in demons? Does he not relish being the sixth? Then I shall grant him his wish. Understood. A middle-aged man took flight. Chapter 54, Yin Wugu, Pinnacle of Expansion. Half an hour later, heavy snow began to fall in the Snow Wolf Valley, obscuring visibility, while beasts roamed openly, concealed malice lurking in the shadows. Some were mounted on horses, hunting the monsters, when suddenly a chilling wind swept in, laden with murderous intent, causing one to collapse instantly, blood spraying forth. Meeting a grim demise, others remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, yet in the next moment, a shadow flickered, and the person vanished without a trace. At this moment, several prince's men were stealthily at work. The already perilous Snow Wolf Valley was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Many sensed something amiss and chose to band together, but alas, the outcome was the same. They were far too weak, utterly powerless against true strength. Amidst the falling snow, Xie Weilou donned a long black robe, arrows slung across his back, and wore gauntlets on his hands, rushing forward with great haste, ignoring the beasts that lunged at him. Before long, he arrived at a forest blanketed in ice and snow, where he spotted Yin Wugu, who was engaged in hunting the beasts. On the surface, Yin Wugu did not display formidable cultivation, merely appearing to be at the late stage of the locking realm, as one who feigns weakness would not reveal their true prowess. Mounted on a warhorse, Yin Wugu aimed an arrow at a demon wolf. With a narrowed gaze, he shifted position, and the arrow shot forth like a starburst, directly targeting Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou swiftly drew his bow, releasing an arrow with a whoosh, meeting it head-on. Boom! The two arrows collided, Yin Wugu's arrow exploding, while Xie Weilou's arrow retained its might, hurtling towards Yin Wugu's head. Yin Wugu raised an eyebrow, swiftly turning his head, the arrow grazing his face and piercing a large tree behind him. With determination, Xie Weilou drew another arrow, launching it at Yin Wugu. Yin Wugu instinctively glanced around, ensuring no others were present, and a cold glint appeared on his face as he reached out, grasping the incoming arrow. Bang! Yin Wugu crushed the arrow with force, his gaze fixed on the gauntlets worn by Xie Weilou. So, you are one of the third brother's men. Today, I shall send you to your demise. With that, his aura surged explosively, his cultivation leaping from the late locking realm to the pinnacle of the expansion realm. At the pinnacle of expansion, Xie Weilou's eyes narrowed slightly. He had indeed encountered a wolf in sheep's clothing. Prepare to die. Yin Wugu wasted no words, leaping towards Xie Weilou with a punch aimed at his head. Xie Weilou cast aside his bow and met the strike with his own fist. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying force that rippled outward, snapping numerous trees in half. Snow scattering, and many beasts retreating in fear. Bang! After the impact, Yin Wugu was sent flying over 20 meters, crashing into a large tree behind him. What? Yin Wugu's expression shifted in shock as he spat out blood. With his pinnacle expansion realm cultivation, he had not withstood the force of this man's punch. Xie Weilou's figure flickered and, in an instant, appeared before Yin Wugu, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Yan's chest. Yin had no time to evade and could only raise an arm in defense. The impact resounded as Xie's leg struck Yan's arm with tremendous force, shattering it and propelling Yan's body violently against a nearby tree, which splintered upon impact, sending him flying over 20 meters. Regaining his composure, Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression darkening as he glanced at his broken arm. Damn it, he muttered ominously. Xie Weilou regarded Yin with an indifferent gaze, resembling a phantom as he suddenly closed the distance, delivering a punch directly to Yan's chest. The blow landed with a deafening thud, leaving a deep imprint as blood splattered and Yin was sent reeling backward. With a swift step, Xie appeared beside Yin. Seizing him by the throat, and hurling him against a massive tree. The tree cracked under the force of the impact. Yan emitted a pain scream, blood erupting from his mouth and nose, his hair disheveled, and his body suffering from countless fractures. Xie's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he swung a fist toward Yan's head. The sound of the strike echoed as his fist connected, causing blood to pour from Yan's skull, yet miraculously, the head remained intact. With a swift motion, Xie delivered a backhand slap to Yan's face, obliterating it in a grotesque display of violence. Enough! Yan roared in a voice laced with humiliation, his eyes ablaze with bloodlust, a terrifying aura of demonic energy radiating from him. Heh! Xie let out a chilling laugh, feeling his strength surge as he struck Yan's chest once more. The already caved-in area was punctured by Xie's fist, blood gushing forth as the tree exploded upon impact, sending Yan hurtling away like a rag doll, landing 100 meters distant. With a casual flick, Xie brushed the blood from his knuckles and turned his gaze to Yan. You are not worthy to kill me. Struggling to rise from the ground, Yan's eyes were now blood-red, his voice hoarse. Despite the grievous wound to his chest, his life force surged, allowing him to stand. Xie praised Yan, recognizing the extraordinary resilience he displayed, defying death. Lao Yi, kill him. Yan rasped, seemingly communicating with someone unseen. Boom. As his words fell, Yan's demonic energy exploded 100-fold, enveloping him in a shroud of black light, rapidly mending his chest wound. In a remarkable transformation, his cultivation soared from the pinnacle of expansion to the realm of Daozong. Yan clenched his fists, directing a cold, indifferent gaze at Xie, as if he had become an entirely different being. Is the old man possessed? Xie thought to himself, recognizing the familiar scene. Wasn't this how a certain emperor of the fire domain rose to power? Unexpectedly, there existed such a presence within Yan Wugo. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Weilou turned and departed. There resided a mysterious entity within Yan Wugo, whose true cultivation he could not discern, nor did he know the extent of their capabilities. It was unwise to take risks, for there would be ample opportunities in the future. Can you escape? Yan Wugo's voice was devoid of warmth as he extended his hand, delivering a powerful strike that manifested a colossal handprint, sealing the heavens and the earth. Boom. Within a radius of 500 meters, the surroundings erupted instantaneously, countless trees shattered, and a massive handprint emerged amidst the dense forest. Has he fled? Yan Wugo raised an eyebrow, surprised that the individual had managed to escape his grasp. Chapter 55. Qing Huang. Do not fear, your husband shall assist you. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Xie Weilou rode his warhorse, leisurely wandering with an air of nonchalance. Their earlier encounter had revealed the unexpected strength of Yan Wugo, who harbored formidable entities within, which caught him off guard. However, now that he understood his opponent's reliance, future confrontations would be considerably simpler. Xie Weilou gazed ahead and sighted a woman clad in a flowing white robe, masked, brandishing a bronze sword as she battled a horde of demonic beasts. Qing Huang, he called out loudly, instantly recognizing Lin Qing Huang. Notably, her aura seemed to have undergone a peculiar transformation. Lin Qing Huang, engaged in a fierce skirmish with the demonic beasts, felt a familiar voice and involuntarily twitched her lips. Why was Xie Weilou, that rascal, not content to remain in District C and instead ventured into District B? Moreover, he had recognized her, which left her utterly speechless. Was she truly so conspicuous? Boom. With a swift stroke, Lin Qing Huang cleaved through a demonic beast, reducing it to a mist of blood, only for the remaining beasts to surge forward once more. Qing Huang, do not fear, your husband shall assist you. Xie Weilou seized a nearby curved bow and swiftly notched an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow soared toward Lin Qing Huang. She deftly countered the oncoming beasts, sending them flying. Yet the arrow grazed her cheek, prompting her to glare at Xie Weilou. If you aren't going to help, then don't interfere. My apologies, a misfire. Allow me another shot, and I assure you it will hit its mark. Xie Weilou readied his bow once more. Don't create chaos, Lin Qing Huang retorted, unleashing a strike that amplified her sword's aura tenfold, obliterating the surrounding beasts in an instant. Seeing this, Xie Weilou had no choice but to lower his bow, riding closer to Lin Qing Huang. Qing Huang, do you not have faith in my prowess? Had my arrow struck, those beasts would have been reduced to nothing. Believe you? Nonsense. Lin Qing Huang replied coldly. How did you recognize me? She regarded Xie Weilou with a puzzled expression. Xie Weilou surveyed Lin Qing Huang with admiration, remarking, one glance is enough for me to discern the length of your beautiful legs, the fullness of your bosom, and the allure of your figure. You. Lin Xinghuang's temper flared at his words, wishing to strike him down in that moment. Xie Weilou glanced around, noting the intensifying snowfall. The snow is increasing. A blizzard is likely on the horizon. I spotted a cave earlier. Let us take refuge there. Additionally, I have information that you are most eager to learn. At his words, Lin Xinghuang felt a stir of curiosity and promptly replied, "Lead the way. I shall follow." Xie Weilou rode his horse to the side. Before long, a campfire blazed within a cave. Xie Weilou turned to Lin Xinghuang and asked, "What have you gained from your venture into the Snow Wolf Valley?" "What do you mean?" Lin Xinghuang retorted. With a gentle smile, Xie Weilou replied, "You previously mentioned that during the fall of the Lin family, someone from the Wuyiage took action. I surmise that your presence here is related to a key figure from Wuyiage." Lin Xinghuang gazed deeply at Xie Weilou and acknowledged, "Indeed, I seek one person, who is currently in the Snow Wolf Valley. This individual led a team during the Lin family's demise. Have you found him?" Xie Weilou inquired with a smile. Lin Xinghuang sighed softly. "I have. He was attacked by a mysterious demon and is barely alive." He stated that during the Lin family's fall, he acted under the orders of the second prince to assist them. "And what do you deduce from that?" Xie Weilou asked, looking intently at Lin Xinghuang. Lin Xinghuang explained. The Lin family possessed immense wealth, making them a target for all the princes. It is possible that the Lin family supported the second prince. The funds for disaster relief amounting to 300,000 taels, which the second prince was responsible for recovering, were actually financed by the Lin family to fill the void. Xie Weilou nodded lightly, recalling that according to Xie Shui's information, the Lin family indeed had dealings with the second prince prior to their downfall. If the Lin family had indeed backed the second prince, certain events would make sense, yet some issues would remain perplexing. Seemingly aware of Xie Weilou's thoughts, Lin Xinghuang spoke softly. "Some questions remain inexplicable because my father has always maintained neutrality. As the head of the Lin family, he has declared his unwillingness to support anyone, wishing to avoid entanglement in the power struggle." With a wistful gaze, she continued, "If he were to support the second prince, it would be with all his strength, and the entire Lin family would be aware of it." Xie Weilou pondered. "Your father may not support him, but it does not guarantee that others in the Lin family will refrain from doing so. If my memory serves me right, you have an uncle." Lin Xinghuang regarded Xie Weilou with admiration. "You are quite astute." In her hands, she held a ledger from the Lin family, which recorded an expenditure of 300,000 taels, written in a style distinct from the rest. She had examined some texts left by members of the Lin family and discovered that the handwriting matched that of her uncle. Perhaps it was not the Lin family supporting the second prince, but rather her second uncle. This matter still harbored secrets. Whether the second prince sent someone to the Lin family to annihilate them or to assist them could not be clarified by that one statement alone. Thus, she hoped to glean some useful answers from Xie Weilou. Lin Xinghuang's gaze rested upon him. "Now it is your turn." Xie Weilou stated, "I have located my guard." "Where?" Lin Xinghuang immediately inquired, for that guard was crucial. Xie Weilou responded candidly, "At the Qingyuan Taoist Temple." "The Qingyuan Taoist Temple?" Lin Xinghuang paused for a moment. "That place has been destroyed, suspected to be the work of demons." "Indeed, I had previously visited the Qingyuan Taoist Temple and happened to witness the slaughter by demons. My guard was among their targets and was killed." Xie Weilou's expression turned serious, displaying remarkable composure even while fabricating a tale. "What did he convey before his demise?" Lin Xinghuang inquired. Xie Weilou shrugged and remarked, "I was concealed in the shadows and happened to witness his demise. Naturally, I gleaned nothing from it." However, Lin Xinghuang narrowed her eyes and said, "He is a target of the demon clan, which indicates that they seek to silence him. Those demons may be acting on behalf of someone else, and the one behind this aims to ensure that the guard, who knows the truth, remains forever silent." "How astute." Xie Weilou chuckled, extending his thumb in admiration. Lin Xinghuang, her expression contemplative, responded, "You previously inquired about the sixth prince, which surely was not a mere casual question. The sixth prince has always maintained a low profile, yet I have heard whispers of his keen interest in supernatural beings." Xie Weilou replied with a light laugh, "Indeed, the Snow Wolf Valley is rife with demons slaughtering and abducting. What a coincidence." The answer sought for 3 years now seemed to be revealing some clues. Provided that Xie Weilou's assertions held truth, Xie Weilou remarked with a grin, "Let us capture a demon and interrogate them. No need to capture one. A demon has already come to us." Lin Xinghuang gestured toward the cave's entrance. Chapter 56. Not speaking leads to death. Speaking also leads to death at the entrance. A towering man clad in a black robe appeared, his face obscured by a dark complexion, emanating a potent aura of demonic energy and boasting a cultivation level at the late stage of the expansion realm. It seems luck is on my side. Encountering a practitioner at the initial stage of the expansion realm, the burly man sneered. As he entered the cave, his form transformed, sprouting a thick coat of black fur. His features distorting, eyes glowing red, and sharp fangs protruding, resembling the head of a black bear. This is indeed a black bear spirit. Qinghuang, can you manage this? Xie Weilou inquired, glancing at Lin Qinghuang. I was incapable before, but now. Lin Qinghuang rose to her feet, grasping her bronze sword. Boom. The black bear spirit let out a sinister laugh and lunged at Lin Qinghuang, its claws sharp and menacing. A human of the expansion realm, once transformed into a demon, would undoubtedly be far more formidable. Lin Qinghuang's eyes glinted with cold determination as she swung her sword, a chilling sword energy enveloping the space. Boom. The bronze sword clashed with the black bear spirit's claws, unleashing a powerful shockwave that filled the cave. Get lost. The black bear's spirit bellowed, striking down upon the bronze sword with both hands. Bang! Lin Qinghuang's sword shattered, and she was violently thrust backward by the overwhelming force. In that fleeting moment, she flicked her fingers, summoning the Tianqi sword, which shot forth directly at the black bear spirit. The spirit crossed its arms before itself, a wave of demonic energy surging to block the oncoming sword. With a swift motion, Lin Qinghuang propelled herself forward, delivering a fierce kick to the black bear spirit. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as the bear spirit was sent flying 3 meters. Seizing the Tianqi sword, Lin Qinghuang struck down upon the black bear spirit once more. That's enough. The black bear's spirit roared, clenching its fist and unleashing a violent punch, a black demonic energy imprint surging forth to collide with the Tianqi sword. The cave reverberated with a thunderous roar, the ground trembling beneath the force. The black bear spirit, with its left hand clenched, launched another punch. Lin Qinghuang swiftly positioned the Tianqi sword before her, and both she and the sword were blasted back 10 meters. She executed a graceful roll, dissipating the impact, landing composedly on the ground. Xie Weilou observed Lin Qinghuang and chuckled. Qinghuang, it seems you are not a match for it. Not a match. Lin Qinghuang gripped the Tianqi sword tightly, a flicker of eerie light flashing in her eyes as a terrifying sword aura erupted. Boom. In the next moment, her cultivation soared dramatically, advancing from the early stage of the expansion realm to the mid-stage of the expansion realm. Xie Weilou observed with astonishment. Had it only been a few days since Lin Qinghuang entered the expansion realm? How could she break through once more so swiftly? Was it due to the extraordinary nature of her spiritual bone? Indeed, Lin Qinghuang's spiritual bone was shrouded in mystery, neither of high quality nor of supreme quality, but rather intriguingly unique. After her sudden surge in power, Lin Qinghuang's gaze turned fierce as she once again wielded her sword against the black bear spirit, intending to battle a foe of the late stage of the expansion realm with her mid-stage prowess. Xie Weilou was keen to see whether Lin Qinghuang, having reached the mid-stage of the expansion realm, could contend with the formidable black bear spirit of the late stage. Crossing a minor realm should pose little challenge for Lin Qinghuang. Previously, when he had intervened to assist her, her adversaries had been 2 realms above her. Now, the black bear spirit was merely 1 realm higher, suggesting that Lin Qinghuang could indeed hold her ground. With her mid-stage expansion realm power unleashed, the Tianqi sword in Lin Qinghuang's hand grew increasingly fearsome, its sword aura erupting with lethal intent. This was a spiritual weapon of considerable caliber, wielding immense power. Whoosh! Lin Qinghuang moved with astonishing speed, appearing before the black bear spirit in an instant, her sword slicing downwards, a wave of green sword aura enveloping the air. The black bear spirit's eyes gleamed crimson, its demonic energy surging forth as it unleashed a black fist imprint, shattering through all obstacles with sheer force. Boom! The Tianqi sword collided with the black fist imprint, which burst apart in an instant, yet the ferocity of the sword aura remained undiminished. Striking fiercely against the black bear spirit's fist, the force cleaved through the bear's arm, reducing it to a cloud of sanguine mist. A howl of agony escaped the black bear spirit as its body was sent reeling. Lin Qinghuang transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly reappearing before the black bear spirit, her long sword slashing out once more, aimed directly at its head. Quite formidable, Xie Weilou acknowledged, impressed by Lin Qinghuang's combat prowess. Indeed, she faced little difficulty overcoming a minor realms challenge. However, against foes exceeding 2 realms above her, she might still find herself at a disadvantage. Roar. The black bear spirit, thoroughly enraged, let out a deafening roar as a massive silhouette of a black bear materialized. Lin Xinghuang's sword struck down, only to be intercepted by the spectral bear. The black bear spirit's eyes glowed with bloodlust, its form shifting into a 3-meter-tall black bear, its demonic energy intensifying ominously. In a flash, the black bear's spirit lunged, swiping a massive paw at Lin Xinghuang, its demonic energy rampant and oppressive. With unwavering resolve, Lin Xinghuang unleashed another surge of sword aura, her blade cleaving through the spectral bear, the powerful energy crashing against the black bear spirit's body, leaving a gruesome gash that nearly split it in two. Bang! The black bear spirit slammed against the wall, blood spraying forth as it stammered. Why, you are merely at the mid-stage of the expansion realm. How can you? Without uttering a word, Lin Xinghuang closed the distance, her left hand forming a fist as she unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blow sending blood gushing from the black bear spirit. After a series of relentless punches, Lin Xinghuang thrust the Tianqi sword fiercely into the chest of the black bear spirit, pinning it against the wall. A chilling scream erupted from the creature. With a frigid tone, Lin Xinghuang inquired, I offer you a chance to live. Tell me, who sent you? The black bear spirit, its eyes bloodshot, glared defiantly at her. Do you think I would divulge that? Clenching her fist, Lin Xinghuang launched a barrage of punches at the creature's head, inflicting deep cracks upon it. Coldly, she declared, Speak, or perish. The black bear spirit, bloodied and in excruciating pain, could no longer withstand the torment and trembled. It was Prince Lulu. Without hesitation, Lin Xinghuang's fist crashed down once more, striking the creature's head with brutal force. Bang! The black bear spirit's head exploded, blood splattering as it met a grisly end. To remain silent meant death. To speak also led to death. Lin Xinghuang extended her hand, retracting the Tianqi sword. Xie Weilou gazed at her, a look of profound realization on his face. Xinghuang, I never imagined you to be such a ruthless and untrustworthy woman. Lin Xinghuang shot him a sidelong glance, a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips. Now you understand? Are you frightened? Xie Weilou gently rubbed his legs. Indeed, I am terrified. My legs feel weak. Xinghuang, please come and help me up. Humph. Lin Xinghuang scoffed. The playful banter between the young couple was rather amusing. Outside the cave, a hoarse voice resonated, followed by a more terrifying surge of blood-red, demonic energy. Chapter 57. The half-demon emerges, Yanruyu. Lin Xinghuang looked forward, her pupils instinctively narrowing. A middle-aged man appeared, clad in a blood-red robe and wielding a blood-colored demonic blade. The aura surrounding him was intensely demonic, yet it bore traces of humanity. He was neither purely demon nor human, but rather a half-demon. Lin Xinghuang's expression grew gravely serious. She had previously encountered this demon, who had slain someone from the Endless Pavilion, showcasing formidable strength, likely a peak existence in the realm of expansion. It's you, the half-demon blood sky wolf. Xie Weilou fixated on the blood-robed man, an unusual glint in his eyes. He had seen this half-demon before. Specifically, it was the original host who had encountered him. 3 years prior, during the release of a notorious criminal from the Western Shu, this half-demon had made an appearance, having some connection to that nightingale. Lin Xinghuang shot a glance at Xie Weilou. Did he recognize this half-demon? The blood sky wolf stared intently at Xie Weilou, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Logically, I should thank you for releasing the general, but unfortunately, someone seeks your life. Yanruyu? Xie Weilou responded with a calm smile. The previous Western Shu commander, Tai Hu, had likely been dispatched by Yanruyu, and the appearance of this half-demon from Western Shu was probably orchestrated by her as well. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Yan Wugo colluding with demons, and Yanruyu conspiring with Western Shu? If so, Yanruyu was far more cunning than he had anticipated. A glimmer of bloodlight flickered in the blood sky wolf's eyes. You are even more astute than 3 years ago. Thus, you cannot be allowed to live. Xinghuang, can you fight? Xie Weilou inquired. Lin Xinghuang tightened her grip on the Tianqi sword, her expression serious as she replied, I will hold him off. You should escape. Transcending a small realm is one matter. Attempting to surpass two is an entirely different endeavor, one that should not be contemplated lightly, unless one is prepared to risk everything. Revealing all hidden cards in a desperate struggle, there may be a glimmer of hope, though survival may come at a steep price. Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow, defiantly declaring, Who am I, Xie Weilou, to allow a mere woman to stand in my way? Yet, Recognizing the formidable strength of this half-demon, he opted to position himself behind her, ostensibly for her protection. Die? Blood Skywolf's eyes glinted with murderous intent as his blood-red blade swung fiercely toward Lin Xinhuang. A terrifying wave of sword energy erupted, shaking the cavern violently and causing rocks to splinter and cascade down. Lin Xinhuang retaliated with a swift stroke of her sword. The clash resounded like thunder. She felt an overwhelming force surge toward her, pain radiating through her arm as she was abruptly hurled backward, her expression darkening, with debris falling around her. She realized that if the battle continued, the cave would soon collapse. With a decisive strike, Lin Xinhuang punched the rock wall, creating a gaping hole as she breached the mountain structure. Without hesitation, she grasped Xie Weilou's hand and dashed through the opening. Escaped, have you? Blood Skywolf sneered, unleashing a devastating sweep of his blood-soaked blade, unleashing a wave of lethal energy that cleaved through the mountain. The ominous wave surged toward Lin Xinhuang and Xie Weilou. In a flash, Lin Xinhuang descended, landing firmly on the ground. Releasing Xie Weilou, she urged, "You must flee." He could not escape. Blood Skywolf emerged from the mountain, towering above them, and with a single downward strike, unleashed a torrent of crimson energy that enveloped Lin Xinhuang and Xie Weilou. Lin Xinhuang's gaze sharpened as she swiftly formed a sword seal, calling forth the Tianqi sword, which shot upward, releasing a surge of energy toward the heavens. The clash of blood-red energy and sword energy reverberated through the air. The sword energy dispersed, yet the power of the blade remained undiminished as it hurtled toward Lin Xinhuang. She quickly dodged, the ground beneath her tearing open with a 50-meter fissure, ice and snow scattering as a powerful shockwave sent her flying. Executing a graceful roll, she embedded her sword into the ground, leaving a long scar as she skidded to a halt 20 meters away. Glancing at her palm, she noticed the skin had split, blood trickling down. In the mid-stage of the Transcendence realm, facing the pinnacle of the same realm, she realized the disparity in their strengths. Skywolf slash. Blood Skywolf's voice was frigid as he caressed the blade's back before unleashing a devastating strike, summoning a blood-red celestial blade that soared into the sky. With a fierce slash, the blade's crimson light filled the heavens, a 300-meter wave of energy descending with ferocity, causing the nearby mountains to fracture under its might. Lin Xinhuang gritted her teeth and swiftly formed a sword seal. The Tianqi sword floated before her. She layered her hands in intricate patterns, and the sword vibrated, releasing a terrifying wave of energy that coalesced into blooming azure lotus flowers. Azure lotus, inquire of heaven. Lin Xinhuang leaped upward, the sword suspended before her. And with a flick of her finger, her long hair danced as a glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes. With a whoosh, the Tianqi sword shot skyward, unleashing a 100-meter surge of azure energy that sliced through the air, where lotus blooms emerged and snow swirled, the energy sharp as frost. The clash between the 300-meter blood-red energy and the 100-meter azure energy created a thunderous roar. For a mere second, they held their ground, but the azure energy soon crumbled, and the blade's energy descended, engulfing Lin Xinhuang entirely. A tremendous roar reverberated from the heavens as a blade of energy cleaved downward, fracturing the ground with a 300-meter-long fissure and splitting a great mountain in twain. Lin Xinhuang plummeted down, her hair disheveled, the mask upon her face shattered. A trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her complexion an ashen pale. Just as she was about to crash into the earth, she pointed her sword towards the ground, executing a roll to regain her footing. Taking a deep breath, she assessed her condition, her brow furrowing in concern. Above her, Shui Tianlang stood, wielding a long blade, and remarked indifferently, "You survived my strike. You are indeed remarkable. Should you advance to another realm, I might have to retreat today. Alas, you are on the brink of death." Death? A glimmer of bloodlight sparked in Lin Xinhuang's eyes as she gently touched her brow, summoning a rune that appeared the moment she did so. Her body trembled, and a look of anguish crossed her features. Xie Weilou, noticing her distress, approached her side and grasped her hand, saying, "Xinhuang, it is time. Do not cause a disturbance. Perish." Shui Tianlong's murderous intent surged as he swung his blade once more, aiming to annihilate both Xie Weilou and Lin Xinhuang in one fell swoop. A 100-meter blade of energy descended, sealing the heavens with its terrifying destructive power. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Xinhuang's forehead as she strained to harness the power from her brow. Xie Weilou cast a glance at the descending blade energy, and with a wave of his sleeve, he unleashed a forceful shockwave. Boom. The blade energy was instantaneously dissipated, bloodlight surging outward. Both Xue Tianlang and Lin Qinghuang paused in surprise. You, Xie Weilou. Lin Qinghuang's movements faltered, as the scene before her clearly exceeded her expectations. She had been prepared to fight to the death, never anticipating that Xie Weilou would intervene. To so easily disperse Xue Tianlang's blade energy, what level of cultivation was required for such prowess? Leave the rest to me. Xie Weilou directed his gaze upwards toward Xue Tianlang. I underestimated you. It seems you have been hiding your true strength. Xue Tianlang raised an eyebrow. Swish. With a casual flick, Xie Weilou summoned the funeral flower sword before him. Chapter 58. Divine Revelation in Public, Suffering in Private. It was you who saved me with this sword before. Lin Qinghuang exclaimed, her expression shifting in realization as she instantly recognized the funeral flower sword. During her previous encounter at Huansha Tower, she had faced a mysterious assailant of the Mid-Tujiang realm, and it was a cloaked man who had intervened to eliminate that threat. Now she understood that it had been Xie Weilou. Not only that time, but also during her dealings in the black market, a cloaked figure had emerged, slaying the leader of the Black Dragon Pavilion. It was evident that this individual was also Xie Weilou. No wonder she had felt an inexplicable familiarity with the silhouettes of those two cloaked men. Hidden strength is well and good, for otherwise, the kill would lack interest. Xue Tianlang sneered, gripping his long blade tightly as the demonic energy around him erupted, revealing his peak Tujiang realm prowess without the slightest pretense. Tianlang Shiyue. Xue Tianlang bellowed, as the blood-red blade quivered, unleashing a terrifying wave of blade energy. Above, an ominous blood-red crescent moon materialized, not a mere crescent, but a manifestation of blood-colored blade energy, powerful and razor-sharp, dominating the skies with its overwhelming presence. Boom. The blood-red blade energy slashed downward, its might unparalleled, the bloodlight blinding, a fearsome aura soaring. An intriguing strike, he remarked. Xie Weilou offered a faint evaluation, merely waving his sleeve, causing the Zonghua sword to shoot towards the heavens in an instant. Boom. The Zonghua sword collided violently with the crimson blade aura, and the terrifying blood-red energy was instantly shattered, scattering bloodlight in all directions. Stepping forward, Xie Weilou appeared amidst the clouds, grasping the Zonghua sword firmly. With a flick of his finger, the sword sheath soared towards the blood sky wolf. Akin to a shooting star, its speed astonishing, carrying an overwhelming pressure. The blood sky wolf had no time to evade and instinctively raised his crimson blade to defend himself. Bang! The sheath struck the blade, producing a thunderous roar, the immense force sending the blood sky wolf flying. A murderous intent filled Xie Weilou's eyes as he tightened his grip on the long sword, vanishing from his original position and reappearing before the blood sky wolf. Boom! He swung his sword, a black sword aura manifesting, cleaving directly into the blade of the blood sky wolf, shattering it with ease, exuding a terrifying aura. Crack! The blood sky wolf's crimson blade was severed in two, and the potent sword energy surged forth, viciously striking his chest. The blood sky wolf emitted a harrowing scream as his body was cleaved in half, blood gushing forth. Xie Weilou extended his hand, the sheath returning to his grasp. As the Zonghua sword gradually sheathed itself, the ethereal flowers upon its blade strikingly evident. With a resounding sound, as the Zonghua sword completely entered the sheath, the blood sky wolf's dismembered body turned to dust, rapidly dissipating into the ether. Lin Qinghuang gazed at Xie Weilou in astonishment, marveling at his extraordinary strength. Xie Weilou sheathed the Zonghua sword and descended gracefully beside her, smiling as he asked, Qinghuang, do you find me handsome? Do you suddenly see my seemingly frail body as immensely robust, leaving you salivating? Once Lin Qinghuang regained her composure, her expression turned complex as she inquired, you have concealed yourself so well. How have you cultivated? 3 whole years, under her very nose, yet she had not detected even a hint of his practitioner aura. It was truly perplexing. He had hidden himself far too deeply, having slain the blood sky wolf at the pinnacle of the Taquan realm with a single sword. What level of cultivation did he possess now? Daozong realm? Xie Weilou replied with a rich smile. Come closer. I shall whisper it to you. Lin Qinghuang took a step back, coldly scrutinizing him. With such formidable strength, why did you not act sooner? Had he intervened earlier, she would not have been injured. Xie Weilou sighed. To shine before others, one must endure suffering behind the scenes. Besides, if I had acted from the outset, where would be the thrill of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Lin Qinghuang retorted mockingly, is that so? In truth, you were merely assessing whether I am worth revealing your strength for. Had I disregarded everything and fled just now, you would likely never have displayed your true power before me again. Ultimately, it boiled down to a matter of trust. This individual had concealed himself for 3 years, likely with ulterior motives, and would not easily reveal his cultivation. Now, revealing it before her was a sign of trust. It seemed her recent ordeal had barely earned his confidence, and the thought only fueled her irritation. However, she could understand that the Ho residence in Jinshi was fraught with peril. Both the old marquis and the current marquis had perished. If Xie Weilou were to act recklessly, his days would likely be numbered as well. Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Qinghuang in disbelief. What do you take me for? I witnessed your injury. And there is but one reason for my inaction. What reason? Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow. Xie Weilou grinned mischievously. Naturally, I am tempted by your form. Now that you are injured and unable to move, does it not grant me the liberty to do as I please? With that, he swiftly embraced Lin Qinghuang. Release me. Lin Qinghuang exclaimed, startled. Did he truly intend to act upon his whims? Qinghuang, why are you so slender? You feel weightless. You ought to eat more. I prefer your fullness. Xie Weilou lifted Lin Qinghuang and soared into the distance. Before long, he brought her to another cave, refraining from any untoward actions. Instead, he produced a flask of fine wine and began to savor it alone. Lin Qinghuang sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently channeling her energy to heal her wounds. Half an hour later, feeling that her condition had improved, she cast a sidelong glance at Xie Weilou. A hint of curiosity stirred within her regarding his remarkable cultivation. Yet her wisdom kept her from inquiring further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, including herself, who possessed certain truths she preferred to keep hidden. Given your prowess, you must have sought Yin Wugu in the Snow Wolf Valley? Lin Qinghuang spoke slowly. Xie Weilou replied with a faint smile. Indeed, he has reached the pinnacle of the expansion realm. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in the presence of a mysterious powerful entity by his side, which I cannot fathom at present, making it unwise to act. A mysterious entity? Lin Qinghuang expressed her astonishment. Xie Weilou pondered. It appears to be the soul of a powerful creature from the demon clan. I reveal this to you in hopes that you will remain vigilant. Having shared this information, he certainly wished for Lin Qinghuang not to confront Yin Wugu directly. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. Rest assured, Lin Qinghuang replied with a calm demeanor. Were she a reckless individual, she would have perished countless times already. Even if the downfall of the Lin family were fully unraveled, she would not act impulsively. A wise person must endure and await the opportune moment to strike decisively. Some might wield her as a weapon, yet she was merely the hilt. The true weapon lay with the heavenly authority. There are those who wish to grasp the hilt and unleash the blade, but whether this blade can sever ties with the imperial family remains to be seen. After all, the heavenly authority belongs to the royal lineage, and wielding a royal blade against royalty has its limitations. To avenge her family's demise, the most prudent course of action is not to focus on others, but rather to concentrate on herself, relentlessly enhancing her strength. As long as her power is formidable, all else shall fall into place. Before long, a tempestuous snowstorm descended, the winds howling with a shrill intensity. Chapter 59. The withered arm and the bronze hall. An hour passed, yet the blizzard showed no signs of abating. It was accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder, causing the mountains to tremble and fissures to appear under the influence of mysterious forces. Within the cave, Xie Weilou observed the cracking rock walls. His brow furrowed. This storm seems rather unusual. A common snowstorm, yet where lies such formidable power? Let us venture outside. Lin Qinghuang rose from her seat and proceeded towards the cave's entrance. Xie Weilou, after a moment of contemplation, followed suit. Upon exiting the cave, a fierce wind struck, and snow swirled violently as the white powder in the valley was swept up by the terrifying storm, resembling colossal serpents of ice and snow, rampaging across the ground, devouring everything in their path with unparalleled destructive force. In the distance, a massive vortex loomed on the horizon, where purple lightning flickered, resonating with thunderous roars. At this moment, the blizzard within the valley surged toward the vortex. That is the 8th district. Lin Qinghuang fixated on the distant whirlpool. Could it be that a treasured artifact has emerged? A glint of interest sparked in Xie Weilou. A treasured artifact? Lin Qinghuang appeared to recall something. Her heart stirring. I once read in an ancient tome that a malevolent entity was suppressed within the Snow Wolf Valley. A malevolent entity? Let us investigate. With a flash, Xie Weilou soared ahead. Lin Qinghuang donned a mask, swiftly following. As the commotion in the 8th district was so great that it was likely others would converge there as well, A quarter of an hour later, Xie Weilou arrived at the edge of a frozen lake in the A district, where the vortex spun relentlessly above the surface, winds howling, being frantically consumed by the whirlpool. Within the vortex, lightning crackled, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. At this moment, a multitude of individuals had gathered, including Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, Yin Wugu, Yin Ruyu, Su Muxue, and Xiao Su. Xie Weilou glanced at them and noticed that Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, and Yin Wugu appeared exceedingly disheveled, all bearing severe injuries, their breaths erratic, and their faces pale as death. Brother Xie. Upon seeing Xie Weilou, Yin Junlin's expression registered surprise. He had not anticipated Xie Weilou's presence in the A district. The A district is fraught with peril, and their journey had been riddled with encounters with ferocious beasts, whose strength far surpassed that of the creatures in the B district. You survived? Yin Ruyu's gaze fell upon Xie Weilou, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. She had dispatched a peak blood sky wolf, yet it had failed to eliminate Xie Weilou. Su Muxue and Xiao Su exchanged a glance with Xie Weilou but chose to remain silent. Xie Weilou approached Yin Junlin, asking in astonishment, "What has transpired?" The injuries sustained by Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, and Yin Wugu took him aback, particularly Yin Wugu, whom he had previously bested in a fierce confrontation. Yet, after that old specter had appeared, Yin Wugu's wounds had healed rapidly. Now, however, he bore numerous new injuries that appeared grievously lethal, which could not have been inflicted by him. Yin Junlin spoke with a bitter expression, "Alas, we encountered a terrifying assault from the monstrous clan. It remains unclear who led them in." As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Yin Wugu. Yin Wuyo also turned his gaze toward Yin Wugu, who had similarly suffered an attack from the monstrous clan, and the creature that had targeted him was a peak existence of the realm. Had it not been for his certain advantages, he would likely have perished. Yin Wugu remained silent. He had previously faced an ambush from a mysterious individual, and not long after, he was targeted again by another enigmatic creature from the monstrous clan, which was also at the pinnacle of the realm. The water has become utterly chaotic. Not only did he send forth the demon clan, but there were also others present who dispatched their own demons, though he remained unaware of the identity behind this act, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of frustration. On this journey, he had nearly lost his life and was unjustly burdened with blame, which left him quite displeased. Yin Junlin turned to Xie Weilou and inquired, "Brother Xie, have you encountered any danger?" Xie Weilou sighed. "I too faced an assault from a demon, one that seemed to be called the Blood Celestial Wolf, possessing terrifying strength. Fortunately, the Crown Prince had sent someone to safeguard my life." A faint smile appeared on Yin Junlin's pale face. "That is only right. How could I allow Brother Xie to venture into the Snow Wolf Valley at risk?" A flicker of intrigue flashed in Yin Ruyu's eyes. No wonder Xie Weilou could not be slain. The powerful ally sent by Yin Junlin had intervened. Nevertheless, she pondered the current situation regarding the Blood Celestial Wolf. At the pinnacle of the Tuajiang realm, even if it could not kill Xie Weilou, it would likely not encounter any trouble. "Brother Xie, what brings you to the A district?" Yin Junlin asked in confusion. Boom. Before Xie Weilou could respond, a bolt of lightning descended from the vortex in the sky, striking the lake's surface, causing the ice to shatter and water to erupt, a mysterious force instantly emanating from the depths of the lake. The crowd immediately fixated on the lake's surface. Such commotion could likely indicate the emergence of a treasured artifact. Whoosh! Suddenly, beams of light surged forth from the lake, suggesting the presence of valuable items. Yin Junlin and his companions reacted swiftly, rushing forward to seize the treasures, while others joined in the fray. Xie Weilou, however, remained stationary, refraining from joining the scramble. Yin Junlin was the first to secure a long sword, which he gently caressed, his expression brightening as he found it quite commendable. Others also managed to obtain various valuable items, yet numerous beams of light continued to emerge, prompting renewed efforts to seize them. Su Muxue snatched a peculiar pearl, stowing it away before her gaze fell upon another beam of light, which she decisively claimed. Upon discovering its contents, a withered skeletal arm, her countenance darkened, a wave of nausea washing over her as she discarded it. What a coincidence! The discarded skeletal arm plummeted towards Xie Weilou. He caught it, glaring at Su Muxue. "Su Muxue, that was excessive." "Humph," she coldly retorted, ignoring him. The others exchanged glances, bemused at the sight of Xie Weilou holding a skeletal arm, and continued their pursuit of the remaining lights. Xie Weilou examined the skeletal arm in his hands, his displeasure evident, yet he ultimately decided to keep it. At that moment, He felt an unexpected curiosity. The instant he touched the arm, he sensed it was far from ordinary and resolved to take it back for further study. Half a stick of incense later, the items had all been claimed, and the lake trembled once more as a bronze palace floated up from its depths. This immense palace radiated a mysterious bronze glow, while thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, lightning striking the bronze structure. The crowd gazed at the bronze palace with astonishment in their eyes. Roar! Suddenly, the cacophony of beastly roars echoed from all directions. The crowd immediately turned their gazes, and before them appeared more than 20 beasts, all undoubtedly of the Transcendence realm. Chapter 60. 3 Tao Treasures, 3 Profound Forms. As the multitude beheld the formidable creatures of the Transcendence realm, a question lingered. Were these beasts drawn to this ancient bronze hall? Xie Weilou peered into the distance, realizing that not only were there Transcendence realm beasts present, but lurking in the shadows were also 4 formidable beasts of the Tao Comprehension realm. A chilling roar reverberated through the air as the 4 Tao Comprehension realm beasts emerged: a majestic white snow wolf king, a fierce purple tiger, a colossal black serpent, and a formidable gray elephant. As these 4 beasts made their entrance, the surrounding creatures parted in fear, and the onlookers trembled, their eyes wide with terror. They should be at the initial stage of the Tao Comprehension realm, Xie Weilou mused quietly. Despite their presence, the 4 beasts posed little threat. However, the commotion was impossible to overlook. Surely, powerful figures from the outside world would soon arrive. Another roar erupted as the 4 Tao Comprehension realm beasts charged toward the bronze hall, drawn by something within that seemed to beckon them. Meanwhile, the other beasts turned their aggression toward the gathered crowd. "Dare you!" A chilling voice echoed, and a blood-red longsword descended from the heavens, unleashing a terrifying surge of sword energy that obliterated the 20-odd beasts of the Transcendence realm in an instant. A middle-aged man clad in black armor appeared above, his expression icy and imposing, emanating an aura of immense power. Mu Bei had arrived. With a swift motion, Mu Bei directed his gaze at the 4 Tao Comprehension realm beasts, sending the blood-red longsword hurtling towards them. As the 4 beasts neared the bronze hall, they were instantly reduced to a cloud of crimson mist by a single strike. They were merely at the initial stage of the Tao Comprehension realm and stood no chance against one at its pinnacle. The crowd looked upon Mu Bei with awe in their eyes, recognizing the sheer terror of a being at the peak of the Tao Comprehension realm. Mu Bei hovered in the air, the longsword returning to his grasp as he spoke slowly. "Gentlemen, do come forth." With a resounding boom, the heavens trembled as an elder clad in a green robe and a middle-aged man bearing a sword case flew into view. Like Mu Bei, they too were powerful figures at the pinnacle of the Tao Comprehension realm. "Lord Pei of the Qintian Bureau," someone murmured. "And who might the other be?" "He appears to be from the Sacred Academy." The crowd gazed at the 2 figures in the sky, their faces filled with astonishment. Lord Pei, also known as Pei Qing, hailed from the Qintian Bureau and was a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the Tao Comprehension realm, well known among those present. As for the man with the sword case, only a few princes recognized him, for he came from the Great Xia Sacred Academy. The Great Xia Sacred Academy was renowned as a sanctuary for cultivation within the Great Xia, home to countless powerful individuals, where many young aspirants took pride in being associated with it. However, the Academy's criteria for selecting disciples were exceedingly stringent, making entry nearly impossible for the average person. Once admitted, disciples would gain access to a plethora of resources. "An honor to meet you, General Mu." Both Pei Qing and the middle-aged man greeted Mu Bei respectfully. Mu Bei regarded the two with a contemplative expression, inquiring, "Lord Pei, Taoist Dugu, with the emergence of the Tianqi Palace, what are your intentions?" It was evident that he was aware of the significance of this ancient bronze hall. This is the hall of the evil deity, rumored to be left behind by an unparalleled powerhouse, intended to suppress a terrifying evil spirit. Over the years, many formidable beings have explored this place, yet none have yielded any results. Now that the hall of the evil deity has emerged, it remains uncertain whether it heralds good or ill. Dugu Wujing wore a pensive expression. According to the legends, a dreadful evil spirit is sealed within the hall. Should that spirit emerge, the 3 of us may not be sufficient to confront it. I have relayed this information back to the sacred court. Soon, assistance will arrive. Mu Bei nodded lightly. Turning to Pei Qing, "Lord Pei, please transmit this news to the Celestial Monitoring Bureau." "Understood." Pei Qing produced a jade talisman, performing a series of hand seals, sending forth a beam of light that ascended into the heavens. Half an incense stick later, a resounding boom echoed as the firmament trembled once more, revealing 3 colossal manifestations in the sky, one with a green face and sharp fangs, another exuding the elegance of a sage, and a third resembling an old Taoist clad in gray. Before each manifestation stood a figure. Before the green-faced manifestation was an elderly eunuch dressed in azure garments. Before the sage's manifestation stood a middle-aged scholar in white robes, and before the Taoist manifestation stood an aged Taoist priest. 3 figures of the profound manifestation realm. Xie Weilou mused silently. The expansion realm signifies the opening of territories and the cultivation of the Dantian, while the Tao repository realm involves refining the 5 divine stores within the human body. The profound manifestation realm, however, entails the birth of a profound manifestation within the cultivated Dantian. Territory is boundless, necessitating guardians. The profound manifestation serves as a protector, akin to a general. Those who cultivate to the profound manifestation realm can wield its power, transforming into formidable manifestations that suppress all directions. Once a profound manifestation transforms into a dragon, it is akin to a general safeguarding the territory suddenly becoming an emperor. This transformation, a mere thought away, condenses fortune into an unparalleled force, fierce and terrifying as a true dragon, with a physique forged to extraordinary strength, utterly domineering. Yet, the dragon transformation realm is not the apex, for beyond it lies the divine court realm. The divine court encompasses many facets, requiring the cultivation of the soul once the body reaches its zenith. The divine court represents a realm for soul cultivation, should the soul break free, traversing the heavens and earth, and remain undying. Then the true terror emerges when both body and soul are cultivated to their utmost. Tianqi Grand Monitor of the Divine Palace Supervisory, Mr. Yin of the Sacred Court, and Lord Qimei of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Yin Junlin regarded these 3 with a tinge of sentiment. Regrettably, certain Grand Monitors from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau and the Sacred Court will not partake in the struggle for imperial power, making them impossible to ally with. Otherwise, he would truly desire to forge an alliance. Mu Bei and the others bowed respectfully to the 3 figures of the profound manifestation realm. The Tianqi Grand Monitor nodded gently. Observing the crowd below, he contemplated. With the emergence of the Hall of the Evil Deity, the Snow Wolf Valley is on the brink of destruction, and a formidable crisis may soon arise. His Majesty has decreed that the winter hunt will conclude early. However, your achievements remain valid. You may now proceed outside the valley. The Divine Palace Supervisory, which oversees the ancestral royal grounds, holds a position of extraordinary significance. The Tianqi Grand Monitor is the most powerful individual within the Divine Palace Supervisory, and typically, such beings do not reveal themselves. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. They had glimpsed the Bronze Hall and hoped to seize some treasures, but it now appeared increasingly unrealistic. However, it is understandable. Their cultivation is far too weak. Should any extraordinary occurrences arise henceforth, it is likely that all shall be reduced to ashes. Boom. With a casual wave of his hand, the Great Monitor of Heaven effortlessly summoned a force that enveloped the crowd, transporting them away from the Snow Wolf Valley. Let us act. The 6 individuals present exchanged glances and immediately took action. The Heavenly Evil Hall had suppressed this place for many years, and the seals above had begun to loosen. As for the malevolent entity within the hall, even if it truly existed, after enduring the passage of countless ages, its strength must have diminished to a mere fraction of its former self. Their intervention might yet succeed in vanquishing it. Boom. The 6 struck simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying force upon the Bronze Hall. Dong. The Bronze Hall trembled, resonating like a mighty bell, its formidable presence radiating outward, causing the very fabric of the heavens and earth to shatter. At this core, the surrounding world erupted violently, the lake was evaporated, and numerous mountains within the Snow Wolf Valley were instantly reduced to fine ash, leaving the ground pockmarked and riddled with chasms. Chapter 61. Within the Bronze Hall. A mysterious legacy outside the Snow Wolf Valley, the group re-emerged, gazing at the ravaged valley with grave expressions. The combined might of the 3 pinnacle cultivators and the 3 profound manifestations was staggering, sending shivers down their spines. It seemed that some individuals had yet to emerge. A few scanned their surroundings. Hundreds had participated in the winter hunt, yet now only 30 or so remained, clearly indicating that many were still within the valley. Yin Junlin and the others furrowed their brows. The valley had been ravaged by immense power, and those they had dispatched within were now uncertain of their fates. Should any have perished, it would represent a significant loss for them. However, the individuals they had sent forth were not without strength. It was unlikely that they would fall so easily. The emergence of the Bronze Hall undoubtedly promised numerous treasures. Being removed from the scene seemed to sever their connection to those coveted items. With this thought, discontent began to brew among the crowd. 100 meters away, Xie Weilou and Lin Xinhuang stood side by side, both observing the devastated Snow Wolf Valley. Lin Xinhuang pondered, "That Bronze Hall exudes a peculiar aura. I sense this matter is far from over." Xie Weilou gazed into the distance, remaining silent. Boom! Shortly thereafter, a thunderous roar erupted from within the Snow Wolf Valley. The Bronze Hall surged forth at great speed, pursued by Mu Bei and the other 6 powerful figures, who simultaneously launched their assault, sealing off the surrounding space. Buzz! Before the Bronze Hall could escape, it was forcibly restrained. The hall's doors shattered to pieces. The onlookers outside beheld the Bronze Hall and the figures of Mu Bei and his companions with astonished expressions. At that moment, Mu Bei and the others bore minor injuries. As they attacked the Bronze Hall, a desiccated corpse emerged. Fortunately, the power emanating from that corpse had significantly diminished. Otherwise, the 6 would certainly have paid a terrible price. They instinctively believed that the corpse was the suppressed malevolence. With the doors of the hall already in ruins, they surged inside, where they beheld several legacy pillars. Just as they were about to comprehend their significance, a mysterious force repelled them. It appeared that this Bronze Hall prohibited any living beings of bloodline from entering, particularly those beyond the realm of expansion. The Grand Supervisor Tianqi cast a glance downward and pondered. The winter hunting conference concluded prematurely, lacking a certain excitement. It would be more fitting to introduce an intriguing trial. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Mr. Yin from the Sacred Academy. Mr. Yin chuckled silently and proclaimed aloud, "Within the Bronze Hall lies a mysterious inheritance. Today, all young individuals present, below the realm of Tao, may enter the Bronze Hall. Should anyone acquire an inheritance within, they shall be awarded a place at our Sacred Academy." What? There exists a mysterious inheritance within the Bronze Hall. We are all permitted entry? A spot at the Sacred Academy? The youths below, upon hearing this, exhibited expressions of exhilaration. They had only just lamented being removed from the Snow Wolf Valley, and now, fortune appeared before them in an instant. What could be more significant than a mysterious inheritance and entry into the Sacred Academy? The Grand Supervisor Tianqi surveyed the crowd and intoned solemnly, "The results of the winter hunting conference still stand. But whether you gain admission to the Sacred Academy depends upon your own efforts. We can only contain the Bronze Hall for a quarter of an hour. You have but a quarter of an hour to grasp this opportunity. Do you understand?" "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. Boom. Without further ado, the Grand Supervisor waved his hand, and spiritual energy manifested as a long corridor, sloping downward. "It may commence," Mr. Yin declared gravely. Those possessing cultivation no longer hesitated and immediately raced along the corridor toward the Bronze Hall. Xie Weilou turned to Lin Xinhuang. "Xinhuang." Indeed, Lin Xinhuang's figure flickered, instantly dashing toward the Bronze Hall. Xie Weilou hesitated for a moment before moving forward, only to feel the skeletal arm within his storage ring quiver, a peculiar force emanating, seemingly obstructing him. Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow, choosing not to advance further, and the skeletal arm fell silent, an eerie occurrence. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had elapsed, and the Bronze Hall erupted with a resounding roar as 7 white jade pillars surged forth, shimmering with light, scattering in various directions. The individuals who had entered the Bronze Hall were also expelled. Buzz! The Bronze Hall trembled, breaking free from the restraint of 6 powerful figures, soaring directly toward the heavens, ultimately vanishing from sight. Mu Bei and others were somewhat taken aback. They had not anticipated the inheritance pillars to fly forth, yet they did not pursue them. Previously, they had observed 9 inheritance pillars, 2 bronze and 7 white jade. Now, 7 white jade pillars had emerged, leaving 2 bronze pillars inside. The inheritance upon the 2 bronze pillars was extraordinary, stirring their hearts, yet it was regrettably beyond their reach. As for the inheritance upon the 7 white jade pillars, it held little significance for them. Mr. Yin inquired, "Who has obtained the inheritance?" The crowd exchanged glances. Yin Wui looked at Yin Wugo and remarked indifferently, "Sixth brother." Well played. He had nearly secured the inheritance, but was suddenly ambushed by a mysterious demonic force, leading to his failure. Among those present, Yin Wugo bore the greatest suspicion. The inheritance 6th brother obtained must be remarkable. Yin Junlin coldly fixed his gaze upon Yin Wugo, having encountered a similar situation, also resulting in failure. Yin Ruyu remained silent. Yet her gaze was also fixed upon Yin Wugo. Yin Wugo fell into a profound silence. This time, he had neither acquired the inheritance nor taken action against others. Someone was conspiring against him. Among those present, there lurked an unfathomable presence. Who could it be? Regrettably, Elder Long had expended considerable energy and succumbed to slumber. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly detected that person's presence. Seeing no one respond, Mr. Yin smiled indifferently. There are still 7 inheritance pillars scattered across various locations. I shall remain in the Northern Territory for a day. Tomorrow at noon, all who have obtained the inheritance may seek me in the Northern City. The admission quota remains valid. With that, he vanished from the scene. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly stirred, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. Just a fleeting moment had passed before, which was insufficient for comprehension. If they could locate another inheritance pillar and delve deeper, perhaps they might attain the inheritance. With this thought, excitement flickered in their eyes. The eunuch Tianqi turned to Mu Bei. General Mu, I leave this to you. Understood, Mu Bei replied with a slight bow. Subsequently, Tianqi and the others departed. Mu Bei addressed the crowd below, his voice steady. The results of the winter hunt have been recorded by Li Haoran. Now, everyone should pursue the inheritance pillars. The results will be announced punctually tomorrow at noon. The crowd exchanged glances and swiftly dispersed. In Chapter 62, playing the fool to eat the tiger, it must be you. Lin Xinghuang silently approached Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou whispered, how did it go? It's in the bag. Lin Xinghuang nodded gently. Within the bronze hall, there were 9 types of inheritances, and she had successfully acquired the extraordinary inheritances from 2 of the bronze pillars. Impressive, Xie Weilou remarked, giving a thumbs up, admiration glimmering in his eyes. Lin Xinghuang looked at him in surprise. Why didn't you try earlier? Xie Weilou, with his unfathomable demeanor, could have likely seized the inheritance had he entered the bronze hall. I had no interest, he replied somewhat sourly. Noticing the hint of envy in his voice, Lin Xinghuang rolled her eyes, thinking, what a contradictory fellow. She softly remarked, this time, I paid special attention to Yin Wugo and Yin Ruyu. Yin Wugo remained unperturbed, but Yin Ruyu exhibited peculiar behavior. There was a subtle demonic energy emanating from her as she attacked Yin Wugo and the others. Xie Weilou contemplated. That woman is indeed formidable. Lin Xinghuang inquired. There are still 7 inheritance pillars. Do you wish to try? Xie Weilou replied with a gentle smile. I am not particularly drawn to the inheritance, but I might as well take some action. Staying here holds little significance for you. You should return. All right. Lin Xinghuang nodded lightly, realizing that having just acquired the inheritance, she indeed needed a quiet place to reflect. Xie Weilou said no more and quietly departed. Amidst the snow-covered wasteland, a white jade pillar stood tall, adorned with numerous mysterious runes, exuding an extraordinary aura. At that moment, Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, and Yin Wugo stood before the stone monument. They exchanged glances, hesitating to delve into comprehension immediately. Old Six, you have already obtained the inheritance. Do not be overly greedy. Yin Junlin said with a solemn expression. Indeed, Yin Wuyo replied calmly. Old Sixth, your ambush within the bronze hall has led to my failure in comprehension. You ought to relinquish the legacy on this stone pillar, otherwise, it may disrupt the harmony among brothers. Yin Wugo sighed, stating that since he was inferior in strength, he would not dare to contend for the legacy if the elder and second brother desired it. You are weaker than them. A voice of surprise echoed. Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo turned grimly, only to see a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and wearing gauntlets approach, none other than Xie Weilou. It is you. Upon sighting Xie Weilou, Yin Junlin and Yin Wugo's eyes gleamed with cold intent. Yin Wuyo scrutinized Xie Weilou's gauntlets, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is he one of the third? Xie Weilou observed Yin Wugo with a playful tone, remarking on his pretense of being at the late stage of the shackling realm while clearly possessing the peak power of the expansion realm. You truly excel at masquerading. The peak of the expansion realm? Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo's gazes sharpened, immediately turning to Yin Wugo with a hint of scrutiny. Was he truly at the peak of the expansion realm? If what was said were true, then Old Sixth was undeniably their greatest threat. Yin Wugo's expression darkened, and he refrained from arguing, for there was no point. This individual had appeared, and he would undoubtedly strike, exposing his true power before Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo. Damn third, forcing me into such a predicament. Xie Weilou continued, stating that Yin Wugo possessed a mysterious spirit entity of the demon race, which previously emanated an aura of the Taoist realm, startling him. I wonder if it could be summoned for a glimpse? What? A spirit entity of the demon race? Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo regarded Yin Wugo with a sinister glint. Old Sixth truly deserved to be punished. You truly deserve to die? Yin Wugo's tone turned icy as he glared at Xie Weilou. Boom. Xie Weilou advanced, instantly appearing before Yin Wugo, delivering a kick aimed at his head. Thud. A resounding impact echoed as Yin Wugo was sent flying over 20 meters, blood streaming from his head. As he fell, Yin Wugo swiftly righted himself. Feeling the blood flow from his ear, he no longer concealed his power, unleashing the full force of the peak expansion realm. Indeed, it was the peak of the expansion realm. What a cunning old Sixth. You truly are adept at concealing your strength, Yin Wuyo and Yin Junlin observed coldly. Had it not been for this individual's intervention, they might have remained oblivious to Yin Wugo's true capabilities. Who would have thought that the low-profile old Sixth possessed such might? What significant events had he concealed from them over the years? What other secrets remained hidden? Swish! Yin Wugo summoned a long sword, his eyes fierce as he slashed towards Xie Weilou. Sword energy surged, conjuring a tempest of snow, striking forth with immense force, creating a fissure in the ground spanning 100 meters. Boom! Without a second glance, Xie Weilou retaliated with a punch, shattering the sword energy effortlessly. He lunged forward, his gauntlet aiming swiftly at Yin Wugo's head. Yin Wugo immediately raised his sword to defend. Thud! The long sword shattered, yet the force of the punch remained undiminished. Striking fiercely upon Yin Wugo's head. Like a sandbag, he was sent flying 100 meters away. His skull, remarkably resilient, did not shatter under the blow. Instead, blood trickled from his wounds, indicating that during his time in the Xinhuang realm, he had tempered his cranial bones to perfection. Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo, witnessing this, wore expressions of grave concern. Indeed, a peak figure in the Tujin realm proved to be incredibly durable. If this cloaked figure were to eliminate Yin Wugo here, Xie Weilou turned to the two princes and spoke coolly. Gentlemen, Yin Wugo poses a significant threat. If he lives, you shall have no competitive edge in the future. Would it not be wiser for you to ally with me to eradicate him? Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo turned and fled. Knowing that this was the third prince's man, they understood that if the opponent aimed to kill Yin Wugo, he would certainly silence them as well. Staying would mean certain death. Xie Weilou, observing their retreat, bore a glimmer of amusement in his gaze. His objective had been accomplished from this day forth. Yin Wugo could not aspire to become the sixth. He glanced at Yin Wugo, 100 meters away, recognizing that this individual would not be easily vanquished. The presence of a powerful soul within him suggested he had other hidden cards to play. Yet, it was worth investigating what else he might possess. With this thought in mind, Xie Weilou charged once more at Yin Wugo. If he could not slay him today, he would at least leave him severely weakened. Yin Wugo rose from the ground, his eyes blood-red, brimming with a more potent killing intent. He produced a blood-red demon core and consumed it. Boom. Upon ingesting the core, his aura surged explosively. Though he had yet to step into the Dao realm, he was nearing its threshold. How intriguing. Xie Weilou's voice turned sinister as he clenched his fist and hurled a punch toward Yin Wugo. Kill. Yin Wugo's voice was hoarse, and his demonic energy erupted as he met Xie Weilou's attack with a punch of his own. Chapter 63, Golden Scales, Numerous Techniques. Boom. The two fists collided, producing a piercing sound of explosion, with powerful shockwaves radiating outward. Within a radius of 500 meters, snow melted, and the ground was left riddled with craters. Xie Weilou felt his strength amplify. Boom. One of Yin Wugo's arms exploded, transforming into a mist of blood as his body was hurled like a cannonball, flying 100 meters away. Yin Wugo let out a cry of agony, blood spewing from his mouth and nose as he suffered severe injury. Xie Weilou's figure shifted abruptly, appearing before Yin Wugo, denying him any chance to regain his footing, and delivered a crushing blow directly to his chest. Bang! Yin Wugo's body crashed into the ground, creating a 10-meter deep pit. Lying in the crater, his flesh was mangled, yet the demonic energy surrounding him did not dissipate. Instead, it grew even more concentrated, exhibiting a strange quality that continually mended his wounds. Such tenacious vitality, Xie Weilou remarked coolly, before unleashing another punch into the pit. A powerful imprint erupted, striking down into the depths. Boom. The pit erupted, expanding rapidly. Within moments, it had sunk down 100 meters, billowing smoke into the air. Yin Wugo surged forth from the smoke, launching a punch aimed at Xie Weilou's head. Xie Weilou's demeanor was laced with mockery as he reached out and seized his opponent's wrist, abruptly twisting it with a sharp crack, shattering Yin Wugo's arm. A resounding slap echoed as Xie Weilou delivered a fierce blow to Yin Wugo's face, causing it to explode in a crimson eruption, blood splattering and teeth scattering. Yin Wugo let out a wretched scream, his expression one of excruciating agony. Xie Weilou then raised his knee and struck Yin Wugo's abdomen with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away, blood spraying as his body collided violently with a stone pillar. His visage contorted in rage, his eyes glowing blood red. The arm that had been reduced to a mist of gore began to regenerate under the overwhelming demonic aura, resembling an undying monstrosity. Such remarkable recuperative powers were indeed extraordinary. Xie Weilou observed with indifference. Generally, a peak cultivator at the Tuajiang realm would have been reduced to mere vapor under the onslaught he had unleashed. Yet Yin Wugo remained alive, displaying an astonishing tenacity for life. With a primal roar, Yin Wugo grasped his other arm, forcefully reattaching it. He then seized the stone pillar behind him, akin to a ferocious ape, charging directly at Xie Weilou. The pillar aimed to strike. Xie Weilou extended his hand, delivering a powerful palm strike to the pillar. With a thunderous crash, the stone shattered into fine powder, the sheer force propelling Yin Wugo through the air. Xie Weilou unleashed a palm strike, a colossal handprint manifesting, which sent Yin Wugo crashing into the ground, dust billowing as the earth trembled, leaving behind an enormous imprint. Yin Wugo stood within the imprint, disheveled with torn garments, his body marred by fissures, drenched in blood, appearing utterly disheveled. "What other means do you possess?" Xie Weilou inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. Yin Wugo produced a vial of elixir, consuming its contents in one swift motion, his aura surging rapidly. Xie Weilou narrowed his eyes slightly. This act of consuming elixirs felt oddly familiar. Yin Wugo indeed resembled a protagonist. "Kill." Yin Wugo's gaze turned ferocious as he charged once more at Xie Weilou, his fist striking out with a gale-force wind, exuding an overwhelming might. Xie Weilou observed as Yin Wugo lunged, his figure shifting instantaneously to appear beside him, seizing his neck and tossing him effortlessly into the air. With a mighty grasp, Xie Weilou unleashed a devastating punch, a domineering imprint crashing into Yin Wugo's chest, penetrating him and causing blood to erupt in a torrent, leaving a gaping wound. Yin Wugo was sent flying, his complexion pale, his breath waning. Yet the demonic energy within him continued to mend his injuries, proving his resilience. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Yin Wugo, unleashing a palm strike imbued with destructive might. The ground shattering as if the world itself was ending, fissures spreading in all directions, a howling wind rising in a cacophony. The earth trembled and erupted violently. Yin Wugo, battered, emerged from the clouds of dust, standing aloft with a vengeful glare fixed on Xie Weilou. "I will remember you, await your fate." Gritting his teeth, he reached for his heart, instantaneously penetrating it, drawing forth a drop of vital blood. As the blood was extracted, his face contorted in agony, his aura dissipating rapidly. Evidently, the use of one's vital essence has a profound impact, potentially causing a significant decline in one's realm. A peculiar golden scale materialized before him as he infused his heart's blood into it. With a crack, the golden scale shattered, awakening a mysterious power that erupted in a dazzling light, enveloping his form and soaring into the heavens at an astonishing speed, vanishing in an instant. Quite the array of techniques, Xie Weilou remarked expressionlessly, observing the disappearing Yin Wugo. Although he had compelled the other party to reveal some of their abilities, he sensed it was insufficient. Yin Wugo undoubtedly possessed numerous hidden cards, making the prospect of annihilation exceedingly challenging. In truth, his assessment was entirely accurate. The spiritual entity within Yin Wugo had descended into slumber, yet it had provided her with ample trump cards. If Yin Wugo were genuinely faced with life and death, it would surely rouse that spirit, compelling it to fight fiercely to protect her. The endeavor to eliminate Yin Wugo was, in fact, more arduous than Xie Weilou had anticipated. Alas, patience is a virtue, opportunities abound. With that, Xie Weilou transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from the scene. He did not believe that Yin Wugo could miraculously recover so swiftly after sustaining such grievous injuries. Half an hour later, amidst the heavy snowfall, a woman clad in a golden yellow down dress was desperately fleeing for her life. Behind her, a late-stage demon of the Tuajiang realm wielded an icy crystal bow, relentlessly attacking her. The arrows descended with immense force, striking her with a tremendous impact. Not far away, Xie Weilou silently observed the unfolding events. The woman was none other than the third princess, Yen Rui. She appeared innocent and carefree, yet was assuredly not as simple as she seemed. Die? The demon's voice was frigid, releasing another arrow. Swish! The icy arrow raced through the air, piercing Yen Rui's body in an instant. Her pupils constricted, and she collapsed to the ground, blood spraying forth. The demon smirked coldly and swiftly approached Yen Rui, extending a hand to assess her breath. Boom! At that moment, Yen Rui abruptly opened her eyes, clutching a jade talisman in her hand. She crushed the talisman, unleashing a surge of bloodlight that instantly obliterated the demon, reducing it to a mist of blood before it could react. Indeed, these royals possess formidable trump cards, Xie Weilou mused inwardly. Struggling to her feet, Yen Rui took a deep breath and grasped the arrow that had impaled her. With a determined pull, she extracted the arrow, a spray of blood following in its wake. Hiss! Her body trembled, pain etched across her features as she gasped sharply, collapsing to the ground and plunging into unconsciousness. Chapter 64. Your Highness the Princess. I offer my everything at the base of a cliff. Yen Rui awoke, her eyes widening as she beheld Xie Weilou seated upon a stone, warming his hands by a fire. She paused for a moment. The princess awakens, looking rather well. It seems you shall not meet your demise just yet. I was almost prepared to procure a coffin for you, Xie Weilou remarked, his smile broad as he gazed at Yen Rui. Once Yen Rui regained her composure, her expression sharpened as she immediately assessed her injuries, discovering that her wounds had been tended to. However, this bandaging technique incited her ire. Xie Weilou, did you save me? Yen Rui fixed her gaze upon Xie Weilou. The current circumstances were evident. He had indeed rescued her. She had always held disdain for this individual, yet unexpectedly, he had preserved her life, an unsettling sensation. Otherwise, had a beast attacked her in the midst of that heavy snow, her demise would have been inevitable. Xie Weilou chuckled. Indeed, when I encountered you in the snow, you were nearly lifeless. It is solely due to my benevolent heart that I brought you here. Admittedly, my bandaging skills are not exemplary, so I hope your highness can forgive me. Yen Rui glared fiercely at Xie Weilou. You don't merely lack skill. You have no understanding of bandaging at all. Your technique is truly dreadful. How had Xie Weilou performed the bandaging? He had ripped fabric from her dress to apply it externally, binding her body tightly, causing her great discomfort. This was the first time she had witnessed such an approach. If one intends to bandage, one should at least adhere to the skin and the wound, should they not? Xie Weilou shrugged slightly. What can I do? Your highness is delicate, and I dare not gaze too freely, lest I find myself imprisoned. Regardless, the goal of bandaging is to staunch the bleeding. Whether from within or outside, it serves the same purpose. Yen Rui was rendered speechless. Xie Weilou regarded her with surprise. Why is your highness so severely injured? When I saw you, there were bloodied arrows nearby. That cannot have been the work of a beast. Yen Rui fell into silence, withholding her words. During this winter hunt, she had merely sought to protect herself, continually avoiding others, yet still found herself targeted. It mattered not. The winter hunt had concluded prematurely, and she could now return to the northern capital. Xie Weilou rose to his feet. Yen Rui was aware that the winter hunt had ended. When the Bronze Hall had appeared, she had not been present, still evading in the Snow Wolf Valley. However, after Mu Bei announced the conclusion of the winter hunt, the news had echoed throughout the valley, heard by all within. Initially, she had felt relieved, but upon stepping out of the Snow Wolf Valley, she discovered that the armies of guards had vanished, and she was pursued by a demon clan. Had it not been for her hidden cards, she likely would have perished. Assist me. Yen Rui instinctively attempted to rise, but the movement exacerbated her injuries, causing her to wince in pain. Xie Weilou extended his hand to help her up. Your highness, have you ever dreamt? What dream? Yen Rui looked at him in confusion. A handsome man riding a white horse, treading upon clouds of many colors, descends from the heavens to save your life, making you yearn to offer yourself in gratitude or to serve him in any manner. Xie Weilou's smile was warm. Do not even think about it. You, a debauched young master who frequents brothels, are unworthy of me. Yen Rui replied with seriousness. Then you may return alone. Xie Weilou released her and began to walk away. Yen Rui collapsed to the ground. Watching his retreating figure, she called out, Xie Weilou. Come back. Xie Weilou halted. Merely say you wish to offer yourself in gratitude. Impossible. Yen Rui retorted immediately. Farewell. Xie Weilou continued forward. Yen Rui was in a state of desperation. With Xie Weilou departing, she found herself alone, unable to return. Hastily, she exclaimed, Very well. If it means offering myself, then so be it. Xie Weilou extended his hands, a mocking smile adorning his face as he replied, "Alas, you are unworthy of me, your highness. Farewell." With that, he quickened his pace and soon vanished from sight. Yen Rui was left dumbfounded. Had he truly left? What a detestable man. Filled with fury, she found solace beside a roaring fire. Struggling, she sat cross-legged, channeling her energy to heal her wounds. Nightfall descended upon a remote inn. Xie Weilou rode forth on his steed. "Esteemed guest, the sky has darkened, and the snowstorm rages. Do you require lodging?" A young attendant promptly approached to offer assistance. Dismounting, Xie Weilou handed the reins to the attendant, stating, "First, procure something to warm my stomach. As for lodging, we shall discuss that later." The inn exuded an air of concealed malice, hinting at bloodshed. Very well. The attendant led the horse away. Xie Weilou entered the inn. Inside the main hall, a large basin of charcoal fire lent warmth to the atmosphere, where numerous patrons feasted heartily on meat and drank copiously. Upon Xie Weilou's entrance, they turned their gaze towards him, their eyes glinting with hostility. Unperturbed, Xie Weilou scanned the room and spotted a familiar face, Su Muxue. She met his gaze, momentarily startled, mentally lamenting, "How is it that I encounter this calamity everywhere?" With a smile, Xie Weilou approached Su Muxue, casting a glance at her bosom and teasingly remarked, "Muxue, what a coincidence to meet you here at such an hour. Have you considered begging me to take you as my concubine? Who has any affinity with you? This is my seat. Do not encroach upon it," Su Muxue retorted, glaring at him while instinctively covering her chest. Xie Weilou, undeterred, boldly called out, "Innkeeper, bring me a jar of fine wine and 2 portions of beef, and let this young lady cover the bill." "Very well," the innkeeper said, hastily responding as he calculated on his abacus. Su Muxue fumed, "Why should I pay for your meal when you sit in my place? What kind of logic is this? You scoundrel." With a light-hearted smile, Xie Weilou replied, "I do this for your own good. As a delicate woman traveling alone, what if you encounter ill-intentioned individuals? With me around, you shall be well protected." "Huh?" Su Muxue scoffed coldly. "You, a mere dandy, think you can protect me? It would suffice if you could safeguard yourself. I advise you to depart swiftly, otherwise you may lose your very life." After a moment's contemplation, she chose to issue a warning. "Regrettably, none of you shall leave this place," a chilling voice echoed from above, as a young man clad in a blue robe descended the stairs, flanked by several men in black. "Yan Zhixiao." Su Muxue's expression darkened, her eyes filled with intense murderous intent. This man was none other than the son of the Minister of War, Yan Zhixiao, who had previously sent assassins after her. Otherwise, she would have returned to northern border city long ago. Chapter 65. In chains, mere ants. Su Muxue, surrender the legacy stone pillar you have acquired, or today shall mark your inevitable demise. Yan Zhixiao regarded Su Muxue with a cold glare. During his earlier search for the legacy stone pillar, he had witnessed Su Muxue conceal one within her storage bag. His interest in that legacy was profound. Initially, he had intended for Su Muxue to relinquish it willingly, but her obstinacy compelled him to resort to relentless pursuit. Now that he had cornered her in this inn, he doubted that a solitary Su Muxue could turn the tide. The majority of the inn's occupants were individuals he had strategically placed beforehand, including 3 at the initial stage of the shackles and 1 at the pinnacle of the shackles realm. He was confident that Su Muxue, at the mid-stage of the shackles realm, could not possibly create significant upheaval. To his surprise, Xie Weilou appeared in this remote location. Nonetheless, he harbored a profound disdain for Xie Weilou. Should this fool be oblivious to the danger, he could be disposed of prematurely. In these desolate wilds, the death of 1 or 2 individuals was hardly unusual. Xie Weilou extended a thumb towards Su Muxue, exclaiming, "Muxue is truly remarkable. While others seek the legacy stone pillar solely for its inheritance, you have boldly claimed it for yourself. Are you planning to have everyone from the Su family comprehend it? Such greed, do you not fear being overwhelmed? If you have nothing worthwhile to say, then remain silent," Su Muxue retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou, adopting a serious demeanor, suggested, "That pillar is beyond your grasp. Why not entrust it to me?" Ignoring him, Su Muxue fixed her icy gaze on Yan Zhixiao, stating, "If you desire the legacy stone pillar, prove your capability to obtain it." Unaware of your own peril, Yan Zhixiao's eyes flickered with chilling murderous intent. Since he had already dispatched assassins, the enmity was established. There was no turning back now. Xie Weilou looked at Yan Zhixiao in astonishment. With such intense murderous intent, you wouldn't dare to kill before this young lord, would you? Indeed, Yan Zhixiao replied with a sinister grin. Su Muxue must perish, and so must you. I have long found you displeasing. Clang. The patrons within the inn immediately rose, drawing their weapons, including the innkeeper and the serving staff. Surrounded, Su Muxue and Xie Weilou stood resolute. Whoever slays them first shall be greatly rewarded, Yin Zhixiao commanded coldly. Such rewards were impossible. Should Xie Weilou and Su Muxue be killed today, everyone present, save for his trusted subordinates, would meet the same fate. Otherwise, word of this would spread, and even his father could not shield him. Kill. The surrounding individuals sprang into action. Swish. Su Muxue waved her hand, and a long sword flew from her storage bag. Grasping the sword, she unleashed a fierce strike, and a chilling sword aura erupted forth. Boom. The onslaught sent several assailants flying, their blood gushing forth as they met their end. A mere gathering of lowly fighters could not stand against a practitioner of the Shackles realm. Yin Zhixiao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, these minions were insufficient. Addressing the few cloaked figures beside him, he commanded, "Take action, and eliminate Su Muxue first." 3 figures clad in black flickered, positioning themselves in 3 distinct locations, all at the initial stage of the Shackles realm. They swiftly formed intricate hand seals, unleashing their aura to seal off the inn, preparing to execute a combined assault. They exchanged glances and simultaneously launched an attack towards Su Muxue. Another figure clad in black stood aloof, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor indifferent. He was at the pinnacle of the locking realm, fully capable of maintaining order. The murderous intent in Su Muxue's eyes surged as she immediately engaged in combat with the 3 assailants. After a brief incense stick's duration, Su Muxue managed to cleave one of the black-clad men aside with her sword. However, the remaining 2 retaliated with a powerful palm strike. Instinctively, she raised her sword to defend, but the force of their strikes sent her staggering back 3 meters. The man she had struck down reacted swiftly, unleashing a poison dagger from his sleeve, aimed directly at her throat. Su Muxue evaded just in time. The other 2 seemed to anticipate this development. They joined their hands and simultaneously launched a punch. Their combined force created a tremendous impact aimed at Su Muxue. As she narrowly dodged the dagger, she saw the fists approaching and met them with a punch of her own. The collision unleashed a thunderous sound, the overwhelming pressure shattering nearby tables and chairs into splinters. With her right hand, she wielded her sword and swiftly slashed forward, sending a 10-meter-long sword aura towards the 2 attackers. They quickly countered with their fists, while the black-clad man stepped forward, placing his hands on their backs and channeling his strength into them. An even more terrifying force erupted as their fists combined, clashing with her sword aura, sending shockwaves that cracked the inn's walls. In the next instant, the sword aura dispersed the fists, sending the 3 men reeling back, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although Su Muxue had repelled them, her expression darkened. These 3 were merely in the early stages of the locking realm. Yet their combined technique posed a significant challenge to her. Had it been a single opponent, she could have easily vanquished them. The presence of the enigmatic figure observing nearby was unsettling, his cultivation unfathomable and sending a chill down her spine. Even their triad assault could not subdue her. Indeed, Su Muxue was exceptional. If it were an ordinary mid-stage locking realm practitioner, they would likely struggle against this trio. Yin Zhixiao let out a cold laugh, glancing at the black-clad man beside him. This man wasted no words, vanishing in an instant to appear before Su Muxue, striking her with a palm. Su Muxue swiftly swung her sword, unleashing a chilling wave of sword energy. The ensuing clash of palm and sword energy resulted in her attack being obliterated, and her sword shattered under the tremendous force, propelling her 5 meters away. She coughed up blood, her complexion pallid. She was grievously injured. With her mid-stage cultivation, she was naturally no match for an opponent at the pinnacle of the locking realm. Mid-stage locking realm practitioners are but ants. The black-clad man remarked indifferently as he advanced towards Su Muxue. Gripping her broken sword, she gazed at him with trepidation. His strength was formidable, and she realized she was no match for him, unable to withstand even a single strike. Tonight, it seemed, she was destined to perish within this inn. She cast another glance at Xie Weilou, feeling a twinge of helplessness in her heart. This unfortunate fellow was likely to accompany her on this perilous journey. Yin Zhixiao, observing the situation, wore an even more pronounced smile. As the threat posed by Su Muxue had vanished, her demise a foregone conclusion. Yet, this woman was not without her allure. Perhaps it would be prudent to savor the moment before delivering the fatal blow? No, delay could spell disaster. It was best to strike decisively. He glanced at Xie Weilou once more, his murderous intent palpable. Once Su Muxue was crushed, he would personally eliminate Xie Weilou. What nonsense about being the heir of the Western Marquis. Today, all must perish. Xie Weilou, seemingly indifferent, continued to savor his wine as if none of this concerned him. Let her die? The cloaked figure spoke coldly, unleashing a powerful palm strike towards Su Muxue, a dark imprint of energy materializing to seal her fate. It was over. Su Muxue's pupils constricted as she attempted to evade, only to find herself utterly immobilized, helplessly watching the ominous imprint hurtle towards her. Bang! Xie Weilou gently tossed his wine cup onto the table. An enigmatic force surged forth, dispersing the cloaked figure's strike before it could reach Su Muxue. Chapter 66. What happened last night has nothing to do with me. The cloaked figure halted, turning his gaze towards Xie Weilou, surprise flickering in his eyes. Su Muxue also stared at Xie Weilou, her expression one of disbelief. What was happening? Yan Zhixiao's countenance darkened. When Xie Weilou had thrown the cup, he had unmistakably sensed a profound power erupting, countering the cloaked figure's attack. This was unsettling. Wasn't Xie Weilou supposed to be a congenital waste? It seemed he possessed some cultivation after all. It appeared he had a modicum of strength, but it was still insufficient before me. The cloaked figure uttered dismissively, launching a palm strike at Xie Weilou, the aura of a peak-shackled realm fully unleashed, a black imprint of energy brimming with lethal intent. Huh. Xie Weilou waved his sleeve, sending the wine cup hurtling forth, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the dark imprint, the cup rocketing towards the cloaked figure. The latter's expression shifted to one of alarm as he thrust both hands forward, countering the cup with a more potent strike. Boom. The cup collided with the imprint, erupting in a violent explosion, wine splattering everywhere. Whoosh. Xie Weilou flicked his fingers, a droplet of wine shooting forth like a cold ray, piercing through the cloaked figure's brow, a stream of blood gushing forth. The cloaked figure's expression froze, his brow pierced, blood gushing uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless. The floor is now sullied. Xie Weilou shook his head, dismissively waving his hand. Boom. Instantly, every corpse within the inn was reduced to ashes, along with the numerous bloodstains evaporating into nothingness. This, Su Muxue stared at Xie Weilou, her disbelief palpable. This fellow possessed such formidable strength. Dispatching a peak-shackled realm warrior with a mere flick of his fingers, he must at least be at the Transcendence realm, right? Was he not a congenital waste? Incapable of cultivation? Was this truly the same debauched Xie Weilou she had known? In that moment, Su Muxue realized she could no longer comprehend Xie Weilou. How is this possible? Yan Zhixiao's face turned pale, his expression one of horror as he gazed at Xie Weilou, his body trembling slightly. A formidable warrior at the pinnacle of his strength was thus slain by Xie Weilou, a fact that sent chills down his spine. Xie Weilou cast a sinister smile towards Yan Zhixiao. Once Yan Zhixiao processed the situation, he turned to flee. Get down here. With a casual wave, Xie Weilou unleashed a force that bound Yan Zhixiao, yanking him down from the second floor. Crash! Yan Zhixiao's body collided with the ground, bones shattering, blood spewing from his mouth and nose, releasing a harrowing scream. Xie Weilou gazed at Yan Zhixiao with indifference. A worthless being who hasn't even stepped into the shackled realm dares to act recklessly before me. You are truly ignorant of your own mortality. With a resounding slap, he struck Yan Zhixiao across the face. Yan Zhixiao was sent flying, his face grotesquely disfigured, blood and flesh mingling, leaving a trail of crimson on the ground, his cries echoing in despair. Xie Weilou picked up a pristine wine glass and poured himself a drink, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed Su Muxue. Here is your choice. Kill him. Instantly, Su Muxue understood the gravity of the situation, and she approached Yan Zhixiao with her broken sword in hand. Xie Weilou had concealed his power for so long, now revealing it before her. If she failed to hand over some leverage to him, it was likely he would ensure her silence forever. Yan Zhixiao was, after all, the son of the Minister of War. If he were to perish at her hand, it would effectively grant Xie Weilou a significant advantage over her. If she wished to keep this matter hidden, she dared not speak of Xie Weilou's affairs. Please, no? Fear flickered in Yan Zhixiao's eyes as he saw Su Muxue advancing towards him. Die. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Muxue swung her sword, severing Yan Zhixiao's head in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. Xie Weilou cast a nonchalant glance. If you kill someone, you should clean up after yourself. After this, he took a sip of his wine and ascended the stairs. Su Muxue stood in silence for a moment before striking Yin Zhixiao's corpse with her palm, which instantly disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. She watched Xie Weilou's retreating figure, her expression complex. At that moment, he felt utterly unfamiliar, as if he had transformed into a different person, evoking an inexplicable sense of anxiety and unease within her. She suddenly found herself more fond of the Xie Weilou who had previously engaged her in playful banter. Yet, witnessing his profound depth, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if she had missed out on something precious. The next day, in the early morning, Xie Weilou mounted his warhorse, preparing to journey to the northern frontier city. Su Muxue rode alongside him, silently observing, torn between words. Is something the matter? Xie Weilou glanced at her with mild indifference. Thank you for last night. Su Muxue finally spoke. What happened last night has nothing to do with me. You killed him, if you didn't wish for his demise. It would be best not to mention it again, Xie Weilou replied, his expression impassive, before riding away. Su Muxue watched his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought, acutely aware that Xie Weilou's demeanor had grown even more aloof, leaving her feeling unsettled. Before noon, Xie Weilou arrived at the city lord's mansion, where the main force was gradually returning. In front of a pavilion, Yin Rui limped towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou gazed in astonishment at Yin Rui. Your Highness, what has happened to your leg? Humph, what business is it of yours? Yin Rui shot him an angry glare, clearly irked. Indifferently, Xie Weilou waved his hand and proceeded towards a grand hall. Yin Rui paused momentarily, taken aback by his nonchalance in conversing with her. Was he truly so aloof? With a determined huff, she limped after him into the hall. Inside the grand hall, a gathering had formed. During the Winter Hunt Festival, hundreds had participated. Yet only 60 or 70 were present now. Yin Ruyu, Yin Junlin, and Yin Wuyo were among them, though Yin Wugo was notably absent, still recovering from severe injuries sustained earlier. As Xie Weilou entered, many eyes turned to him. Yin Ruyu cast a fleeting glance his way before averting her gaze, a cold glimmer hidden deep within her eyes. Yin Junlin, too, felt the tension. Had it not been for Xie Weilou's envoy, Blood Sky Wolf would have certainly put an end to him. Brother Xie, Yin Junlin greeted with a smile, immediately gesturing for him to join. Xie Weilou approached with a grin and settled beside him. It seems the crown prince is in good spirits. Have you perhaps acquired some inheritance? Upon hearing the word inheritance, a bitter smile crossed Yin Junlin's face. Alas, there is no inheritance to speak of. His mood was quite gloomy, as all the elite fighters he had dispatched had perished without a single return. With a serious demeanor, he remarked, I am naturally pleased to see Brother Xie unharmed. Xie Weilou replied softly, It is thanks to the elite fighters sent by the crown prince. Merely a trifling matter. Yin Junlin waved dismissively. General Mu has arrived. A powerful voice resonated from outside the hall. Mu Bei, Mr. Yin from the Holy Academy, and Li Haoran entered the grand hall. Greetings, General Mu, and greetings, Mr. Yin. The assembly rose in unison to pay their respects. Today, not only would the results of the Winter Hunt Festival be announced, but they would also ascertain if anyone had acquired the inheritance from within the Bronze Hall. Such an acquisition would grant them a coveted admission into the Holy Academy. The Holy Academy of Daxia was home to numerous formidable warriors, embodying the martial spirit of Daxia, a place many aspired to enter with fervent ambition. Yet, the criteria for admission were exceedingly stringent. Many were destined to remain unconnected to the academy. For those who could gain entry ahead of others, their future would undoubtedly soar. Mu Bei gently waved to the crowd and turned to Li Haoran. Would you kindly announce the results of this Winter Hunt Festival? Of course. Li Haoran nodded, producing a scroll and manipulating the seal. The scroll emitted a brilliant blue light, displaying the names and the number of beasts each participant had hunted. All eyes were drawn to the names inscribed upon it. Li Haoran began. Everyone is undoubtedly aware of the number of beasts they have hunted. This list is compiled based on the data relayed by your tokens. Please examine it for any discrepancies. The assembly scrutinized the list, finding no errors. They had all meticulously counted their own hunts and could verify the data on their tokens. Li Haoran observed that there were no objections from the crowd, and he waved his hand once more. 5 names shimmered with a blue light, standing at the forefront. This was the list of the top 5. The audience gazed at these 5 names. The first was Xiao Su, who had hunted 80 demon beasts. The second was Chao Luo, with 78 demon beasts to his credit. The third was Su Muxue, who had slain 70 demon beasts. The fourth was Zhao Hongying, having hunted 60 demon beasts. The fifth was Lu Zhihui, with 55 demon beasts. Notably, none of the princes or princesses were included in this list. Even if they claimed the top position, it bore little significance. It was preferable for those they valued to enter the top 5 instead. Yan Junlin looked at these 5 names, a smile gracing his face. Finally, a piece of good news had emerged. Among these 5, Chao Luo and Lu Zhihui were individuals he held in high regard. Yin Wuyo's expression brightened slightly as well. For one of the individuals he esteemed, Zhao Hongying, was indeed on the list. As for Xiao Su and Su Muxue, one was backed by the Marquis of Wuhan, while the other was the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. For the time being, neither had aligned themselves with anyone present. Many sighed softly upon witnessing these results. Had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances during the winter hunt, several dark horses might have emerged. Alas, the winter hunt concluded prematurely, and many had not yet had the opportunity to showcase their true prowess. Thus the list contained its fair share of embellishments. Li Haoran announced, "The top 5 of the winter hunt shall receive generous rewards, and upon returning to Tianqi City, His Majesty will personally summon you. For now, we shall distribute the rewards." Subsequently, Mu Bei and Li Haoran began to bestow the rewards upon the top 5. The rewards were indeed substantial. As the first-place winner, Xiaosu received a territory expansion pill, eliciting envy from the others. Xiaosu had already reached the pinnacle of the locking realm, and with this pill, it would not be long before he stepped into the territory expansion realm. Su Muxue received a locking pill along with other items. This locking pill would allow her to swiftly elevate a small realm within the locking realm, which was also a commendable reward. Though Su Muxue accepted her rewards, her mood was somewhat complex. She was acutely aware of the true experts present. Had those individuals chosen to intervene, they would likely not have made it even into the top 10. Mu Bei addressed the assembly. "The rewards have been distributed. Is there anyone present who has obtained the legacy within the Bronze Hall? You may step forward now." After a moment of hesitation, Su Muxue stood up, bowing respectfully to Mu Bei and Mr. Yin. She then formed a seal, emanating an enigmatic aura. Although she had acquired the legacy, it was of exceptional quality, and it would be challenging to comprehend it thoroughly in a short span. The Great Xia Sacred Academy was also a place she yearned to enter. Should she wait until the admissions process, countless competitors would make it far more difficult. Given the opportunity before her, she would not let it slip away. The crowd gazed at Su Muxue in astonishment. Indeed, she was remarkable. Soon, admiration filled their expressions. For the quota for the Sacred Academy was far more precious compared to the rewards of the winter hunt. Mr. Yin, sensing the power radiating from Su Muxue, nodded gently. Indeed, this aura emanates from the legacy stone pillar. Xiao Su and a woman clad in a flowing red gown stepped forward, both having received the inheritance. They, like Su Muxue, gestured with their hands, emanating a peculiar aura. "Well done." Mr. Yin waved his hand casually, sending 3 tokens soaring towards the trio. "These are the tokens of the Sacred Institute. Present them for registration, and from this moment forth, you shall be disciples of the Sacred Institute." "Thank you, Mr. Yin." Su Muxue and her companions bowed in gratitude. Mr. Yin glanced at the remaining individuals. Seeing no one else stepping forward, he smiled faintly. "The quota for the Sacred Institute has been granted, and I must now take my leave." With that, he turned and exited the grand hall. The onlookers gazed at Mr. Yan's retreating figure, their expressions tinged with regret. How wonderful it would have been had they also secured a place within the Sacred Institute. Yin Wuyo's smile was broad as he regarded the woman in the red gown, Zhao Hongying, whom he held in high esteem. Yan Junlin scoffed lightly, choosing to remain silent. Mu Bei pondered aloud. This winter hunt has yielded some unexpected occurrences. I hope the Crown Prince will note the list of the fallen to relay to His Majesty. Engaging with beastly foes is inherently perilous. Yet human treachery is even more daunting. Many who perished this time likely fell at the hands of others. Yin Junlin's expression grew serious as he replied, "Rest assured, General Mu. Indeed, the northern city harbors unpredictable dangers. With the winter hunt concluded, if there are no further matters, you may all return to Tianqi City." Mu Bei stated solemnly. The winter hunt claimed numerous lives, predominantly within the Snow Wolf Valley, where fatalities could be attributed to mere lack of skill. However, deaths occurring within his northern city were intolerable. It was time to send these noble offspring back. The audience grasped the implications of Mu Bei's words and refrained from further discussion. Half an hour later, the group boarded their carriages, making their way back to Tianqi City. Mu Bei stood atop the city wall, observing the departing carriages, muttering to himself, There are indeed a few promising prospects. Li Haoran approached, in the Snow Wolf Valley. A peak cultivator perished, alongside traces of several formidable demonic beings. Mu Bei replied calmly. My imperial orders were merely to ensure that no one above the peak level enters the Snow Wolf Valley. The rest does not concern me. Li Haoran chuckled softly, offering no further comment. 3 hours later, the group arrived back in Tianqi City, at the residence of the Duke of West Town. Young master. Upon seeing Xie Weilou, Li Hua's face lit up with joy as she rushed over. Xie Weilou extended his hand, gently ruffling Li Hua's hair. Has anything of note transpired in my absence? Li Hua replied sweetly, Young master, nothing unusual has occurred here. Xie Weilou inquired, and what of Xie Zongxuan? Would he not find the news of Xie Wuxiang's demise intriguing? Li Hua murmured, he left early this morning and has yet to return. Oh, and Uncle Fu has also gone out to attend to some matters. He is expected to be away for a day or two. Xie Weilou smiled nonchalantly as he headed toward the loft. Prepare warm water. I wish to take a bath. Certainly, young master, Li Hua responded obediently. Within the loft, Xie Weilou took a warm bath and donned a set of black garments. Gazing into the bronze mirror, he beheld his own handsome visage, exuding an air of alluring charm. The advantages of his striking appearance allowed him to effortlessly command the colors black, white, and yellow. With a casual wave of his hand, he sealed the attic with a surge of energy, retrieving a skeletal arm from his storage ring. Upon first contact with this skeletal limb, he sensed its extraordinary nature, and now he could examine it more closely. Suddenly, a vibration emanated from the heavenly book residing in his dantian. The skeletal arm was instantly absorbed into his dantian, where it began to emanate terrifying black energy, transforming before his eyes. What was once merely a skeletal arm morphed into a pitch-black demonic hand, shrouded in mysterious black runes, faintly covered in strange scales, exuding an enigmatic aura. Its nails were sharp and menacing. In the center of the palm lay an eerie blood-red eye. Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow, immediately turning his attention inward to his dantian. The heavenly book was now suffused with a peculiar power, continuously repressing the dark demonic hand. The aura exuding from the hand was remarkable, causing a sense of inexplicable trepidation within him. After a considerable time, the demonic hand fell utterly silent, still surrounded by a menacing aura but now subdued by the heavenly book. As he focused on the demonic hand within his dantian, Xie Weilou experienced an uncanny sensation, as if he could command this hand at will. Was this the influence of the heavenly book? With a mere thought, the demonic hand vanished from his dantian, merging seamlessly with his left hand, which now radiated a terrifying aura, distorting the space around him. He could indeed control it. Xie Weilou slightly clenched his left fist, astonishment flickering in his eyes. The power of the demonic hand was formidable. With a single punch, he could likely vanquish a formidable Taoist master with ease. While he was uncertain of the hand's ultimate limits, he sensed that wielding it granted him an extraordinary strength. Thus, he had acquired a powerful trump card. The heavenly book was truly wondrous. He mused that his ability to command this hand was significantly tied to the book. Although he had not received any rewards from the winter hunt, obtaining this demonic hand felt like a substantial gain. However, he pondered whether housing this hand within him might lead to future complications. Before long, the list of casualties from the winter hunt was released, and names such as Xie Wuxiang and Yan Jiao appeared among them. Many notable individuals had perished, and the royal family now faced the delicate task of comforting their bereaved families. Xie Weilou exited the attic just as he spotted Xie Zongxuan approaching with a somber expression. Xie Zongxuan's eyes reddened with sorrow as he fixed his gaze upon Xie Weilou. Wuxiang has been killed. Are you aware of this? Considering the machinations of Xie Wuxiang during the winter hunt, how could he be oblivious? It was certain that someone would attempt to harm Xie Weilou in the Snow Wolf Valley. Now, with Xie Weilou still alive and Xie Wuxiang deceased, suspicions inevitably arose. Xie Weilou looked at Xie Zongxuan in confusion. What do you mean? Surely, you do not suspect that I killed Xie Wuxiang? If you were to seriously investigate the events that transpired in Snow Wolf Valley, you would realize they bear no relation to me. Oh, pray tell what transpired. Xie Zongxuan remarked with a stern expression. I am equally curious about what occurred. You may investigate it yourself, Xie Weilou replied with a rich smile. You. Xie Zongxuan's expression faltered. I shall head to the Tianquan division. As for you, dear uncle, do as you wish. Xie Weilou departed with a smile. Crack. Xie Zongxuan clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with a fierce murderous intent. Regardless of whether this matter involves Xie Weilou, this wretch must die. After a brief moment, a scout from the Duke of Jinxi's estate returned, presenting a scroll to Xie Weilou, detailing information regarding the Snow Wolf Valley incident. Upon perusing the contents, Xie Weilou's countenance grew despondent. Could it be that he had overthought the situation? A total of 39 lives were lost, with Xie Weilou being among them. According to the information, bizarre killings had erupted within Snow Wolf Valley. Numerous late-stage demon clan powerhouses had appeared, engaging in slaughter and abduction, alongside unknown strong individuals wreaking havoc. There were even reports of the emergence of a bronze hall, with Daozong and Xuanxiang realm experts making their presence felt. This was no trivial matter. In Xie Weilou's eyes, Xie Weilou was merely a worthless being. How could he possibly stand against Xie Wushang? Regardless, this scoundrel must perish. With my son Wushang dead, he too must meet his end, Xie Weilou thought darkly, his eyes bloodshot. In the Tianqi division, second hall, Lin Qinghuang was savoring a fragrant cup of tea. Qinghuang, came Xie Weilou's voice. Lin Qinghuang slowly set down her teacup, turning to regard the entering Xie Weilou, her gaze revealing a hint of intrigue. Clad in a white robe, Xie Weilou appeared as a frail young master, delicate and sickly, resembling a bookish scholar. Yet upon donning a black robe, he exuded an air of sinister charm. Xie Weilou took a seat beside her and, casting a glance at Lin Qinghuang's exquisite legs, murmured, "Qinghuang, care for a touch?" Lin Qinghuang lifted her skirt to cover her beautiful legs, responding coolly, "Touch your own. Mine are too coarse, they lack the smoothness and delicacy of yours." Xie Weilou shrugged nonchalantly. Lin Qinghuang's expression was one of exasperation. His words were laced with vulgarity. What lecherous talk was this? As if recalling something, she added, "The deputy commander of the first hall, Fu Xianlin, is dead." Xie Weilou expressed surprise, softly inquiring, "Was it you?" Lin Qinghuang rolled her eyes. What did it have to do with her? Rather, it was Xie Weilou who was deeply concealing his capabilities. He must have engaged in numerous clandestine deeds within Snow Wolf Valley, and what she had witnessed was likely just the tip of the iceberg. She picked up a scroll from the table and handed it to Xie Weilou. There have been many casualties in Snow Wolf Valley. This contains some names. Xie Weilou glanced at it before tossing the scroll onto the table. Too many words. I can't be bothered to read. Just then, Zhang Long hurried in. "Speak," Lin Qinghuang commanded, looking toward Zhang Long. Chapter 69. 8 deceased, their spiritual bones exhumed. Zhang Long presented a scroll to Lin Qinghuang. In the past 3 days, 8 young men and women have perished in Tianqi City. They were all disciples of the Xian Yuan Martial Academy, each possessing spiritual bones and exceptional roots. All under the age of 16. Their deaths incited the wrath of the Xian Yuan Martial House, prompting an order from above to the second hall to thoroughly investigate the matter within 7 days. The Xian Yuan Martial House, located in the city of Tianqi, is a renowned training institution, its strongest member being a figure of the Tuajiang realm. While not as formidable as the colossal Daxia Sacred Academy, the Xian Yuan Martial House remains a coveted sanctuary for countless young aspirants eager to embark upon their martial journey. Within Tianqi City, there are numerous academies akin to the Xian Yuan Martial House. Lin Qinghuang received a scroll and glanced over its contents, which detailed the autopsy report of the deceased, their personal information, and any conflicts they had with others. The body exhibited shattered bones and missing internal organs. After perusing the document, Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow and inquired of Zhang Long, "Is the body still at the Tianqi division?" "It is currently in the mortuary of the second hall." Zhang Long replied promptly. "Let us go see it," Lin Qinghuang suggested, her expression contemplative. She turned to Xie Weilou. "You should accompany us." Xie Weilou looked at Lin Qinghuang in surprise. "Qinghuang, are you afraid of corpses?" Lin Qinghuang rolled her eyes. Xie Weilou stood up and stretched. "Then let's take a look. With the vice commander of the first hall deceased, if I were to achieve something significant, perhaps I could ascend to the position of vice commander myself." "Huh, young master Xie, you certainly have an imaginative mind," Lin Qinghuang retorted, gazing at him with exasperation. "If you were to reveal your true capabilities, you could indeed become the vice commander of the first hall, for you possess the strength to do so. However, your penchant for concealing your talents and masquerading as an ordinary individual precludes such an opportunity. After all, anyone who aspires to lead must at the very least display the prowess of the Jiashuo realm." Moments later, the trio arrived at the mortuary, where 8 bodies lay beneath white cloths. Zhang Long methodically unveiled the shrouds, revealing corpses that had only recently perished. The cold weather had thus far prevented significant decay. though the manner of death was gruesome and unsettling. Lin Xinhuang approached the bodies for examination, her brow furrowing and her countenance darkening, evidently forming a conclusion in her mind. She turned to Xie Weilou. Please investigate and see if you can uncover anything. Xie Weilou looked at her incredulously. Haven't you already discerned everything? Can't you just say it outright? Look, Lin Xinhuang urged, raising an eyebrow. You may not become the vice commander, but you could certainly assume the role of a supervisor. The opportunity for merit is laid before you. Why not seize it? Very well. Let us examine further. Xie Weilou acquiesced, stepping forward to scrutinize the bodies. The internal organs were wholly absent, and the bones were shattered. Xie Weilou focused on the fragments of bone in the chest area of one corpse, donning a pair of gloves, and extracted several pieces for closer inspection. After a moment of observation, he shook his head. In theory, even if spiritual bones were shattered, they would still retain a faint spiritual resonance. Yet, these fragments are mere ordinary bones, not spiritual in nature. Indeed. Please continue, Lin Xinhuang encouraged, nodding gently. Xie Weilou pondered aloud. It is evident that these individual spiritual bones have been extracted. What remains in their chests are mere ordinary bones. Someone has shattered their entire skeletal structure, substituting them with common bones, and has even removed their internal organs, all to obscure the truth of the spiritual bone extraction. Lin Xinhuang interjected. I believe I mentioned the matter of spiritual bone transplantation to you previously. If their spiritual bones were indeed extracted for the purpose of transplantation, it would make sense. Xie Weilou mused softly. The concept of spiritual bone transplantation sounds rather extraordinary, yet it is not without precedent. Have we not witnessed a certain young man having his supreme bone extracted? Zhang Long looked perplexed. Transplanting spiritual bones? That sounds rather alarming. However, I fail to comprehend why. If such a deed were intended, they would not simply destroy the remains. Would it not be more prudent to eliminate the evidence? The presence of a corpse only invites scrutiny. Xie Weilou replied with a gentle smile. There are numerous possibilities. The first scenario, the perpetrator, driven by a desire for vengeance, deliberately extracted another's spiritual bones, inciting the anger of the deceased's loved ones to fulfill some peculiar proclivity. The second scenario, a trap to ensnare others. A trap? To ensnare? Zhang Long was momentarily taken aback. Xie Weilou inquired. Who was the one to report this incident? Zhang Long responded. A tutor from the Xian Yuan Martial Academy. He was the instructor of the 8 deceased. According to his account, his 8 students perished in a residence within the city. Upon learning of the incident, he immediately gathered a team to investigate, yet they found no trace of the murderer, ultimately opting to report to the Tianquan division. Xie Weilou turned to Lin Xinhuang. Xinhuang, the scroll. Lin Xinhuang handed over the scroll in her possession. Upon receiving the scroll, Xie Weilou examined it, noting that it contained a fair amount of detail regarding the conflicts the deceased had encountered during their lifetimes. After a brief review, he pinpointed one individual, the second son of the Imping Marquis, Li Huai, aged 15. Zhang Long elaborated. Li Huai was a student under the same tutor as the 8 deceased. However, he possesses only inferior spiritual bones and has been in the Xian Yuan Martial Academy for 3 years, barely reaching the initial stage of the Xianhuang realm. He has long harbored envy towards these 8, whose talents surpass his own, often causing them trouble. Have you observed him? Xie Weilou inquired. Zhang Long offered a wry smile. After the deaths of those 8, he has remained at the Imping Marquis' residence, seldom venturing outside. Without orders, we dare not act against him. The Tianquan division, while a royal instrument of justice, wields the authority to act without prior consent. However, this authority necessitates a commanding presence to be effective. With Lin Xinhuang absent from the second hall, we, as mere officers, lack the audacity to take initiative. Lin Xinhuang stated resolutely, let us visit the Imping Marquis' residence. She then looked at Xie Weilou, seemingly inquiring whether he wished to accompany her. After all, this man had previously slain Li Yuan from the Imping Marquis' household at the West Town Marquis' estate. Although Li Yuan was merely a son of the 3rd branch, he was still of the Imping Marquis' lineage. The matter had been suppressed by higher authorities, yet it was unlikely that the Imping Marquis' household would forever endure such indignities. If an opportunity arose, they would undoubtedly retaliate. Let us go. After all, we have nothing pressing to attend to, Xie Weilou replied with a broad smile. Lin Xinhuang said no more. Xie Weilou was a master of disguise, and anyone who underestimated him would surely meet an untimely end. In the midst of the winter hunting tournament, certain events unfolded, and prior to that, There were speculations surrounding the assassination attempts on Yin Junlin and Yin Wuchen. It is likely that the restless individual, Xie Weilou, had a hand in these incidents. With such formidable strength, how could he allow himself to be easily bullied? Subsequently, Xie Weilou and Lin Qinghuang exited the morgue. Chapter 70. The appearance of the local governor, Bailey Chongqing, on the bustling street. Snow and wind swirled around them. Lin Qinghuang held a paper umbrella, while Xie Weilou stood beneath it, his hands tucked into his sleeves, resembling a lord. In that moment, it seemed as though he were the master and Lin Qinghuang the maid. "You truly are a lord," Lin Qinghuang remarked, exasperated, as she gazed at Xie Weilou. With a sigh, Xie Weilou responded, "This umbrella should not belong to me." "Why not?" Lin Qinghuang furrowed her brow. Xie Weilou mused wistfully. "If we were to be drenched in snow today, it would be akin to growing old together." Lin Qinghuang paused for a moment, then quickened her pace. "You enjoy getting soaked in the snow? Then you can do so on your own." Xie Weilou chuckled as he caught up to her. "What joy is there in being drenched in snow?" Zhang Long and others followed behind, filled with envy. If only they could stand under Lin Tongling's paper umbrella like Xie Weilou, having her shield them from the snow would undoubtedly be the pinnacle of their lives. Alas, they lacked both the strength and the courage. Before long, they arrived at the front of the Onping Marquis' residence. "What business do you have?" The guard at the entrance scrutinized Xie Weilou and his companions. Lin Qinghuang replied indifferently, "The heavenly authority is investigating a case. We request that Li Huai come out." Upon hearing this, the guard's gaze sharpened, and he quickly responded, "Please wait a moment." He was not without discernment. If the higher-ups had not specifically instructed him, he would not dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, he could end up causing significant trouble, while he, as a minor figure, would merely become collateral damage. After a brief moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black brocade robe emerged. His gaze immediately locked onto Xie Weilou, and a glimmer of cold malice flashed in his eyes. This man was none other than Li Huayuan, the Onping Marquis. Xie Weilou studied Li Huayuan. He possessed some strength, having reached the pinnacle of the expansion realm. Yet he was still no match. One slap would suffice to end him. Li Huayuan turned to Lin Qinghuang, clasping his fists in greeting. "May I ask what brings you?" "Commander Lin, to my residence?" Lin Qinghuang spoke plainly. "Recently, 8 young individuals have died in Tianqi City, and Li Huai is a suspect. I request that the Onping Marquis allow him to come forth." Li Huayuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what suspicion could possibly fall upon me?" A displeased voice interrupted, and a boy of around 15 or 16 stepped forward. Dressed in a blue brocade robe, he wore a scornful expression as he regarded Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang cast a glance at Li Huai and replied coldly, "You had conflicts with the 8 deceased. Your suspicion is considerable." Li Huai, growing impatient, retorted, "I indeed had disagreements with those individuals. I have never liked them. But does that make me their murderer simply because they are dead?" Lin Qinghuang replied with indifference. "You are now in the late stage of the profound yellow realm. Undergoing the spirit bone transplant must have been quite painful for you." "What do you mean by that?" Li Huai's pupils constricted, a flicker of terror crossing his gaze. Lin Qinghuang spoke with an air of indifference. "The Xianyuan realm is a process of bone forging. The transplanted spiritual bones are inherently incompatible with one's own, thus requiring considerable time to assimilate, allowing their essences to harmonize. Only then can the spiritual bones serve as the core for the forging of the remaining bones. Your spiritual bone has only just been transplanted, and you are already eager to elevate your cultivation. It won't be long before incompatibility arises." Li Huai's body trembled. Cough, cough. Li Huayuan gently cleared his throat and turned to Lin Qinghuang. "I find myself struggling to comprehend your words, Commander Lin. What do you mean by transplanted spiritual bones?" "My son has recently made a breakthrough, and I have merely procured some elixirs for him. Indeed, I have recently consumed some elixirs, which have significantly boosted my cultivation. Is there a problem with that?" Li Huai interjected hastily. Lin Qinghuang casually produced a bronze mirror, stating calmly, "This mirror, known as the Bone Viewing Mirror, is an artifact from the Qintian Bureau. It can assess the condition of your spiritual bones in relation to your entire skeletal structure. Should there be any transplanted bones, the mirror will reveal it instantly. I wonder, young Master Li, would you be willing to step forward for a test?" Li Huai's complexion shifted dramatically, instinctively taking a step back. I refuse to be tested. Why should I?" Lin Qinghuang turned to Li Huayuan. "Lord Onping, what do you propose we do about this matter?" Li Huayuan fell silent for a moment before asking, "Commander Lin, is there some misunderstanding at play here?" Let him undergo the test. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, it can certainly be resolved. Lin Xinhuang replied coolly, it is merely a test. I will not be tested, Li Huai exclaimed, turning to flee. Yet, he was but a 15-year-old boy, and his composure had completely unraveled. Had he been innocent, he would have welcomed the test, but his conscience was burdened. For his spiritual bone was indeed a transplant. Lin Xinhuang stepped forward, unleashing an imposing aura that instantly restrained Li Huai. He found himself unable to move and pleaded with Li Huayuan, Father, help me. With a sudden motion, Li Huayuan dispersed Lin Xinhuang's aura with a wave of his hand. He looked at her, frowning, Commander Lin, this is the Onping Lord's residence. I hope you can show me some consideration. If my son has indeed done something wrong, I will certainly hold him accountable. The case has already reached the Tianguan division. Even if there is to be an inquiry, it is not your place to decide. A detached voice interjected. A middle-aged man clad in a gray robe appeared in the distance, sporting a distinct mustache and observing Li Huayuan with an impassive expression. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xinhuang promptly turned and saluted, I pay my respects to the prefectural inspector. The prefectural inspector of the Tianguan division, by Li Chongqing, was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Taoist realm, on par with the Grand General Mu Bei. If the prefectural inspector possessed such immense strength, one could only imagine the power of the division's commandant, who remained shrouded in mystery, rarely seen even within the Tianguan division. Li Huayuan's countenance also paled upon seeing by Li Chongqing, and he quickly bowed, I pay my respects to the prefectural inspector. Bai Li Chongqing regarded Li Huayuan with an impassive gaze. Transplanting spiritual bones contravenes the natural order. This is no trivial matter. I implore you, Lord Onping, to voluntarily surrender the individual in question. Otherwise, should this escalate, I may have no choice but to raise the Onping residence. His tone was undeniably authoritative, for he possessed the strength to back it up. Li Huayuan's expression shifted dramatically as he glared at Li Huai, exclaiming, Unfilial son, what exactly have you done? He was well aware of Li Huai's misdeeds, yet he feigned ignorance, initially intending to send Li Huai away, but alas, he was a step too late. I haven't done anything, father. Please don't hand me over to the Tianquan division. I refuse to go, Li Huai uttered in terror. To be sent to the Tianquan division would indeed be akin to a fate worse than death. Xie Weilou had entered the Tianquan division's prison, yet managed to enjoy 3 years of relative comfort, feasting on cabbage and tofu, a life of unimaginable bliss. However, for others, imprisonment meant relentless torture. Even if they survived, they would emerge utterly broken. Boom. Li Huayuan waved his hand, unleashing a force that propelled Li Huai out of the estate. He turned to Bai Li Chongqing, clasping his fists in respect. If he is truly involved in a grave matter, I shall not provide him shelter. At the very least, with Bai Li Chongqing present, he dared not intervene, for should Bai Li Chongqing take action, the Onping Marquis estate would be obliterated. No one dared to underestimate the methods of the Tianquan division's pacification envoy. Indeed, Bai Li Chongqing nodded slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Xie Weilou, a knowing smile gracing his lips before he vanished from sight. Xie Weilou regarded Bai Li Chongqing's disappearing figure with a calm smile, acknowledging his knack for seizing the limelight. Take him away, Lin Xinhuang stated coolly. 2 officers promptly stepped forward to apprehend Li Huai. Lin Xinhuang addressed Li Huayuan, rest assured, Marquis Onping, if Li Huai is truly innocent, I shall release him within an hour. It was evident that she was confident in uncovering the truth within that time frame. Much appreciated, Li Huayuan replied solemnly. Let us depart. Lin Xinhuang signaled, leading the group away. After leaving the Onping Marquis estate, Xie Weilou and Lin Xinhuang escorted Li Huai to the northern part of the city, while Zhang Long and the others returned to the Tianquan division. In the north of the city, within an abandoned temple, Li Huai, bound to a large tree, questioned, Why have you brought me here? Panic flickered in his eyes. He was desperate to avoid the Tianquan division, for entering there meant enduring unimaginable suffering. Yet now, with Xie Weilou and Lin Xinhuang before him, he felt equally uncertain. Surely they did not intend to torture him here? Lin Xinhuang regarded Li Huai with an impassive expression, stating, If you wish to avoid physical torment, you must divulge everything. By not taking Li Huai directly to the Tianquan division, they intended to use him as bait to lure out larger fish. Li Huai's abilities were mediocre. Although he had participated in the spiritual bone transplant affair, he was merely a minor player, possessing limited knowledge. Only by drawing out the true culprits could they resolve the matter. With Li Huai's abduction, the Onping Marquis would undoubtedly be stirred into action, and bringing Li Huai to the northern part of the city could provide the Marquis's men an opportunity to strike. I don't understand what you're saying, Li Huai retorted angrily. Smack! Xie Weilou swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Li Huai. Li Huai's face was swollen from a blow, and he glared at Xie Weilou with venomous intent. Xie Weilou, just you wait. As the son of the Duke of Onping, despite his youth, he was undoubtedly familiar with Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou responded dismissively, if you dare to speak further, I will end you. Li Huai's expression faltered as he instinctively recalled the recent death of Li Yuan, who had been mercilessly slain by Xie Weilou at the Ho residence in Jinshi. Strangely, his father had not pursued the matter, which added an air of mystery to the situation. If Xie Weilou were to be ruthless, he might very well take his life. Lin Xinguang regarded Li Huai with indifference. You have 3 seconds to consider. If you confess everything, you might have a chance to survive. If you do not, you will be deemed the mastermind of this case, and the Tianquan division will close the case promptly. Li Huai's body trembled. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed toward Lin Xinguang with incredible speed, aimed directly at her head. Lin Xinguang remained unfazed. As the arrow approached, she tilted her head slightly, allowing it to graze past her ear. In one swift motion, she reached out and seized the arrow. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the arrow hurtling back in its original trajectory. A piercing scream erupted as a figure clad in black collapsed on a nearby rooftop, the arrow having pierced his brow, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, several other figures in black appeared atop the surrounding eaves, each armed with bows and long knives. At the center, an elderly man in a gray robe wielded a long halberd, exuding a formidable aura, clearly a late-stage Tuazhong master. Master Lu. Upon seeing the elderly man, Li Huai's expression brightened, his eyes betraying his excitement. This man was Lu Zhai, a revered guardian of the Duke of Onping's household, and his formidable strength indicated that his father had not abandoned him. He had summoned Master Lu to his aid. Lu Zhai turned his gaze toward Li Huai and pondered. After this affair, you must leave Tianqi City. The current situation necessitates your departure. Yes. Li Huai nodded eagerly. His father had intended to send him away earlier, but it seemed the timing had been unfortunate. He had feared being handed over to the Tianquan division, losing all chances of redemption. However, Lin Xinguang and Xie Weilou had made a grave mistake by sending him north of the city, inadvertently providing his father with an opportunity to act. Once he escaped Tianqi City, where could he not go? His life could be utterly comfortable. While he had indeed participated in the spirit bone transplantation affair, and the deaths of those several wretches were significantly tied to him, so what? As long as he survived this ordeal, no one would ever be able to touch him again. Kill! Lu Zhai commanded coldly, raising his hand. Whoosh! The black-clad figures immediately drew their bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows toward Lin Xinguang and Xie Weilou. Boom! With a wave of her sleeve, Lin Xinguang shattered the arrows mid-flight. The black-clad assailants, witnessing this, leaped forward, drawing their swords with blades glinting, a chilling aura pervading the air. Lin Xinguang extended her hand, summoning the Tianya sword to her grasp. She held the hilt without drawing the blade, yet a powerful sword aura erupted forth. Boom! As the figures clad in black lunged forward, they were instantaneously repelled by a surge of sword energy, dissolving into a mist of blood. Though Lu Zhai possessed some prowess at the mid-stage of the expansion realm, it was hardly remarkable. In a fleeting moment, Lu Zhai appeared before Lin Xinguang, his long halberd slicing down towards her. Oomph! Lin Xinguang scoffed, flicking her finger as the sword sheath shot towards Lu Zhai. Boom! The clash of Lu Zhai's halberd and the sword sheath produced a tremendous force that sent the sheath hurtling away. Gripping her long sword tightly, Lin Xinguang executed a sword technique, unleashing a brilliant azure sword light that crashed against Lu Zhai's halberd, enveloping him in a tempest of violent sword energy. Bang! Lu Zhai felt a numbing sensation in his arm, and he was thrust back 10 meters. Once he regained his composure, astonishment gleamed in his eyes as he trembled. The strength emanating from a mid-stage practitioner of the expansion realm left him utterly astounded. To be repelled by someone of lower cultivation was indeed alarming for him, who was at the late stage of the expansion realm. Without uttering a word, Lin Xinguang charged at Lu Zhai once more. Gritting his teeth, Lu Zhai swung his halberd fiercely, engaging in a fierce battle with her. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, puff! Lu Zhai was launched away, a mouthful of blood erupting from him, his eyes wide with horror. A jagged sword mark marred his chest, and his halberd lay severed in his grasp, leaving him grievously wounded. Casting Lin Qinghuang a fierce glare, he turned to flee. Lin Qinghuang, with a derisive expression, pursued him immediately. Should she linger, certain onlookers might not reveal themselves easily. With Xie Weilou present, there was no cause for concern, for he was the true powerhouse among them. Lin Qinghuang followed Lu Zhai as he escaped. The scene was left with Xie Weilou and Li Huai. Xie Weilou picked up a long knife from the ground, positioning it against Lu Zhai's neck, a playful smile gracing his lips. Have you decided how you wish to die? Li Huai's heart raced, and he quickly pleaded, please, don't kill me. I can tell you how those others met their end. Oh, do enlighten me, Xie Weilou replied nonchalantly. A sinister grin spread across Li Huai's face. Those 8 wretches were utterly detestable. They flaunted their superior spirit bones before me, enjoying undue attention from the instructors, while I, the second young master of the Omping Duke's residence, was looked down upon, which naturally irked me. Chapter 72. To kill or to maim. I leave it to your discretion, Xie Weilou responded with an indifferent demeanor. Continue. Li Huai, his expression rife with malice, continued. I despised them immensely and yearned for their demise, so I feigned the instructor's orders and directed them to a mansion in the city. To my surprise, those fools actually complied, and then I had them captured and personally extracted their spirit bones. Why not dispose of the bodies? Xie Weilou inquired. Li Huai's smile intensified. They were so arrogant, believing their spirit bones to be extraordinary. I sought to extract their spirit bones and force their families and the academy's instructors to witness the gruesome spectacle of their bones shattering and their innards being excavated, transforming them into lifeless corpses. Transplanting spirit bones is no trivial matter. Who is behind you? Xie Weilou asked coolly. Li Huai beamed, apologies. You shall never know the answer, for you are about to perish. With that, a long knife suddenly sliced towards Xie Weilou's nape from a distance. Xie Weilou swiftly evaded, as the long knife whizzed past his neck, severing a lock of hair. Mr. Li Huai spoke excitedly. Upon a grand tree in the courtyard, a mysterious figure donned in a mask emerged, arms crossed behind his back, his icy gaze fixed on Xie Weilou. What a pity, merely a waste of space. Fortunately, there remains a mid-stage Tuajiang. Xie Weilou smiled lightly. Is this a fishing expedition? A hint of cleverness, yet it is scant. The aura emanating from the mysterious figure erupted completely, revealing him to be a peak Tuajiang expert. Indeed, this was a fishing endeavor. The true orchestrator behind the extraction of those 8 spiritual bones was he, while Li Huai, merely at the Xianhuang level, could hardly comprehend the complete extraction process. As for the 8 corpses left behind, they were naturally bait to lure incapable individuals from the Tianquan division. Regrettably, this time they had only ensnared Lin Qinghuang and a useless Xie Weilou. However, Lin Qinghuang possessed extraordinary roots. Once this matter was resolved, he would turn his attention to her. The spiritual bone of Lin Qinghuang was even more tantalizing. Once transplanted, it would surely cultivate an unparalleled genius. Sir, cease wasting words with this waste. Just kill him, Li Huai sneered. Bang! Xie Weilou struck towards Li Huai, the back of his blade crashing against Li Huai's head. Li Huai's expression froze, and he instantaneously lost consciousness. The mysterious figure moved, lunging towards Xie Weilou, palm thrust forward, an ominous imprint emerging. Xie Weilou wore a playful smile. As the mysterious figure lunged, he tightened his grip on the long knife, and with a sudden tremor, he executed a swift slash. Sizzle! The mysterious figure's body shuddered, and one arm fell away, blood sprang forth. Ah! The mysterious figure emitted a piercing scream, his body sent flying, crashing against a wall. The mysterious figure's eyes widened in horror. A peak Tuajiang expert had been disarmed by a rumored waste. Was this even conceivable? Xie Weilou flickered and appeared before the mysterious figure, seizing his neck. Bang! With a forceful slam, Xie Weilou drove the mysterious figure into the ground, fracturing the surface beneath. Ah! The mysterious figure cried out in agony, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, his mask falling away to reveal the face of a middle-aged man. Xie Weilou placed a foot upon the chest of the mysterious figure, smiling faintly. Qinghuang, have you resolved your side? Lin Qinghuang soared into view, holding the severed head of Lu Zhai, casually discarding it to the ground. The middle-aged man's expression turned to one of terror, his body trembling. In that moment, he comprehended that he had been ensnared. He had grossly misjudged Xie Weilou's prowess. This fellow could easily defeat him. Could he possibly be at the Dao level? But how could that be? Lin Qinghuang regarded the middle-aged man with indifference. Blue instructor from the Xian Yuan martial house. What a case of darkness beneath the lamp. She had encountered this blue instructor before. He was indeed the instructor of Li Huai and the others, as well as the one who reported the incident. This individual had previously only revealed a strength at the Jialuo level, yet it turned out he was a peak to Huazhong powerhouse. Hiding within the Xianyuan martial house, he sought out young individuals with extraordinary roots, quite an ambition. The blue instructor's eyes brimmed with malice as he sneered. This time, Blue has been negligent. Sizzle. Xie Weilou thrust his blade towards Lan Jiaoxi's chest, sending a tremor through the long knife that shattered Lan's bones and severed his meridians, rendering his cultivation null and void. A shudder coursed through Lan Jiaoxi's body, his pupils constricting in sheer agony, his gaze dimming. His power had been obliterated. Xie Weilou chuckled, expressing his disdain. I have no patience for your prattle. First, I shall render you powerless. You will not die well, Lan Jiaoxi retorted, his expression filled with venomous resentment. Lin Xinguang, her demeanor impassive, declared, transplanting spiritual bones requires at least a Daozong realm expert. You lack such capability. Reveal the forces behind you, and I may grant you a swift end. Ha. Whether to kill or to torture, do as you please. You will learn nothing from me, Lan Jiaoxi sneered. Unafraid of death now that his powers were gone. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xinguang's eyes. I have mastered a soul-searching technique that induces excruciating torment. A fate you shall now experience. With that, she extended her hand toward Lan Jiaoxi, channeling a mysterious force into his mind. Since he had witnessed Xie Weilou's strike, he could not be spared. A tremor shook Lan Jiaoxi's body, his features contorting as if his very soul were being extracted, suffering immensely. Lin Xinguang remained undisturbed, intensifying her grip. This soul-searching technique was ferocious. Once unleashed, the victim's ultimate fate would be a shattered soul, forever denied rebirth. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, Lan Jiaoxi's wails ceased. His visage was twisted, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, resembling a vengeful spirit, his soul extinguished. He lay lifeless, a cold corpse. Lin Xinguang retracted her hand and turned to Xie Weilou, contemplating. This matter involves the Tianqi Hall. Tianqi Hall. Xie Weilou had not heard of this faction. Lin Xinguang explained, 3 years ago, the Tianqi Hall emerged in Qin City. A mysterious power with a Daozong realm expert stationed there. According to Lan Jiaoxi's memories, he was merely an elder within the Tianqi Hall. There were 6 others of his rank, all engaged in the transplantation of spiritual bones. Her gaze darkened as she continued. Moreover, I gleaned from his memories that the disappearance of the 300,000 tales of disaster relief silver from the 2nd prince is linked to this Tianqi Hall. And it seems the 6th prince is also involved. Baihe City is merely a county beneath Qin City. It was unexpected that the disappearance of the relief silver was connected to Tianqi Hall, and even more surprising was the involvement of Yan Wugo. However, her soul-searching technique was not flawless, and she had only extracted fragments of Lan Jiaoxi's memories. Many remained unrevealed, otherwise, she could have investigated the situation in Qin City further. Xie Weilou smiled lightly. The truth is clear. Let us return to the Tianquan division. Indeed, Lin Xinguang nodded gently. Suddenly, Xie Weilou seemed to recall something, adding, Xinguang, your methods are truly sinister, reminiscent of a wicked woman. Lin Xinguang paused for a moment, then replied with a playful expression, you should be grateful I have not employed the soul-searching technique on you these past 3 years. Otherwise, you would have long since perished. Thank you, Xinguang, for your mercy these 3 years. Since you are determined to be a good person, may I see your leg? Xie Weilou gazed at Lin Xinguang's exquisite legs. Lin Xinguang shot him a glare, retorting, you called me a venomous woman. Xie Weilou replied, you are indeed a venomous woman. Yet I cannot help but admire your legs. Chapter 73, The Case Unraveled, Decapitation in 7 days at the Tianquan office. Within a grand hall, they greeted the pacification envoy. Lin Xinguang and Xie Weilou bowed to Bai Li Chongqing. Bai Li Chongqing, savoring his fragrant tea, set down the cup and turned to them with a smile. Has everything been clarified? Lin Xinguang presented a scroll, stating, the case has been resolved. The perpetrator is Lan Jiaoxi from the Xianyuan martial house, and Li Huai from the Amping Duke's residence. Lan Jiaoxi resisted fiercely and has been subdued, while Li Huai has been imprisoned in the Tianquan office's dungeon. Bai Li Chongqing took the scroll, glanced at it, and nodded approvingly. You have done well in this matter. Lin Xinguang continued, from Lan Jiaoxi, I learned that the Tianqi temple is behind this. Bai Li Chongqing pondered. The transplantation of spiritual bones violates the harmony of heaven. Since the Tianqi Temple has committed such an act, it must not be allowed to remain. Lin Qinghuang inquired, "What are your intentions, envoy?" Bai Li Changqing smiled. "This matter will be left to the second hall to handle. You shall depart for Tianqi City tomorrow." "As you command." Lin Qinghuang bowed once more. The Tianqi Temple harbors formidable beings. The envoy must be aware of this. By assigning the task to the second hall, it indicates he will retain some covert influence. Bai Li Changqing turned to Xie Weilou, asking with a smile, "Now that Li Huai is imprisoned, how do you propose we proceed?" Xie Weilou, appearing nonchalant, replied, "Let him be executed." Bai Li Changqing remarked, "Execution is certain, yet opportunities must be afforded to certain individuals. The realm of officials is also a realm of human sentiments, necessitating a degree of social finesse. Let it be done 7 days hence." "Too convoluted. I do not comprehend," yawned Xie Weilou. Bai Li Changqing chuckled softly. "The case is resolved, but we still have some concluding tasks ahead, though they are not significant. Xie Weilou, your assistance has been commendable, and you are now promoted to the position of director of the second hall." A smile graced Xie Weilou's face as he clasped his fists in gratitude to Bai Li Changqing. "Thank you, envoy." "Indeed." Bai Li Changqing replied with a light smile. Turning to Lin Qinghuang, "Qinghuang, you may leave now. I wish to converse with Xie Weilou." Lin Qinghuang bowed and departed, leaving only Xie Weilou and Bai Li Changqing in the hall. Bai Li Changqing gestured for Xie Weilou to sit. Xie Weilou made himself comfortable without hesitation. Bai Li Changqing poured tea from the pot into a cup and handed it to Xie Weilou, asking, "Are you not curious about my relationship with your third uncle?" "I was not particularly curious, but your words have piqued my interest," Xie Weilou replied as he accepted the fragrant tea. His entry into the Tianquan office was orchestrated by his third uncle, yet it was the envoy who placed him under Lin Qinghuang's command. There must be a connection between his third uncle and the envoy. Bai Li Changqing gazed out the window, reflecting, "Your third uncle is quite an extraordinary individual, shrouded in mystery to the extent that even I find it difficult to discern anything about him. I owe him a debt of life. And since he facilitated your entry into the Tianquan office, I could not refuse. He owed Xie Bayan a life. Thus did not decline when Xie Bayan requested Xie Weilou's admission into the Tianquan office." Xie Weilou lifted his fragrant tea and took a gentle sip, displaying no overt surprise. Bai Li Changqing smiled and said, "Since you have come to seek fortune, make the most of it. Within the Tianquan division, as long as you refrain from causing too much commotion, I can assist you. Then tell me, can I become the deputy commander of a hall?" Xie Weilou inquired. Bai Li Changqing replied, speechless, "Forget about that. You should remain under Lin Qinghuang's command. She can better protect you." "Very well." Xie Weilou set down his teacup and rose, stating, "I am weary. I bid you farewell." With that, he departed the grand hall. Bai Li Changqing observed Xie Weilou's retreating figure and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. In the second hall, "Congratulations, young master." "Congratulations." Zhang Long and others offered their well wishes. For them, a promotion was of significant importance, warranting their congratulations. However, considering Xie Weilou's status, they shared a wry smile. For him, whether promoted or not, would make little difference. Xie Weilou smiled and clasped his fists, saying, "From this day forth, I hope my brothers will take good care of me." "Absolutely." They responded in unison. Xie Weilou then asked, "Now that I've been promoted to the position of TC, what is the monthly salary?" Zhang Long replied with a mysterious smile. "The monthly salary for a Busi is 5 taels, while a TC earns 10. Xie Weilou's mouth twitched as he glanced at Lin Qinghuang, who was engrossed in a scroll. "Is that all?" Lin Qinghuang remained silent. With unabashed persistence, Xie Weilou approached Lin Qinghuang, rubbing his hands together, and said, "Qinghuang, how about returning those properties I previously gave you?" "Huh?" Lin Qinghuang responded with a cold smile, choosing to ignore Xie Weilou. "You wish to reclaim the properties you once gifted me? Is that appropriate? What of your shame?" Sighing softly, Xie Weilou took a seat nearby. Lin Qinghuang handed a scroll to Zhang Long, stating, "This case is nearly resolved. Only some finishing touches remain. Please post a notice." At once, Zhang Long accepted the scroll, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Lin Qinghuang. Within less than an hour, the major case had been unraveled, and as always, Lin's approach was steady and sure. Before long, the notice was posted, and news of the case spread through every street and alley. I had suspected that the deaths of those 8 individuals were connected to Li Huai. It seems my suspicions were indeed correct. What was even more chilling was that the instructor Lan from the Xianyuan Martial Academy was also one of the culprits, truly a monster disguised in human form. Instructor Lan had been executed, and now with Li Huai imprisoned, he was set to be executed in 7 days, providing some semblance of justice for the 8 deceased. Though regrettably, the dead cannot be revived. In a mysterious loft, I pay my respects to the 6th prince. Li Huayuan bowed toward a screen. Yin Wugo's voice resonated. The execution will occur in 7 days. This is a favor from the Tianquan division, but you only have one opportunity to act, which is on the day of the execution. I beseech the 6th prince for your assistance, Li Huayuan said with a solemn expression. With Li Huai confined within the Tianquan division, extracting him was utterly impossible. Only on the day of the execution would there be an opportunity for action. Whether during the transport or at the execution site itself, these were the options available. However, such matters posed significant challenges for Li Huayuan as well. Yin Wugo fell silent for a moment and remarked, "My current condition is not favorable for action, but there exists a method that may assist you." Li Huayuan's heart stirred, and he eagerly inquired, "I implore the 6th prince to speak candidly." Yin Wugo casually waved his hand, sending 5 pills soaring towards Li Huayuan. These 5 pills can each enhance your cultivation. The red one, when consumed, will elevate you directly into the Daotsong realm, though it may have some subsequent effects. He continued, "You should also capture a batch of low-level expansion cultivators and have them take the remaining 4 blue pills. They too will reach the pinnacle of expansion and will be utterly obedient to you." Chapter 74. 6 Daotsong pills. The heart's divine repository. Li Huayuan accepted the pills, glancing at them and sensing the demonic aura emanating from them, causing his heart to tighten. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly expressed, "Thank you, 6th prince. You may ponder further methods over the next few days, but do not consume the red pill unless absolutely necessary." Yin Wugo waved his hand dismissively. "Understood." Li Huayuan bowed and turned to leave. After his departure, a woman in a white dress appeared within the pavilion. Yin Wugo emerged from behind a screen, his complexion pale, his body having somewhat recovered, yet still bearing internal injuries from the severe wounds inflicted by Xie Weilou. Recovery would not be so easily attained. The Heavenly Yin Palace had been exposed, and the Heavenly Authority would undoubtedly send someone to Qin City. Lin Xinghuang posed a significant threat. She must be dealt with swiftly. A glimmer of determination flickered in Yin Wugo's eyes. The woman in white stretched languidly, assuring him, "Rest assured. The Heavenly Yin Palace is under the protection of the Daotsong realm. She is bound to meet her demise." Yin Wugo shook his head. The Heavenly Authority also has by Li Chongqing, who should not be underestimated. He will certainly act in the shadows. We must find someone to intercept him. "Very well. I already have a candidate in mind." The woman in white smiled alluringly and transformed into a wisp of green smoke, dissipating within the pavilion. Yin Wugo gazed out the window, muttering to himself, "It seems I must hasten my breakthrough." Having concealed himself for so many years, a single winter hunting conference had thoroughly exposed him. There would be no further hiding, only the necessity of rapid advancement. The individual dispatched by 2nd Prince Yin Wuchen was exceedingly formidable. It was likely they would cross paths again. Only by enhancing his cultivation could he resolve that encounter. In the residence of the 2nd Prince, Yin Wui sat beside a pond, casting bait into the water. "Your Highness, a mysterious individual has delivered a letter." A guard approached swiftly, presenting a letter to Yin Wui. He took the letter, glanced at it, and a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. "So it is." The guard looked at Yin Wui in confusion. Yin Wui sneered, "The flood of the Baihe River. The 300,000 taels of disaster relief silver I transported have vanished without a trace." It was evident that demonic beings were involved. And this letter claims the matter is related to the Heavenly Yin Palace, with Yin Wugo having various connections to it. Upon hearing this, the guard's pupils constricted. Is this the work of the 6th Prince? Yin Wui crushed the letter in his grip, his gaze chilling as he replied, "Indeed. The 6th Prince is true to his nature, quietly ensnaring me. Had I not received that batch of silver from the Lin family, this prince would undoubtedly have paid a heavy price." The guard inhaled deeply, asking, "What are your plans, Your Highness?" Yin Wuyo's gaze was shrouded in mystery. The winter hunting conference had claimed numerous lives. Although the palace was suppressing the unrest, discontent brewed among various factions. "You must discreetly spread the word that the tragic deaths at the winter hunting conference were orchestrated by the demon clan, and further insinuate that Yin Wugo has ties with them." "I shall attend to this immediately," replied the subordinate, bowing respectfully before hastily departing. Yin Wuyo turned his attention towards a pavilion, clasping his fists in salute. Yin Wugo possesses immense strength, having reached the pinnacle of expansion. Even the individual who previously confronted him struggled to subdue him. His methods are unfathomable. Elder, please find a moment to see if we can incapacitate him. Understood. A hoarse voice echoed from within the pavilion. Yin Wuyo bowed once more, contemplating how to uncover Yin Wugo's forces and minions for a thorough purge. Nightfall descended upon the residence of Xie Bian. Third uncle, Xie Weilou, swaggered into the room. Xie Bian lounged carelessly in his chair, a wine jug at his side. Embodying the essence of a drunkard, Xie Weilou approached, lifting a jug of wine for a sip. Xie Bian glanced over, casually inquiring, "Did you gain anything from your expedition to Snow Wolf Valley?" Xie Weilou replied with a smile, "I had a modest harvest. I clashed with Yin Wugo. And he is no ordinary foe. There exists a mysterious soul entity within him." Xie Bian, upon hearing this, sat up, nonchalantly stating, "A mere soul entity. How much trouble can it really cause?" Xie Weilou, rendered speechless, retorted, "You speak so lightly, yet that is a being of unfathomable depth. Who knows what strange methods he wields?" Xie Bian, holding the wine jug, replied indifferently, "I am aware of the affairs concerning Tianqi Hall. Once you resolve this matter, come see me. I shall provide you with an item. If that old monster dares to show himself, you can dispatch him directly." Xie Weilou's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I am grateful, third uncle." Xie Bian regarded him. "Sending you to Tianquan Division is merely a temporary embellishment. Subsequently, you must find a way to enter the Great Xia Sacred Academy. Only there will you acquire ample cultivation resources." "Indeed." Xie Weilou nodded gently. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Bian tossed a white jade vial to Xie Weilou. "Now that you have reached the pinnacle of expansion, and since your journey to Snow Wolf Valley yielded no rewards, I shall gift you a pill that will expedite your entry into the Dao concealment realm." Xie Weilou accepted the vial and promptly opened it, revealing a golden pill exuding a rich fragrance, brimming with ferocious power. Xie Bian remarked, "This is a 6 Dao divine concealment pill. Should you consume it, the commotion will undoubtedly be significant. Best to use it here." "Excellent." Xie Weilou's smile widened as he produced the pill and swallowed it whole, then seated himself nearby. Having attained expansion, he had been contemplating the Dao concealment matter. Cultivating Dao concealment necessitated resources, and Xie Bian's gift was perfectly timed. Boom. The instant he ingested the pill, violent power surged through his body, causing the surrounding snow to melt away. Buzz. With a casual wave, Xie Bian enveloped the area in a mysterious force, sealing off the surroundings. Xie Weilou closed his eyes, channeling the Nirvana Sutra as he fervently refined the power of the pill. In the realm of Taoist scriptures, the 5 sacred repositories of the human body are forged: the repository of the heart, the repository of the liver, the repository of the spleen, the repository of the lungs, and the repository of the kidneys. The initial step is to cultivate the repository of the heart. The heart repository governs the blood vessels, vital energy, and spirit. It is the essence of life itself. The more formidable the heart repository becomes, the more vigorous the vital energy flows, and the greater the explosive power unleashed. The human body is remarkably intricate, comprising bones, meridians, elixirs, organs, and souls, which appear exceedingly fragile in the face of immense power. Thus, they require refinement and enhancement. With bones formed, meridians opened, and the dantian established, the sacred repositories follow suit. Boom. As Xie Weilou activated the Nirvana Sutra, a torrent of power surged toward his heart, fervently forging it. His form was enveloped in a crimson glow, resembling a blood-soaked cocoon. Buzz. The terrifying vital energy erupted entirely, the crimson light soaring upward. A powerful aura radiating outward, as fierce winds howled with might. Xie Weilou furrowed his brow. He sensed an overwhelming force crashing upon him. Feeling as though his heart was being torn asunder, cracks appearing in his heart meridians. However, the Nirvana Sutra possessed extraordinary properties. It exhibited the effects of rebirth, allowing rapid recovery even when the heart and its meridians were shredded. This was a cyclical process, essential for the swift enhancement of the heart repository. Xie Bian nodded inwardly. The boy's cultivation method was indeed remarkable, and with the Taoist scriptures, there was no need for concern. Chapter 75. The early stage of Taoist scriptures, the Golden Heart Boom. In the early morning, a resounding noise erupted. Terrifying power emanated from Xie Weilou. Within the courtyard, countless icicles melted, and numerous trees were shattered. The power barriers set by Xie Bian were instantly obliterated. Xie Weilou opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. With a casual wave of his hand, The towering trees in the courtyard were reduced to powder. In the early stage of Taoist scriptures, a smile graced Xie Weilou's face. After a night of cultivation through the Nirvana Sutra and the Six Paths Divine Elixir, he had successfully ascended to the realm of Taoist scriptures. He retracted his aura and turned his gaze inward to examine his heart. The once blood-red heart had transformed into a brilliant golden hue, resembling a blazing sun. Its golden light dazzling and indomitable, harboring boundless power. Once the heart repository is forged, it signifies a dramatic surge in the power of the bloodline, enhancing one's combat prowess to an extraordinary degree, wielding terrifying strength. The heart, although inherently fragile, poses no immediate threat to cultivators. The destruction of the heart does not equate to annihilation. Especially for those in the realm of Taoist scriptures, a forged heart becomes more resilient, endowed with restorative capabilities. As long as the heart remains intact, it can heal. When the heart repository is honed to perfection, the heart can become as unyielding as steel. Consequently, what was once a vulnerable area transforms, and beyond the heart lies the spiritual bones, which can also absorb some attacks. In comparison, Yin Wugu is indeed formidable. Despite having her body pierced and heart damaged, she can recover swiftly, which is clearly unusual. Golden. Xie Weilou gazed inward at his heart, an unusual glint surfacing in his eyes. In his perception, the forging of the heart does not alter its hue, yet his own heart has transformed into a golden shade, which is rather peculiar. Perhaps due to his practice of the Nirvana Sutra, the golden heart is evidently more resilient and formidable. After refining the essence of the heart, which governs vital energy and bloodlines, his vitality and bloodlines are significantly stronger than those of ordinary cultivators. Creak. The door of the opposite loft swung open, and Xie Bian walked out. He paid no heed to the disarray in the courtyard, his gaze intensely fixed on Xie Weilou, revealing a hint of unusual color in the depths of his eyes. With his level of cultivation, he could instantly see through the person before him, leaving no secrets to be uncovered. However, curiously, at this moment, he found himself unable to penetrate the exterior of Xie Weilou's body, evidently thwarted by a peculiar force. This situation was reminiscent of earlier encounters. He could not directly discern Xie Weilou's cultivation level, nor could he unveil the condition of his physique. That young man likely harbors some unique treasure. Yet, this was not a matter Xie Bian should inquire about. Young man, how do you feel after entering the Dao concealment realm? Xie Bian asked with a smile. Xie Weilou rose, his smile radiant as he replied. I feel capable of striking down 10 peers with a single punch. For him, confronting cultivators of the same level was effortless. Even those one realm above him did not instill fear. Xie Bian chuckled lightly. Your vitality is vigorous, and the forging of your heart's essence must be more extraordinary than I had anticipated. Battling peers is no challenge for you. He continued, in the Dao concealment realm, the essence of the heart must be forged to its utmost, thus ensuring that the subsequent mystic phase realm will also be remarkable. Xie Weilou rubbed his hands together. I too wish to forge it to perfection. Alas, I lack sufficient resources. Xie Bian looked at Xie Weilou with exasperation. Seeking resources? Go find them yourself. Your third uncle is merely a vagabond, devoid of possessions. Xie Weilou found himself at a loss for words. Return now. Xie Bian waved his hand gently and turned back toward the loft. Very well. Xie Weilou replied with a calm smile, then left the courtyard. In the Tianqi court, over 30 individuals gathered in the second hall, all prepared for departure. Lin Qinghuang surveyed the crowd and spoke solemnly. Zhang Long, you shall proceed first to investigate the situation in Tianqi City. The Tianqi Hall resides in Tianqi City, conducting spirit bone transplants. The city lord must be aware of this, yet has not disclosed any information, which is clearly suspicious. Information regarding the city lord of Tianqi has not been extracted from the memories of the Blue Sect disciples, necessitating further investigation. Understood. Zhang Long bowed respectfully. Let us depart. He waved his hand vigorously, leading the others out of the second hall. Xie Weilou approached, his expression weary as he regarded Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, good morning. Lin Qinghuang cast a sidelong glance at Xie Weilou. Did you not sleep well last night? With such indulgence, you must have rested soundly. Xie Weilou chuckled, indeed. A look of disdain crossed Lin Qinghuang's face. She was disinclined to continue the conversation and proceeded to walk outside. Outside the hall, a constable led a snow-stepping spirit horse. Lin Qinghuang mounted her horse, preparing to depart. Wait. Xie Weilou hastily followed. What is it? Lin Qinghuang turned to him. Xie Weilou, at a loss for words, replied. Aren't you taking me along? Lin Qinghuang glanced at the nearby constable. Bring another spirit steed. Xie Weilou waved his hand dismissively. No need. I wouldn't dare ride this creature alone. What if I fall and meet my demise? I shall ride with Qinghuang on one horse. Absolutely not. Lin Qinghuang interjected immediately. I understand. When a woman says no, she means yes. Xie Weilou stepped forward and effortlessly mounted the horse. You. Lin Qinghuang paused, her expression faltering, and snapped. Keep your hands to yourself. Understood. Do you take me for a shameless scoundrel? Xie Weilou replied, utterly unfazed. Umph. Lin Qinghuang huffed coldly, lightly flicking the reins. The snow steed spread its wings and soared into the sky. Xie Weilou leaned backward, nearly toppling off, but quickly reached out to clasp Lin Qinghuang's waist. The sensation warm and soft. Xie Weilou let go. Lin Qinghuang trembled and urged him. I'm afraid you'll fall. I must hold you to protect you. You should be grateful, he retorted shamelessly. You incorrigible rogue. Lin Qinghuang exclaimed, exasperated, truly tempted to throw him off. She had never encountered a man so brazenly shameless. Feeling a bit tired, let me lean against you. Xie Weilou audaciously pressed his face against her back. Lin Qinghuang gritted her teeth, stifling her fury as the snow steed surged into the heavens. Is this what it has come to? The heir, our exemplar. The constable below remarked, his eyes reflecting admiration. Only Xie Weilou would dare to embrace Commander Lin's waist and seek closeness in such a manner. Chapter 76. I am yet to awaken. Artificial respiration in the city. Within an ancient residence, Xie Weilou lay upon a bed, his expression somewhat numb. Having lost an arm, he had become a mere shell of his former self. All of this was the doing of Xie Weilou, and he yearned to rend him limb from limb, believing such an act could alleviate his pent-up resentment. He initially thought that Xie Wushang would surely eliminate Xie Weilou during their expedition to the Snow Wolf Valley. To his dismay, Xie Wushang perished there, while Xie Weilou remained unscathed, which only fueled his fury further. Why is that beast still alive? Xie Weilou seethed, his gaze venomous. Rest assured, he shall soon meet his end, a dispassionate voice echoed as Xie Zhongshuan entered. Xie Weilou sat up abruptly, exclaiming, Father, are you planning to take action against Xie Weilou? A cold glint flickered in Xie Zhongshuan's eyes. That wretched scoundrel must die. According to my information, he has already departed from Tianqi City. This time, I shall ensure he never returns. Xie Wuji's face radiated excitement. It is a pity that I cannot personally crush him. Xie Zhongshuan gently patted Xie Wuji's shoulder, his expression grave as he replied, Though you have lost an arm, do not succumb to despair. I will seek out some valuable resources for you. With diligent practice, you may yet rise in cultivation and perhaps even regain your lost limb in the future. Currently, you are my only son. If Xie Weilou were to perish, you would become the heir of the Jinshi Marquis. Of course, his words were meant as consolation. Xie Weilou possessed mediocre talent and character, rendering him somewhat ineffectual. Yet, with effort, he could enhance his abilities. Whether he could restore his arm would depend on fate. The world is replete with celestial materials and earthly treasures, some of which can facilitate the regeneration of lost limbs, but such treasures were beyond Xie Zhongshuan's reach. Son, Xie Weilou felt a spark of determination and earnestly replied, Rest assured, Father, I will not give in to despair. Indeed, that is more like it. Xie Zhongshuan nodded with a smile, though a trace of contemplation flickered in his eyes. It seemed he must take a concubine. Placing all hope on Xie Weilou was a tad misguided. An hour later, 50 miles from the enigmatic Yin city, in a vast plain, numerous tents had been erected, housing an army of 3,000. The snow steed galloped forth. Xie Weilou dismount. Lin Qinghuang glanced at her waist, then spoke up, but Xie Weilou's arms remained tightly wrapped around her, his face pressed against her back. While the closeness provided warmth, it left her feeling quite uncomfortable. The harsh winds and snow had been shielded by her, while Xie Weilou lay at ease, further aggravating her discomfort. Xie Weilou appeared oblivious to her words. Lin Qinghuang swiftly extended her hand and forcefully pried his grip away. Bang! Xie Weilou fell from the horse, his eyes tightly shut. Still unconscious, Lin Qinghuang dismounted and stared at him, momentarily stunned before bending down to check for his breath, but found none. Xie Weilou. Sensing something was amiss, Lin Qinghuang called out, shaking his body. Xie Weilou's eyes flew open, and gazing at Lin Qinghuang's delicate features, he wearily murmured, Qinghuang, I am not awake yet. Quickly, give me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Go to hell. Lin Qinghuang, infuriated, released her grip and kicked his shoulder. Xie Weilou chuckled and sprang to his feet, the weariness vanishing as if it had never existed. Who are you? At that moment, a group of soldiers approached, surrounding Xie Weilou and Lin Xinguang. Lin Xinguang produced a token, stating coolly, I am Lin Xinguang, deputy commander of the Tianqi division, seeking an audience with General Qiyu. One of the soldiers examined her token, then extended his hand, prompting the others to sheath their weapons. In that case, please wait a moment while I report, he said solemnly before hastening away. Xie Weilou looked at Lin Xinguang and smiled, a clever plan. He had already surmised her purpose for coming here. The woman likely suspects that Tianqi City harbors some issues. Should the Lord of Tianqi City engage in nefarious deeds, it would indeed complicate matters, especially since he commands the city's military forces. Thus, her visit to this military camp is presumably to seek assistance. Xie Weilou glanced around and noticed a banner, the Red Wind Army. He had some recollection of this formidable force, which had previously collaborated with the Jinshi army in campaigns against the Western Chu. However, subsequent conflicts had led to a rift between the Red Wind Army and the Jinshi army. Before long, a young man clad in blue armor with a delicate demeanor approached. Upon seeing Lin Xinguang, a gleam appeared in his eyes as he smiled. Xinguang, it has been a long time. Lin Xinguang nodded slightly. It has been 3 years. This individual was Qi Han, the son of Qiyu and a young general of the Red Wind Army. The Lin family shared a bond with Qiyu, as Lin Xinguang's father and Qiyu were good brothers. With a beaming smile, Qi Han's gaze shifted to Xie Weilou, where a hint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. He then turned back to Lin Xinguang, saying, Xinguang, my father is currently away. If you have matters to discuss, you may share them with me. Lin Xinguang wasted no time and stated plainly, I wish to travel to Tianqi City, but I encounter some difficulties and seek the aid of the Red Wind Army. Upon hearing this, Qi Han nodded with a smile. Since you have spoken, my father will surely not refuse. Please, follow me to the tent to rest. He will return shortly, within half an hour at most. Very well. Lin Xinguang replied with a gentle nod. Inside the tent, exquisite food and wine were already prepared. Lin Xinguang and Xie Weilou exchanged glances, revealing no sign of discontent as they took their seats. Xinguang, it has been many years since we last met. Allow me to toast to you. Qi Han raised his cup towards Lin Xinguang. Lin Xinguang poured herself a glass and downed it in one go. So bold. Qi Han laughed heartily, consuming his drink in a single gulp. He then turned to Xie Weilou, pouring another glass. I have long heard of young Master Xie's esteemed name. I toast to you as well. Cheers. Xie Weilou smiled as he lifted his cup and drank it down. Seeing this, Qi Han's smile grew even broader. Let us continue to drink. Xie Weilou picked up the wine jug and poured another glass for both Lin Xinguang and himself. After 3 rounds, Xie Weilou's cup slipped from his hand, shattering on the ground as he gently rubbed his forehead. Such strong liquor. With that, he leaned over the table. Lin Xinguang scrutinized her cup, her brow furrowing as she massaged her temples before looking at Qi Han. This wine is suspicious. I suspect it has been tampered with. Qi Han, still beaming, continued to drink. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in black armor, with a sword at his waist, entered, accompanied by a dozen soldiers. He looked calmly at Lin Xinguang and Xie Weilou, stating, the spirit dispersal elixir can cause your spiritual energy to dissipate in a short time. Boom. Meanwhile, numerous soldiers surrounded the tent. Chapter 77. This wine is strong. Let us drink another cup. Lin Xinguang regarded the middle-aged man with a complex expression. Uncle Qiyu. Why must it come to this? The man before her was Qiyu, the leader of the Red Wind Army, possessing cultivation at the late stage of the expansion realm. In this world, why must there always be reasons behind every action? If one were to seek a reason, the only one that comes to mind is profit. When the allure of gain becomes sufficiently substantial, familial ties and friendships can scarcely withstand the test. Xie gazed calmly at Lin Xinguang. There were those who wished for Lin Xinguang and Xie Weilou to perish, and they had offered him an irresistible incentive. I hope you will not come to regret this. Lin Xinguang sighed. Xie shook his head, stating, making a decision is a rather simple affair. The true challenge lies in confronting the consequences. However, in the current situation, your demise is the most favorable outcome. With his formidable strength, he felt no doubt about his ability to eliminate Lin Xinguang. Yet, to ensure caution, he prepared the spirit dissolution powder, and outside, the 3,000 Red Wind troops awaited. He did not believe that, under such circumstances, Lin Xinguang could cause any significant upheaval. Rising to his feet, Akahane scrutinized Lin Qinghuang, a glimmer of avarice flickering in his eyes. Father, the spirit dissolution powder requires 3 hours to lose its efficacy. Why not entrust Lin Qinghuang to me for the time being? I have always held a fondness for her. Preposterous. Akahane arched an eyebrow, displaying his displeasure. With a broad smile, Akahane reassured, Fear not, father, I assure you, I will not falter in my duty. After a brief moment of silence, Akahane replied coldly, This shall not become a precedent. With that, he turned to exit the tent. Greedily, Akahane approached Lin Qinghuang. Just as he drew near, a beam of azure light shot forth from Lin Qinghuang's hand. Before he could react, the light pierced his throat, and blood gushed forth. You! Akahane's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his neck, staring at Lin Qinghuang with horror. Clearly, he had not anticipated that she would strike in such a moment. Akahane swiftly extended his hand, sealing the wound on Akahane's neck with a surge of power, halting the flow of blood and preserving his breath. As a fellow cultivator, Akahane was shielded by his spiritual energy and would not perish immediately. Akahane's gaze turned frigid as he fixed his eyes on Lin Qinghuang. Your spiritual energy remains intact. Holding the Tianqi sword, Lin Qinghuang replied with an indifferent demeanor, When venturing outside, one must remain vigilant. Akahane had already prepared fine wine and delicacies, even setting out cups for her and Xie Weilou in advance. How could she not be on guard? With a swift motion, Akahane drew his sword, pointing it at Lin Qinghuang, his aura erupting in full force. Ah, Lin Qinghuang, indeed you are cautious, but today you must die? Is that so? Lin Qinghuang's figure flickered as she dashed out of the tent, unconcerned for Xie Weilou. If she could perceive the danger, how could he remain oblivious? Can you escape? Akahane's voice was icy as he pursued her, vowing that if Lin Qinghuang survived today, he would encounter immense trouble. Inside the tent, Akahane clutched his neck, his voice hoarse as he demanded, What are you waiting for? Go and kill Xie Weilou. Once the soldiers within the tent regained their senses, they promptly armed themselves and advanced towards Xie Weilou. He awoke at the opportune moment, lifting a cup of wine and cheerfully declaring, This wine is quite potent. I can certainly manage another glass. How is this possible? You are not poisoned? Akahane's countenance darkened ominously upon witnessing Xie Weilou's awakening. The scatter spirit powder can render individuals powerless in an instant. For the untrained, it induces a deep stupor. While it is understandable that Lin Qinghuang, with her formidable strength, can resist its effects, one must question why Xie Weilou, a mere waste, is exempt. It seems you have forgotten to apply the poison. Xie Weilou, with a broad smile, gazes at Qi Han as though he were a corpse. Kill him. Qi Han commands, his voice laced with fury. Kill. The soldiers spring into action, their weapons descending upon Xie Weilou. However, just as the blades are about to strike, an unseen force halts them midair. Xie Weilou chuckles. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals meet their demise. With a gentle squeeze of his wine glass, an annihilating power erupts, obliterating the soldiers into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Qi Han, witnessing this, is momentarily taken aback, a realization dawning upon him that Xie Weilou possesses cultivation, a fact previously overlooked. Lifting his wine glass, Xie Weilou consumes its contents in one gulp, a warm smile gracing his face as he turns to Qi Han. Now, it is your turn. With a casual flick of his wrist, the glass hurtles towards Qi Han. With a resounding thud, the glass strikes Qi Han's forehead, creating a gaping hole from which blood spurts forth. The glass then detonates within Qi Han's skull, sending shards flying as his head becomes a grotesque mess beyond salvation. Qi Han collapses to the ground, face contorted in agony, devoid of breath. Xie Weilou nonchalantly drags Qi Han's lifeless body towards the tent entrance. Outside the tent, Lin Qinghuang is engaged in a fierce battle with Qi Yu, wielding the Tianqi sword with a frost-like sword aura, exuding an overwhelming presence. Qi Yu, a late-stage cultivator of the expansion realm, proves to be no match for Lin Qinghuang. In just moments, he suffers a grievous wound, a deep gash on his abdomen. Blood pouring forth. The 3,000 troops surrounding them remain vigilant, ready to strike at the slightest opportunity. With a powerful swing, Lin Qinghuang sends Qi Yu staggering back several meters. Regaining his balance, Qi Yu's expression darkens. To possess such strength at the mid-stage of the expansion realm, you are far more formidable than I anticipated. Words are futile. Today, you shall perish, Lin Qinghuang replies coldly. Qi Yu, filled with rage, retorts with a mocking laugh. Kill me? You are not worthy, but do feel free to try. A glint of cold light flickers in Lin Qinghuang's eyes. Form the 3,000 gathering spirit formation. Qi Yu commands, and the 3,000 troops swiftly arrange themselves into a grand formation. Stepping into the center, Qi Yu channels his sword technique, his aura surging as he ascends from the mid-stage to the pinnacle of the expansion realm. This time, let us see how high you can rise, Qi Yu sneers, gripping his sword tightly. While Lin Qinghuang's power exceeds his expectations, he believes that channeling the strength of 3,000 will render him invincible. Suddenly, Xie Weilou tosses Qi Han's corpse before Qi Yu. Upon seeing the lifeless body, Qi Yu freezes, grief etched upon his features. Honor. Xie Weilou, with a grin, remarks, "My apologies, I accidentally killed this fool just now." Qi Yu's gaze turns bloodthirsty as he fixates on Xie Weilou. "You beast, I shall see you flayed alive." Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow and, in an instant, appeared before Qi Yu, seizing him by the neck and forcefully slamming him down. Bang! Qi Yu, without a shred of resistance, was smashed into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Chapter 78. Ignorant of death? Not a single one left. Xie Weilou descended swiftly, placing a foot upon Qi Yu's head, his tone devoid of emotion as he proclaimed, "You dare to threaten this young lord with 1,000 cuts? Do you truly believe your current peak strength in the Takuji realm is sufficient? How could you?" Qi Yu's expression was one of bewilderment, disbelief flickering in his eyes. At this moment, he had reached the pinnacle of the Takuji realm, yet he could not even perceive how Xie Weilou had made his move. Who claimed that Xie Weilou was a mere waste of talent? Who had spread such rumors? To so effortlessly place him beneath his foot, was that what one called lacking in cultivation? There was not a hint of emotion in Xie Weilou's eyes as he pressed down. With a pop, Qi Yu's head exploded, leaving behind a decapitated corpse. Lifeless and mangled, peak Takuji realm? In the presence of Xie Weilou, they were but ants, easily crushed underfoot. This fellow has grown even stronger, Lin Qinghuang mused silently, perplexed by the extent of his power. With Qi Yu's demise, the 3,000 Red Wind troops trembled, blood gushing from their mouths, as they suffered a tremendous backlash. Xie Weilou surveyed the surroundings and calmly declared, "Eliminate them all." Lin Qinghuang gripped her Tianqi sword, her entire being radiating murderous intent. With the troublesome Qi Yu dealt with, the 3,000 Red Wind troops posed no significant threat. Boom! Without hesitation, the two sprang into action. A chorus of anguish screams erupted as soldiers fell lifeless to the ground, blood splattering and staining the icy earth. They had obeyed Qi Yu's orders to strike at Lin Qinghuang, thus their fate was sealed. In less than half an hour, all 3,000 Red Wind troops lay on the ground, their cold bodies and crimson blood soaking the icy expanse. Lin Qinghuang produced a cloth, delicately wiping the blood from her Tianqi sword, her expression remarkably calm. Xie Weilou stood nearby, observing her. "Qinghuang, your methods are truly brutal. I never expected you to eliminate all 3,000 of them. You are indeed ruthless." Lin Qinghuang sheathed her sword and turned her gaze towards Xie Weilou. "Most of them were slain by you." Xie Weilou sighed. "This young lord possesses not a trace of cultivation. How could I have killed these 3,000? All of this is your doing." "Huh?" Lin Qinghuang replied, exasperated, as she approached her snow-stepping steed, contemplating whether this journey had been a wise choice. Xie Weilou chuckled and followed. Lin Qinghuang remarked, "We should have searched Qi Yu's soul just now." Xie Weilou smiled lightly. "There is no need. Who wishes to kill us is easily deduced with but a flick of the toe. There are only a handful." Lin Qinghuang mounted her horse, pondering. The Red Wind troops once collaborated with the West Town troops. Qi Yu had dealings with Xie Songshuan. His actions may well indicate your second uncle's involvement, though there are certainly others at play. Regardless, they shall all be dealt with in due time. Xie Weilou replied nonchalantly. The moment Xie Songshuan dispatched his agents was the moment he sealed their fate. Select an auspicious day, and when the time comes, simply send the other on their way. Lin Qinghuang deftly wielded the reins, guiding her snow steed toward the horizon. Xie Weilou's figure flickered, and he promptly leapt onto the horse's back. He extended his hand, skillfully encircling Lin Qinghuang's waist, and inquired, "Qinghuang, do you intend to leave me behind and flee alone?" Lin Qinghuang responded, "In 1 hour, at Tianqi City, in a guest house on the 3rd floor. Greetings, Commander Lin." Zhang Long bowed to Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang asked, "What is the situation?" Zhang Long, his expression grave, replied, "From my investigations, Tianqi City is also involved in matters of spirit bone transplantation. The young master of Tianqi City, who previously had no spirit bone, suddenly acquired one 3 months ago. Moreover, several young individuals who entered the Tianqi temple have inexplicably vanished. He continued, half an hour ago, a woman approached us, claiming her daughter had entered the Tianqi temple over a year ago, but she has since gone missing. She wishes to file a report. Where is she? Lin Qinghuang inquired. Still at the guest house. I have instructed her to come here, Zhang Long said as he swiftly exited. Before long, Zhang Long returned, escorting a beautiful woman whose eyes betrayed profound sorrow, appearing lost in despair. Zhang Long promptly introduced, "This is Commander Lin." The woman, regaining her composure, quickly bowed to Lin Qinghuang. "I am Chen Meiyu, honored to meet you." Lin Qinghuang regarded Chen Meiyu with a calm demeanor. "You wish to file a report?" With tears brimming in her eyes, Chen Meiyu immediately knelt. "Your Excellency, my daughter entered the Tianqi temple a year ago, promising to return in 3 months. Yet now she is missing. I have sought out the Tianqi temple, but they barred my entry." Lin Qinghuang asked, "Have you approached the city lord's manor?" Chen Meiyu's expression turned to one of fury. "The individuals from the city lord's manor are utterly vile. I have approached them. Yet their young lord insisted I become his concubine. I am truly at my wit's end." Just as Lin Qinghuang was about to respond, a constable entered hastily. "Commander Lin, the young lord of Tianqi City is bringing a group into the guest house, seemingly in pursuit of Chen Meiyu." Chen Meiyu's face turned pale with panic. "Please, do not hand me over." Having previously rejected the young lord of Tianqi City, she knew he was furious. Had she not fled swiftly, she would have already fallen into his clutches. Lin Qinghuang assured her, "As long as I am here, no one can harm you." "Where is Chen Meiyu? Come forth at once." A mocking voice echoed from outside. A young man clad in a gray robe, wielding a folding fan, approached with a retinue of guards. The constables drew their swords, positioning themselves defiantly at the entrance. Lin Qinghuang turned to Xie Weilou, who smiled nonchalantly and stepped outside. "What is all this commotion?" Xie Weilou inquired, peering ahead. The young man scrutinized Xie Weilou, his expression dripping with disdain. "I am Qi Feng, the young lord of Tianqi City. Are you the leader of these constables?" Xie Weilou remained expressionless, gazing at Qi Feng. "What do you want?" Qi Feng toyed with his fan, a smirk playing upon his lips. "Chen Meiyu is mine. Bring her out at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Xie Weilou spoke indifferently. "Do you know that you are currently facing the Tianquan division?" Qi Feng scoffed. "The Tianquan division? This is Tianqi City." Implicit in his words was the assertion that here, the Tianquan division held no sway. "What arrogance," Xie Weilou remarked coolly. Annoyed, Qi Feng waved his hand dismissively. "I have no interest in wasting time with you. If you wish to avoid death, hand over Chen Meiyu at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With a sudden motion, Xie Weilou delivered a powerful kick, sending Qi Feng plummeting from the 3rd floor. Qi Feng executed a swift somersault, regaining his balance while gripping his folding fan tightly. His expression filled with murderous intent as he glared at Xie Weilou. "You dare to strike at me, an unknowing fool? Today, no matter who you are, you shall perish." With a thunderous roar, the guards he had brought forth drew their weapons, their murderous aura directed at Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou, with a serene expression, waved his hand, commanding, "Leave none alive." Zhang Long and the others wasted no time, unsheathing their long blades and immediately launching an assault on the guards. Within the inn, piercing screams echoed through the air. Qi Feng's guards, faced with Zhang Long and his companions, were utterly inadequate, akin to cabbages, easily sliced apart. Moments later, all the guards lay vanquished on the ground. "Damn it!" Qi Feng stood pale and shaken, unable to comprehend the incompetence of his guards. Nor did he expect the Tianquan division's members would truly act against him. This was Tianqi City, his territory. Did they truly wish for their demise? "Now it's your turn." Zhang Long descended, his bloodied blade gleaming, his gaze fierce as it fixed upon Qi Feng. "Do you think I fear you?" Qi Feng bellowed, launching a fist toward Zhang Long, unleashing the power of the early Xianwang realm. Zhang Long merely smiled coldly, refraining from drawing his weapon, instead countering with a devastating punch. Within the Tianquan division, his strength was not particularly weak, yet it was not overwhelming either, merely at the peak of the Xianwang realm. However, dealing with a novice in the early Xianwang realm posed no challenge whatsoever. The collision of their fists produced a thunderous sound. "Ah!" Qi Feng screamed as he was sent flying, one of his arms obliterated into a mist of blood. With a thud, Qi Feng crashed to the ground, dragging a bloody trail behind him. In agony, he writhed on the floor, struggling to rise. Zhang Long glared coldly at Qi Feng, his long blade shimmering ominously. Qi Feng, his face contorted in malice, spat out resentfully, "I am the young lord of Tianqi City. If you dare to kill me, my father will have you skinned alive." "Is that so?" Xie Weilou descended calmly, extending his hand. Understanding Xie Weilou's intent, Zhang Long handed over the long blade. Xie Weilou, expressionless, regarded Qi Feng coldly. "A mere young lord's son dares to provoke the Tianquan division? You shall be punished." He pressed the blade against Qi Feng's throat. Qi Feng trembled, sensing the imminent threat of death, and exclaimed in panic, "No, you cannot kill me." With a swift motion, Xie Weilou showed no interest in engaging in further dialogue with such a trivial figure, bringing the blade down decisively. No. In an instant, Qi Feng's neck was severed, his head rolling away as blood gushed forth, marking the end of his life. Resolute, Zhang Long sighed inwardly, reflecting on the decisive nature of young Master Xie's actions. When it comes to the juxtaposition of debauchery and ruthlessness, young Master Xie is the true progenitor. What is a mere oddity in comparison? You think you cannot be slain? Do you presume yourself to be the sovereign of heaven? Clear the scene. Xie Weilou handed a long blade to Zhang Long, who accepted it and waved it gently. The officers immediately began to remove the corpse and clean the bloodstains from the ground. Inside the inn, the innkeeper and his servant were pale-faced, terrified by the unfolding scene. With the officers present, the patrons dared not enter. Lin Qinghuang descended from the upper floor, presenting several banknotes to the innkeeper. "Do not worry about today's events. Some items were damaged, and this is compensation." The innkeeper glanced at the notes, hastily responding, "This is far too much. These officials hail from Tianqi City, and their status is exceedingly significant. How could I dare accept such a sum, especially when they are bold enough to execute even the son of the city lord?" Lin Qinghuang placed the banknotes before him without further comment. After a while, the inn was restored to order, the stench of blood having been eradicated. Lin Qinghuang gestured to the city lord's residence. The innkeeper, upon hearing this, quickly inquired, "Esteemed officials, are you seeking the city lord?" Lin Qinghuang regarded him, awaiting his explanation. The innkeeper elaborated, "For nearly 3 years, the city lord has held a custom of journeying to the Tianqi temple for tea on the 7th day of each month. Today happens to be the 7th, so he is likely not at the city lord's residence." "Thank you." Lin Qinghuang nodded gently, leading the group out of the inn. The city lord's monthly visits to the Tianqi temple suggest a collusion with it. It is no wonder that news from this place has been scarce, suppressed, and silenced. On the street, Lin Qinghuang addressed Zhang Long. "Go to the city lord's residence and ascertain the number of soldiers present. The city lord commands 5,000 soldiers. I wonder if they are all at Tianqi Mountain. With 5,000 soldiers, should Xie Weilou and I take action, we could execute a massacre akin to our prior slaughter of the Qifeng army. However, excessive bloodshed is inadvisable. Let us hope that the 5,000 soldiers have not all been taken by the city lord. Otherwise, a significant bloodbath may ensue." To the north of the city, within a 10-mile radius, lies a mountain known as Tianqi Mountain, the site of the Tianqi temple. At the foot of the mountain, over 800 soldiers had gathered, blocking the path to prevent outsiders from entering. In a concealed area at the base of the mountain, Xie Weilou and his companions were intently observing the distance. Shortly after, Zhang Long arrived silently. He respectfully reported to Lin Qinghuang. Reporting to Captain Lin, there are still 4,000 soldiers at the city lord's residence, while the city lord has brought only 1,000 soldiers. Lin Qinghuang pondered, that is rather fortunate. With 1,000 soldiers below and approximately 800 present, there may be only 200 above. If there are wise individuals among them, some may survive the slaughter. However, if wisdom is absent, then they shall all be eliminated. Just then, a white dove flew toward Lin Qinghuang's shoulder. She extended her hand and retrieved a note from the dove's leg. After reading it, her brow furrowed, and she handed the note to Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou took the note and glanced at it. It was a secret message from the Tianquan division. The content indicated that the pacification envoy had been obstructed by a formidable opponent and would not be able to arrive in the immediate future. "Xie Weilou, what do you think we should do next?" Lin Qinghuang inquired. With the pacification envoy hindered by a powerful adversary, it would be difficult for him to reach them anytime soon. According to Lan Jiaoxi's recollections, there were 6 peak elders of the Tuajiang realm and a mysterious hall master within the Tianqi hall. That hall master had already entered the late stage of the Daocang realm. Furthermore, there was no assurance that there were not other enigmatic strong individuals within the Tianqi hall unknown even to Lan Jiaoxi. given her current strength. Venturing to Tianqi Hall would yield no advantage. At this moment, they could only rely on Xie Weilou. His unfathomable prowess rendered even peak Taojiang realm cultivators insignificant before him. He had likely stepped into the Daocang realm. Xie Weilou smiled and said, "Then let us proceed to investigate." The black demonic hand they had obtained previously was exceptional, and he wondered if this occasion might allow them to test its power. Lin Xinguang nodded gently and addressed Zhang Long and the others. "You will remain here. If any unusual situation arises, I will signal you." "Understood." Zhang Long and the others responded with solemn expressions. Lin Xinguang and Xie Weilou made their way toward a dense forest. After a brief while, they arrived at a cliff on Tianqi Mountain. Xie Weilou donned a mask and summoned the Zonghua sword. "Let us go." In an instant, their figures flickered and they ascended swiftly. Chapter 80. Refusal to cooperate is punishable by death. Inside the Qin Mountain Hall, a grand chamber was occupied by two figures. "Qin, as per our agreement from 3 years ago, I have completed the implantation of spiritual bones for the 200 soldiers under your command. This matter is now concluded," said a middle-aged man cloaked in black, addressing a man in brocade opposite him. The black-cloaked man was the hall master of Tianqi Hall, possessing late-stage Daocang cultivation, while the brocade-clad man was the lord of Qin City, at the late stage of Taojiang. The lord of Qin City replied with a smile and clasped his fists. "Thank you, hall master." Over the past 3 years, he had witnessed a continuous emergence of cultivators among his ranks, all thanks to the spiritual bone implantation provided by Tianqi Hall. Those soldiers who received the implants became his personal troops. With 200 cultivators at his command, he held a significant advantage over ordinary soldiers. If trained properly, they could easily crush even a 1,000-man army, making them his greatest asset in the future. The hall master of Tianqi remarked, "The individual from Tianqi City has relayed a message regarding the need to deal with 2 individuals from the Tianquan division. Resolving 2 minor nuisances posed no challenge for him. His concern lay with the potential emergence of strong individuals from the Tianquan division. However, the strategist from Tianqi City had likely considered all possibilities." The lord of Qin City chuckled, "Rest assured, one mid-stage Taojiang cultivator, Lin Xinguang, and a useless heir can be easily subdued. There is no need for the hall master to intervene. I shall handle it myself." "Very well." The hall master of Tianqi smiled lightly, not overly concerned about the matter. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the hall. The hall master of Tianqi remarked indifferently, "The minor nuisance has arrived. It has been some time since I last fought. Let me go out and test my skills." The lord of Qin City rose and strode toward the hall's entrance. Outside, in a vast plaza, 200 soldiers surrounded Xie Weilou and Lin Xinguang, all of whom were cultivators, with the lowest being at the Xinhuang realm, and among them, there were even 10 at the Chain's realm. Not far off, numerous members of the Tianqi palace watched with amused expressions, enjoying the spectacle without intervening. Lin Xinguang produced a token, her demeanor indifferent as she declared, "The Tianquan division is investigating. Those who do not wish to perish should step aside." "What is the Tianquan division to us? This is Tianqi Palace," sneered a mid-level commander of the Chain's realm, wielding a long blade, his smile malevolent, utterly dismissive of Lin Xinguang. "Indeed, this is Tianqi Palace. Even if you are a dragon, you must coil here." The other soldiers laughed derisively, brimming with confidence after having undergone the spirit bone transplantation, transforming from ordinary individuals into cultivators. Today, not only the people of the Tianquan division, but even the deity himself would have to yield, unfazed by their arrogance. A murderous intent flickered in Lin Xinguang's eyes as she deftly unsheathed the Tianya sword. "Eliminate them." The commander of the Chain's realm responded coldly, drawing his long knife and charging at Lin Xinguang, his blade slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. Clang! Lin Xinguang unsheathed her sword. A surge of azure sword energy manifested, severing the commander's long knife as the icy blade swept across his neck. With a sickening thud, the commander's head flew into the air, blood gushing forth, leaving behind a headless corpse. The surrounding soldiers were poised to strike, but upon witnessing this scene, their hearts sank. Terror etched across their faces. This commander was already among the strongest in the mid-level Chain's realm, yet he had been slain in a single stroke. Lin Xinguang tightened her grip on the Tianya sword, her murderous intent surging as she prepared to strike again. "Arrogance!" The lord of Qin City rushed forward, his expression darkening upon seeing his subordinate slain. He unleashed a palm strike towards Lin Xinguang, Fuming with anger at the loss of resources spent nurturing the commander, he resolved to eliminate this woman and seize her spirit bone to recoup his losses. Whoosh! Lin Qinghuang slashed her sword, unleashing a wave of azure sword energy that clashed with the Lord of Qin City's palm strike. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the palm strike was dispersed by her sword, the overwhelming force propelling him back 10 meters, regaining his balance at a distance of 10 meters. The Lord of Qin City examined his hand, noting a split in his palm and a deep gash on his arm, leaving him alarmed. According to his intelligence, Lin Qinghuang was merely at the mid-level of the Tuajiang realm. He had not anticipated such terrifying power that even he, at the late Tuajiang realm, had suffered a significant setback. Lin Qinghuang's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on the Lord of Qin City. Lord of Qin City, you participated in the spirit bone transplantation of Tianqi Palace and have refused to cooperate with the Tianquan Division's investigation. Your crime is punishable by death. Do you dare to attempt to kill this lord? Let us see if you possess the strength to do so. The Lord of Qin City drew a long halberd from his storage bag with a swift motion, advancing towards Lin Qinghuang with a fierce strike imbued with violent force. Lin Qinghuang gripped the Tianya sword tightly, ready to counterattack. Boom! The long spear and the great sword clashed violently, causing the ground to shatter and stones to scatter as a formidable force swept in all directions. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as the spear of the Lord of Qin was severed by a single stroke of the sword, with the sword's energy striking his chest. Boom! The Lord of Qin was hurled backward, a grotesque gash appearing on his chest, blood gushing forth. Lin Qinghuang's figure flickered, and she materialized before the Lord of Qin, aiming a lethal strike at his head. This is bad, the Lord of Qin thought, having just regained his balance. Upon seeing Lin Qinghuang wielding her sword, his pupils constricted. There was no way to evade this blow. Take action. The Lord of Tianqi observed, slowly speaking. It seemed the Lord of Qin was unreliable, and assistance from the Tianqi Hall was necessary. An elderly man with flowing white hair moved, instantly appearing before Lin Qinghuang. He struck out with a palm, unleashing a terrifying force. This was an elder of the Tianqi Hall, a peak existence of the Tuajiang realm. Lin Qinghuang immediately raised her sword to defend. Bang! The palm struck the Tianya sword, the overwhelming power propelling Lin Qinghuang back several meters. The Lord of Qin sighed in relief, turning to the Lord of Tianqi and clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Hall Master. The Lord of Tianqi replied with a calm expression. The Lord of Qin sneered at Lin Qinghuang. You do possess some strength, but alas, you are destined to die today. Lin Qinghuang remained silent. Die? The white-haired elder lunged at Lin Qinghuang again, delivering a palm strike that made the air tremble, the wind howling with immense force. Lin Qinghuang, gripping the Tianya sword, did not flinch. Whoosh! Just as the elder's palm was about to connect with Lin Qinghuang, Xie Weilou casually waved his hand, sending the Zonghua sword hurtling toward the elder. The sword, still sheathed, exuded formidable might, shattering the elder's palm strike. Boom! The elder extended his hands to block the incoming Zonghua sword, the powerful force pushing him backward. Xie Weilou stepped forward, instantly appearing before the elder, grasping the sword's hilt. Clang! The Zonghua sword was drawn, its black blade gleaming ominously, swiftly grazing the elder's neck. Chapter 81. To kill you is no challenge. Whoosh! Xie Weilou reappeared behind the elder, the Zonghua sword glinting with a cold light as blood dripped down. The elder paused, a look of confusion dawning in his eyes. Xie Weilou extended his hand, the sword sheath flying into his grasp. Thud! A grotesque gash appeared on the elder's neck, his head soaring high, blood gushing forth, leaving behind a headless corpse. With a single stroke, he had slain a peak Tuajiang realm warrior. A profound silence enveloped the scene as everyone stared in disbelief at Xie Weilou. A peak Tuajiang realm cultivator had been mercilessly dispatched with but one sword stroke. Xie Weilou turned his gaze towards the Lord of Qin, indifferently stating, "To kill you is no challenge." The Lord of Qin's heart sank, his face tightening as he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Logically, with the schemes of that individual from Tianqi City, the experts of Tianquan Division should have been thwarted. Why is there still one here? To slay a peak Tuajiang realm warrior with a single stroke. Could it be that you are a Daozong realm expert? Xie Weilou offered no further words, his gaze towards the Lord of Qin, as if he were merely observing a corpse, seeking death. As the Lord of the Heavenly Shadow Temple regained his composure, A fierce anger overtook him. With a powerful wave of his hand, 5 elders from the temple, all at the pinnacle of their cultivation, surged forth from various directions, encircling Xie Weilou. Die. The Lord's gaze was malevolent, his aura from the late stage of the Dao concealment realm erupting as he summoned a blood-red long sword, charging towards Xie Weilou in an instant. The sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy and a spray of crimson light. Exuding an aura of overwhelming ferocity, Xie Weilou did not evade. Instead, he wielded his buried flower sword, its dark blade shimmering in response. With a thunderous clash, the buried flower sword met the blood-red sword, sending sparks flying as powerful sword energies collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that scarred the ground and shattered nearby structures. Die. The Lord's murderous intent intensified as he exerted greater force, launching another strike with the blood-red sword, which crashed against the buried flower sword, sending Xie Weilou and his weapon staggering back 20 meters. Kill. The Lord of the Heavenly Shadow Temple moved with blinding speed, appearing before Xie Weilou, sword raised to decapitate him. The sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave, impossibly domineering. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Xie Weilou's figure vanished. What? The Lord's expression darkened. Shadow kill. Xie Weilou's chilling voice echoed as he lunged at the 5 pinnacle elders, his form ghostly, leaving behind 5 afterimages that whizzed past them in an instant. A chorus of blood-curdling screams erupted. The 5 elders trembled, grotesque gashes appearing on their necks, blood gushing forth as their heads soared into the air, transforming them into headless corpses. As cultivators at the pinnacle of their realm, they were formidable. However, before Xie Weilou, they were merely fodder to be crushed. Beasts. The Lord's fury escalated upon witnessing the annihilation of the 6 elders. Cultivating a single pinnacle elder demanded immense resources. And within the entirety of the Heavenly Shadow Temple, only 7 such figures existed. With 1 lost in Tianqi City and now 6 more gone, the loss was catastrophic. I shall ensure you are ground to dust. With a thunderous roar, the Lord executed his sword techniques, launching a furious assault towards Xie Weilou. The crimson sword aura erupted, manifesting dozens of sword energies that sealed off the heavens and earth, all converging upon Xie Weilou. Incompetent fool. Xie Weilou taunted, swiftly evading the onslaught of blood-red sword energies. Die. The Lord surged forward in a single leap, his long sword descending with a 1,000-meter wave of sword energy, enveloping the sky in bloodlight. Xie Weilou gripped the buried flower sword tightly, a flicker of crimson light igniting in his eyes as his aura surged uncontrollably. Channeling the celestial restoration technique, he ascended from the early to the mid-stage of the Dao concealment realm in one fell swoop. As the Lord approached, he swung his sword, unleashing 1,000-meter sword energy. With a resounding roar, their sword energies collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that rippled through the atmosphere. Xie Weilou swung his sword once more, directing it at the Lord of the Heavenly Shadow Temple. The Lord, seething with rage, countered with his own strike. The 2 swords met with a resounding clash, sending shockwaves radiating through the surroundings. Crack! In the next moment, the blood-red longsword held by the Lord of the Heavenly Palace was severed. The burial flower sword surged with ferocity, its sword aura erupting violently as it slashed mercilessly towards the Lord's chest. Cursed be it. The Lord's eyes narrowed, and he immediately sought to evade. Whoosh! The sword aura grazed his shoulder, leaving a crimson scar in its wake. Xie Weilou seized the opportunity, his figure flickering into existence before his opponent, executing a horizontal slash with his longsword, a chilling aura radiating from it. The Lord had no time to react and instinctively raised the broken sword to defend himself. Boom! The shattered blade clashed with the burial flower sword, breaking once more, as the sword aura struck the Lord's chest. Ack! The Lord of the Heavenly Palace emitted a wretched scream, a grotesque cut appearing on his chest, the bone cleaved, blood gushing forth. Fortunately, his bones were sufficiently sturdy. Otherwise, that strike would have cleaved him in 2. This fellow is remarkably strong. Lin Xinghuang gazed at Xie Weilou in astonishment. Though aware of his unfathomable power, she hadn't anticipated such overwhelming ferocity, capable of crushing even a late-stage Dao Zong cultivator. Truly monstrous. How has he trained to achieve this? The Lord of the strange City turned pale, panic evident in his eyes. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the Lord of the Heavenly Palace was no match for this man. Should the Lord be slain, he would undoubtedly be next. Xie Weilou's gaze darkened. With a flick of his fingers, the burial flower sword transformed into a streak of black light, shooting forth. Swoosh! The Lord had yet to react when he was pierced through the chest by the sword, blood splattering anew. Xie Weilou stepped forward, appearing before the Lord, his fist clenched, delivering a powerful blow aimed at the Lord's head. Kill! The Lord of the heavenly Palace roared in fury, discarding the broken sword and retaliating with a punch towards Xie Weilou. Bang! Their fists collided, and a deafening explosion rang out. The Lord's arm immediately shattered. Bursting into a mist of blood, his body sent flying 100 meters away. Xie Weilou's fingers twitched, and the burial flower sword transformed into 100 blades, instantly piercing towards the Lord. Once the Lord steadied himself, he conjured a bone shield, raising it before him. The 100 swords rained down upon the shield, sparks flying as numerous cracks appeared upon its surface, unable to withstand for long. With a flick of his sleeve, Xie Weilou consolidated the 100 swords into one, its power increasing 100-fold as the burial flower sword whirled, its sword aura overwhelming. Boom! The bone shield was penetrated, the long sword ruthlessly piercing through the Lord's neck, mingling with a spray of blood. Ack! The Lord of the heavenly Palace shrieked in agony, immediately clutching his severed arm. Xie Weilou acted with utmost decisiveness, lunging towards the Lord and delivering a kick to his head. The Lord's expression turned frantic. He could not evade and instinctively raised his arm in defense. Crack! Xie Weilou's foot struck the Lord's arm, shattering it, the sound of broken bones echoing as tremendous force pummeled his face, leaving it disfigured and bloody, sending him flying 100 meters away. Swiftly, Xie Weilou extended his hand, the burial flower sword soaring into his grasp. He stepped forward, appearing above the head of the Lord of the Heavenly Shade Temple, his longsword descending with the intent to cleave the Lord in twain. Ancestor, save me! The Lord of the Heavenly Shade Temple, his expression filled with dread, emitted a hoarse cry for assistance. Buzz! Within a grand hall, a terrifying aura erupted, sealing off Xie Weilou. Chapter 82. The Ancestor of Heavenly Shade, the Might of the Demonic Phantom? Xie Weilou raised an eyebrow, immediately directing his gaze towards the hall, where an ancient being of formidable power resided. Whoosh! A black chess piece shot forth from within the hall, aiming directly for Xie Weilou's brow. He quickly evaded. The black piece grazed his face, leaving a crack in his mask and causing a lock of hair to fall. Boom! A resounding crash echoed from the hall as dozens of black and white chess pieces surged forth, simultaneously bombarding Xie Weilou, each piece imbued with apocalyptic force. Instead of confronting them head-on, Xie Weilou deftly dodged, the pieces whizzing past him without making contact. Bang! In the next moment, an ancient wooden chessboard erupted from the hall, its accompanying power even more formidable, sealing the heavens and earth as it smashed towards Xie Weilou. With no way to evade it, he could only strike with his sword. Boom! The chessboard was cleaved in two by his blade. Just then, an elderly man clad in gray robes burst forth from the hall, appearing behind the chessboard, his palm striking towards Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou swiftly positioned his longsword before him. The palm strike of the gray-robed elder collided with the sword, unleashing a tremendous force that sent a jolt through Xie Weilou's arm, causing his blood to surge as he was hurled back several meters. Xie Weilou executed a somersault, dissipating some of the force, landing on a stone pillar. A trickle of blood slid down from beneath his mask as he examined his palm, finding a gash in his tiger's mouth, blood flowing freely. Gazing intently at the gray-robed elder, Xie Weilou remarked coldly, "The profound aspect realm. I did not anticipate that the Heavenly Shade Temple concealed a powerful being of this caliber. This has become intriguing." The profound aspect realm. Lin Qinghuang's expression hardened, filled with apprehension. This elder was not present in the memories of Lan Jiaxi, indicating that even an elder of his stature was unaware of this individual's existence. Xie Weilou, capable of easily overpowering late-stage Daocang realm practitioners, now appeared to face considerable pressure against the profound aspect realm. The situation had grown troublesome. The gray-robed elder extended his hand, two chess pieces, one black, one white, floating above his palm. He gazed at Xie Weilou, his tone chilling as he declared, "I am the ancestor of Heavenly Shade." He was of the early profound aspect realm. Before him stood Xie Weilou, whose strength was commendable, capable of slaughtering late-stage Daocang practitioners. Yet no matter how powerful, he remained merely in the Daocang realm. How could he possibly stir significant waves in the presence of a profound aspect cultivator? The chasm between Daocang and profound aspect was vast. To traverse, it was no simple feat. The Lord of the Heavenly Shade Temple displayed a flicker of exhilaration across his face, with the ancestor of Heavenly Shade intervening. This man was doomed, and he could rest easy. Seeing the ancestor's appearance, the Lord of the Heavenly Shade Temple felt a wave of relief, bowing respectfully before retreating. Xie Weilou regarded the ancestor of Heavenly Shade with indifference. The profound aspect realm is indeed formidable, but it does not preclude the possibility of battle. Foolishness. As the ominous figure of Tianqi ancestor raised his hand with a swift motion, 2 chess pieces hurtled towards Xie Weilou in an instant. Xie Weilou promptly evaded, the pieces narrowly grazing him, their overwhelming aura threatening to rend him apart. The sound of thunder echoed as the pieces struck 2 distant mountains, obliterating them completely. Perish! Roared Tianqi ancestor, striking towards Xie Weilou with a colossal palm, a massive imprint emerging that enveloped the heavens and sealed the square. Not good. The onlookers in the square hastily retreated. The palm imprint crashed down, shattering the square into ruins, dust swirling as the ground was left riddled with deep gouges. A gigantic palm print etched into the earth. Within the imprint, Xie Weilou was drenched in blood, struggling to support himself with his long sword. His hair was disheveled, and his mask lay shattered, fragments falling away to reveal his pallid visage. Lin Qinghuang's heart sank, concern flickering in her eyes. Having endured a blow from a Xianying realm master, his injuries were undoubtedly grave. How could this be? The Lord of Tianqi City gasped in shock upon seeing Xie Weilou's face, horror etched in his expression. The directive to eliminate Xie Weilou and Lin Qinghuang had been accompanied by portraits. Who could have anticipated that this mysterious powerhouse was Xie Weilou himself? Was it not said that he was born with a useless physique, incapable of cultivation? To dominate even those in the late stages of Daozang. Was that truly a sign of ineptitude? He must perish. The master of Tianqi Temple was equally astonished, disbelief flooding his gaze. The so-called waste of the world had revealed himself as a concealed expert. His ability to endure thus far was more formidable than that of the prince of Tianqi City. Truly extraordinary. Amidst the palm imprint, Xie Weilou lifted his head, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. It seems today will require a slaughter. Now that he had revealed himself, these individuals were destined to meet their end. Arrogant and ignorant youth, surviving my first strike is merely a testament to your fortitude. But do you truly believe you can withstand a second? Tianqi ancestor scoffed. Is that so? Xie Weilou replied, sheathing his Zhonghua sword. With a resonant hum, the Nirvana Sutra activated, blood reversing its flow as his injuries rapidly healed, his aura returning to its peak in an instant. And what of it? Tianqi ancestor bellowed. Appearing before Xie Weilou in a heartbeat, his fist aimed to crush Xie Weilou's skull. Lin Qinghuang tightened her grip on her sword, a rune appearing on her brow as she prepared to intervene. Xie Weilou extended his hand, the black demonic hand from his dantian merging seamlessly with his arm. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted, shrouding the world in darkness, the surrounding space warping under the terrifying power of the demonic hand. Lin Qinghuang paused, stunned by the revelation of Xie Weilou's additional capabilities. With a deafening crash, as Tianqi ancestor's fist descended, Xie Weilou seized the fist, the terrifying demonic energy surging forth, swiftly invading Tianqi ancestor's body. What? Tianqi ancestor's expression shifted in alarm as the demonic energy ravaged his meridians, sending tremors through his very soul. In that moment, with his fist ensnared, he found himself unable to break free. In Xie Weilou's eyes, a profound killing intent emerged, his disheveled hair danced wildly. He cast a chilling glare at the elder of Tianqi, his gaze imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood, as a demonic light flickered from his eyes. With a resounding crash, Xie Weilou clenched his fist, and the elder's arm was instantly shattered. A piercing scream escaped the elder's lips as he swiftly retreated. Yet, Xie Weilou's speed was unmatched. He suddenly appeared beside the elder, his fist poised to strike at the elder's chest. With a thunderous impact, the demonic energy erupted, overwhelming in its might. The elder's chest was pierced, bones splintered, and internal organs exploded, crimson blood sprang forth. The elder's anguished cries echoed as his body was sent flying 300 meters, crashing into a mountain peak with such force that it shattered the rock. Xie Weilou stepped forward, instantly standing before the elder, his voice icy as he declared, "Die?" With that utterance, he unleashed a punch toward the elder, the demonic energy sealing the heavens and earth in its ferocity. Don't! The elder cried out in terror, yet could only watch helplessly as the fist approached. The impact resonated, reducing the elder's form to a mist of blood, obliterating his very soul, while the mountain behind him was also shattered into fragments. Chapter 83. The city lord is slain, everyone flee. The elder of Tianqi, a formidable master of the Xuanxiang realm, was dead. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, gazing at Xie Weilou. Just moments ago, when the elder had appeared, they believed Xie Weilou was doomed, yet in the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had shifted. With merely 2 punches, Xie Weilou had vanquished the elder of Tianqi. A prodigy, Lin Xinghuang remarked, increasingly baffled by Xie Weilou's capabilities. The lord of Tianqi Temple, recovering from his shock, trembled, fear evident in his eyes. Xie Weilou materialized before him, seizing his neck and lifting him off the ground. His gaze was ferocious as he intoned, "It's your turn." The lord of Tianqi Temple, terror-stricken, struggled futilely against Xie Weilou's grip, stammering, My Tianqi Temple has a vast background. If you dare..." Boom. Xie Weilou did not grant him the chance to finish, crushing the lord's body into a fine powder. "And what of it?" Xie Weilou replied expressionlessly, his gaze shifting to the city lord of Qin. The city lord, paralyzed by fear, felt his heart race as Xie Weilou's eyes fell upon him. In panic, he turned to flee. Xie Weilou regarded the city lord's retreating figure with indifference, casually extending his hand as demonic energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive handprint of demonic energy. "On your way," Xie Weilou commanded, squeezing his fingers. The massive handprint swiftly ensnared the city lord. As it tightened, bones shattered, and cracks appeared all over his body, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. "Please, don't kill me." The city lord, feeling the specter of death looming, pleaded in terror. Xie Weilou, his expression devoid of emotion, remained unmoved, exerting a slight pressure. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the city lord as his body suddenly exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood, utterly extinguished. "The city lord has been slain. Everyone flee." As the 200 soldiers around witnessed the bizarre slaying of the lord of the shadowy city, their faces contorted in terror as they hastily sought to escape. "Let them perish." Xie Weilou's eyes glinted with bloodlust. With a sweeping gesture, a surge of demonic energy erupted, forming chains of dark mist that struck out instantaneously. With a sharp sound, the soldiers' bodies were pierced by the chains, bursting apart in a shower of blood mist. A series of chilling screams echoed, transforming the square into a crimson tableau. Moments later, the wails ceased. The 200 soldiers were annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Their forms dissipated into mere vapor of blood. Surveying his surroundings, Xie Weilou noted the presence of several individuals from the Heavenly Palace. In a state of sheer panic, these denizens fled in terror. Before Xie Weilou could take action, Lin Xinghuang surged forward, swiftly wielding her sword, mercilessly dispatching the people of the Heavenly Palace beneath her blade. This time, there was no intention of leaving any roots behind. Xie Weilou retracted his demonic hand as the malevolent energy dissipated, leaving only the pungent scent of blood in the air. In less than half an hour, the massacre concluded. Lin Xinghuang approached a grand hall, discovering a subterranean cage filled with numerous young individuals. All were disciples of the Heavenly Palace, each possessing spiritual bones. They had initially believed that joining the palace would elevate them, unaware that the Heavenly Palace had fixated on their spiritual bones. They had witnessed the extraction of their companions' spiritual bones, realizing they could be next. Upon Lin Xinghuang's entrance, the young captives trembled, their eyes reflecting panic. With a swift strike, Lin Xinghuang severed the dark iron lock of the cage. She addressed the young ones. "The Heavenly Palace has been eradicated. You may now leave with me." "What? The Heavenly Palace has been destroyed? We can leave?" A yearning for home and a longing for their mothers ignited within them. Instantly, they rose, their expressions shifting from skepticism to exhilaration. Subsequently, they followed Lin Xinghuang out. In the square, Lin Xinghuang approached Xie Weilou and inquired, "Are you unscathed?" "There is an issue." Xie Weilou leaned forward, teetering. Lin Xinghuang swiftly supported him, his face resting against her chest, fingers embracing her waist, a fragrant scent enveloping him. He playfully squeezed her rear and rubbed against her bosom, his voice weak. "Xinghuang, I am famished. I wish for some steamed buns." Lin Xinghuang instantly flared with indignation, pushing Xie Weilou away, glaring at him. Could you not be more serious? Xie Weilou beamed with mirth, showing no signs of distress. Indeed, he was in fine form. Humph. Lin Qinghuang huffed, relieved to see him seemingly unharmed. Captain Lin. Zhang Long's voice rang out as he approached briskly, accompanied by a group of officers. Lin Qinghuang turned to Zhang Long and the others. Have the soldiers at the foot of the mountain been dealt with? Zhang Long responded promptly. General Sun from Mei City has arrived with a large force and has secured the Lord's manor and the soldiers at the foot of Heavenly Yin Mountain. General Sun from Mei City? Lin Qinghuang's expression turned contemplative. Zhang Long lowered his voice. General Sun is affiliated with the second prince. Understanding dawned upon Lin Qinghuang, and she cast a profound glance at Xie Weilou. Why had someone associated with the second prince appeared here? There exists a possibility that the second prince has become aware of the disappearance of 300,000 taels of disaster relief silver, which is linked to the Tianqi Hall. However, this information was only divulged to Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou responded with a calm smile. Acknowledging Lin Qinghuang's astute deduction that Yin Wuyo was indeed behind the matter of the relief silver. Initially, his intention was merely to exacerbate the conflict between Yin Wuyo and Yin Wugo, but he did not anticipate that the latter would send someone. With the troubles here resolved, it is best to depart. Lin Qinghuang gently waved her hand, prompting the group to leave. In Tianqi City, after Lin Qinghuang had the young individuals record their testimonies, she instructed the constables to escort them home, though some would never return. Over the span of 3 years, many young people had joined the Tianqi Hall, some hailing from Tianqi City and others from afar. There were also those forcibly abducted by the city lord's men. Most had their spiritual bones extracted and were discarded in a mass grave, a tragic fate indeed. Chen Meiyu was fortunate. Her daughter was still alive. Within the inn, Lin Qinghuang held the organized scrolls and turned to Xie Weilou. She remarked that when the master of Tianqi Hall perished, it was mentioned that the hall had substantial backing, with even ancestors of the Xuanxiang realm involved, indicating a formidable background. Xie Weilou nodded gently. While Yin Wugo was indeed connected to the Tianqi Hall, he might not necessarily represent its background. Given that the Tianqi Hall was protected by an ancestor of the Xuanxiang realm, the forces behind it must be exceedingly formidable. Lin Qinghuang declared, the Tianqi Hall has already been eradicated. Let us return to Tianqi City. To which Xie Weilou replied with a serene smile, very well. Chapter 84. Listening to melodies at the brothel. Journey to Baiyu Jing. Half an hour later, Xie Weilou and Lin Qinghuang rode the snow-stepping spirit horse back to Tianqi, encountering the town governor, Bailey Chongqing, along the way. Upon meeting the governor, Lin Qinghuang offered her respects. Bailey Chongqing observed that Xie Weilou and Lin Qinghuang were riding the same horse, with Xie Weilou holding Lin Qinghuang's waist tightly. At that moment, she appeared to be sound asleep, which rendered his expression somewhat peculiar. This young man possesses some depth, he inquired. I was intercepted by a formidable demon clan expert and was unable to arrive in Tianqi City in time. What is the situation there? The demon that obstructed him was exceedingly powerful, and he acknowledged his oversight this time. Lin Qinghuang presented a scroll to Bailey Chongqing, stating, I report to you, Governor, the Tianqi Hall has been destroyed, and the city lord of Qin, involved in the matter of the spiritual bones, has been executed. All details are contained within this scroll. Bailey Chongqing was somewhat taken aback. The Tianqi Hall had a Daozong realm presence. How had Lin Qinghuang managed to resolve this? He accepted the scroll and glanced at it. Tianqi ancestor, Xuanxiang realm. Bailey Chongqing's gaze sharpened. Lin Qinghuang explained, the Tianqi ancestor is a powerful figure of the Xuanxiang realm. We were naturally not their match. However, during this incident, a mysterious powerful individual emerged from the Tianqi Hall, primarily responsible for its downfall. Yet, that person wore a mask, obscuring their identity and details. She refrained from elaborating on Xie Weilou's involvement. A mysterious powerful individual? Bailey Chongqing's expression turned contemplative. To slay an entity of the Xuanxiang realm undoubtedly indicated extraordinary capability. Lin Qinghuang deftly shifted the topic. The Tianqi Hall is guarded by Xuanxiang realm ancestors, and its background is indeed quite intricate. Bailey Chongqing pondered. Now that the mystic realm has made its presence known, it is imperative that we investigate thoroughly. Leave this matter to me. The Heavenly Yin Palace has been obliterated, and all of you have contributed to this success. When the time comes, feel free to request your rewards from the Heavenly Authority. Given the involvement of the mystic realm, he deemed it necessary to take personal charge of the situation, and it might even require the intervention of Lord Simi. Thank you, Protector. Lin Qingwang replied with another bow. Indeed. Bailey Chongqing nodded lightly before soaring into the air, as he intended to pay a visit to the Heavenly Yin Palace. The matter of spirit bone transplantation was exceedingly complex. If the Heavenly Yin Palace still held formidable backing, it was likely that some mysterious forces continued to engage in spirit bone transplantation, necessitating a thorough investigation. I hope to uncover something significant at the Heavenly Yin Palace. Lin Qinghuang gently tugged the reins, guiding her snow spirit steed toward the horizon. In Tianqi City, the night was still fraught with wind and snow, the lights obscured, enveloping everything in a shroud of haze. At the Heavenly Authority, all those who journeyed to Qin City, regardless of their level of contribution, received a reward of 100 taels of silver each. This delighted Zhang Long and the others immensely. With 100 taels, one could indulge in many nights of entertainment. Within the grand hall, Lin Qinghuang poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip. The scroll regarding the spirit bone transplantation case has been submitted to the Supreme Commander, yet it cannot implicate the Sixth Prince. Xie Weilou replied with a faint smile. The Heavenly Yin Palace bears the shadow of Yin Wugo, but we have not yet sought any tangible evidence. Relying solely on words will prove futile. If evidence were to surface, Yin Junlin could certainly take steps to impeach Yin Wugo. Lin Qinghuang delicately grasped her teacup. While this matter cannot be resolved against him, he currently faces a greater predicament. Rumors have circulated that Yin Wugo has colluded with the Demon Clan, and during the winter hunt, there were reports of the Demon Clan slaughter, resulting in the deaths of numerous noble scions. Surely, this will draw trouble upon Yin Wugo. This information was likely orchestrated by Yin Wuyo. He had been outmaneuvered regarding the disaster relief funds, and now that he was aware of the puppet master behind the scenes, how could he remain indifferent? Xie Weilou shook his head, but do not forget, he was born into the imperial family. To truly bring him down, there exists but one method. No matter the gravity of his crimes, the sovereign will not directly eradicate him. To act against him through the heavenly authority, the civil and military officials, or even the sovereign is futile. Only through one's own strength can he be subdued. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, everything relies on formidable power. The rules of the secular world are ultimately human constructs. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, those rules become mere wisps of cloud. Lin Qinghuang responded, "You are correct, but the various constraints can also stifle his development." Xie Weilou nodded with a smile. One Yin Wugo would not incite much fear in him. What truly concerned him was the sole entity associated with him. Even with his hidden trump card, the demon hand, he dared not underestimate such an ancient being. He needed to seek out his third uncle soon to see what valuable items he might offer. Xie Weilou glanced outside and rose. "The hour is late. I must take my leave." Lin Qinghuang shot him a sidelong glance. Having just received 100 taels, "Are you so eager to visit a pleasure house?" Xie Weilou's expression hardened. "Nonsense. How could I be such a person? I ventured forth to indulge in melodies, to cultivate my spirit, and to refine my character." "Huh." Lin Qinghuang set down her teacup and picked up a scroll to continue her viewing. She felt her cultivation was still somewhat lacking and resolved to find a way to achieve a swift breakthrough. Xie Weilou yawned, his hands clasped behind his back as he exited the grand hall. Outside the hall, "Young master, are you joining us for a drink?" Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others beamed at Xie Weilou. With newfound wealth, it was only natural to seek some leisure. After all, the joys of man are often rather simple. "Very well, let us enjoy a few cups. Tonight's expenses are on me," Xie Weilou declared with magnanimity. "Thank you, young master." The group quickly clasped their fists in gratitude. Having a young master as a companion was indeed delightful. To Bai Yujing, Xie Weilou proclaimed with flair. Bai Yujing is a magnificent brothel in Tianqi City, renowned as the finest in the realm. Typically, only the affluent and powerful could gain entry, where lavish spending was the norm, while common folk were entirely barred from such indulgences. Zhang Long and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. They quickly shook their heads. "Young master, it is far too expensive there. Without 1,000 taels of silver, one cannot even enter." Bai Yujing was a realm they scarcely dared to dream of. Xie Weilou confidently replied, "Is my reputation truly worth only 1,000 taels? Rest assured, I have no shortage of funds." With the young master's generosity, Zhang Long and the others were eager to accompany him and broaden their horizons. They had never set foot in such a place, and it was said that the women of Bai Yujing were all stunningly beautiful, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This was an opportunity to experience it firsthand. Xie Weilou instructed, You all should change into more suitable attire. What if your current clothing frightens the ladies? You are right. Young master, we shall change at once. Zhang Long and the others hurriedly agreed, making their way to another hall. A short while later, after donning their new garments, they departed from the Tianquan division. Chapter 85. This is elegance, understood by all within a secluded pavilion. The atmosphere was tense. The Tianyin Hall, under the jurisdiction of a powerful figure, had been destroyed. Yin Wugo's countenance darkened. Someone had obstructed Bailey Chongqing, yet the Tianyin Hall had still been vanquished. The grand ancestor of Tianyin was of the Xuanxiang realm. To eliminate him, one must at least possess similar prowess. Who could have undertaken such an act? Could it be that the commotion from the Tianyin Hall displeased certain individuals? The fact that Lin Xinghuang and Xie Weilou remained unharmed following these events was also a source of dissatisfaction for him. What shall we do next? A mysterious figure in a black robe respectfully inquired. Yin Wugo replied indifferently, "Convey the news to Juchong Tianlu. They will dispatch someone in due course. I shall enter seclusion for a while. Do not disturb me." Having faced several setbacks, he felt an immense pressure. The priority was to enhance his cultivation for future security. Understood, the black-robed figure bowed and turned to leave. The night wind was exceptionally biting, akin to icy blades piercing the flesh. The dim light was fragmented by the swirling snow, appearing only intermittently, while the remaining greenery bent low, struggling to endure. The ground lay thickly blanketed in ice and snow, having melted yesterday only to be covered anew, adding a layer of weight to the winter's kingdom. In this frigid realm, a solitary lantern and a flickering bonfire seemed inadequate to dispel the chill. Only a breath of spring could usher in a sliver of vitality. On the bustling street, Xie Weilou, umbrella in hand, trudged forward, his oiled paper umbrella shrouded in snow. Zhang Long and his 6 companions followed closely, their faces alight with eager smiles. The biting wind and snow numbed their bones, yet the beauty of Bai Yujing warmed their hearts. As the snowfall intensified, the sound of rustling leaves was drowned out. Xie Weilou glanced around, occasionally spotting women clad in thick cotton clothing, their summer grace obscured by the winter's chill. Zhao Hu chuckled, "I understand the young master's sentiment." "Oh." Xie Weilou turned his gaze to Zhao Hu. With a broad grin, Zhao Hu continued, "In the dead of winter, one cannot witness beauties adorned in flowing silk gowns on the streets." Laughter erupted among Zhang Long and the others. The elegance of spring and summer was nowhere to be found in winter. Even if encountered, the cold would stifle a man's desires, rendering them impotent. Only the warmth of a lively tavern could entice one to linger. A bunch of mundane souls. Xie Weilou lamented the desolation of winter and the fragility of life. A sentiment of refined taste, while they fixated on the garments of beautiful women, which he deemed vulgar. He shook his head, exuding an air of disappointment at their narrow-mindedness. Yes, we all understand." The group exchanged knowing glances, feigning comprehension. Who could not grasp that you, young Master Xie, are a connoisseur of beauty? Before long, they arrived at the town's center, where a magnificent 7-story building stood proudly, adorned with a plaque inscribed with 3 characters, Bai Yujing. Crimson lanterns hung from the eaves, and the interior shimmered with light, resembling golden palace walls, resplendent and majestic. Inside, the sounds of music and laughter echoed, and the silhouettes of enchanting figures could be discerned, making it a haven of opulence and indulgence. Bai Yujing, the foremost establishment of Tianqi, attracted only the wealthy and noble. Without sufficient silver, one could not even gain entry. "Let us proceed," Xie Weilou declared boldly, leading Zhang Long and the others towards the entrance. However, as they approached, a middle-aged woman intercepted them. "Gentlemen, there is a rule for entering Bai Yujing. One must possess at least 1,000 taels of silver," she said with a broad smile directed at Xie Weilou and his companions. Xie Weilou adjusted his sleeves with a confident demeanor, proclaiming, "Rest assured, I, Xie Weilou, am not lacking in silver." Curiosity flickered across Zhang Long and the others' faces, as they pondered whether his name alone could command such worth. The middle-aged woman replied with a knowing smile, "As the heir of the Jinshi Marquis, you certainly would not be short on silver. However, Bai Yujing has its regulations, and I must verify. Xie Weilou lacks silver? What a jest." They mused. Presently, the Jinshi Marquis was held by Xie Zhongshuan, with all assets transferred into the hands of the Yu clan. Xie Weilou, a mere nominal heir, possessed little else. Zhang Long and the others exchanged silent glances, realizing his current reputation seemed rather inconsequential. Indeed, I may not be as fortunate as before, but do you think I cannot produce a mere 1,000 taels? Xie Weilou replied with a serene smile. Then I shall see for myself, the woman responded. The middle-aged beauty extended her hand towards Xie Weilou. He casually reached into his pocket and produced a banknote of 100 taels. Continuing his search, he only managed to retrieve a few pieces of silver and a handful of copper coins. Where's my silver? Who has stolen my silver? Xie Weilou's brow furrowed. Hee. Surely the young master cannot be unable to present even 1,000 taels. The middle-aged beauty chuckled playfully. What a joke. Who do you think I am? A mere 1,000 taels is but a simple gesture, Xie Weilou retorted, his expression turning serious. He addressed Zhang Long and the others, saying, Gentlemen, each of you contribute a little, and once we enter the Bayou capital, we shall give the beauties inside a vivid display. Zhang Long and the others exchanged glances, instinctively wanting to retreat. Were they truly expected to part with the silver they had just acquired? It felt more like the young master intended for them to foot the bill rather than treat them. Xie Weilou promptly blocked their exit, insisting, now that we are here, how can we not witness the spectacle? Left without words, Zhang Long and the others could only begrudgingly reach into their pockets. The 7 of them collectively managed to gather 700 taels, with Xie Weilou contributing over 100, totaling just over 800 taels. Is this all? Xie Weilou inquired, looking at Zhang Long and the others. This is indeed all we have, they replied with wry smiles, lamenting the meager savings they could muster each month. If it were not for the recent rewards, they would have struggled to present even 20 taels. Young master, we are still short by over 100 taels. The middle-aged beauty remarked coyly, a hint of amusement in her smile. At that moment, she couldn't help but reflect on the son of the Marquis of Jinshi. Was he truly incapable? This fellow was adept at indulgence, and despite possessing some silver, he could hardly retain it. There had been rumors that the crown prince had bestowed a considerable sum upon him, yet he squandered it all. What a prodigal. Meanwhile, in Bayou capital, on the 7th floor, a lady in a black dress and another in white were engaged in a game of chess. Your Highness, Xie Weilou is outside Bayou capital. Yet it seems he lacks the silver to enter the building, a maid's voice echoed from outside. The woman in white responded indifferently, have Xiaoyao compose a couplet for him. If he can respond, allow him entry. Understood, the maid replied, descending the stairs. The woman in black picked up a chess piece, her expression contemplative. Previously, you set a trap for him. Should he encounter you, what do you suppose would happen? The woman in white inquired. The woman in black, unfazed, placed her piece down, her eyes betraying no emotion. Chapter 86. The literary world at my fingertips, young master. Shall we switch to another building? Rest assured, my brothers will surely make the arrangements for you. Zhang Long and the others observed as Xie Weilou continued to rummage through his sleeves, struggling to produce any silver, and shared a bittersweet smile. At that moment, they felt a pang of nostalgia. Had Xie Weilou from 3 years ago arrived at Bayou capital, he could have simply invoked his name to gain entry. Now, however, he found himself barred at the threshold. How the mighty have fallen. But that cannot be. Xie Weilou frowned. The middle-aged beauty smiled, saying, in truth, if the young master wishes to enter Bayou capital, there are other means. Oh, what means? Xie Weilou inquired. The middle-aged beauty smiled gracefully. The young master is truly gifted. It just so happens that our esteemed host has a fondness for poetry and literature, and the women in the building possess a modicum of knowledge in this regard. Today, I shall have a young lady present a couplet. Should the young master succeed in responding, he may enter the white jade capital alongside his companions, with many expenses waived. Respond to a couplet? Is this not my area of expertise? The young master declared confidently. I am not merely a mortal. I am a celestial being descended from the literary heavens. The entirety of literature rests within my grasp. A renewed confidence flickered across Xie Weilou's face. The middle-aged beauty looked on, speechless, having encountered self-adulation before, yet never quite to this extent. Well, I shall indulge in a bit of anticipation regarding your scholarly talents. Xiaoyao, do come forth. A graceful young woman approached, her demeanor playful as she assessed Xie Weilou. I shall present a couplet. If the young master can respond, entry shall be granted. Come forth. Let me witness your prowess. Xie Weilou smiled nonchalantly. Xiaoyao's lips curled as she slowly spoke. A building with 2 doors, devoid of wealth. Rounding up, for poor souls are unworthy of entry. Zhang Long and the others paused momentarily, gradually grasping the hidden sarcasm in Xiaoyao's couplet. The front and back doors of the building were reserved for those of substantial means. while those who entered through the back were not lacking in refinement. They numbered exactly 8. When rounded, they could not muster even 1,000 taels of silver, thus rendering them too impoverished to enter through either door. What a sharp tongue this young lady possesses, Zhang Long exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at her audacity. The middle-aged beauty beamed with delight. Xiaoyao, her expression teasing, fixed her gaze on Xie Weilou. Young master, what do you think of this couplet? Can you respond? Upon hearing her words, Xie Weilou chuckled. Your couplet lacks substance. I could easily respond, yet my response would be equally lacking. Oh, then do enlighten us with your reply. Xiaoyao challenged playfully. With warmth in his smile, Xie Weilou declared, 1 building, 2 doors, a wealth of gold, 7 treasures, and 8 fortunes, forcefully entering with 7 obstacles. Splendid. A commendable response. Zhang Long and the others immediately applauded, grinning mischievously. The young master displayed great talent and creativity, regardless of the merit of his response. It was clear he had met the challenge. Such a clever young lady, yet still lacking in experience before the young master, they mused. What significance lies in a building and 2 doors? Is my perspective too mundane? I seem to have strayed from purity in thought. How unseemly. You are lacking in cleanliness. Merely repressed in your desires, the crowd chuckled, fully aware of the suggestive undertones in Xie Weilou's response. Xiaoyao's expression faltered, her cheeks flushing as she gazed at Xie Weilou. With a playful bow, he remarked, I am honored. Turning to the middle-aged beauty, he inquired, have I succeeded in my response? The middle-aged beauty, her expression unnerved, retorted, your response was nonsensical, utterly mismatched, and rather lewd. Nonetheless, she extended her hand, please. As Xie Weilou stepped beside her, he playfully smacked her rear. With a crisp sound, the impact left the middle-aged beauty momentarily weak in the knees. Xie Weilou, with an air of triumph, proclaimed, my dear beauty, you are still too naive. Do you truly believe that this young master is in need of a mere 1,000 taels? I am merely seeking to indulge without cost. With that, he strode confidently into the building. The middle-aged beauty, caressing her curvaceous form, glared at Xie Weilou with seething anger, wishing fervently to strangle him. Indeed, would a young master truly lack for your paltry sum? He simply desires to offer a warm embrace to the women of the world. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? Zhang Long and his companions followed suit, smiles plastered across their faces. In the center of the hall, upon the crimson platform, the music of the guqin gradually filled the air as the dancers twirled gracefully. Their figures were enchanting, their subtle curves and glimpses of alabaster skin mesmerizing, evoking a sense of wonder and salivation. Zhang Long and his companions were transfixed. The women of Baiyu Jing were undeniably stunning, exuding an extraordinary elegance that far surpassed the courtesans of the surrounding establishments. Xie Weilou, with a goblet in hand, too fixated on the enchanting maidens, noted that many possessed profound cultivation, their true strengths well concealed. Nightingale, Yin Ruyu, he silently mused. 2 women on the 7th floor bore familiar auras. One was the famed courtesan of the Huansha Tower from 3 years past, Nightingale, a native of the Western Chu. She had once promised to aid the original host in rescuing a notorious criminal, yet ultimately failed to honor her word. The other was Yin Ruyu. Rumor had it that she was the mastermind behind Baiyu Jing, and it appeared this was indeed true. The alliance between Yin Ruyu and Nightingale of Western Chu was intriguing, providing clarity as to why the formidable Tai Hu and the half-demon blood sky wolf were under her influence. What is the meaning of this? Why are there no beauties here to attend to me? Xie Weilou inquired, casting a discontented glance at the middle-aged beauty. Upon entering Baiyu Jing, it was simply unacceptable for no maidens to come forth in service. The middle-aged woman stepped forward, her expression one of exasperation, and replied, Young master, our maidens of Baiyu Jing primarily perform arts, not to serve. Did you not inquire before coming here? Do you believe Baiyu Jing to be an ordinary brothel? Most of our women are trained assassins, nurtured by the princess, who gather intelligence rather than provide companionship. Some esteemed officials visit Baiyu Jing not for romantic pursuits, but to procure information and engage in clandestine affairs. As long as you can afford the price, we can fulfill your requests for intelligence or even assassination. This is the very essence of the barriers we have in place. With a crash, Xie Weilou flung his goblet onto the table, his displeasure palpable as he exclaimed, Is it truly so costly to perform? Is this not a legitimate brothel? Indeed. Zhang Long and the others quickly nodded in agreement. Though the maidens were numerous, They could only be admired from afar, leaving one in a state of frustration. At the very least, they might share a drink. Although seeking to indulge without cost, one ought not to take advantage of the innocent. With a sigh of resignation, the middle-aged beauty pondered the absurdity of the inquiry regarding the propriety of the brothel. Did he desire something virtuous or something less so? Truly, he was a lecher. She regarded Xie Weilou and lamented. If the young master wishes to find a maiden to join you for a drink, there are ways to accomplish that. Deceiving me with sentiments is acceptable, but to deceive me for money is unforgivable, Xie Weilou replied, furrowing his brow. The middle-aged beauty shrugged, dismissing the notion. It has nothing to do with money, she murmured. As I mentioned earlier, the master of my house has a penchant for poetry and literature. To date, there has not been a single exquisite work from Bai Yujing that has endured the test of time. If the heir can compose a remarkable poem for Bai Yujing, the ladies of the house shall be at your disposal. Chapter 87. Unlearned and Indulgent Prodigal? A poem for Bai Yujing? Xie Weilou turned his gaze towards the middle-aged beauty, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Yan Ruyu resided on the 7th floor. Was this a test from poetry to composition? Yet, what had he to fear from such trials? Is it not utterly natural for a man to possess his own strengths? The middle-aged beauty smiled alluringly indeed. The heir is exceptionally talented. Should you create an enduring masterpiece for Bai Yujing, then the ladies of the house will be yours to choose from. Anyone could choose? Xie Weilou regarded her with a glimmer of admiration. This middle-aged enchantress, though somewhat past her prime, still radiated charm and allure. Mistaking his gaze for interest in herself, the middle-aged beauty laughed joyfully, her bosom rising and falling in a captivating manner. Anyone is welcome, Xie Weilou, maintaining a serious demeanor, inquired. Your master must also be quite beautiful. May I request her company for a drink? The middle-aged beauty was momentarily taken aback, her expression faltering as she paused. Unable to speak. How audacious. Did he truly wish for the master to accompany him for drinks? Was he courting death? If you can indeed create a piece that satisfies me, what harm would it be to share a drink with you? A cool voice echoed from above. It seems that today this heir shall witness the elegance of the master, Xie Weilou proclaimed with a beaming smile. Today, the heir shall compose a poem for Bai Yujing. Let us all welcome him. The cool voice from above resonated throughout the building. Upon hearing this, the guests turned with peculiar expressions. Those who frequented such places were either affluent or noble, and they were well aware of Xie Weilou's illustrious name. Some among them were even scions of powerful families, their faces now adorned with amused smiles. Who would have thought that the heir would be here, and furthermore, composing poetry? This truly piques my interest. From a third-floor chamber emerged a young man clad in a blue robe, wielding a folding fan, his smile laced with mockery. He was accompanied by several young companions. The grandson of the Duke of Su, Situ Yun, Zhang Long, and the others regarded this young man, contemplative expressions crossing their faces. The Duke of Su was a venerable minister of the Great Xia, his status unparalleled. Situ Yun turned his gaze towards Xie Weilou, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he remarked, "The heir is indeed gifted." Previously at the Plum Garden, he composed several remarkable pieces that astonished many. I trust he will produce another exquisite poem this time. Yet, within his heart, he was filled with disdain. It was said that Xie Weilou's previous works at the Plum Garden were all premeditated efforts, essentially amounts to plagiarism. Now, with the master of Bai Yujing suddenly demanding poetry from him, he was ill-prepared. How could he possibly craft anything of merit? Surely, he would embarrass himself. Indeed, the heir possesses extraordinary talent and profound knowledge, and undoubtedly, he shall create an immortal piece for Bai Yujing. We eagerly anticipate his masterpiece. With the heir's capabilities, he shall not disappoint. Applause erupted, a chorus of encouragement, all anticipating the spectacle of Xie Weilou's impending humiliation. A frivolous dandy, lacking any substantial knowledge, has merely copied a few poems and shamelessly flaunts them, believing himself to possess genuine talent. When the time comes for him to truly showcase his abilities, he would likely be rendered speechless, suffering a complete loss of dignity. Xie Weilou cast a knowing glance at the crowd, sensing their thoughts, and felt a tinge of mockery in his heart. While he may not be a distinguished master of traditional Chinese studies, composing a few light verses and transcribing the works of renowned poets is not beyond his capability. However, he ought to apologize to the venerable ancestors of Huaxia. Young Master Xie, you have a stick of incense's worth of time to prepare. I wonder if that will suffice? The cool voice from above echoed once more. A stick of incense is certainly ample. Xie Weilou replied with poise. Bring forth paper and ink. At once, a middle-aged lady waved her hand. Shortly after, a demure young woman appeared, carrying the necessary writing materials. Xie Weilou picked up the brush, his expression contemplative. The onlookers wore expressions of amusement, choosing not to interrupt. Eager to see whether Xie Weilou could indeed conjure a verse, the odds were high that it would end in embarrassment. Zhang Long and the others fixed their gazes on Xie Weilou. It was true that the young master was a dandy, with a penchant for beauty. But he was not devoid of learning. At the very least, they had sensed his exceptional nature while collaborating on cases. As time slipped away, the stick of incense was nearly spent, yet Xie Weilou had yet to put pen to paper. What a futile wait. What has happened? I heard that in the Meiyuan, the young master effortlessly produced exquisite works. Why is he unable to do so now? Because during the Meiyuan, he had prepared his verses in advance, all copied. Now, without preparation, he falters. Do not speak nonsense. How could the young master of the esteemed Tianqi Marquis resort to such deceit? The surrounding crowd, filled with scornful remarks, wore expressions of eager anticipation. Seeing Xie Weilou's hesitation, Zhang Long grew anxious. The crowd was reveling in mockery, and if the young master failed to demonstrate his talents, it would surely lead to a tremendous embarrassment. Young master, shall I assist you? Zhang Long whispered. Xie Weilou looked at Zhang Long in surprise. Can you? Zhang Long replied in a hushed tone. Previously, when we visited the Lichuan courtyard, we spent 10 coins to hire an old scholar to write a few verses for us. One of them remains unused. Xie Weilou's interest was piqued. Recite it for me. Zhang Long recited earnestly. A needle forged through countless trials plunges into the floral depths, unaware of how profound. Xie Weilou's eyes lit up. A splendid poem. It has inspired me. But do not recite any further. Such a masterpiece is best kept to yourself. Zhang Long chuckled awkwardly, wondering why the poem was deemed insufficiently impressive. Young master, the time of the stick of incense is nearly upon us. The middle-aged lady regarded Xie Weilou with a knowing smile, her anticipation seemingly misplaced, for she doubted his capabilities. What is the rush? I have just formulated my thoughts. Xie Weilou swiftly took up his brush and began to compose a poem. Upon completion, he handed the paper to the middle-aged lady. I have finished my poem. You may read it to your esteemed host. Could he truly have written something? It was likely a mere scribble. Surely, I know Xie Weilou's worth. A collective furrow of brows emerged, as none believed that Xie Weilou could truly produce any remarkable work. Surely it was mere scribbling. The middle-aged beauty displayed an expression of surprise as she accepted the paper, glancing at it momentarily, her countenance faltering. What could have prompted such a reaction? Could it be that Xie Weilou's poem was indeed commendable? It shouldn't be possible. How could a good-for-nothing dandy like him craft anything of merit? The crowd exchanged puzzled looks, directed at the middle-aged beauty. After a brief pause, she spoke slowly. Such atrocious handwriting. I have never encountered such hideous characters. Indeed, Xie Weilou's script was remarkably unsightly, inferior even to that of a 3-year-old child. Chapter 88. The Prince's Might, a poem for the ages. Laughter erupted. How amusing. The princess handwriting is so poor? It must be utterly dreadful if it falls short of a child's. The onlookers were incredulous. How could someone of his stature be incapable of writing? They erupted in laughter, ridiculing the notion that one could expect any fine work from him. Today, Xie Weilou was destined for great embarrassment. With an unruffled demeanor, Xie Weilou addressed the middle-aged beauty. My handwriting is deemed ugly? Surely, it is your limited perspective at play. This is a return to simplicity. The middle-aged beauty found herself momentarily speechless. He had a point, yet a return to simplicity need not be so grotesque. Nevertheless, she scrutinized the poem again, sighing inwardly. It was evident that the prince, despite being a frivolous youth, had indeed crafted a poem, albeit rather frivolously. Why the days? Shouldn't you recite this fine work of the prince to your esteemed host? Xie Weilou cast a glare at the middle-aged beauty. She smiled serenely and proceeded to recite his lines. Nightly lingering in the white jade capital, the fair maidens smile like countless stars. In the chaos of revelry, no one is inebriated, as the mandarin ducks sing without cease through spring and autumn. Excellent. The prince is magnificent, and this poem shall endure through time. This was even more straightforward and accessible than his previous attempt. Zhang Long and the others immediately erupted in applause, finding the poem comprehensible, deeming it a fine piece. Fine piece. Utterly banal. The surrounding crowd scoffed. This was the white jade capital, a realm of refinement, far removed from the common folk. In an ordinary brothel, such lines might elicit a blush from the maidens, but here, they served only to provoke laughter. Xie Weilou, brimming with confidence, addressed the upper floors. "Host, what do you think of my poem? Vulgar, you require further practice," came the cold voice from above, offering no semblance of courtesy. It was clear that while Xie Weilou possessed a modicum of talent, his verses were mere trivialities, extolling women in a pedestrian manner. To expect something truly astonishing from him was simply preposterous. "Nonsense. This is not lacking," Xie Weilou retorted, visibly displeased. The voice from above fell silent, evidently having lost all patience. "Huh, Prince, it is nothing remarkable. It appears those previous fine works from the plum garden were indeed plagiarized." Situ Yun's laughter rang out, laden with derision. "Prince, more practice is essential. Yes, begin with the basics of writing. If all else fails, perhaps you should retreat, copy a poem, and return." The individuals surrounding Situ Yun began to voice their mockery incessantly. Xie Weilou, harboring a cold smile within, found their expressions distasteful and felt compelled to retort. The countenance of Zhang Long and his companions darkened. Rising from his seat, Xie Weilou cast a glance at Situ Yun and the others, deeming them a mere gathering of fools. "Did you truly believe that this heir lacks any capability? I shall soon deliver a resounding blow to your grotesque faces." Situ Yun, with a mocking smile, responded, "If the heir indeed possesses such prowess, I would willingly present my face for you to strike. Would you dare?" The laughter from Situ Yun's companions erupted once more. "Well said. It appears your faces deserve a beating." Xie Weilou surveyed the crowd before turning his gaze upward, speaking coolly. "I have proclaimed that the literary world is at my fingertips. While I may not excel in poetry, I can certainly replicate a verse. Oh, if you truly manage to conjure a satisfactory piece, then so be it," came the voice from above. A middle-aged woman gestured toward the parchment on the table. "Heir, please." Xie Weilou casually discarded his brush and began. "In the heavenly realm lies the white jade capital, with its 12 towers and 5 cities. Immortals caress my crown, granting me longevity." The atmosphere shifted to one of profound silence as the onlookers stared blankly at Xie Weilou. Could it be that he truly can? The middle-aged woman, stunned, regarded him. In that moment, she could not dare to declare his poetry lacking. Indeed, she felt this poem was crafted especially for the white jade capital. Yuan Ryue paused for a moment, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Xie Weilou's verses, brimming with vigor, stirred her blood and ignited an inexplicable combat spirit within her. Nightingale too wore an expression of astonishment. Could it be that this debauched disciple had genuinely produced such a masterpiece? No, it was a replication. Yet, the uncanny alignment of this imitation with the essence of the white jade capital led her to believe it was indeed Xie Weilou's own creation. Alas, it was still a replication. Xie Weilou refrained from continuing and instead inquired, "What say you to this composition?" "Excellent," Yuan Ryue succinctly praised, noting how well the poem harmonized with the white jade capital. It was, after all, the foremost tower of Tianqi, in dire need of such a magnificent piece. Xie Weilou turned his gaze towards Situ Yun and the others, calmly asking, "What is your assessment?" Their expressions betrayed their discomfort. They had not anticipated Xie Weilou would present such a commendable work, which struck them squarely in the face. Situ Yun eventually spoke. "Indeed, it is a remarkable piece. Yet regrettably, it is a replication." "Replication? Whose work is it a copy of?" Xie Weilou countered. Situ Yun faltered. Even if Xie Weilou claimed the poem was replicated, he could not ascertain from whom it was copied. Xie Weilou replied nonchalantly, "Earlier, I stated my intent to strike your faces. Thus, I shall fulfill my promise. Now, step forward, and I shall bestow upon each of you a slap." With such insolence, a slap is warranted. Situ Yun raised an eyebrow. "Xie Weilou, what are you implying?" "Zhang Long." Xie Weilou extended his hand. Zhang Long and his companions acted without hesitation, launching themselves directly towards Situ Yun and his group. These individuals had previously spoken with great bravado, declaring that if Xie Weilou possessed strength, they would present their faces for him to strike. Naturally, their wish would be fulfilled. "What are you doing?" Situ Yun's expression darkened. "In the spirit of reciprocity, since your words are so foul, it is only fitting that you receive a slap in return," Xie Weilou remarked indifferently. Situ Yun and his companions, lacking in prowess, found themselves utterly defenseless against Zhang Long and his companions. who swiftly subdued them and brought them before Xie Weilou. Xie Weilou fixed his gaze upon Situ Yun. You were the loudest just now. Situ Yun maintained a stoic demeanor. Xie Weilou, do you truly dare to strike me? I am the young master of the Duke of Su's residence. Slap. Situ Yun received a resounding slap from Xie Weilou. Ah! Situ Yun exclaimed in agony, his face reddening, teeth scattering, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. What of the young master of the Duke of Su's residence? While you prattle on, I have longed to strike that foul mouth of yours. Slap. Xie Weilou delivered another blow, sending Situ Yun flying back 2 meters. Thud. Situ Yun collapsed to the ground, motionless, rendered unconscious. Xie Weilou then turned his attention to the others. Young master, we were wrong, they pleaded, their faces paling. Slap. 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 Xie Weilou continued to unleash slaps, inflicting pain that elicited screams and wails from them. Bang. He kicked one individual away, remarking coldly, a bunch of fools daring to act recklessly before me, unaware of their impending doom. Let this serve as a lesson. With that, he ascended the stairs. Yanryu sought to extract a poem from him without cost, yet such a thing would not come easily, unless he too managed to take advantage of her once. Chapter 89. Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity by Yujing. 7th floor. A maid guided Xie Weilou to a room. Young master, my master awaits within, please. Xie Weilou glanced at the maid and inquired with a smile, is your master beautiful? Beautiful. The maid replied succinctly, her master being a transcendent beauty, akin to an ethereal being. Am I handsome? Xie Weilou asked with a hint of confidence. The maid appraised him, acknowledging that Xie Weilou was indeed striking, a rarity among handsome men. However, his pallid complexion suggested a certain frailty, as if he had been drained by indulgences. Moreover, there was an inexplicable air of sickly charm, a languid demeanor that belied a cunning and malevolent nature. Xie Weilou continued, am I well matched with your master? Upon hearing this, the maid's expression shifted slightly. Lowering her head, she silently withdrew. This was beyond her purview. Xie Weilou chuckled at her reaction, pushing the door open. Fair maiden, this young master has arrived. With that, he stepped inside. Within the room, the nightingale had departed, and Yin Ryu, clad in a flowing white gown and veiled, resembled an elegant orchid in a secluded valley. She toyed with a wine cup, engrossed in a chess game alone. Upon seeing Yin Ryu, Xie Weilou feigned surprise. It appears I have entered the wrong room. My apologies. Yin Ryu gazed at Xie Weilou with an indifferent expression. You have not taken a wrong turn. I am indeed the master of Baiyujing. With a swift motion, she slammed the door shut. Xie Weilou stepped back, clasping his fists. Your Highness, regardless of whether you are the master of Baiyujing or not. As a solitary man and woman in the same room, I feel uneasy. I ask you to maintain decorum. Yin Ryu paused for a moment, her expression slightly peculiar, clearly not anticipating such a response from Xie Weilou. She slowly inquired, is this poem copied? Xie Weilou retorted, of course it's copied. Would you believe me if I claimed it as my own? Yin Ryu pressed further, copied from whom? I have not heard this poem before. Xie Weilou candidly replied. From the sword Immortal Li Tai Bai. Sword Immortal? Yin Ryu furrowed her brow. Indeed, there are sword immortals in the Great Xia, yet none bear the name Tai Bai. Who is this Li Tai Bai? Xie Weilou shrugged. He is a drunkard. During my time in the Tianqi prison, he resided opposite me, insisting he was a sword immortal. Though I didn't believe it, yet he was eloquent, and I memorized a few of his verses. There truly was a drunkard opposite his cell. Yin Ryu maintained a calm demeanor, yet her mind was occupied, contemplating the veracity of this Li Tai Bai. She turned to Xie Weilou. This poem is quite remarkable. Would you be willing to part with it for Baiyujing? Xie Weilou shook his head. I would not. Yin Ryu stated plainly. How many tales do you require? This poem, a masterpiece of unparalleled worth, was not something she intended to let slip away. Xie Weilou smiled awkwardly. Although Baiyujing is the foremost establishment in Tianqi, it does not deserve this poem, and I have already mentioned it is not my creation. Yin Ryu raised an eyebrow. Unless. Xie Weilou shifted his tone. Oh. Yin Ryu fixed her gaze upon him. Xie Weilou spoke earnestly. Let me touch your leg. Bang. A glint of coldness flashed in Yin Ryu's eyes as she shattered the wine glass. Glaring at Xie Weilou, do you wish to die? I shall take my leave. Xie Weilou promptly retreated. Come here. Yin Ryu snorted coldly, effortlessly pulling him towards her. Xie Weilou was compelled to sit down by an unseen force. His expression one of displeasure as he said, Your Highness, are you attempting to force me? Yin Ryu picked up another wine glass, poured a drink, and sent it flying towards Xie Weilou. She stated indifferently, "Did you not wish for me to drink with you? Go ahead. If I refuse, is there poison in the drink?" Xie Weilou stared at the glass before him. Yin Ryu clenched her fist slightly. Would she be foolish enough to poison him in by Yujing? Nonetheless, Xie Weilou's reaction was reasonable, considering she did harbor thoughts of wanting him dead. Xie Weilou further remarked, "Even without poison, what if you take advantage of my inebriation later? No, you aim to deceive me for my poem. How malicious. Since you refuse to drink, then play a game of chess with me." Yin Ryu suppressed her inner fury. She considered herself to have a good temperament. Yet she found it exceedingly easy to become enraged in Xie Weilou's presence, filled with an urge to strike him down. "Chess? I do not know how," Xie Weilou said helplessly. Yin Ryu scrutinized him. "Do you genuinely not know, or are you feigning ignorance?" Recent events in Tianqi City had taught her that many people could disguise their true selves. Whether it is Yin Junlin or Yin Wugo, both are merely masquerading, including herself. And what of the present Xie Weilou? Very well. No more pretense. In truth, this young master is well versed in the arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as poetry and song. A confident smile graced Xie Weilou's face. "Is that so? Then let us engage in a match," Yin Ryu said calmly. Chess, after all, is the most revealing of one's character. No matter how deeply one conceals their true self, glimpses can still be discerned through the intricacies of the game. "Very well. Should your highness lose, do not shed tears," Xie Weilou said casually, picking up a white piece and placing it directly at the center of the board. Yin Ryu was momentarily taken aback by Xie Weilou's move. Placing a piece at the center is a move that signifies expertise in chess, yet for an ordinary player, it is rather a futile step. In the game of Go, one must be mindful of one's surroundings. Occupying star points and seizing the edges gradually to control the board is the optimal strategy. To commence with a piece at the center and then engage in a fierce struggle in all directions is exceedingly difficult, and one is unlikely to progress far without being eliminated. "Do you truly know how to play?" Yin Ryu inquired, her expression composed after a brief silence. "You shall see for yourself," Xie Weilou replied, toying with a piece. Without further ado, Yin Ryu placed her piece on the board. Xie Weilou continued to play. After a while, Yin Ryu laid down her piece and remarked, "Forget it. I overestimated you. You cannot play." His moves were haphazard and chaotic, revealing his lack of understanding of the game. Xie Weilou chuckled. "This game is far from over. Perhaps each of my pieces holds a unique strategy." Yin Ryu, uninterested in continuing the discourse, waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave now." "No poetry?" Xie Weilou asked with a grin. Yin Ryu replied indifferently. "Since it is not your poetry, there is no reason for me to seek it from you." "How perceptive, your highness. I shall take my leave now. Should you wish to hear that poem again, a gentle touch of my leg will suffice." Rising, Xie Weilou cast a glance at Yin Ryu's waist, his mind conjuring alluring images. Suddenly, with a flick of her finger, Yin Ryu sent a piece hurtling towards Xie Weilou's arm. He staggered back a few meters, gasping in surprise. Flinging open the door, he shot Yin Ryu a glare. "Your legs are thicker than an elephant's and shorter than a tree stump. Why would I care to touch them? I wouldn't even if they were placed before me." With that, he hastened out. Yin Ryu paused, instinctively glancing at her own legs. Thicker than an elephant's? Shorter than a tree stump? Her mind raced back to the moment Xie Weilou had seen her unclothed, and her fists clenched in anger. That scoundrel truly deserves retribution. Chapter 90. Offering the Wandering Soul's Banner, calling upon the white impermanence. After Xie Weilou's departure, the Nightingale reappeared in the room. "Tomorrow, the Eastern Zhou delegation will arrive at Tianqi. A confrontation is likely. It seems he has disappointed you," the Nightingale observed, gazing at Yin Ryu. Yin Ryu replied coolly, "I had hoped he possessed some poetic talent and intended to take him along, but it appears I was mistaken." The Nightingale shook her head and observed, upon seeing him, "It seems you can hardly contain yourself." Yin Ryu cast a glance at the Nightingale, disinterested in discussing the matter. She replied coolly, "News has arrived that Yin Wugo is about to enter seclusion. He has reached the pinnacle of Tuojiang. One more step, and he will attain Daozong. We cannot allow him to succeed." The Nightingale inquired, "Shall I find someone to handle this matter?" A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Yin Ryu's eyes as she responded, "If you act, the target is too conspicuous. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. I wish to see just how capable he truly is." The rumors of Yin Wugou's collusion with the demon clan had already spread throughout Tianqi City, causing discontent among many high-ranking officials, some of whom would undoubtedly wish to take action. At this critical juncture, should she intervene, it would serve to confuse the situation. Of course, this hinges on her ability to disguise her intentions effectively. The nightingale pondered. Yin Wugou is shrouded in mystery, concealing himself deeply. Currently, I have only discovered his connection with the fox-woman of the demon nation. She is at the Daozong level and commands numerous demons. Yin Ruyu's expression remained indifferent. A mere fox-woman is hardly a cause for concern. What truly piques my interest is the mysterious soul entity that resides within him. Yin Junlin previously mentioned this matter. There appears to be something enigmatic about Yin Wugou's soul. Today, I must witness it for myself. The nightingale chose to remain silent thereafter. The skilled individuals by her side hailed from the Western Chu, some of whom were half-demons. Should they engage, their identities would undoubtedly be exposed. My lord, what has happened to you? Upon descending, Xie Weilou's companions, including Zhang Long, were perplexed by his drooping arm. Has the young master harmed himself while indulging in leisure? A middle-aged beauty directed a beaming smile at Xie Weilou, clearly amused, as it seemed someone had received a reprimand from their mistress. Those gathered became intrigued, wondering about the young master's predicament. Xie Weilou glared at the middle-aged beauty, irritation evident on his face. Your mistress has quite the temper. She may be unattractive and ill-tempered, but to take her anger out on me is utterly despicable. The middle-aged beauty was momentarily taken aback. How dare he insult the princess's appearance? The surrounding crowd wore expressions of disbelief, aware of Bai Yujing's exceptional nature, yet they had never encountered that particular mistress. What could she possibly look like to provoke such aversion from the notoriously lustful Xie Weilou? However, upon seeing Xie Weilou's limp arm, their expressions shifted to one of schadenfreude. Xie Weilou addressed Zhang Long and the others. Continue your meal. This young master shall seek a physician to treat this arm, lest it become useless. We shall accompany